Mr. Liu, here is the company's financial report for the last quarter. The company has accumulated losses exceeding 2 million, and there are merely 100,000 left in the account. Why don't we organize another round of recharge activities and prepare to make a run for it? Ming rubbed his temples, gazing at the logo of the Whale Leap Gaming Company at the entrance, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Run away? Ming looked up regarding Old Wang, the financial director, with an expression of incredulity. Old Wang, your train of thought is quite alarming. It's no wonder you are from Talankio Academy. Your experience is commendable. However, do you have a misunderstanding about the term legal person? I am the legal representative of the company. If we flee, I will be the first to be apprehended. Do you take me for a fool? With a sigh, Ming felt exhausted. The company currently has no external debts. What is there to flee from? At worst, we might not be able to pay next month's salaries. Old Wang scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. Mr. Liu, I'm just worried about you. Look, given our current situation, if we don't find a way to generate some funds soon, we won't even be able to pay the property fees. Ming cast a sidelong glance at Old Wang, then surveyed the surroundings. In the office, developer Zhou Bowen was using a noodle fork to pick hair out of his keyboard. The art team's Su Xianwan lounged in her chair, cradling a cup of goji tea, her gaze vacant, as if she had already seen through the worldly illusions. Meanwhile, the company's sole customer service representative, Han Mimi, donned noise-canceling headphones, oblivious to her conversation partner. Surely, these people are aware of the company's situation? Ming muttered to himself. The problem is, why aren't they anxious? Young people are indeed remarkably composed. After a moment of silence, Ming rose and began to pace the office. His fingers traced circles on the workstation. His gaze swept across the rows of equipment, as if an idea struck him. Old Wang, do you think we can liquidate some of this equipment? Look at these computers. Graphics tablets, server cabinets. Selling them should recover some funds, right? Before he could finish, Zhou Bowen suddenly popped his head up from behind the computer. Mr. Liu, you know I have to burn incense for my computer before any major tasks. The second-hand dealers have said that coming to collect it wouldn't even cover their transport costs. And this graphics card, the 8-hand mining card, and monitors were all scavenged from the second-hand market for 50 yuan. Su Xianwan also raised her graphics tablet. Boss, my graphics tablet was valued at 28.5 yuan on the second-hand market last year, and it's gone up to 30 now. If we wait a bit longer, it should still be worth something. Ming felt a sense of helplessness as he squatted in front of the computer case, staring at the server covered in yellow talismans. He abandoned the thought entirely. It seemed the company truly had nothing of value left. It was utterly destitute, not even worth selling. Returning to his office, Ming slumped into the peeling leather chair. The artificial leather split open, revealing the sponge beneath. Ming powered on his computer and began reviewing 2 single-player games previously developed by Whale Leap. The design style was commendable, the pricing reasonable, and there were even numerous innovative elements. Player feedback was decent, but the greatest issue was the lack of profitability and low playability. For a game, this was a dismal failure. Watching the current state of Whale Leap left Ming feeling despondent, his gaze fixed on the window in silence. Just a week ago, he was a beleaguered game planner who died from overwork while fixing bugs, only to find himself transported to this parallel world, inheriting this nearly defunct gaming company. After a week of research, Ming had gained considerable insight into this world's gaming industry. Though it appeared vibrant and diverse, it was actually dominated by a few toxic gameplay mechanics. Initial recharge of 6 yuan, 7-day login rewards, 648 double returns, and starting with automated tree cutting. As for the teams genuinely pushing for innovation, they either perished like Whale Leap, languishing in obscurity despite acclaim, or were acquired by larger companies, their creativity repackaged into commercial mishmashes. Reflecting on this, Ming clicked on the latest gaming news. Exclusive. Qingyu's new title is yet another O-Tome game, revealing the pricing of the domineering CEO's physical shirt. To conquer the Demon Lock Tower, you must purchase at least 99 resurrection coins. Beishan's new title sparks controversy. Programmer Simulator updates with the latest DLC. Sneak peek at ICU Rescue. Ming casually selected a trending article and clicked into it. Tungsu Games grandly launches Shan Hai Jing, Divine Beast Marriage Edition. Initial recharge of 6 yuan unlocks a Qilin-style mount. Within the article, following a cinematic CG video, a voiceover passionately narrated. We are pioneering a divine beast marriage and egg-laying system. VIP-12 can hatch SSR-level coimping. After finishing the game introduction, Ming found himself momentarily stunned. He then glanced at the revenue data revealed at the end of the article. First month's revenue, 1 billion highlighted in red. Ming clenched his jaw, feeling a pang of envy. These folks are making quite a fortune. In the grand scheme of the gaming world, one side is filled with large corporations reaping abundant profits, while on the other, small companies like Whale Leap struggle to survive. The disparity is stark. Despite Whale Leap being established for a year, it has yet to find its niche. Now, it even lacks a plan for developing new titles. Sigh, making games is truly tough these days. Ming sighed heavily, his heart filled with a sense of powerlessness. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep. Host detected to meet binding conditions. The moral debtor system has been activated. A cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System? Ming was taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of exhilaration. The benefits for a traverser have arrived. Better late than never. What functions does it offer? This system aims to assist the host in becoming a moral debtor through the company. Each time an immoral but legal action is committed, corresponding debt values will accumulate based on the impact. Before Ming could fully comprehend, the system's voice continued. This system requires binding to the company for activation. Please bind the company promptly. Bind the company? Ming murmured. Isn't that already in place? Ming swiftly declared. Bind Whale Leap Gaming Company. Beep. Detecting host company Whale Leap Gaming Company. Binding in progress. Binding successful. An initial fund of 500,000 has been injected. As the binding completed, a semi-transparent virtual panel appeared in Ming's mind, displaying various detailed information. Company name, Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds, 600,000. The host may withdraw 1 to personal account each cycle. Personal assets, 2,159 yuan. Moral debt value, 0. Moral level, none. The current settlement cycle of the system is 1 month. Moral debt value cashback mechanism. Want to earn cashback? First, you must lower your reputation. Debt value insufficient at 1,000, not a penny back. 1,001 to 10,000. Cashback 2, from 1,0001 to 50,000, a 4-fold return. From 5,001 to 100,000 in liabilities, a 6-fold return. The cash returned is solely personal property. After absorbing the system's introduction and considering the aforementioned returns, which can reach even 10-fold, Ming's eyes sparkled, and a wicked smile gradually crept upon his lips. This system is rather straightforward in its understanding. Taking Whale Leap Company as an example, the more vehemently players criticize the games produced, the greater the accumulated liabilities. At the most basic level, an investment of 500,000 would yield a return of 1 million. This money is deposited directly into his personal account. Moreover, in today's world, achieving an annual return rate of 10 to 20 is already commendable, let alone returns of 2-fold or more. This is akin to receiving free money. Furthermore, while earning money may entail risks and challenges, receiving criticism for spending is exceedingly simple. Previously, he had been derided as a poor planner, yet unexpectedly, with this system, he can profit from being criticized. This opportunity is truly invaluable. He should have discovered it sooner. With this in mind, Ming had already devised a preliminary plan. Isn't this compelling me to become the adversary of players? This system understands me remarkably well. Chapter 2. Can these values be correct? Suddenly, Ming shouted. The financial director, Wang Defa, poked his head out from a corner, clutching a packet of instant noodles. President Liu, did you call for me? Ming turned his gaze toward old Wang. Tell me, what do you think of me? Old Wang was taken aback. President Liu, have you finally begun to reflect on your entrepreneurial mistakes through the lens of others? Isn't it a bit late for that? Honestly, old Wang continued. You're not a bad person, just a bit stingy. Upon hearing this, Ming promptly checked his debt value. Moral debt value. 0, 1,000. It hadn't changed at all. It seemed that receiving unjust criticism would not affect his standing. Ming continued. Now, what do you think of our company? A dream job, good pay, little work, and close to home, Old Wong replied, staring intently at him. Well, what if I said that the company might be dissolved without compensation? What? Old Wong suddenly became alert, his tone slightly agitated. This is something I must report. Boss, don't joke about this. You could face arbitration, Lu Ming remarked. He checked his debt value again, which remained unchanged. After repeating the experiment several times, he came to a realization. There are no baseless accusations in this world. To increase his debt value, he would need to engage in morally questionable yet legal activities. Moreover, if the company received positive reviews, his debt value might even decrease. However, any investments within this debt value range could be recouped. The system also imposed certain regulations, such as the host's salary and bonuses not exceeding the system's concurrent settlement profits by one. Any form of self-serving manipulation or profit interception was strictly prohibited, compelling Lu Ming to consider negative reviews as a means of gaining returns. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming began to formulate a plan. After Old Wong left, he turned his attention back to the news about Tungsu Games on his computer, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This was one of the premier gaming companies in the world, truly a benchmark in the industry. Look at how they create games, even after a decade. There are still countless players, Lu Ming murmured to himself. They play, complain, and continue to play. As for Tungsu and its owner, Mr. Ma, they face daily criticism. Creating a game of such caliber was a long-term goal for Lu Ming. He regarded it as an idol to aspire to. Immediately, he found a photo of Mr. Ma and set it as his computer wallpaper. This was a model of perpetual learning. Not only did they attract traffic, but it also flowed endlessly. What a treasure trove of debt value. He resolved to develop a game that would endure through time. With this objective in mind, Lu Ming began to research the new game by Whale Leap. An hour later, he summoned Old Wong again. Old Wong, gather everyone for a meeting, Lu Ming exclaimed, slamming the table, causing a split in the synthetic leather of the chair. Once we make a profit, you'll be the first to be replaced. Rising, Lu Ming strode toward the conference room. 5 minutes later, within the confines of a cramped meeting room, all 5 members of the Whale Leap team were seated at the modest conference table. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Ming cleared his throat. I have some splendid news to share. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with anticipation, thinking perhaps the announcement would pertain to the company's impending closure and the compensation he had already calculated. However, Lu Ming's lips twitched as he countered, no, we are poised for a resurgence. With that, Lu Ming activated the projector, and on the screen appeared the bold proclamation, new game concept. The team exchanged bemused glances. Boss, have you perhaps selected the wrong PowerPoint? Someone inquired. No, I have just conceived a new game idea, and I have a strong intuition that it will be a hit. Upon hearing this, Su Xianwan set aside her goji berry tea and interjected with a hint of skepticism. President Lu, you have made similar claims on 2 previous occasions. Her tone was laced with palpable doubt. But listen to me, this time is different. We shall create a mini-game where players assume the roles of various company owners, with the objective of executing clever maneuvers to embezzle funds and make a swift exit. This theme is bound to captivate, Lu Ming continued, brimming with enthusiasm. Moreover, I have already devised a title, Escape Simulator. The core gameplay revolves around competing to see who can abscond with the most money, and all players will be ranked. This is a competitive game. Upon hearing Lu Ming's proposal, Zhou Bowen, the development lead, became visibly agitated. President Lu, I have long maintained that our company requires a professional game planner. We are a legitimate enterprise. Even amidst these challenging times, we cannot breach ethical boundaries. Promoting the idea of absconding with funds, how can that be justified? How is this illegal? It is merely a simulator. Have you not played the Goose Simulator or the Thief Simulator, where you engage in acts of theft? Lu Ming retorted, slamming his hand on the table. Our previous projects have been overly conventional. In today's gaming market, a lack of innovation makes it exceedingly difficult to succeed. But President Lu, what if the game goes live and we face backlash? Zhou Bowen pressed. Let them criticize us. The more they talk, the better. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement at the debate, realizing that there was indeed talent within the company, capable of discerning the provocative nature of the game. Indeed, this is a good sign. At least we are on the right track. However, Lu Ming concealed his elation and continued, any publicity is good publicity. If we receive criticism, it indicates we have garnered attention. Just consider how many successful games have faced backlash. If we want our game to thrive, we must first endure some criticism. Let it be settled then. Assess the development workload, and if outsourcing is necessary, proceed accordingly. Let's get to work. This is merely a minigame. Do not burden yourselves too heavily. We will discover the game's merit once it is created. As Lu Ming concluded, in a corner, Wang Defa, clutching a cup of instant noodles, wore a look of skepticism. President Lu, where did you derive the inspiration for this game? I hesitate to delve too deeply into it. My only inquiry concerns the budget you intend to allocate for this project. Wang Defa scrutinized Lu Ming, acutely aware of the company's financial status, knowing full well that time was of the essence for disbursing any compensation. What do you understand? Lu Ming glanced at Wang Defa with a mysterious smile. For this project, my budget is 500,000. Old Wang was taken aback. That figure seems incorrect, Mr. Lu. Where did you acquire such funds? I have resolved the financial issue. You may verify the account shortly. Wang Defa's hands trembled slightly as he held the instant noodles, murmuring to himself, Mr. Lu hasn't secretly borrowed at high interest, has he? If this truly turns out to be a loss, the compensation will be impossible to fulfill. Wang Defa felt a pang of anxiety, yet he was merely in finance, unable to interfere with the company's decision-making. Soon, under Lu Ming's guidance, the company, which was on the brink of stagnation, began to bustle with activity once more. For Lu Ming, the critical point of this game lay in its slightly irreverent values. The objective was not only for the boss to successfully abscond, but also to do so swiftly and with substantial sums. This clearly contradicted reality and was at odds with the plight of the working class. If it could pass inspection, that would be remarkable. Enduring some criticism would undoubtedly be manageable. Next door, Zhou Bowen sat before the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Boss, do you mean this is a level-based game? Exactly. The first level features a restaurant owner, the second a cyber cafe, and the third, Lu Ming replied. At the end of each round, you need to calculate the funds from the absconded amounts, synchronizing the leaderboard in real time to stimulate players' competitive spirit. Zhou Bowen noted this down, saying, Boss, don't you think this feature might be a bit outrageous? Aren't we essentially teaching bad behavior? Rest assured, this is merely a simulator. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Who would actually do this in real life? Besides, we're not breaking any laws. As time arrived, you will handle it yourself. Xiaowen, your thinking needs to broaden. Our available budget is limited, so any tasks you can't manage can be outsourced. He then looked at Su Xiaowan, who was resting her head on the graphics tablet. Xiaowan, you are responsible for finding a few reliable outsourcing companies to handle sound effects and some animation production. If it's too expensive, seek out art resources that can be directly purchased from platforms. This time, we must allocate our limited budget wisely. Su Xiaowan nodded immediately, given the company's current situation. Having work to do was a fortunate development. Simultaneously, Zhou Bowen busied himself organizing the code framework, outsourcing some non-core functional modules. Observing everyone immersed in their tasks, Lu Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 2 days later, as the project advanced, Lu Ming noticed that the internal administrative affairs of the company were growing increasingly numerous. And Wang Defa was overwhelmed. From reimbursement claims to employee attendance and the signing of contracts with outsourcing companies, every matter required oversight. Old Wang had already complained to him several times. Ever since the previous administrative staff member left, all responsibilities had fallen upon him. Approaching 40, he felt he had outgrown the phase of striving for advancement. This cannot continue, Lu Ming muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. Indeed, we need to find someone dedicated to administration and human resources. Upon this realization, Lu Ming promptly invested several hundred yuan and swiftly posted an urgent recruitment notice on a job website for the position of administrative assistant and personnel officer. The requirements stated a preference for fresh graduates, possessing relevant certifications, meticulousness, patience, and basic proficiency in office software. The salary range was set between 4,000 and 5,000 yuan. Given the constraints of his budget, Lu Ming deemed fresh graduates to be the most suitable candidates. Furthermore, the spirited nature of recent graduates could potentially benefit the workplace, as their candid expressions of dissatisfaction towards the company or their superiors might serve as a positive catalyst. After all, even the smallest discontent can provide valuable insights, and every additional burden could also signify an opportunity for exponential growth. Shortly after the position was posted, Lu Ming began receiving a considerable number of resumes. It was March, the peak season for internships, and the influx of applications was substantial. After reviewing several resumes, That very afternoon, a slightly inexperienced young woman, dressed in a professional suit, knocked on the office door. "Hello, I am here for the interview for the administrative assistant position," she announced, presenting her resume with a clear and polite voice. As a recent graduate, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a blend of anticipation and anxiety about this interview. She had majored in human resource management and had obtained a certification in the field, yet her practical experience was nearly non-existent. Moreover, she had previously missed the campus recruitment organized by her school, leaving her to seek internships independently. In recent days, she had submitted numerous applications, but finding a suitable job proved to be a formidable challenge. Many positions demanded specific attire or required evening engagements for socializing and networking, which Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed at. As a female university student attending Shanghai Normal University, majoring in human resource management, she was not taught how to navigate such social obligations. She firmly believed that lacking these skills would not preclude her from securing a good job. After several days of sifting through numerous rejections, she was on the verge of considering a career change. Then, this morning, she stumbled upon a prominently highlighted urgent hiring notice on a recruitment platform. The job listing from Jingyue Gaming Company caught her attention. Although the salary was modest, the entry requirements were low, and being a gaming company, it promised a youthful atmosphere devoid of excessive socializing. Although the company was smaller in scale, Lin Xiaoxiao had become indifferent to such factors, recognizing the difficulty of job hunting. She simply sought a foothold to begin her career, as long as it could provide her with an internship certification. Upon entering Jingyue Gaming Company, Lin Xiaoxiao observed only a few individuals, predominantly young people. The ambience was precisely what she desired: relaxed, casual, devoid of cumbersome workplace protocols and a sense of oppression. When she stepped into the office, she was momentarily taken aback by the youthful appearance of Mr. Liu, the owner. He appeared significantly younger than she had anticipated, likely in his late 20s, with an expression that bore traces of fatigue and a disheveled casualness. There was nothing remarkable about her demeanor, resembling that of a recent university graduate. Across the desk, Ming perused the resume, casually flipping through a couple of pages, his gaze lingering on Lin Xiaoxiao's various certificates. "Ah, you have credentials. Very commendable." Observing Ming's expression, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a slight sense of relief and quickly added, "Yes, I obtained these certifications during my studies, and I possess a solid understanding of labor law and human resource management. I hope to contribute to the company." Ming nodded thoughtfully before abruptly inquiring, "What is your perspective on overtime work?" Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then responded, "According to the labor law, overtime must be compensated accordingly, and employees cannot be compelled to work beyond their designated hours." Ming's eyes brightened, and he smiled. "Well said. It's important to understand the law. As an employee of Whale Leap Company, this knowledge is crucial. After all, the foundation of all my operations rests on actions that are ethical yet legal. Having someone knowledgeable about labor law and human resources is quite beneficial." Subsequently, Ming posed several fundamental questions. After an engaging dialogue, he found Lin Xiaoxiao's responses satisfactory and made an immediate decision to hire her. Indeed, being a member of the club made a significant difference in the efficiency of the interview process. "So, do you have any questions?" "Actually, Mr. Liu, I would like to inquire if the company provides internship certificates. Our institution requires a minimum internship duration of 3 months. "Not a problem. Do you have any specific requirements for this internship position? I mean, would your role as a regular employee or as part of management affect the internship report?" Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Ming's question. "Perhaps it might. All right then, you shall take on the role of our human resources supervisor. Rest assured, we practice a flat management structure here. To put it simply, in our company of 6, everyone is a supervisor. Do not feel apprehensive. You might even receive recognition as an outstanding graduate." Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared to be promoted to a supervisory position upon her arrival. Is this truly the management style of a small company? She could not help but ask, "Mr. Liu, am I really qualified? I lack experience. This is my first job." "That's perfectly fine. Experience is acquired over time," Ming replied with a bemused smile. "Let me be clear. While working here, the labor law will be your guiding principle. Avoid asking me irrelevant questions and focus on performing your duties well. As for the internship certificate," Ming smiled mysteriously, assuring, "Rest assured. Our company places great emphasis on efficiency." With that, he opened a document and began making swift alterations before directly printing it. "Internship certificate. mess. Lin Xiaoxiao served as the human resources supervisor at our company from March to June, during which she exhibited exceptional performance and independently completed the following tasks. 1. Formulated and implemented the Employee Welfare Optimization Plan, enhancing employee satisfaction by 200. 2. Led the company's compliance transformation, successfully mitigating the risks of labor arbitration. 3. Organized team-building activities to strengthen team cohesion. Across the table, Lin Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment. But, Mr. Liu, I haven't accomplished these tasks yet. Not to worry. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. I want to affix the seal for now. Without the seal, it's not illegal. When the time comes, you can seal it yourself. Chapter 4. The Launch of Runaway Simulator. On Monday, Lin Xiaoxiao officially commenced her role, marking her first day at Whale Leap Gaming Company. As the newly appointed Human Resources Supervisor, she was granted her own desk, adorned with a pothose plant and a desktop computer. Sitting before her new workspace, she stared at the printed internship certificate, her heart a tumult of emotions. While she understood that this document was merely a facade at present, Lu Ming's words offered her a flicker of reassurance. Regardless of the company's future, it was best to take action first. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoxiao powered on her computer and immersed herself in her administrative duties. Simultaneously, the development of Runaway Simulator was progressing at a rapid pace. With Lu Ming orchestrating the planning, Xiao and handling development, and outsourced contractors diligently working, the game's advancement surged ahead. Han Mimi even prepared a comprehensive customer service script to address potential player inquiries. Furthermore, she proposed that Lu Ming incorporate an online feedback button within the game for players to voice their opinions. This recommendation was promptly embraced by Lu Ming, who also enriched each level with unconventional challenges designed to unsettle players, hoping they would share their experiences on forums or, ideally, achieve trending status on social media due to complaints. Days later, as development neared completion, Lu Ming convened a brief meeting with the entire team to discuss upcoming budget allocations and promotional strategies. Everyone, the total development cost of Runaway Simulator thus far amounts to 300,000. I trust you all understand the importance of cost awareness. Lu Ming surveyed the room. However, as I initially proposed a budget of 500,000, we still have 200,000 remaining, which I intend to allocate entirely to marketing. As his words hung in the air, the meeting room fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, their expressions a blend of confusion. Hadn't the original intention been to save funds for improving the company's environment? Zhou Bowen swallowed hard, desperately wanting to say, "Boss, if you have that money, why not upgrade my graphics card?" Wang Defa shared the same incredulous gaze towards Lu Ming, thinking to himself that the promotional budget was nearly equivalent to the game's production cost. Su Xianwan adjusted her glasses and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Liu, might this be a tad reckless?" "Reckless? Not at all. I am prepared to allocate 100,000 to the Steam platform. In return, they will grant us a 3-day feature on their homepage, albeit with only 4 hours of display each day." At the announcement of Lu Ming's decision, everyone inhaled sharply. His current approach was a stark contrast to his previously cautious and frugal demeanor. The Steam platform is the largest gaming platform in Huagua, boasting a wealth of game resources, editors, and a vast player base. Even with just 4 hours of exposure over 3 days, the resultant traffic would undoubtedly be substantial. Furthermore, this coveted spot requires prior reservation, hence the hefty price tag. "Mr. Liu, but that leaves us with 100,000, Lin Xiaoxiao timidly interjected, feeling that the 200,000 previously mentioned had yet to be fully utilized. "We'll also invest in advertising. Let us promote it on social media with the headline, 'Play Runaway Simulator, experience the joy of a boss going AWOL.' Mei, since you have prior advertising experience, I entrust this task to you. Ideally, we should exhaust the budget 2 days before our game's launch. In reality, that 100,000 is merely a drop in the ocean. We hope to create some buzz. With that, everyone should prepare for the launch. I've checked the calendar, and we shall strive to go live this Friday." For Lu Ming, it was imperative to fully expend the 500,000, as the system dictates that the multiplier for debt cashback is contingent upon the amount invested. The more you invest, the greater the return. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining a month's payroll in the company account, Lu Ming would have been inclined to go all in. After the meeting, Lin Xiaoxiao discreetly approached Wang Defa. "Director Wang, is Mr. Liu's promotional budget truly sound?" Having spent the past few days interacting with the team, Lin Xiaoxiao had come to understand the company's recent circumstances and was keenly apprehensive about her first job potentially facing an abrupt demise. Old Wang sighed. Little Lin, at Jinghua. The greatest issue is that there are no issues. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded silently and, from somewhere, produced a copy of the labor law. Flipping to the page on corporate bankruptcy liquidation and began to study it intently. This particular aspect seemed to be uncharted territory for her, but she deemed it prudent to prepare in advance. Soon enough, on Wednesday, Runaway Simulator was fully developed. Ming stood before his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. The backend interface of the Steam platform displayed the listing information for Runaway Simulator. Game name, Runaway Simulator. Description, the sole objective of the game is to abscond with all the company's funds and make a stylish getaway. Genre, simulation management. Price, 6 yuan. Special note. Warning, this game is purely for entertainment purposes. Please do not emulate any actions from real life. Having completed this task, Ming gazed at the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 6 yuan, neither too much nor too little. If the price were set too low, players might lack the motivation to criticize it. 6 yuan is just right. Upon observing Ming's pricing, several members of the company began to feel uneasy. Wang Defa, clutching a cup noodle container, inquired, General Manager Lu, is this pricing not excessively low? One cannot even buy a cup of milk tea. It is precisely meant to be low. Ming retorted. Their initial recharge costs 6 yuan. We can secure it for 6 yuan outright. This will attract more players. Wang Defa continued to calculate, given the 70 to 30 revenue split on the Steam platform. How many units must we sell to break even? However, before Wang Defa could finish his sentence, Ming interrupted. Old Wang, broaden your horizons. There's no need for you to worry about recouping losses. As he spoke, Ming calculated that if his debt exceeded 1,000, he would secure double the invested funds, amounting to 1 million. 1 million. The Runaway Simulator would require selling over 100,000 units to reach such a figure. And this did not account for the revenue split. Thus, Ming had not even considered the issue of sales volume, for he believed that the louder the criticism, the greater the profit. As the game successfully launched, the team members immersed themselves in the final preparations. Zhou Bowen meticulously reviewed the code, rectifying the last bugs, while Su Xianwan conducted a final optimization of the artistic resources, ensuring every detail was flawless. Han Mimi meticulously arranged a social media promotional plan, ensuring the game garnered sufficient attention upon its release. Outside, the dusk bled crimson as Ming stood at the office doorway, gazing into the distant sky, casting a towering silhouette. Though each person harbored a tinge of apprehension, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, this might be their last opportunity to invest themselves wholeheartedly in a project. And the success or failure of this game would ultimately determine the future of Whale Leap Gaming Company. Chapter 5. What wages can be issued when everyone has fled? On Friday evening, Zhang Yuntao nestled in his school dormitory, perusing the latest economic journals. As a university instructor specializing in corporate ethics and market behavior, he was perpetually intrigued by real-world business cases, yet recently found them rather tedious. Stories of extinguished money trees and stolen company seals seemed absurdly far-fetched. Perhaps a change of pace would be refreshing. Zhang Yuntao closed his book, powered on his computer, and logged into his Steam account. Glancing at the myriad of games in his library, he hesitated. The plethora of monotonous titles on the market failed to ignite any interest. Purchasing games he had no desire to play, or watching prices drop on titles he refrained from buying, frustrated him. Are today's games truly this dull? Zhang Yuntao sighed and casually clicked on the new game recommendation page on Steam. Soon, an unusual game cover caught his eye. A besuited man was sprinting with a sack in hand, pursued by a throng of furious employees and creditors. The cover boldly proclaimed, Runaway Simulator. What on earth is Runaway Simulator? Zhang Yuntao raised an eyebrow and clicked on the game's details. Mimicking a boss's escape seemed intriguing. Upon discovering the price of only 6 yuan, he did not hesitate to click the purchase button. Soon, the game download was complete, and Zhang Yuntao eagerly entered the first level. The scene unfolded before him, a roadside eatery adorned with numerous menus plastered on the walls. The lobby was cluttered with various tables and chairs, and although the time indicated it was noon, only a handful of patrons were dining inside. The aesthetic was rather intriguing. With a smile, Zhang Yuntao clicked to start the game. According to the system's guidance, his task in the first level was to assume the role of a small restaurant owner, with the goal of embezzling all earnings within a month and successfully absconding. Following the game's directions, Zhang Yuntao quickly got the hang of it. Before long, he received a system notification. Please note, at the end of this month, employee wages of 5,000 yuan must be paid. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he stared at the dilapidated restaurant interface on the screen. When he opened the financial panel, he discovered that the wage amounts could be freely adjusted. The game's economic model was surprisingly realistic, allowing for delayed salary payments, and even postponing the cost of ingredients. Isn't this reminiscent of certain unscrupulous bosses in real life? In contemplation, Zhang Yuntao unhesitatingly reduced the wage from 5,000 yuan to 50 yuan and clicked confirm. With plans to abscond, why pay any wages? A mere 50 yuan would suffice for travel expenses. Feeling he had grasped the essence of the game, he immediately commenced his audacious maneuvers, slashing employee wages, hiking menu prices, and stealthily selling off kitchen equipment. This game was certainly entertaining, albeit rather unscrupulous. What were the developers thinking when they crafted such a morally questionable game? Fortunately, I have encountered enough case studies. Otherwise, I would have scolded the developers first. As he played, Zhang Yuntao criticized the game, yet he did not cease in his endeavors to inflate menu prices. Spicy stir-fried pork, originally priced at 22 yuan, was raised to 58 yuan with the note, handpicked, limited supply. Farmhouse stir-fried chicken, originally 38 yuan, surged to 98 yuan with the note, free-range chickens, freshly slaughtered daily. Steamed base, originally 68 yuan, skyrocketed to 188 yuan with the note, wild base, caught and steamed fresh. As time ticked away, on the final day of the month, Zhang Yuntao unleashed his trump card. He mortgaged the restaurant to the bank, extracting a threefold loan. When the debt-collecting NPCs encircled him from various directions, he had already whisked away with 420,000 yuan in cash, driving a second-hand Wuling Hongguang laden with supplies through the chaos. Soon, after successfully executing his escape as the boss, the game's settlement screen appeared. Congratulations on completing the first level, total embezzled funds, 427,800 yuan. Total time taken, 30 days, national escape ranking, 416th. Gazing at the settlement report, Zhang Yuntao was taken aback. As a university professor studying market dynamics, how could he possibly rank over 400 in the nation? What a disgrace. Instantly invigorated, he wondered what the other 400 competitors had been up to. Following the leaderboard, Zhang Yuntao directly accessed the data of the top-ranked player. National runaway ranking. First place. Nickname, Bansh's Pig. Total time on the run, 14 days. Total funds, 1,832,220 yuan. In just 14 days, over 180,000. How did this individual manage such a feat? I sold my restaurant yet cannot catch up with you all. Aside from prepared dishes, you wouldn't be resorting to gutter oil, would you? One must not engage in unscrupulous deeds. Zhang Yuntao was momentarily stunned, yet a long-buried competitive spirit surged within him. No, I must strive to break into the top 100 in the next round. Acknowledging the vast disparity, Zhang Yuntao focused intently on the second challenge. Upon clicking the next round button, the scene shifted, revealing a dilapidated internet cafe. The walls were adorned with several yellowed posters of shooting games. The floor littered with cigarette butts, and rows of outdated computer screens flickered incessantly, packed with patrons. The cafe owner's setup felt remarkably authentic. Adjusting his glasses, Zhang Yuntao keenly observed the game interface. This business appeared significantly larger. He quickly organized his thoughts. The familiar initial operations began, deducting wages, raising internet fees, and even introducing VIP booths tailored to local preferences. To his astonishment, Zhang Yuntao discovered that the cafe incurred monthly expenses of 8,000 yuan for electricity and 4,000 for internet. These costs were exorbitant. Frowning, he promptly accessed the settings and downgraded the internet speed from high-speed fiber to intermittent dial-up, reasoning that occasional lag was quite normal. He then adjusted the air conditioning to 26 degrees to conserve electricity. Furthermore, he manipulated the employee management interface, altering the original 3-shift schedule to a single overnight shift. This way, not only could he save on 2 salaries, but the remaining employee could also handle additional responsibilities. As time progressed, Zhang Yuntao realized that the cafe's profitability was still not accelerating sufficiently. He sensed that perhaps he had been too lenient. If this continued, It would undoubtedly be insufficient for a successful getaway. With that thought, Zhang Yuntao promptly launched a recharge rebate initiative. Recharge 100, receive 200. Recharge 500, receive 1,000. Recharge 1,000, receive 2,000. With this policy in place, the cafe's income skyrocketed. In the final days, Zhang Yuntao began to sell the equipment from his internet cafe, listing graphics cards and monitors on second-hand platforms. Similarly, on the last day of the month, he employed his ultimate tactic, successfully selling the management rights of the cafe to a buyer, extracting 420,000 yuan in cash, and then making his escape. Soon, the settlement interface emerged. Congratulations. You have completed the second level. Total funds from escape. 800 yuan. Total time for escape. 28 days. National escape ranking. 606th. As Zhang Yuntao gazed at the settlement report, he was astonished to find that his rank had actually declined. How could this be? Looking through the leaderboard, the name of the top player felt strikingly familiar. It was once again that Banch's pig. Moreover, this time, his figures were extraordinarily staggering. National escape ranking. First, nickname, Banch's pig. Total time for escape. 10 days. Total funds from escape. 11,982, 500 yuan. 10 days. Over 10 million. Zhang Yuntao's pupils constricted sharply, his finger frozen over the mouse, unable to move for a long while. How on earth had this individual achieved such a feat? Could this person possess some practical experience? Who exactly was this Banch's pig? What kind of person would such an individual be in real life? Zhang Yuntao's mind raced as he attempted to comprehend the implications behind these numbers. Having engaged in practical operations himself, his curiosity was piqued. He was desperate to uncover how this person had executed their strategy. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he chose to start anew. Chapter 6. A suggestion for the Anti-Fraud Center to include this game. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Zhang Yuntao rubbed his weary eyes. Glancing at the clock in the bottom right corner of his computer, it was 2 in the morning. He had made several attempts at the escape simulator, yet his rank remained stubbornly around the few hundred mark, never breaking into the top 100. Could it be that I am truly too merciful? He muttered to himself, his tone laced with frustration and confusion. Or perhaps the gameplay is even more insane than I had imagined. Taking a sip of tea, he reflected that it had been quite some time since he had stayed up late playing a game. This game is indeed a masterful satire of reality, he mused. It not only allowed me to experience the life of a ruthless boss, but also unveiled the operational logic of many unscrupulous enterprises. This game should be utilized as a teaching tool in economics classes. With this thought, a new purpose for the game suddenly dawned on Zhang Yuntao. 2 days later, on Monday morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom's blinds, casting a slanted glow upon the podium. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Zhang Yuntao lightly tapped on the multimedia console, causing the projection screen to descend slowly, gradually revealing the topic of his lesson, the moral boundaries of market economy, reflections from virtual to reality. The students below remained drowsy until Zhang Yuntao displayed a screenshot from the game. Classmates, he announced, today we will explore a game that I researched over the weekend. Titled Escape Simulator. Upon glimpsing the screenshots of the game, a murmured discussion reverberated throughout the classroom. In the back row, one student nudged his classmate, who was sprawled across his desk. Hey, you should take a look. Isn't this the game you stayed up all weekend playing? You were cursing the developers the entire night. With disheveled hair, Zhu Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat upright in an instant. A glance at the projected screenshot confirmed it. Indeed, it was the familiar interface. To his surprise, the teacher also played this game. At the front, Zhang Yuntao continued his explanation. Class, today we will use this game as a case study to dissect the operational logic of market economics. He switched the PowerPoint presentation, his tone gradually growing more serious. Students, while Runaway Simulator may seem like merely a game for entertainment, its design encapsulates a plethora of economic principles. Let us delve into a few key operations to analyze how these actions correspond to the realities of market economics. Withholding wages, reducing labor costs, false advertising, information asymmetry in marketing, liquidating equipment, rapid asset conversion. Zhang Yuntao paused momentarily, surveying the class. This game not only satirizes the actions of unscrupulous employers, but also serves as a reminder that a market economy requires rules and regulation. Otherwise, greed will consume all. At this juncture, Zhu Hao could not help but mutter softly, Old Zhang seems to have a point, but I never considered all of this while playing. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, his desk mate sitting beside him caught wind of it. The classmate poked him playfully and teased, "Hey, are you so engrossed in the game that you can't pull yourself away? It does seem intriguing. I'll buy one when I get home. What's your ID? Let us add each other as friends." Zhu Hao rolled his eyes, remarking that the game lacked a friend function. Once you downloaded it, you could simply play. However, at the time of settlement, you would inevitably see my name, he added, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Thus far, it seemed no one had surpassed his own record. Meanwhile, within the offices of Whale Leap Gaming Company, Lu Ming was gazing at the back-end data, grinning like a child. In just 2 days, the game's download count had soared into 5 figures. Runaway Simulator had amassed a total of 13,541 downloads. While this figure might not qualify as a blockbuster within the gaming realm, it was more than sufficient for Lu Ming, at the very least. His investment of 200,000 in promotional expenses had not been in vain. The most significant factor contributing to this was the plethora of negative reviews flooding the comment section. The game was deemed utterly worthless, teaching players how to become unscrupulous bosses while corrupting the diligent workers. With only a single page in the developer's account book, the game was criticized for explicitly instructing players on how to exploit employees and deceive customers, all while masquerading as a simulator. It was deemed excessively difficult. Despite painstakingly cutting wages, raising prices, and selling equipment, one still ranked in the tens of thousands. Was the game intentionally designed to be infuriating? It served as a veritable mirror reflecting the harsh realities of society, making everyone appear as a heartless employer after gameplay. I find it quite intriguing. It bears substantial practical significance, one reviewer suggested, recommending that the National Anti-Fraud Center take note of this game. Someone has clearly been triggered, though I shan't name names. Still, how did this game pass inspection? One should investigate this developer. Their mindset seems questionable. As Lu Ming perused these comments, his heart swelled with joy. He promptly opened the system panel. Company name: Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds: 100,000 yuan. The host may withdraw 1 yuan to their personal account per cycle. Personal assets: 765 yuan. Moral liability value: 10,021. Moral level. Moral flaw: the moral liability value had just surpassed 10,000, indicating that the majority of players were indeed expressing their disdain. Lu Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was precisely his intention. As long as this growth rate continued, he would reap 4 times his investment returns upon settlement. 4 times 500,000 equated to 2 million. As for the game's revenue, Lu Ming calculated that, given the current download figures, recouping the costs was far from feasible. In the office, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Lin Xiaoxiao sat at her desk, having repeatedly reviewed the chapter on company bankruptcy liquidation, feeling confident that she could manage it independently. Zhou Bowen, the developer, wore a face etched with concern. "Mr. Lu, have you seen the comment section? Our game is being ruthlessly criticized." "I have seen." "Indeed," Lu Ming replied, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Zhou Bowen paused, momentarily taken aback, having presumed he had misheard. Considering the company's situation and Lu Ming's investment in this game, he believed the boss must be under tremendous pressure. "Mr. Lu, are you feeling overwhelmed? Perhaps you should take a break?" Wang Defa chimed in, his expression mirroring the gravity of the situation, feeling as though he bore the weight of the entire company's worries. "Mr. Lu, do you think we should issue an apology statement? The negative reviews are rather overwhelming." "Indeed, Mr. Lu, otherwise our player base may dwindle significantly. The download rate is also increasing at a sluggish pace, and in just 1 day, our advertising time with the Steam platform will expire, leaving us with no further opportunities." Player attrition. Lu Ming shook his head, asserting, "That will not happen. You underestimate the players. They may criticize us, but those who enjoy the game will continue to play. Just look at the comment section. The most vociferous critics have logged over 20 hours of gameplay. Furthermore, we have surpassed 10,000 downloads, which is more than sufficient. Rest assured, everything remains within my anticipated parameters." Despite Lu Ming's reassurances, Xiao Zhou and Bo Wen remained unconvinced. "Isn't over 10,000 downloads inadequate? Will our company face player boycotts?" Lu Ming replied, "That is impossible. Players tend to boycott uninteresting games. Ours is rich in discussion value. Look at the comments section. It has just been refreshed." Chapter 7. The game on the platform, the case at hand. Leaning back in his peeling executive chair, Ming listened to his employees' anxious discussions, a smile almost escaping his lips. He glanced at the system panel where the moral debt value was still soaring, his heart filled with jubilation. Each negative review only served to bolster the figures in his account. However, Ming restrained his exuberance, casting a glance at the worried staff around him. He feigned solemnity as he tapped the table. "You must trust my judgment. Bad publicity is still publicity. Criticism equates to traffic. Which celebrity hasn't been embroiled in a scandal? Just focus on maintaining the game." Seeing Ming's demeanor, Zhou Bowen hesitated to speak, but ultimately let out a sigh. A few days later, in the late hours of the teacher's dormitory, Zhang Yuntao's glasses reflected the harsh blue light. He had just been playing the final level of Escape Simulator, slumped casually in his chair, staring at the screen displaying the glaring red words, "Escape failed," unable to calm his mind. Why is this final level so difficult? He muttered to himself, replaying the plot of the last level in his mind. In this concluding stage, the player's identity transformed into that of a CEO of a publicly listed company, the scale far exceeding that of previous levels. The funds involved started in the millions, even billions, and the operational possibilities were diverse and complex. Asset transfers, financial statement fraud, equity pledges. Zhang Yuntao felt a sense of trepidation during the process. A minor misstep could attract the scrutiny of regulatory authorities or expose him to shareholder backlash. Zhang Yuntao had attempted to escape several times, only to fail each endeavor, and he couldn't even glimpse the leaderboard during the settlement. This was unacceptable. He needed to seek out strategies. Opening the game forum, he swiftly began to peruse the comments. Beneath the reviews for the Escape Simulator, an avalanche of negative feedback and complaints flooded the screen. A dreadful game. Many levels are unplayable. The design is excessively punitive. What a horrid game that teaches one to be a con artist. It's a societal blight. Is this game intentionally repulsive? The final level is utterly unplayable. Once again, those devoid of values cannot create a good game. Overwhelmed by the deluge of criticism, Zhang Yuntao felt a sense of helplessness. This was not right. Did these people even engage with the game properly? He muttered to himself. These individuals only perceive the superficial, unethical settings, neglecting the profound message it aims to convey. This is a misunderstood masterpiece. It is affordably priced and imbued with depth. How can they lambaste it so vehemently? With this thought, Zhang Yuntao resolved to post on the forum to vindicate the game. He logged into his account, named Wall Street Cockroach, and directly entered the title. What are we really criticizing when we condemn Escape Simulator? Zhang Yuntao sought to clarify the value of this misunderstood game, hoping to reveal its true worth to a broader audience. As an economics teacher, he felt compelled to assert, the Escape Simulator is not merely a game of entertainment. It serves as a mirror reflecting the realities of our society, from wage theft to misleading advertising and asset liquidation. Each action precisely captures the behavioral patterns of certain unscrupulous enterprises, particularly in the final level, where one assumes the role of a publicly traded company owner, engaging in financial fraud and insider trading to exploit the unsuspecting. It epitomizes the absurdity of chaotic capital markets. This game has compelled me to reconsider the moral boundaries of market economics. It does not encourage players to imitate these behaviors. Rather, it employs exaggeration to remind us of the potential consequences of greed and moral decay. While the game exists on a platform, the examples are all around us. If you play this game, upon encountering an exaggerated advertisement for a gym on the street, will you not question if it is a deceptive enterprise? This game is profoundly educational and exceedingly realistic. I dare say it transcends the realm of gaming. It serves as a mirror to our societal realities. We cannot vilify it simply because it exposes the truth. You have not grasped the true intent of the developers. I hope everyone will look beyond the superficial escape mechanics and strive to comprehend the original design intentions of the creators. After penning the final word, Zhang Yuntao decisively clicked publish, hoping this article would provoke deeper contemplation among readers. He mused, if people could truly grasp the significance of this game, it would no longer be misinterpreted. I hope this company can develop even better games. No thanks necessary. However, I seem to have forgotten to inquire about how to conquer that final level. 2 days later, Ming was in good spirits, anticipating the imminent realization of a 2 million profit, which left him feeling exceedingly comfortable. At that moment, he contemplated enhancing the office environment before taking another gamble, envisioning transforming 2 million into 4 and subsequently 4 million into 8, a delightful prospect. As he hummed a tune and stepped into the office, Lu Ming was greeted by the enthusiastic voice of Zhou Bowen emanating from a corner. Lu, our game's download figures have surged unexpectedly. Lu Ming paused momentarily before hastily approaching the computer to scrutinize the back-end data. Indeed, the figures displayed on the screen widened his eyes in astonishment. In just a few days, the downloads for Runaway Simulator had multiplied several times, surpassing 100,000, with the numbers still climbing. What on earth is happening? Lu Ming murmured, disbelief etched across his face. Just last week, they had been lambasted mercilessly. How had they suddenly become popular, especially with so many critiques directed at them? Su Xiaonuan joined the conversation, her expression one of confusion. Could it be that some game streamer promoted us? Or perhaps the effects of the platform's recommendation are finally surfacing? Lu Ming shook his head. Impossible. We have long passed the homepage recommendation period on Steam. This rate of growth must have another explanation. As the group engaged in speculation, Zhou Bowen opened the comments section of the game and gasped, exclaiming, Lu, you must see the comments. Responding to Zhou's call, Lu Ming lowered his gaze and immediately drew in a sharp breath. The previously overwhelming negative reviews and criticisms had been replaced by an influx of positive feedback. I always thought this was a terrible game, but after watching that economics professor's analysis, I realized its true value. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece worth experiencing. Thanks to the original poster for helping me reevaluate this game. Although it is quite challenging, it indeed exposes many real-world issues. I strongly recommend everyone give it a try. This is a prime example of game design that satirizes social phenomena through exaggeration rather than merely pursuing fleeting enjoyment. I've truly gained knowledge. The developer has put in great effort, providing us with a vivid economics lesson. I admit I was short-sighted before and have since revised my review to a 5-star rating. There's no way it's anything less. By the way, who exactly is this Banksia pig? He has been first in several levels. This is what we call educational entertainment. I've already recommended it to my classmates. As Lu Ming observed the sea of 5-star reviews and glowing comments, a chill swept through him. Chapter 8. There's no hope. Just shut it down. Lu Ming's fingers raced across the mouse wheel, scrolling through page after page of 5-star reviews, each one dousing him in cold water. Subsequently, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon a highly praised analytical post, authored by an individual known as Wall Street Cockroach, which sought to vindicate the game. With patience, Lu Ming perused the content, pondering whether this economics teacher had come to disrupt the atmosphere. Did I inadvertently suggest so many implications? If one does not comprehend, must they resort to erratic analyses? As he observed the lengthy thread of replies beneath the post, Lu Ming found himself momentarily dazed. Is it so that individuals in this world are exceptionally adept at reading comprehension? With a sense of resignation, Lu Ming rose from his seat, and the system panel immediately materialized in his mind. Company name: Whale Leap Games. Moral debt value: 760. Moral level: moral flaw. Gazing at the moral debt value, which had plummeted below 1,000, Lu Ming was bewildered. It had fallen too swiftly. It was over 10,000 just a moment ago. 200,000 had vanished. With a moral debt below 1,000, even double returns were unattainable. The rapid fluctuations of life left Lu Ming no time to react. As he observed the declining debt value, he ground his molars in frustration. With over 10 days until the month's end, there was still time, still an opportunity for redemption. Resolving himself, Lu Ming abruptly slammed his hand on the table, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Bowen, immediately issue a game announcement. We must implement significant adjustments to the game. I need you to remember this. Release it at once. Understood, boss. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, Zhou Bowen's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing the foresight of his superior. Indeed, the boss was always several steps ahead, orchestrating a grand strategy. He had previously been worried amid the game's criticism, while the boss remained calm and collected. Now that the game was trending positively, the boss seemed anxious. The essence of a true leader defied conventional reasoning, and Zhou Bowen realized he still had much to learn. Unaware of Zhou Bowen's complex expression, Lu Ming began to dictate the announcement's content. Special statement regarding Runaway Simulator. We extend our gratitude for the support and affection shown towards Runaway Simulator. We have noted that certain players have engaged in excessive interpretation of the game's content. Therefore, we wish to clarify, this game is solely for entertainment purposes and bears no intention of real-world reflection or satire. We urge everyone to engage with the game rationally and avoid overanalysis. Zhou Bowen swiftly typed away, composing the announcement before calling for Lu Ming's review. After a quick glance to confirm its accuracy, Lu Ming nodded in affirmation. Publish it. The sooner, the better. 3 minutes later, the Runaway Simulator interface unveiled the new announcement. Observing the content, Lu Ming fixated on the comment section, where discussions regarding the announcement soon emerged. What is happening? This announcement seems inexplicably odd. Has the developer succumbed to external pressures? Why the sudden timidity? This statement reads too officially. It feels coerced. I understand now. Capital forces must perceive this game as a threat to their operations. I must promptly purchase a copy to support the developers. We cannot allow capital to prevail. The analysis holds merit. Are they indeed being threatened? If so, just blink. The influence of capital was evidently restless. Unwavering support for the developers was imperative. Lu Ming gazed at the stream of comments refreshing in the back end, his heart sinking and his countenance darkening. What is the matter with these people? Why are they so resistant to reason? He had initially hoped to dissuade players through the announcement update, but to his dismay, it had the opposite effect. Soon, incited by the comments, players on the forum spontaneously organized a Guard the Runaway Simulator campaign. Brothers, let's rally. We cannot allow such an exceptional game to be overlooked. I just purchased 10 copies to gift to friends. We must not let this marvelous game be suppressed by capital. Let us head to the Steam platform and leave favorable reviews to lift the developer spirits. The price is reasonable. I typically don't indulge in these types of games. But I am determined to counteract the capitalists. Look, this is reality. Game developers are undoubtedly under threat. Brothers, let us buy en masse and prevent this conscientious game from being delisted. Having reviewed the announcement several times, Lu Ming discerned a profound resilience hidden beneath the seemingly innocuous words. Brothers, below this comment, let's give away 100 game copies. We mean what we say. Observing the shift in back-end data, he glanced at the now zeroed-out moral debt value, and his heart bled. It's over, it's all over. After the announcement, the game had gained even more popularity. Is there any chance to revise the game to temper the players' fervor? Lu Ming stood by the office window, clutching a cup of lukewarm goji berry tea, his gaze vacantly fixed outside. Meanwhile, the employees in the office had begun to celebrate. Su Xianwan's eyes sparkled. President Lu, your strategy of retreating to advance is truly masterful. You are undoubtedly the most formidable marketer I have ever encountered. Zhou Wenba nodded in agreement. President Lu, should we consider launching another event or distributing some benefits? Wang Defa rubbed his hands excitedly, glancing earnestly at the download statistics. President Lu, in the past half hour, we've seen an additional 55,000 purchases. At this rate, we will quickly recoup our costs and even enjoy substantial profits. Listening to the enthusiastic chatter, Lu Ming's lips twitched. No, let us maintain the game as it is. Do not alter it. He stepped aside, still pondering potential remedies. Offering benefits was certainly out of the question, and as for revising the game, time was not on their side. Most critically at this stage, many players had imbued the game with a special significance. No matter how one explained it, they would interpret it through their own understanding. Adding new elements might even yield adverse effects. Confronted with a group of players keen on dissecting meaning, one truly finds oneself at a loss. Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be best to cease operations entirely. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, observing the incessant decline of his debt, pondering that it truly could not rise any further. He resolved to halt the service, at least for a week. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming returned to his computer, contemplating how to explain the situation to the office staff. Suddenly, a golden pop-up appeared on the screen, a notification from the Steam platform stating, "Congratulations. Runaway Simulator has been awarded the title of the most meaningful game of the month. We will provide you with a featured position on the homepage for 15 days. Upon reading this, despair washed over Lu Ming. A featured position for half a month? He murmured, his complexion turning pale. Is the Steam platform this efficient? Previously, he had to pay for merely 3 days of promotion, and now they were granting him half a month. What significance could this game possibly hold? He felt a surge of frustration, thinking they should conserve their promotional resources for games that truly needed it. If he were to halt operations now, it could jeopardize his relationship with the platform. After all, Steam is currently the largest gaming platform. And if he chose to suspend services after they had offered him a featured position, wouldn't that be a disaster? Wouldn't it be akin to the boss turning the table after serving the dish? What if they decided not to collaborate with him in the future? The platform also benefits from the revenue share. The greater the download numbers, the more they earn from their 30 cut. Furthermore, future games from Jingleap also need to be launched on this platform. If this situation were to affect their subsequent plans, it would be utterly undesirable. Lu Ming sighed in resignation. Very well, let it be. After all, it has come to this. It couldn't possibly get any worse. Chapter 9. An interview with Old Ma. Striking and enlightening outside, the city's neon lights flickered amid the flow of traffic. A week later, the total downloads of Runaway Simulator surpassed 600,000. Lu Ming slumped in his chair, having completely abandoned his struggle. Over the past few days, he had contemplated numerous strategies, yet none had proven effective. Players had already formed their opinions and were unwilling to believe the changes he had implemented. His debt had stagnated at zero for several days now. President Lu? Your complexion appears quite poor. Lin Xiaoxiao timidly approached, clutching a folder. The first batch of revenue shares from the Steam platform has arrived. Please take a look. Lu Ming gazed at the densely packed skyline outside as he accepted the folder and opened to the first page. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully explained, President Lu, this is the breakdown of the revenue shares from the Steam platform. The game is priced at 6 yuan, with the platform taking a 30 cut, leaving us with 70 of the revenue. Therefore, with a total sales figure of 360,000 yuan from 600,000 copies sold, the platform share amounts to 108,000 yuan, resulting in our actual earnings of 252,000 yuan. After deducting server maintenance costs, employee salaries, outsourcing expenses, and other miscellaneous costs, the balance in the company account stands at 2,020,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was somewhat upbeat, casually revealing the figure of over 2 million in profit. The company had turned a profit, and her internship position was finally secure. Lu Ming regarded this number with a tumult of emotions. The familiar 2 million. Over 2 million. And it had only taken such a short time. Originally, he could have effortlessly earned 2 million through system rebates, or even more. Now, based on the conversion rate, he can only receive 20,000. The money is not the issue. It has merely been misallocated. How is this different from adding insult to injury? Mr. Lu, are you feeling unwell? Lin Xiaoxiao observed Lu Ming's fluctuating expression and felt a twinge of anxiety. The company had finally turned a profit, yet Mr. Lu seemed anything but happy. Despite the game's immense popularity, he wore a perpetual frown. Even with the players' overwhelming praise, he remained despondent. The mindset of a successful individual eluded her comprehension. With this in mind, Lin Xiaoxiao produced a procurement request form. Mr. Lu, this contains some of the colleagues' procurement needs. Lu Ming accepted the form Lin Xiaoxiao handed him and casually perused its contents. It was filled with various requests from employees: new office computers, graphics cards, drawing tablets, water dispensers, office chairs, and more. With the company now profitable, everyone finally felt bold enough to make procurement requests. Moreover, the equipment at Whale Leap indeed warranted an upgrade. Much like the sponge seat beneath him, what purpose did it serve anymore? Since the company's profits would not be spent on him, it was better to reinvest in the company. Besides, with the debt now eradicated, treating employees well would have no adverse effects. With this thought, Lu Ming nodded. No problem. All these purchases are approved. Since the company is profitable, we should let everyone enjoy the fruits of that success. Replace these chairs with ergonomic ones, and in addition to the water dispenser, let us also get a coffee machine. Furthermore, since everyone has been working hard lately, let us gather for dinner and distribute some bonuses. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed back to the office. Soon, the entire office was filled with joyous laughter, each face radiating anticipation and satisfaction. Listening to the merriment in the office, Lu Ming gradually found his mood settling. As for Runaway Simulator, he had no intention of revisiting that venture. The game still lingered on the recommendation page. What if it became popular again? This was the perfect opportunity for him to thoroughly research the next game. Lu Ming gazed at his computer, the familiar wallpaper featuring the smiling visage of Lao Ma. In that moment, he felt a surge of inspiration. If Lao Ma could achieve such feats, why did it seem so challenging for him? Lu Ming began to watch old interviews with Lao Ma, reflecting on the players' complaints about monetization. Their discontent indicated emotional investment. In the video, Lao Ma winked at the camera, stating that spending money was akin to falling in love. Even criticism stemmed from affection. We provide emotional value. Even if players complain, they will continue to engage. The clarity of Lao Ma's insights struck Lu Ming profoundly. as he suddenly recognized the primary reason for his previous failures. The cost of entry for Runaway Simulator was far too low, a mere $6. In his effort to attract a large audience, he had set the threshold too low. The outcome led to a mere $6 game that still possesses playability. What is there to criticize? Even if players express their discontent vociferously, it remains limited in scope. Had the initial price been set at $600, and players encountered such a game, they would undoubtedly have been vociferous in their condemnation. The notion of reflecting reality, spending my money, and mirroring your circumstances would surely evoke complaints from the players. Upon this contemplation, Lu Ming gazed at the computer screen with a newfound warmth. Indeed, he is an idol, able to unearth the core issues with a casual interview. Another significant factor is that Runaway Simulator was predominantly driven by his own thoughts, lacking a thorough consideration of what players truly wish to experience. This resulted in players guessing aimlessly, ultimately veering off course. Such a misstep is utterly inexcusable. Lu Ming, being a seasoned individual, does not fully grasp the preferences of this world. Recognizing that the issue lies in a lack of understanding of player needs, he resolved to delve deeper. With this thought in mind, an idea sparked within him as he fixated on the photograph of Lao Ma on the computer screen, his gaze imbued with determination. If one does not even comprehend what types of games players despise or what payment models they abhor, how can one create a game that meets their expectations? Upon concluding his reflections, Lu Ming swiftly opened a document application, embarking on the planning of his next course of action. Learning from his previous success, he decided to conduct a comprehensive player survey, utilizing questionnaires and data analysis to gain profound insights into players' genuine thoughts. Without investigation, one holds no authority to speak. This time, he could not rely solely on intuition to develop a game. Lu Ming murmured to himself, "I can no longer work in isolation. It is imperative that players articulate their desires to guide his efforts." Thus, to ensure the accuracy and relevance of the research findings, Lu Ming settled into his office, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. The questionnaire document gradually took shape on the screen. After an extensive period, he inhaled deeply and glanced out the window. Darkness had descended. Following an afternoon of labor, the questionnaire finally began to materialize. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his tired eyes, a hint of satisfaction playing upon his lips. This questionnaire was not a mere trivial endeavor. Lu Ming had conducted targeted inquiries. He divided the questions into two main categories. One concerning the types of games players detest, including payment structures and game mechanics, and the other focusing on their preferred genres. While these inquiries may seem commonplace, Lu Ming was acutely aware of his aspirations. He aimed to create content aligned with player preferences while amplifying the elements they disliked, subsequently launching an effective promotional campaign to attract a wave of player criticism, thus accumulating substantial negative value. He envisioned a direct ascent to the pinnacle of success. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lu Ming's lips. "Apologies to everyone. This time, I must take a different approach." To enhance the appeal of the questionnaire, he even added a small incentive. Players participating in the survey would have the chance to gain access to the testing of Whale Leap Game Company's upcoming title. He was determined to convey to players that every vote they cast would hold significance. Chapter 10. The unremarkable settlement upon the completion of the questionnaire design. Lu Ming promptly forwarded the document to Zhou Bowen. "Bowen, please publish this on our Runaway Simulator update announcement, inviting players to participate in a survey." The promotional text should read, "We cordially invite players to co-create. Your voice will shape our next game." Zhou Bowen accepted the task, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the company's new direction. "President Lu, are we embarking on a new project?" The questionnaire evidently served as a preliminary scout. With the recent success of Runaway Simulator, the prospect of developing a new title and engaging in player co-creation signaled that President Lu was clearly planning something significant. Considering the current financial status of Whale Leap, Zhou Bowen felt a surge of excitement. A grand upheaval was imminent. Days later, on Monday, the results of the survey began to accumulate on Lu Ming's desk. He had specifically requested Zhou Bowen to set up a real-time data backend. Seated in his office, Lu Ming fixated on the screen as the data streamed in, scrutinizing the figures presented before him. Gradually, he gained a sense of clarity. Statistical analysis revealed that the majority of players harbored a strong aversion towards in-app purchases and the ad-supported free model. In terms of game genres, players exhibited a pronounced interest in role-playing games, followed closely by strategy titles. Additionally, regarding combat mechanics, most favored real-time battles over turn-based ones, reflecting a general preference within the gaming community. As the data continued to flow in, Ming's excitement mounted. He promptly retrieved his notebook and meticulously recorded each detail, knowing that the future financial health of the company hinged on this new game. Once the statistical analysis was complete, Ming took a deep breath, opened the system panel, and commenced the month-end settlement. Coincidentally, it was the first of the month, yet Ming felt no anxiety. After all, Runaway Simulator still graced the recommendation list. The debt value had not fluctuated much during this period, lingering at a mere 2 or 3 digits for days. It seemed he would have to wait until Runaway Simulator completely fell off the recommendation list. To that end, Ming had already ceased the development and maintenance of new levels for Runaway Simulator, biding his time for the game to naturally fade into obscurity. With no surprises in sight, Ming initiated the month-end settlement. Ding. End of this cycle detected. Settling now. Company name: Whale Leap Games. Company funds: 56 million yuan. Host may withdraw 1. Totaling 56 million yuan. Personal assets: 159 yuan. Moral debt value: 121. Moral level: moral flaw. This cycle's moral debt value is 121 points. Cashback target not met. Unable to provide multiplied cashback. Next settlement cycle. 1 month later, gazing at the numbers displayed on the system, Ming remained unperturbed, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. The original game, once thriving, has been brought low by a seemingly innocuous post on Popular Science, resulting in a staggering moral debt of 121 points, barely scratching the surface of the cashback threshold. The over 20,000 personal withdrawals pale in comparison to the system's initial cashback figures, which soared into the millions. One must never pop champagne prematurely in life. Had I known, I would have developed a different type of game, Ming lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Who could have foreseen that a game lacking in ethical boundaries would evoke such empathy among players? The chorus of complaints has diminished, shifting from scathing criticism of the developers to a more sympathetic tone, thus stunting the growth of the moral debt. There is no time to dwell on past successes. Identifying the next point of criticism is of the utmost importance. With only 2 days remaining before Runaway Simulator exits the recommendation list, the online chatter has quieted significantly, and download numbers have begun to decline. It is time to prioritize the planning of a new project. Taking a deep breath, Ming pushed open the conference room door. A few minutes later, Zhou Bowen, Su Xianwan, Wang Defa, and others were already seated, cups of freshly brewed goji berry tea placed before them, the air rich with a subtle fragrance. Everyone, today we shall discuss the planning of our new game, Ming announced, approaching the whiteboard with a marker in hand, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. Zhou Bowen's face lit up with excitement as he quickly opened his notebook, ready to take notes. He had anticipated this moment. Ever since the last survey was distributed, he had sensed that Ming was on the brink of unveiling new plans. With over $1 million in funding now available, the scale of the forthcoming game would undoubtedly be grander. Although Runaway Simulator has provided us with our first pot of gold, it has also revealed numerous issues. Moreover, as a small game, it does not showcase the capabilities of our company. Thus, for this new project, we must learn from our past mistakes and consider player needs and market trends from the outset. Nods of agreement rippled through the room as everyone turned their expectant gazes towards Ming. He waved the marker in the air, cleared his throat, and continued. According to the survey results, players exhibit the highest preference for role-playing games, comprising 65% of respondents. Therefore, we shall focus our new game on an online RPG. As soon as he spoke this, a wave of low murmurs of approval filled the conference room. Zhou Bowen was the first to nod vigorously, scribbling online RPG in his notebook with fervor. His face beamed with excitement. This direction is promising. RPGs are currently mainstream, with a substantial player base. Incorporating online elements can add a social dimension, ensuring its potential for success. He had long harbored ambitions for the company to undertake a larger-scale project, and Ming's vision finally aligned with his aspirations. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously beside him. Although she initially possessed limited knowledge of games, she had diligently immersed herself in gaming information ever since the company's management situation improved. She looked up at Ming, her voice brimming with anticipation. Mr. Liu, are we aiming for an open-world design? Didn't the survey indicate that players favor open worlds? Indeed, Ming replied, currently. Themes set in interstellar backgrounds or traditional narratives akin to Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods are quite popular. Listening to the discussions among his employees, a subtle smile crept across Lu Ming's lips, concealing his amusement within. He was acutely aware of players' preferences for open-world experiences. However, his objective was to generate revenue, not simply to garner positive feedback from players. Choosing role-playing games as the primary development direction was merely a strategy to captivate player interest. For the moment, he needed to stabilize the team, so he nodded and spoke in a calm tone. The direction of role-playing has been established, but I still have some ideas regarding the specifics. He then turned to the whiteboard, inscribing the words turn-based combat in bold letters, followed by the title Cultivation World. Once Lu Ming completed his writing, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. Zhou Bowen's pen hovered in midair, and without acknowledging the reactions of his colleagues, Lu Ming continued. As for the combat mechanics, I have decided to implement a turn-based system, simple and efficient. Regarding the story backdrop, we will create a cultivation narrative where players assume the role of a mortal, embarking on a journey to level up and battle monsters. Chapter 11. Following the boss is the way to go. Lu Ming turned around, surveying the room with a composed smile, seemingly oblivious to the strange stillness. He set down the marker, clapped his hands, and elaborated. Turn-based mechanics are straightforward. We can develop them swiftly. The cultivation backdrop is also manageable, allowing players to start from scratch as mortals, with the main storyline revolving around leveling up, alchemy, and monster slaying. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in a flurry of reactions. Su Xianwan was the first to break the silence. Although a designer, she had conducted extensive research on games. Mr. Lu, turn-based cultivation? However, our survey clearly stated that players prefer real-time combat. Turn-based mechanics garnered less than 20 in preference. Aren't we directly opposing player desires? Su Xianwan clearly found the company's forthcoming development approach absurd, and even the cultivation theme was beginning to frustrate her. How can Mr. Lu diverge from market trends? Before she could finish, Zhou Bowen interjected, cultivation is indeed popular, but that was a decade ago. The narrative of a mortal ascending step by step has become quite cliched. It may struggle to attract younger audiences. Next to him, Zhou Bowen furrowed his brow, his tone laden with skepticism. Mr. Lu, I also find this somewhat peculiar. While an online RPG is certainly a viable route, turn-based gameplay seems outdated, aside from the older generation of players who still enjoys it. Look at the current trends. Real-time combat is exhilarating and highly interactive. Why must we take the opposite approach? Upon hearing Lu Ming's plans, Zhou Bowen felt his initial excitement dampened. Just moments ago, he believed he and Mr. Lu were aligned in thought, but now he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving his mind filled with questions. Unable to keep up, truly unable to keep pace. General Lu is not much older than him. So why is it so difficult to align their thoughts? Lao Wang leisurely set down his teacup, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with a hint of conflict in his tone. General Lu, let me speak candidly. I understand you may be contemplating the costs of our game development. Turn-based development is indeed less costly, but the market has long shifted towards real-time combat. As for the cultivation background, there are countless fantasy mobile games out there. It will be challenging for us to make a mark with this. The employees' doubts surged like a tide. Standing before the whiteboard, Lu Ming crossed his arms, a calm smile still gracing his face. The louder the voices of dissent grew, the more it validated his perspective. His approach certainly contravened market norms. Yet, that was precisely his intent. I know you find this perplexing, but this is my strategy. Turn-based mechanics conserve resources, and the cultivation theme has a solid foundation among the audience. Let us first establish the framework and refine the details gradually. As for whether players will enjoy it, one T we know once it's completed? One T we know once it's completed? That phrase felt familiar. Perhaps it was General Lu's catchphrase. Below, several employees exchanged glances. Amidst the fervor, Zhou Bowen's gaze shifted. He furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Lu Ming's confident visage. Memories of his previous experience developing runaway simulator rushing back to him. Who could have predicted that a low-budget game centered on escape would soar to over 600,000 downloads? Fueled by players' curiosity and word of mouth. Even he found it astonishing. General Lu had faced pressure then, yet he boldly launched the game, resulting in considerable profits. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhou Bowen, a familiar scene. He fell into contemplation, rewinding in his mind. Wasn't he the success of Runaway Simulator attributed to its outrageous premise and eye-catching appeal? Players played while grumbling, only to end up spending money in the end. General Liu's current strategy of combining turn-based mechanics with a cultivation theme seemed counterintuitive to player preferences. Yet what if General Liu discerned a fifth dimension that they could not perceive? With this thought, Zhou Bowen's heart raced. He stole a glance at Ming. His eyes sparkling, a smile tugging at his lips. So familiar, so confident. It was precisely this demeanor. Observing Ming's assured expression, Zhou Bowen felt a twinge of unease. General Liu had never adhered to conventional strategies. Last time it was escape, this time it was cultivation. Could he be harboring another grand plan? Players despise turn-based mechanics. He insists on pursuing it. Players reject the cultivation trope. He chooses the path of the mortal rebel. General Liu was certainly astute. He must have his own considerations. The boss was undoubtedly orchestrating a grand strategy. Yet, his own understanding felt shallow, his vision limited, rendering him momentarily unable to grasp it. The more he pondered, the more plausible it became, involuntarily twitching his lips. Bowen, why are you silent? Su Xianwan noticed Zhou Bowen lost in thought and could not help but nudge him. Weren't you the most opposed to turn-based mechanics? Why the sudden silence? Zhou Bowen regained his composure, chuckling awkwardly and scratching his head as he remarked, I suddenly feel that President Liu's perspective may hold some merit. He paused for a moment, his tone gaining confidence. Think about it. Isn't Escape Simulator absurd as well? Yet it became a sensation, didn't it? President Liu must possess profound insights that we fail to grasp. Perhaps it is a matter of our own limitations. Alas, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, and we must learn diligently from President Liu. Upon hearing this, Su Xianwan was momentarily taken aback. Bowen, what do you mean? Are you serious? Are you suggesting that even in the 21st century, there are still players who enjoy turn-based cultivation games? Zhou Bowen swallowed hard, uncertain himself. Yet he steeled his resolve and responded, who knows? The gaming market defies conventional logic. If I could truly comprehend it, I wouldn't merely be a developer. Let us follow President Liu's lead. After all, the company is financially sound, and he surely has an interest in its profitability. Listening to Zhou Bowen's words, Ming nearly burst into laughter. He was indeed interested in money, but not in the profits from games. However, seeing Zhou Bowen's support, he silently commended him. This young man has potential. Since Zhou Bowen had expressed his agreement, Ming chose not to challenge him or elaborate further, simply stating, let us estimate the development timeline for our game later. As for the game's background, I will take care of that. Su Xianwan still felt somewhat perplexed. But witnessing Zhou Bowen capitulate, she refrained from voicing further concerns. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Bowen's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he trusted Ming, believing that the boss certainly had a plan. On the other hand, he was apprehensive about the project, genuinely unable to comprehend it. If it were to fail, would their company once again face the brink of bankruptcy? Why did working at Jingwei feel like such a roller coaster ride? Zhou Bowen sighed, self-deprecatingly thinking, well, if President Liu truly stands on the 5th level, then I shall applaud him from the 1st level. Following the boss is certainly more prudent than wandering aimlessly in my own thoughts. Chapter 12. Just a bit of turmoil. The atmosphere in the conference room eased somewhat. The aroma of goji berry tea fading. Zhou Wenbo and the others lowered their heads, flipping through their notebooks, still pondering the deeper meaning behind their boss's 5th level. Leaning against the whiteboard, Ming surveyed the group and casually inquired, all right, the general direction has been established. Now what do you think? How long will it take us to develop this online RPG cultivation game? What would be a suitable development cycle? Zhou Bowen was the first to respond, furrowing his brow as he calculated. President Liu, an online RPG is no trivial undertaking. While turn-based combat may seem straightforward, integrating online functionality, server synchronization, and the design of a cultivation-themed system adds complexity. This time, the online RPG is not a simple game like Escape Simulator. The technical demands are significant. I can manage only a basic framework by myself. The cultivation theme may sound simple, but the skill systems, level design, and various interactions all require considerable effort. Zhou Bowen hesitated briefly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. If I were to undertake the development alone, I would boldly estimate it would take at least 6 months, possibly requiring numerous overtime hours. To expedite the process, 3 to 4 months could suffice. But that would necessitate daily overtime, and I fear I might not endure the strain. Su Xianwan concurred, stating that the design must be aligned with the game's background. The themes of cultivation, characters, scenes, and special effects involve a significantly greater workload than our previous endeavors, making it improbable for me to meet the 3-month timeline. After considering the opinions of the primary workforce under Whale Leap, Ming pondered for a moment. It was unrealistic to juggle multiple roles, and high intensity over time would violate labor laws. Given Whale Leap's current financial reserves, funding the development for 3 months was feasible. However, the lack of manpower would undoubtedly hinder progress. Additionally, server fees and testing costs had to be factored in, and as time prolonged, expenses would escalate, making accurate estimations increasingly difficult. Moreover, 3 months was an excessively long time frame, sufficient for 3 settlement cycles. There was no time to waste. To accelerate the process, additional personnel were essential. With narrowed eyes, Ming began to formulate a plan. Relying solely on the existing team for swift execution was unfeasible. Whale Leap needed to recruit more staff. The thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Ming's eyes. Indeed, hiring presented an opportunity. However, one must not recruit indiscriminately. It would be ideal to find employees who could contribute to the moral debt value. Even the smallest contribution counts. If employees occasionally voiced their grievances against the boss or expressed opinions about the company, these small amounts could accumulate over time, gradually increasing the moral debt value. A quantitative change could lead to a qualitative one. If in March, a few employees voiced more opinions about the company, perhaps the moral debt value could reach 1,000. No opportunity to capture contributing moral debt should be underestimated. A smile crept across Ming's lips as he contemplated the type of employees who would voice the most opinions. Certainly, recent graduates would not be among them. They have minimal requirements and lack the depth of experience in the workplace. Occasionally, they might call for some restructuring, but such individuals rarely remain long-term. Even if they express strong opinions, they would likely leave after a few complaints, failing to provide sustained contributions. Therefore, if recruitment was necessary, it would be prudent to directly poach talent from major gaming companies. Professionals from these large firms possess strong expertise, but may have inflated expectations. Having undergone extensive training, they are well-versed in various terminologies and concepts. Should they join a smaller company, they might look down upon it, becoming choosy and critical. At that point, not only would they criticize the company, but they would also likely target the boss. However, as long as Ming offered competitive salaries, he could secure their loyalty. Even if they felt disgruntled, the allure of remuneration would compel them to remain, as the outcome would be the same whether they grumbled in private or not. With this realization, Ming clapped his hands, excitement infusing his voice. So we lack manpower, do we? Then let us recruit. I propose we avoid indiscriminately hiring newcomers and instead target talent from major firms. Xiao, please ensure that you keep meticulous records and manage the procurement process. This time, we are seeking to recruit frontline programmers, artists, copywriters, and modelers. Discuss the specific requirements with Winbaugh and the others. As soon as these words were uttered, the conference room erupted once more. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting that we recruit from large firms? Mr. Liu, are you referring to poaching talent from Qingyu or Tingxiu? Can our small company manage that? Furthermore, Mr. Liu, the salary expectations at large companies are quite high, and their standards are elevated. Can our modest establishment retain such talent? Lin Xiao lowered her head, diligently jotting down Ming's requirements. Yet her mind was inundated with questions. Aren't the salaries at large firms often in the tens of thousands per month? While our company S account may appear robust, if we hire a few of these exceptional individuals, our funds might be depleted in mere months. Su Xianwan murmured softly, recruiting from large firms? Isn't that akin to inviting an ancestor to worship? However, upon reconsideration, she thought that if a skilled artist from a large firm were to assist, she could learn a few techniques herself. This would essentially mean the company was providing a mentor, and anyone working at a large firm must possess some level of expertise. Listening to the skepticism, Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Whether we can attract them will be revealed in due course. You need not worry about recruitment. I will take charge. Xiao, ensure that all equipment is procured in advance so that when our new colleagues arrive, their computers are ready for use. After the meeting adjourned, Ming returned to his office and collapsed into his ergonomic chair. The new chair was indeed significantly more comfortable. With a sigh, he powered on his computer, contemplating the necessity of offering higher salaries to attract talent from large firms. After all, who would be tempted otherwise? Programmers, particularly those of the caliber found at Tungtsu, must command a starting monthly salary of at least 50,000, right? That's 100,000 for two. Artists capable of overseeing projects might reasonably expect 4 to 5,000. And adding a modeler would bring in approximately another 40,000. Copywriting and planning might collectively account for around 20,000 to 30,000. In total, that amounts to 5 individuals costing us. Ming pulled up the calculator, quickly crunching the numbers, and the screen promptly displayed the figure 2, 20, and 000. 200,000 for 1 month means 600,000 over 3 months, he mused, furrowing his brow. These employees are from large firms. There's little incentive for them to switch jobs. Moreover, they have year-end bonuses and project dividends. What compelling reasons could we provide to persuade them to come? Concluding that 200,000 might not suffice, he decided to slightly adjust the budget upwards. As long as the compensation is attractive, who wouldn't be tempted? He reflected that the desire for criticism and the pursuit of profit are not mutually exclusive. With that thought, a smirk appeared on Ming's face as he envisioned the new employees arriving and expressing their grievances. Upon seeing this modest office with its outdated computers, they would undoubtedly find faults, and most critically, they might feel their talents were underappreciated. Individuals who feel their potential is stifled are often filled with discontent. As the game underperforms and players express their dissatisfaction, wouldn't our moral debt escalate dramatically? The more he contemplated, the more favorable the outcome appeared. As long as the desired results were achieved, a little criticism was a trivial matter, just a touch of the elements. Chapter 13. To learn. One must learn from the best. Ming concluded the budget calculations and cast a glance around the office. The company currently employed only 5 individuals, occupying an area of over 100 square meters. Furthermore, the equipment had recently undergone considerable upgrades, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. However, when compared to those larger enterprises, it was undeniably inferior. Given these conditions, it was certain that the personnel from the major companies would be taken aback. A smile graced Ming's face as he began to envision the reactions of new employees upon joining. As for where to recruit talent, Ming squinted at the wallpaper on his computer screen. Those closest to the idols would undoubtedly have acquired more knowledge and experience. With a decisive clap on the desk, he paced the room for a couple of laps, having identified his target, Tungshan Gaming Company. Yes, to learn, one must learn from the best. To glean valuable insights and perhaps entice a few exceptional talents. 2 birds with 1 stone. With this thought in mind, Ming opened his computer and navigated to Tungshan's official website, locating the cooperation contact email. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he composed a swift email, titled, Request for Visit and Learning Opportunity at Whale Leap Gaming Company. Content: Dear Sir Madam, I am Ming, the head of Whale Leap Gaming Company. Your remarkable achievements in the realm of game development in recent years, particularly the case of Shanghai Jing, have left us, as a smaller company, in awe. With the intention of fostering exchange and learning, I hope to lead a team to visit your esteemed company to gain insights into your advanced practices and to discuss potential collaboration. Our company will cover all expenses related to accommodation and meals. I look forward to your reply. After finalizing the email, Ming reviewed it once more, ensuring it struck a balance between humility and earnestness. Satisfied, he clicked send. Leaning back in his chair, he imagined the reactions of the Tungshan team upon receiving his email, a grin involuntarily spreading across his face. The visit was merely a pretext. The true goal was to recruit talent, a far swifter endeavor than employing a headhunter. Meanwhile, in Pengcheng, at the headquarters of Tungshan Studio, the glass building glimmered in the sunlight. On the 18th floor, within the administrative department, the administrative assistant, Gong Ruling, opened her work email as usual. Upon seeing Ming's email, she was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken, she hurried to her supervisor's office, clutching the printed email. Supervisor Zhang, take a look at this, she said, handing over the email, her tone filled with confusion. I've never heard of Whale Leap Gaming Company. They're requesting to visit us for learning purposes and wish to discuss collaboration. What is going on? Supervisor Zhang took the email, glanced at it briefly, and furrowed his brow. I have no recollection of Whale Leap. Must be a small company. He opened his computer and casually searched for information, stumbling upon news about Runaway Simulator, chuckling derisively. Oh, it's this one, a minor hit with 600. downloads, and only 2 million in revenue. They are far from our league. They come to learn from our experiences and joke around. But our methods are not something we can casually teach. Nevertheless, it can be considered a small gem. I wonder why mutual learning among enterprises has become so popular lately. Who would truly impart valuable knowledge? Gong Ruling, standing nearby, murmured, "So how should we respond to this email? Should we simply decline?" Manager Zhang squinted at the words in the email that indicated responsibility and pondered for a moment. "Let us not rush. A small company like Jingwei that dares to approach us must have some intentions. They claim they want to visit for learning purposes, but I suspect they aim to glean insights from us. However, since they stated they would bear the cost themselves, we have nothing to lose." Moreover, President Ma previously mentioned the importance of keeping an eye on potential rising stars within the industry. This opportunity is presented to us, so let us observe. Besides, they are following the standard invitation protocol. A direct refusal might make us seem less magnanimous. With that thought, Manager Zhang waved his hand decisively, reply to the email, welcoming them for a visit. Let us schedule it for next Wednesday, and have them prepare accordingly. After Gong Ruling left, Manager Zhang headed to the break room and poured himself a cup of freshly brewed American coffee. He walked straight to the independent office of HR Manager Li Yun, placing the coffee cup on the corner of the desk. His tone carried a hint of urgency. "Sister Yun, what are you busy with? I need to discuss something." The matter regarding the Legend of the Hero Studio needs immediate attention. Li Yun was focused on her computer screen, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. She looked up at Manager Zhang, furrowing her brow. "I'm currently calculating the details for the Legend of the Hero project team." The higher-ups pressed again yesterday, insisting that we finalize the optimization list this month. If we delay the budget any further, our department will take the blame. She paused, gesturing towards the densely packed data table on her screen. "Look at this. Over 30 personnel, monthly expenditures exceeding 900,000, while the revenue barely reaches 3 million. We are on the brink of losing everything." Manager Zhang pulled out a chair and sat down leisurely. Indeed, Legend of the Hero was once thriving. When it launched 5 years ago, it was filled with captivating fantasy elements, and players were utterly engrossed. Monthly revenue soared above 100 million, nearly overwhelming the servers. But now, players are nearly gone, with only a few old accounts left grinding for daily tasks. The revenue can't even cover maintenance costs. The higher-ups have expressed significant concerns and have long suggested optimizing the team, as every bit saved is crucial. Li Yun sighed, clicking the mouse. "Yes, that's the nature of the gaming industry. Few games can sustain popularity for over a decade. Just like Legend of the Hero, since last year, the player base has dwindled significantly. And now the monthly active users are below 100,000. The studio is still desperately claiming they can create new content to turn things around, but thankfully, the higher-ups have decisively cut that idea short. Otherwise, who knows how much longer we would endure losses." Exactly. The higher-ups have stated that we need to submit the optimization list this month, and it's quite urgent. Li Yun continued, pulling up an optimization list. "No worries. We've already spoken to them before, so this matter is likely no longer a secret. In fact, I have tentatively estimated that their project may need to lay off half of the staff. A few will be dismissed in April, while the remaining employees will be monitored to see if anyone chooses to resign or accept a pay cut and reassignment. In May, we will further streamline the workforce. Those few who can transition to the Shanghai Jing project will do so, and those who cannot will also depart." On the 23rd floor, within the Qi Xiaozhuan studio, the atmosphere is one of profound desolation. Once, this place was vibrant and bustling. Now it feels as desolate as an abandoned warehouse. Numerous workstations are crammed into a stairwell spanning 100 square meters, with most computer screens dark, save for a few that hum with a low, persistent buzz. The air is permeated with a blend of instant noodles and coffee. Developer Zhao Qiliang leans back in his chair, mouse in hand, staring blankly at the backend data of Qi Xiaozhuan on the screen. The data is so dismal that he is reluctant to glance at it again. Zhao Qiliang sighs, lamenting the torturous wait for judgment. Such days are unbearable. When will the optimization list be finalized? Next door, fellow developer Li Feng remains engrossed, fingers dancing across the keyboard, his tone laden with despair. Who knows? Management won't even allow new content to be developed. Every day is just fixing bugs. The players have all left. Who would still be willing to spend money? I suspect this month will be it. Everyone should prepare for what's coming. On the opposite end, art lead Gu Xianxiu sits at his desk, a pile of unfinished sketches spread before him. the stylus in his hand long since still. It's so difficult, he reflects. I missed the opportunity when the game was thriving, and now that the project is failing, I've only just joined. Alas, the harsh reality of the industry. Those who cannot create value are either reassigned or laid off. I'm even considering returning to my hometown. The pressure in Peng City is overwhelming. With Gu Xiangxiu's words, a heavy gloom settles over the office. Employees either scroll through their phones or stare blankly at their screens, occasionally murmuring complaints. But none dare speak loudly. They are all acutely aware that the studio's former glory has long since faded, and now Qi Xiaozhuan resembles a dying patient, devoid of any hope for revival. Chapter 14. Do you have any works that are particularly controversial? On a gray morning in Peng City, the sky is overcast, and thin clouds obscure the sunlight. At the exit of the high-speed train station, Ming, carrying a simple suitcase, emerges alongside Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen. The three, travel-worn yet filled with anticipation, exclaim, "We're visiting Tengxiu. How prestigious! This is one of the top game companies in the country. Spending a day there will provide ample bragging rights upon our return. We can even include it on our resumes. Once we arrive, make sure to observe closely. If they offer any souvenirs, be sure to accept." Seeing the nervousness in their expressions, Ming reassures them with a tone of bravado. He then turns his gaze towards Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, didn't you mention that a classmate of yours is interning at Tengxiu? Follow my lead and see if you can uncover any insider information." Lin Xiaoxiao, trailing behind and clutching her phone for navigation, replies softly, "Don't worry. I've already spoken to her in advance. Furthermore, esteemed boss, the headquarters of Tengxiu is merely a 30-minute drive away. I have summoned a vehicle and shall arrive shortly." Zhou Bowen, burdened with a bag brimming with belongings, muttered, "General Manager Liu, will we truly acquire knowledge? The individuals at Tengxiu seem to conceal their strategies quite deeply. Will they genuinely impart wisdom to us?" Ming waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Whether we learn anything is inconsequential. Simply observe their methods. After all, it's an exchange. Moreover, there are still individuals within Tengxiu." Ming cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, then promptly entered the ride that had just arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow suit. Half an hour later, the trio stood before the grand edifice of Tengxiu's headquarters. This glass-clad structure soared to 40 stories, adorned with an enormous Tengxiu Games emblem, exuding an air of grandeur. Ming looked up at the building, his eyes gleaming. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy. Such is the distinction of a large corporation. I have heard they possess several headquarters. When will our Jingyue be able to establish its own building? Lin Xiaoxiao, engrossed in her phone, quietly reminded him, "General Manager Liu, the email mentions that our host is Officer Gong from the administrative department. We simply need to register at the front desk." Zhou Bowen, standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, observed the employees passing by the entrance and mused inwardly. In this place, one could surmise that anyone plucked from the crowd is likely a graduate of a prestigious university. Can General Manager Liu truly recruit talent from here? Snapping back to reality, the trio walked directly into the lobby. The receptionist looked up at them, politely inquiring, "How may I assist you?" Ming stepped forward with a smile. "We are from Jingyue Game Company, here to visit and learn from Officer Gong." He presented the necessary documentation, and the receptionist verified it, nodding. "Please hold on while I contact Officer Gong." 10 minutes later, Gong Ruling emerged from the elevator, wearing a professional smile. Upon seeing Ming and the others, she approached them promptly, exclaiming, "You must be General Manager Liu. Welcome. I am Gong Ruling from the administrative department of Tengxiu. We have corresponded via email. Thank you for making the journey." Her tone was upbeat, exuding a sense of poise. It was evident that Supervisor Zhang was unable to attend to them. Thus the responsibility fell upon Gong Ruling. Ming found nothing amiss. After all, in a large corporation, different individuals attend to various matters, and he was indifferent to such nuances. Turning to Gong Ruling, he smiled brightly. "You are too kind. We at Jingyue are but a small company, drawn here to glean insights from Tengxiu's success." "Very well, let us converse as we walk," Gong Ruling replied, nodding as she led the trio further into the building. "I shall first show you Tengxiu's office environment, followed by an introduction to several projects." She opened a glass door and guided Ming and his companions into the elevator, ascending directly to the 12th floor's project exhibition area. Along the way, she casually remarked, "Tengxiu currently has dozens of projects under development, primarily focusing on RPG and competitive genres, generating monthly revenues in the billions. I've heard that your runaway simulator possesses quite a unique concept and has garnered positive feedback from players. Listening to this statement, Lu Ming felt a hint of disinterest. What was there to boast about with billions in revenue? What I seek is the experience of criticism, not your money-making strategies. Moreover, your promotional expenses amount to several hundred million. How could the response be anything but positive? Though he thought this internally, Lu Ming maintained a courteous demeanor, remarking, "We are merely dabbling. How could we possibly compare to the grand endeavors of Tengxiu?" Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao diligently took notes, her face radiating admiration, while Zhou Bowen leaned against the LED screen in the elevator, murmuring, "This building even has dedicated personnel for operating the elevator. Just imagine how many people are involved here." Upon reaching the 12th floor, Gong Ruling opened the door to an exhibition hall, revealing several large screens and various counters. The walls were adorned with an array of game posters and materials, and a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Pointing to one of the screens with a hint of pride, Gong Ruling said, "Look, this was our blockbuster from last year, Shanhai Jing, which focuses on nurturing mythical beasts and social gameplay. It is currently our main development project." Lu Ming gazed at the screen, nodding in agreement on the surface. Yet internally he harbored skepticism. The development costs for this game were exorbitantly high. Such a small workshop could hardly manage it. Pass. It held little reference value. Subsequently, Gong Ruling showcased other projects, including Xianling Suiyao Ta, which emphasized tower climbing and in-game purchases. Anwei Lubu Luo, a 5v5 online competitive game with annual tournaments. There was also the FPS game Changhua, which aimed to authentically replicate the experience of real gunfights. After surveying the array, it became evident that these were all wildly successful titles with astonishing revenue. Lin Xiaoxiao had filled several pages of notes, though it remained unclear what the young lady responsible for human resources had recorded. Lu Ming signaled to her multiple times, yet she still hadn't seized the opportunity to discreetly contact her classmates in the restroom. Zhou Bowen, on the other hand, nodded in agreement continuously and occasionally engaged in interaction, appearing exceedingly eager to learn. Only Lu Ming remained silent, his interest waning with each passing moment, despite the project's successes. They were utterly disconnected from the realities at Jinghua. The constant talk of substantial acquisitions, investments in the hundreds of millions, and development teams of hundreds. How could one learn from that? Furthermore, smaller game types were not polished by Tengxiu and were scarcely presented here. It seemed that the best-kept secrets were hidden away. The projects he had seen thus far bore no resemblance to the kind of games he wished to develop that would dramatically increase debt values. After an hour or two, Lu Ming could no longer contain himself and turned to Gong Ruling, saying, "Miss Gong, your projects are quite impressive. However, I have a question. Do you possess any works that have sparked considerable controversy? You know, those that players criticize harshly yet still stubbornly play?" Upon hearing this, Gong Ruling paused for a moment, her professional smile faltering for an instant. "Criticized harshly yet still played? Does our company have such a case? Are you sure you're asking about something controversial?" Gong Ruling let out a dry laugh, still caught off guard. Upon reflection, it seemed that the training manual provided by the company had not mentioned this point at all. It was a highly controversial game. However, our company, Tengxiu, focused on quality, and the players' feedback had been quite positive, hadn't it? Are you inquiring about how to handle negative situations? In truth, it is quite normal for games to receive unfavorable reviews. For instance, our current development, Shanhai Jing, faced criticism for its heavy monetization upon its launch, but those voices have since diminished. Why do you ask? Listening to Gong Ruling's response, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile, secretly pondering to himself that those voices had indeed diminished. Those who could not afford to play had already quit, while those still playing were genuinely considering spending money. Lu Ming continued, "I was merely asking casually. After all, we are a small company and lack experience in handling player complaints and negative reviews. I have been quite concerned about mismanagement. Could you enlighten me?" Chapter 15. Who would not return to their homeland on Gong Ruling's side. She remained somewhat guarded regarding Lu Ming's request, subtly avoiding revealing any substantial insights. It wasn't until midday, while dining in the cafeteria, that Lin Xiaoxiao finally seized an opportunity to meet a fellow intern and, following Lu Ming's instructions, managed to inquire about some insider information she wished to know. In the afternoon, when Gong Ruling planned to take the group on another stroll, Lu Ming decisively interjected. Miss Gong, I have heard that you previously had a particularly popular and lucrative project called Qi Xiaozhuan. Why not introduce it to us? Upon hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Gong Ruling squinted her eyes, briefly assessing him. After all, Qi Xiaozhuan had been immensely popular. It was no surprise these individuals had heard of it. Moreover, the game was now on the verge of collapse, making it no longer a confidential project. With this in mind, Gong Ruling casually remarked, Qi Xiaozhuan is an old project. You can find information about it online. The game is no longer popular, and the criticisms are evident, leaving little more to discuss. Yet Lu Ming remained unmoved, standing his ground as he recalled the information he had discovered about the game during lunch. It belonged to the same fantasy genre and had an illustrious history. This was undoubtedly the ideal subject for study. Clearing her throat, Gong Ruling attempted to steer the conversation back on track, realizing that the project was nearing its end. It would not be appropriate for her to take the group there. General Manager, Qi Xiaozhuan is merely ancient history, hardly worth mentioning. Let us focus on new projects that players adore, which yield even better data. Lu Ming nodded in apparent agreement. Yet his mind was elsewhere. He followed Gong Ruling while already formulating his plans. Qi Xiaozhuan was a treasure. If Teng Xiu would not provide the knowledge, he would unearth it himself, for failures are the true paths to success. Lu Ming exchanged glances with Zhou Bowen, whispering, Bowen, be sure to ask more questions later and see if we can extract some insider information about Qi Xiaozhuan. Zhou Bowen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Gong Ruling led Lu Ming and the other three as they navigated through the exhibition hall and office areas of Teng Xiu headquarters. Bowen, Xiao Xiao, don't just listen, engage your minds. Lu Ming whispered to Zhou Bowen and Lin Xiao Xiao while Gong Ruling turned away. Zhou Bowen nodded, gripping his pen, and quietly remarked, Director Lu, I tried to ask a few questions, but Miss Gong was hesitant, probably fearing we might extract inside information. However, I have done some research online, and it appears that this project may be on the verge of collapse, and the studio might disband. He paused and added, what if we try to contact the person in charge of Qi Xiaozhuan directly? Lin Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly opened her notebook. Exactly. My classmate Wang Feng mentioned that while we might not be able to reach the project leader of Qi Xiaozhuan, she knows there's a development group leader named Zhao Chuliang. Director Lu, shall we reach out to him? After saying this, she pulled out her phone and began searching intently. Upon hearing that it was the development group leader, Lu Ming's interest peaked. Great, let us go with him. Xiao Xiao, please expedite the search for his contact information. Bowen, keep an eye on Miss Gong. We mustn't let her suspect our intentions. Lu Ming lowered his voice, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he began devising a plan. Zhao Chuliang, the development group leader, will surely have insights into the structure of Qi Xiaozhuan. Moreover, given the project's precarious situation, enticing someone to join us should be considerably easier. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her fingers deftly gliding over her phone. Soon, she found a personal photo of Zhao Chuliang. Boss, although he is the development group leader, it seems he has only been promoted in the past couple of years. The previous leader of Qi Xiaozhuan has long since moved on. No problem. If he were truly the game's founder, we likely wouldn't be able to persuade him anyway. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded again, and through an internal forum shared by old classmates, she finally located Zhao Chuliang's social media account. She then handed her phone to Lu Ming. Boss, here is his social media account. He seems quite active. How should we reach out to him? Her tone was laced with excitement, clearly proud of her contribution. Lu Ming took the phone, glanced at Zhao Chuliang's avatar, a cartoon image. Unremarkable, and then opened the profile. Sure enough, there was a line stating, graduated from the computer science department of Huaka University. Lu Ming's eyes brightened as a plan formed in his mind. Well done, Xiao Xiao. Now, let me teach you how to approach him. With that, Lu Ming took out his own phone, opened the social media app, and swiftly altered his personal profile to reflect that he also graduated from the computer science department of Huaka University, casually selecting a graduation year a few years later than Zhao Chuliang's. A slight smile crept across Lu Ming's face as he thought, the alumni tactic never fails. It will help us establish a connection, and soon enough, we'll have his phone number. Once he completed the profile updates, he promptly clicked on the direct message feature and composed a carefully crafted message. Hello, senior. I am currently a sophomore at the computer science department of Huaka University. Our school is hosting an online interview event, and we would like to interview some distinguished alumni. Thus, senior, I wish to interview you regarding your experiences post-graduation, to serve as a beacon for our juniors. Would that be convenient for you? Upon sending this message, Lu Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. The message he had just dispatched was crafted with care, both vividly authentic and imbued with a touch of youthful innocence, perfectly embodying the essence of a second-year student. What adult could possibly resist such an appeal? After all, who does not return to their hometown in times of prosperity? We are here to extend our respect. Indeed, within 3 minutes, a notification chimed on his phone. The reply from Zhao Qiuliang arrived. From Huazhong University of Science and Technology? You're in your second year, and you wish to interview me? Haha, I hardly consider myself an exemplary student. Zhao Qiuliang did not decline. Clearly intrigued by the prospect of the interview, Lu Ming, upon reading this, felt a surge of joy and quickly responded, Senior, you are too modest. I have heard that you work at Tengxiu, which must be impressive. Would you be willing to impart some insights to us juniors? It won't take up too much of your time. Insights may be overstating it. My entry into Tengxiu was largely due to luck, and that was several years ago. What projects have you participated in, Senior? Their exchange flowed effortlessly, revealing a burgeoning familiarity. Lu Ming deftly acquired several valuable pieces of information, and Zhao Qiuliang shared details about his role and his involvement in the development of the legend of Qixia. After all, conversing with his junior did not pose any risk of breaching confidentiality. Besides, this was an interview. One must share something noteworthy. After a lengthy discussion, Zhao Qiuliang began to recount his current circumstances. Junior, let me tell you, even large firms have their challenges. Graduating into a big company does not guarantee success. Take our project, The Legend of Qixia. For instance, I rose from an ordinary employee to the development team leader, yet now that the game has faltered, we are also facing layoffs. Lu Ming listened intently to Zhao Qiuliang's heartfelt words, his eyes shining with inspiration. Senior, your journey is incredibly motivating. From a regular programmer to a development team leader. And having worked on a project that once grossed over 100 million, who could contest that? I believe your story will undoubtedly inspire our juniors. Furthermore, Senior, your insights are profoundly insightful. While large companies may seem glamorous, the pressure is immense. Individuals as capable as you ultimately find themselves at the mercy of project outcomes. In my view, it is far better to be a leader of chickens than a follower of phoenixes. Your experience will shine brilliantly wherever it is placed. There was a brief pause from Zhao Qiuliang's end before he sent a voice message. Haha, your analogy of chickens and phoenixes is quite apt, Junior. However, you are not wrong. After spending considerable time in a large firm, I sometimes feel quite stifled. When the legend of Qixia was thriving, I worked overtime writing code, believing I could achieve great things, yet now that it has declined, the higher-ups have nothing to say. Zhao Qiuliang's tone conveyed a sense of resignation, clearly expressing discontent with the current state of Tengxiu. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could hardly contain his delight. Was this not a golden opportunity to recruit talent? Senior, you see, this is the flaw of large companies. With so many people involved, credit may not always be rightfully earned, yet the blame is inescapable. I believe that for someone as talented as you, even a small company can serve as a grand stage, brimming with opportunities and ample room for expression. Not inferior to a larger firm like Tengxiu. Zhao Qiuliang responded with a voice message, laced with a hint of self-deprecation. A small company? I must admit, I have never really considered that. Tengxiu is a major player, abundant in resources and reputable. What can a small company possibly achieve? Lacking resources and technology. Even the compensation cannot compare. Senior, you are absolutely right. If only small companies offered more generous salaries. You are now the development team lead for Qixia Legend. With experience and skills at your disposal. If you were to join a small company, you could effortlessly lead a team and create a game as if it were a mere pastime. Lu Ming's sincere words struck a chord with Zhao Qiuliang, addressing his vulnerabilities directly. Regardless, the seeds of possibility had been sown, and the two continued their conversation. Lu Ming not only obtained Zhao Qiuliang's phone number, but also inquired about the attire he was currently wearing. At the end, Lu Ming even sent him 50 yuan, saying, "By the way, Senior, I have sent you a small red envelope for some milk tea. We must continue the friendship of our alumni." Zhao Qiuliang hesitated for a moment before declining the gift, then replied with a voice message. Haha, Junior, you are too much. As for the milk tea, I'll pass. When you come to Pengcheng, I shall treat you to a meal. Your interview activities seem quite enriching. Do share the outcome with me afterward. Zhao Qiuliang's tone conveyed a sense of gratitude and warmth. As their conversation concluded, Lu Ming set down his phone and flashed a victory sign at Lin Xiaoxiao. We've secured it. He'll finish work at 7, and we can go find him. He'll be wearing a red checkered shirt, so keep an eye out. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed Lu Ming's methodical approach. The boss's tactics left her utterly dumbfounded. She had just been contemplating how she would react if a junior like him were to charm her. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling that this all felt somewhat akin to deceit. The sophistication of this scheme was truly overwhelming. Though no money had been swindled, there lingered a sense of moral ambiguity. Chapter 16. Come to Whale Leap, take charge. Outside the Tungxiu headquarters in Pengcheng, the evening deepened, and the streetlights flickered to life like watchful eyes. The first batch of shuttle buses for departing employees had arrived, and Lu Ming sat on a bench across from the building. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was 6:50 p.m., with 10 minutes remaining until Zhao Qiliang's shift ended. Beside him were Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen, the trio resembling a stakeout team. Their gazes fixated on the entrance of Tungxiu. At precisely 7, the glass doors of the building began to bustle, with employees trickling out, bags in hand, and footsteps hurried. All three stared intently at the entrance. At last, a man emerged, clad in a red checkered shirt and carrying a gray backpack. He appeared to be in his 30s, sporting black-rimmed glasses, and was engrossed in his phone, moving at a leisurely pace. It was him, Lu Ming whispered, springing to his feet. You two stay back for a moment. We wouldn't want to startle him. Upon finishing his words, Lu Ming swiftly approached. Greetings, you must be Mr. Zhao Qiliang. Lu Ming smiled warmly, his tone laced with a hint of probing. I am Lu Ming from Whale Leap Games. I've been waiting for you for quite some time today, hoping to have a conversation with you. Zhao Qiliang halted, momentarily pausing in his scrolling on his phone. He lifted his gaze to regard Lu Ming, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized him. This stranger bore no promotional materials. Whale Leap Games. Lu Ming? Zhao adjusted his black-framed glasses, his mind racing. I don't believe I know you. What do you want from me? His expression soured, clearly wary of this unexpected intruder. Lu Ming stepped closer, his demeanor earnest. Mr. Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I am the owner of Whale Leap Games. We previously developed Runaway Simulator. I wonder if you've heard of it? I specifically traveled from the Magic City to meet you. To put it plainly, I wish to discuss potential collaboration. There's a fine barbecue restaurant nearby. How about we dine while we converse? Zhao Qiliang paused, his brow knitting together, fingers unconsciously tightening around his phone. He had indeed heard of Runaway Simulator, yet the notion of someone coming from the Magic City just to seek him out raised his suspicions. After all, one must always be cautious of scams when venturing into the world. I've heard of Runaway Simulator. You traveled from the Magic City to find me? What could we possibly collaborate on? I don't know you. Zhao's tone was edged with skepticism, his mind conjuring various scenarios of deceit, fraud, or other schemes. Lu Ming, anticipating his doubts, waved his hand dismissively, his tone growing more sincere. Mr. Zhao, I understand this may seem sudden, but I truly am the owner of Whale Leap. To be frank, our company is currently preparing for a new project, a Xinxia genre game. I've heard you are the lead developer for Tungxiu Xiaochuan, renowned for your extensive experience and technical prowess. I thought to come and have a chat with you. I've heard your name in the industry and made this journey with no ulterior motives, just to make a friend and discuss potential collaboration. Lu Ming's words were a blend of truth and embellishment, flattering Zhao while obscuring his true intention to alleviate Zhao Qiliang's apprehension. Hearing this, Zhao's wariness eased somewhat. The stranger did seem to have some knowledge about him, and he had discreetly checked online, confirming the legitimacy of Whale Leap Games, Runaway Simulator, and Lu Ming. What could we collaborate on? Noticing Zhao's attitude soften, Lu Ming seized the opportunity. Mr. Zhao, I am not deceiving you. Xiaochuan generated over $1 billion in revenue. Who in the industry wouldn't acknowledge that? I've gathered information in Pengcheng and learned that you are indeed the lead developer and a remarkable talent. We at Whale Leap are a small company seeking to learn from someone of your caliber. How about this? Let us find a place to eat and talk. You can choose the venue. Zhao Qiliang contemplated for a moment, sensing that while Lu Ming was somewhat audacious, he likely wasn't a fraud. Very well. Since you've come all the way from the Magic City, let us have a discussion. He selected a barbecue spot he was quite familiar with, ensuring that, should anything arise, he would have the advantage of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly nodded in agreement. All right, Mr. Zhao, you choose the place. I have no objections. Let us discuss while we dine. Subsequently, Zhao Qiliang led Lu Ming to a nearby location. Lu Ming gestured and sent a red envelope to Zhou Bowen, instructing them to handle their own dinner arrangements. The barbecue restaurant was modest, featuring an outdoor stall at the entrance, with a few plastic tables set up along the roadside. Succulent lamb skewers and chicken wings sizzled tantalizingly, filling the air with a rich aroma of cumin. Zhao Qiliang accepted a beer from the proprietor and stated nonchalantly, "Oldly has been in business for over a decade. I often come here after work. The flavors are dependable." He then added, "All right, Mr. Lu, let us cut to the chase. What wisdom do you seek from me? I've been busy all day and have no time for idle chatter." Although Zhao Qiliang remained somewhat guarded, his demeanor had noticeably softened, clearly more relaxed in this familiar setting. Lu Ming deftly picked up a freshly grilled lamb skewer and took a couple of bites before saying, "Mr. Zhao, I'll be straightforward. As I mentioned earlier, I am the owner of a gaming company, and I am currently preparing for a new project in the fantasy genre, which requires additional manpower. I was hoping to invite you to join us for something substantial." Lu Ming's proposition was direct, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gauged Zhao Qiliang's reaction. The lamb skewer Zhao Qiliang was holding froze in midair, his expression one of astonishment. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lu Ming. "You traveled all the way from the Magic City just to recruit me? How do you know I'm suitable?" Zhao Qiliang seemed a bit bewildered, yet he appeared more at ease, having grasped the other man's true intentions. Lu Ming's tone became increasingly sincere. "Mr. Zhao, I came to Pengqing to visit Tengxiu and gathered some insights along the way. The legend of Qixia grossed over 100 million back in the day. Who in the industry isn't aware of it? You were the lead developer, possessing experience with such significant projects. My journey here is to acknowledge your capabilities and propose a collaboration. Tengxiu is indeed a major player, but we have ample sincerity to offer," Lu Ming continued. "At Jinghua, we prefer to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, allowing for greater creative freedom." His words were a blend of flattery and temptation, invoking a familiar phrase that resonated deeply. Yet, despite this, Zhao Qiliang did not immediately respond. "How about this, Mr. Zhao? At Jinghua, I will offer you a salary double your current one, and you will assist me in developing new projects. Should these projects yield profits, you will receive a 10% share." Lu Ming paused for emphasis. "If you feel that working alone is dull, you are welcome to bring a team, I assure you. Their salaries will be considerably better than what you currently earn." Zhao Qiliang was taken aback, his fingers tightening around the beer bottle. Double the salary. Presently, he earned 40,000 a month at Tengxiu, which meant a staggering 80,000 or more if he joined them. That equated to nearly $1 million a year, not to mention the project bonuses. It was indeed a substantial offer. No wonder it was said that changing jobs was the quickest way to a salary increase. Had this been earlier, Zhao Qiliang would have hesitated, for Tengxiu, despite its lower pay, had a certain prestige. However, he now found himself teetering on the brink of being optimized out, faced with either a pay cut or a transfer. He realized he could never keep pace with the soaring housing prices. Moreover, he had grown somewhat weary of Tengxiu, and the prospect of bringing a team with him was undeniably appealing. If the compensation was adequate, working anywhere would be the same. Who would turn down money? Zhao Qiliang raised his beer glass, remaining silent for a moment, then took a large sip, his eyes betraying a flicker of internal conflict. Lu Ming's words were like a lifeline, stirring his interest. Yet, Jinghua was a small company, and he feared he might be jumping from one pit into another. Noticing Zhao Qiliang's indecision, Lu Ming said, "Mr. Zhao, take your time to consider. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out whenever you wish to discuss further. One thing is certain, should you join Jinghua, you will have the autonomy to make your own decisions." Chapter 17. As long as the money is right, the boss decides. In the bustling metropolis, the offices of Jinghua Game Company basked in the warm glow of sunlight streaming through the glass, creating a cozy atmosphere. A week had passed since their trip to Pengqing. Upon her return, Lin Xiaoxiao had procured a batch of new equipment for the company and had also recruited several developers through job platforms. Lu Ming stood at the entrance, clutching a stack of freshly printed contracts, his face adorned with an uncontainable smile. Soon, the elevator doors opened, revealing 4 individuals, with Zhao Qiliang at the forefront. He had traded his red checkered shirt for a gray sweater, accompanied by 2 men and a woman, all dragging suitcases, clearly having just arrived from the airport. "Boss Lu, these are my 3 colleagues," Zhao Qiliang stated, placing his suitcase down and gesturing toward the trio. This is programmer Li Feng. This is artist Gu Xianqiu, known for her hardcore art style, and this is modeler Wang Chang. After several discussions, we agreed that your offer is promising, so we decided to come together. Despite a hint of fatigue in his voice, Zhao Qiliang's gaze was resolute, indicating he had made his decision. Lu Ming quickly stepped forward, his smile widening. Welcome. Your arrival at Jingyue truly bolsters our company. Lin Xiaoxiao then poured cups of water for the newcomers, engaging in light conversation for a moment before the four entered the office, seeking a moment of privacy. Although this office may not rival Tengxiu, it is adequately equipped. Li Feng glanced around, furrowing his brow, and murmured, the environment is far inferior to Tengxiu. Gu Xiangqiu, however, was unfazed, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation for the new beginning. We signed the agreement in advance and received compensation to leave. Moreover, Boss Liu has offered us a higher salary than before. A slightly inferior environment is a minor concern for me. Zhao Qiliang took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and remarked, what Xiangqiu said is accurate. Although this company is small, it possesses ambition, and I am willing to take a gamble. Additionally, have you all seen the game Runaway Simulator? The revenue and concept are promising, indicating that this company is not merely a failed venture. The eldest among them, Wang Chang, also spoke up. Indeed, to be honest, I am the oldest here, approaching 35 this year. Even if I were still at Tengxiu, I would be at an age where optimization would loom. Boss Liu is generous, providing me with a decent salary, and I have no objections. His tone carried a hint of resignation, clearly swayed by the allure of a high salary. At such an age, finding work elsewhere after optimization would be challenging. Before long, Lu Ming entered with the contracts, distributing them to the four individuals. Rest assured, everyone, I have detailed the salary in the contracts. Once signed today, they will take immediate effect. The subpar environment is temporary. As we earn money, we can improve it. Please review them and let me know if there are any concerns. Zhao Qiliang and the others exchanged glances, opened the contracts, and skimmed through the clearly defined terms, including commissions and benefits, confirming there were no discrepancies in the salary. Soon, Zhao Qiliang was the first to sign, followed by the others, each affixing their seal. After they each took a copy, Lu Ming accepted the contracts, his smile radiant. Zhao Qiliang turned to Lu Ming. Boss Liu, could you elaborate on the new project you mentioned earlier? Certainly. Let us convene a brief meeting. I will call on the rest of our team for introductions, and then I will discuss this new project. Moments later, everyone gathered in the conference room. Lu Ming stood before the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and boldly inscribed the words Immortal Fantasy RPG. Turning to the group, he proclaimed, this is our new project, an online immortal fantasy RPG featuring turn-based combat, set in a world of cultivation and survival. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiliang and his companions were taken aback. Having just signed the contracts and clutching their copies, they sat at the conference table, their expressions a mixture of complexity as they stared at the phrase turn-based on the whiteboard. Lu Ming, marker in hand, beamed with confidence. Yet to Zhao Qiliang and the others, his smile appeared somewhat unsettling. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow, the first to shatter the silence. His tone imbued with profound skepticism. Chairman Liu, are you certain? He paused, adjusting his black-framed glasses. In today's market, which Xinxiao RPG does not feature real-time combat coupled with dazzling effects, this turn-based approach seems outdated, perhaps even akin to a relic from a decade past. Listening to the familiar doubts, Lu Ming set down his marker and smiled with tranquil composure. Indeed, the perceptions within the gaming industry often converge. Turn-based gameplay is typically a target for criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your reservations, but therein lies our opportunity. Consider this. The Xinxiao RPGs currently flooding the market are all too similar, characterized by real-time combat and overwhelming effects, leaving players weary of such aesthetic monotony. By embracing a turn-based format, we can attract nostalgic players and those who relish strategic gameplay. He glanced at Zhao Qiliang. Qiliang, you have experience with the tale of the heroic swordsman. You understand the essence of Xinxia games. It is not merely about the visual effects, but the immersive experience. Our game, centered on survival and cultivation, allows players to evolve from mere mortals, advancing through wisdom and effort. This is far more engaging than the typical gimmick of starting with an SSR character. As for turn-based gameplay, while it may appear simplistic, once integrated with social and strategic elements online, it can indeed captivate audiences. Zhao Qiliang, squinting in contemplation, regarded Lu Ming for a moment. struggling to reconcile how the current chairman had once developed Runaway Simulator. The depth of these two games was evidently disparate. Chairman, your argument holds some merit. But will players genuinely embrace this? The market has seemingly cast aside turn-based mechanics. Does this not border on recklessness? Chiliang, trust me, this project may seem peculiar. Yet the market is yearning for something distinct. Though we, at Jinghua, are a small company, we possess the agility that larger firms lack. You are all experts in your fields. I entrust the technical aspects entirely to you. Strategically, you must have faith in my vision. Lu Ming paused, then remarked, I must attend to other matters. You have just arrived, so feel free to rest for now. We shall officially commence work tomorrow. With that, Lu Ming exited, leaving the room filled with a palpable sense of uncertainty among his colleagues. Zhao Chiliang and the others stared at the whiteboard, their expressions rife with confusion. Yet bound by the contracts they had signed and the promise of doubled salaries, they found themselves with no alternative. Zhou Bowen approached from his workstation, grinning, friends. Do not be swayed by Chairman Lu's unconventional project. He possesses a unique understanding of game development. Runaway Simulator was absurd, yet became a sensation. Chairman Lu's mind operates differently from ours. Aligning ourselves with him might lead to remarkable achievements. This is the nature of our small company. Zhao Chiliang frowned, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Bowen. This notion of unique understanding sounds perilously akin to gambling. I've not encountered such a mentality in other small firms. Li Feng interjected, what can we do? Contracts are signed, so we must proceed, though I can't shake this sense of unease. Gu Xiangqiu added, uneasy or not, we must work. Salaries are not earned for free. Wang Chong concluded, let us embrace our situation. Even if it fails, we will still receive our pay. Their eyes revealed a mixture of apprehension and determination, clutching the contracts in their hands, reassured that as long as their salaries were secured, even a failed endeavor would bear no true loss. Chapter 18. Establishing a platform. You have yet to realize. In a small office, as the meeting adjourned, Zhao Chiliang remained in a daze. Fixated on the words Xianxia RPG and turn-based inscribed on the whiteboard, his gaze brimming with perplexity. After Lu Ming exited, a tranquil silence enveloped the room, save for Zhou Bowen's unique insights echoing in Zhao's ears. Furrowing his brow, Zhao unconsciously tapped his fingers against the desk, sensing an underlying disquiet. Being new to the company, he was apprehensive about Whale Leap veering off course. Resolute, he stood up and quietly addressed Li Feng and the others. Please continue your discussion. I shall seek out General Manager Lu for further clarification. In the office, Lu Ming observed Zhao Chiliang's approach. Chiliang, what seems to be the issue? He inquired, pausing as if anticipating Zhao's response. You understand technology. I comprehend the market. Employing a turn-based system to capture nostalgic and strategic players is undoubtedly viable. Zhao Chiliang regarded Lu Ming in silence for a moment, still somewhat bewildered. General Manager, your assertion holds merit, yet I feel something is amiss. He hesitated, his expression resolute. General Manager, do you know why Tingxiu's games achieve rapid success upon release? Is it due to extensive promotion and substantial scale? Lu Ming replied. Zhao shook his head firmly, asserting, General Manager, that is but one aspect. The crux lies in the platform. You are aware of the Steam platform, correct? Tingxiu has invested in it, granting their games inherent traffic upon launch. Archie Xia Chuan flourished back in the day precisely because of this, even before its release. The mere pre-registration on the platform garnered a massive user base. This exemplifies the platform's significance. With such a platform, Tingxiu not only enjoys substantial revenue shares, but also possesses a natural traffic advantage, which is a primary reason many other game developers struggle to compete. Listening intently to Zhao Chiliang, Lu Ming's eyes brightened with understanding. Truly, you possess insights befitting a major enterprise. Are you suggesting we create our own platform? Zhao was momentarily taken aback. No, what I mean is that, General Manager, you must recognize the disparity between us and Tingxiu. They can operate this way because they have platform support. When did I propose establishing a platform? Lu Ming rose, pacing the room with palpable excitement. Tingxiu has the Steam platform. We too could establish our own. Whale Leap is currently modest in scale. We could initiate a lightweight platform, launching the Xianxia game first, subsequently attracting other games over time. Once we have traffic, players will naturally follow. Chiliang, your idea is quite remarkable. Observing Lu Ming's enthusiasm, Zhao Chiliang took a moment before responding. General Manager, are you suggesting that our company will indeed develop a platform? Is this step not too hasty? Establishing a platform is a costly endeavor. Servers, promotion, maintenance, all incur expenses. Moreover, we do not even have a game yet. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean there's no traffic? Chiliang, you are yet unaware. Previously, we conducted surveys on Runaway Simulator, granting many players internal testing qualifications. When the time comes, we shall simply direct them to the platform's entrance. Moreover, let us commence with a modest undertaking. We shall create a lightweight client, the cost of which is quite manageable. Merely a few 100,000 will suffice. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly finding merit in this idea. The perspective of those from substantial enterprises indeed differs. Establishing a platform is far more lucrative than developing a game. Games are transient transactions, whereas platforms represent enduring ventures. In due course, we can promote advertisements on our platform and devise extravagant designs, and any ensuing criticism would be directed towards us. How delightful. The temperament of game developers tends to be rather volatile. Furthermore, how many players can a single game attract? Once individuals desire to engage in gaming, they must continuously utilize our platform. The potential of a solitary person is inherently limited. Consequently, if there are any grievances, they will be aimed at our platform. This line of thought is invincible. Zhao Qiliang gazed at Lu Ming for an extended period, sensing that matters were veering into an unorthodox direction. Numerous gaming companies have proclaimed their intent to establish platforms, yet to this day, the most prominent remains the Steam platform. Boss, he remarked. The concept of a lightweight platform appears feasible, yet the risks remain significant. Should the game fail, would not the platform also be rendered futile? Furthermore, I have observed the download numbers for the previous title, Runaway Simulator, which totaled merely over 600,000. Assuming half of those players transitioned to our new game, we would only have around 300,000 players, insufficient for both the platform and the game. Evidently, Zhao Qiliang possessed a broader perspective, displaying greater sensitivity to data and traffic. Lu Ming patted Zhao Qiliang's shoulder with a resolute tone. Do not worry. Trust me, the game will not fail, and you need not fret about financial matters. I have alternative funding sources, so rest assured. Observing Lu Ming across the table, Zhao Qiliang felt a lingering unease about having signed a contract prematurely. Had the project been discussed prior to the contract, perhaps he would not be standing here today. Would his peers mock him if this game were to be developed? After sending Zhao Qiliang, still in a daze, on his way, Lu Ming resolved to develop his own gaming platform, prioritizing it in April. He glanced at the moral debt value. Company name, Whale Leap Gaming. Company funds, 12 million. Personal wealth, 20. 159. Moral debt value, 221. Moral level, moral flaw. With the moral debt value only slightly above 200, Lu Ming's expectations were modest. As long as this month he could achieve 1,000 points to obtain a double return on investment, that would be sufficient. Furthermore, he could recruit additional personnel. This month would be dedicated to the gaming platform and the formulation of detailed concepts for a turn-based game. He was all in. With this in mind, he promptly opened his computer, selected a highly rated recruitment agency, and dialed their number. After several rings, a professional female voice answered. Hello, this is Starry Recruitment. I am Consultant Li Na. How may I assist you? Hello, Consultant Li, he replied. I am from Whale Leap Gaming and am seeking to recruit some technical talents. After speaking, Lu Ming organized a set of requirements and sent them to the other party. I have just shared the responsibilities and detailed requirements with you. Additionally, my most crucial request is for someone with exceptional capabilities. A strong-willed individual would be favored. Li Na paused for a moment, clearly taken aback by such an unusual demand after years in the industry. Mr. Lu, your request is quite unique. However, I have already conducted a search in our talent database based on your specifications. I have a candidate named Chun Hao, age 32, who previously served as a technical director at a prominent company, excelling in server architecture and platform development. His technical skills are exceptional. However, he possesses a rather foul temper, which led to his dismissal due to conflicts with his superiors. Now, he is unemployed at home, and I can reach out to him. Are you certain you want someone like this? Li Na's tone carried a hint of probing, as she clearly found Lu Ming's taste somewhat perplexing. Yet, upon hearing that a suitable candidate was available so swiftly, Lu Ming chuckled, his eyes seemingly alight with excitement. This is precisely the type of person I need, Consultant Li. Please act quickly and inquire. Additionally, feel free to recommend any other candidates. Li Na acknowledged. Understood, Mr. Liu. I will contact him immediately and will get back to you with results. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, a smug smile adorning his face. Hiring a strong-willed individual not only ensures productivity, but also aids in mitigating liabilities. This is indeed a profitable venture. Chapter 19. I still hope you can regain your formerly unruly demeanor. Li Na exhibited remarkable efficiency, calling the next morning. Mr. Liu, it's a success. Initially, Chun Hao was reluctant, claiming that Jingwei was beneath his consideration, but once I mentioned the salary you offered, he was intrigued. He has been unemployed for a while, so this opportunity is likely to succeed. Excellent. Lu Ming nodded, finalizing the contract with Li Na, who promptly arranged the interview. Mr. Liu, I have sent you Chun Hao's detailed profile and background check. You can familiarize yourself with it. He will come to your company for an interview at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so please prepare accordingly. Understood. Please keep an eye on my other recruitment requirements as well. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, precisely as scheduled, Chun Hao arrived at Jingwei. He was of average build, clad in a black sweatshirt, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon entering, he surveyed the office with a frown, muttering under his breath, "This place isn't very large." Chun Hao's tone carried a hint of hesitation. After all, he was there for a job interview, and he had indeed been out of work for quite some time, with his family relying on him for support. Thus, he was determined to explore this opportunity, though he would not agree to any absurd demands from the prospective employer. Inside the office, upon seeing Chun Hao, Lu Ming immediately stood up, adopting a respectful yet assertive tone. Mr. Chun Hao, I am Lu Ming, the owner of Jingwei. I trust the headhunter has briefed you on our company's situation. What are your impressions? Chun Hao looked up at Lu Ming, nodding in acknowledgement. Mr. Liu, the salary you offer is indeed generous, and I have no reason to decline. I am here today to inquire about our intended direction. What projects will I primarily be responsible for upon joining? Lu Ming offered a faint smile, gesturing for Chun Hao to take a seat. He casually pushed aside the documents on the table, leaning back with a tone that was both nonchalant and tinged with anticipation. To put it simply, we aim to establish our own gaming platform. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. A gaming platform? Indeed. Lu Ming nodded, noting that Jingwei has already developed Runaway Simulator and is in the process of preparing new games. However, I do not wish to remain perpetually constrained by other platforms. The current landscape of domestic gaming platforms is rigidly fixed, with traffic predominantly monopolized by leading platforms. For small to medium-sized developers, the high commission rates and numerous regulations, coupled with the flow of traffic being controlled by others, make it increasingly challenging. Rather than being beholden to others, it is far more prudent to create our own. Chun Hao lightly tapped the table, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. Lu, your ambition is quite substantial. He spoke candidly. Establishing a gaming platform in this country is no easy feat. Look at Beishan Studio. Their games are immensely popular, yet they have not considered creating a platform themselves. How many people does Jingwei currently have? What leverage do you possess to disrupt the market? Lu Ming remained calm and composed, his gaze steady as he looked at Chun Hao. I have reviewed your credentials. As the technical director, your expertise in server architecture and platform development is commendable. We need not aim for an all-encompassing platform at the outset. Instead, let us target a niche market, starting with independent and small-scale premium games. Most importantly, you have seen the remuneration I offer. I will ensure that my core team is well compensated. Moreover, with the current exorbitant commission rates, I firmly believe that if we can create a genuinely developer-friendly platform, there will undoubtedly be a market for it. Lu Ming articulated his vision. When conversing with capable individuals, one must appeal to their sense of purpose and challenge rather than merely discussing compensation. The plight of developers under oppressive platforms is well documented. If you are willing to embark on this endeavor, it reflects a spirit of challenge. Those with technical prowess are often drawn to such ideals. Chun Hao fixed his gaze on Lu Ming, his eyes sparkling with understanding. He was aware of these dynamics, having previously worked at a major firm and dealt with the foundational architecture of gaming platforms. He fully comprehended the frustrations faced by game developers who, after laboriously crafting their games, find that platforms take a hefty 30% cut, leaving them to shoulder the burdens of subsequent development and maintenance. If a game underperforms, the losses fall squarely on the developers. However, recognizing the pain points is one matter. Whether one can effectively disrupt the market is another. After a moment of silence, Chun Hao spoke up. Lu, I have two questions. First, where will the users come from? If you are creating a gaming platform, there needs to be an audience, right? What about the promotional budget? The channels? Second, are developers truly willing to join? What assurance do they have that your new platform won't turn out to be just another bloodsucker? Chunhao's questions were forthright and resonant, reflecting his thoughtful consideration. With so many gaming platforms available, the popularity of Steam is not without reason. However, Ming, far from flustered, merely smiled. I anticipated you would ask these questions. Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the user inquiries. I intend to announce the traffic pool for Runaway Simulator, and additionally, we can utilize pre-registrations for new games, employing incentive mechanisms to attract users. Even if it requires substantial investment, I will ensure a considerable user base. As for the developers, Ming's eyes sparkled, his voice low yet resonant. Have you ever encountered a platform that takes less than one commission? Chunhao's expression shifted slightly. You mean? Yes, our platform's commission does not exceed one, and we can even allow exceptional independent game developers to list their games for free. Initially, we will only profit from advertising revenue, enabling them to earn money and encouraging them to stay. Chunhao inhaled sharply, his fingers grazing the tabletop. Just one. Moreover, the platform must provide traffic for the games, game entry points, and even an editor. How does this differ from giving it away? He acknowledged that this idea was indeed audacious. However, it was also exceedingly enticing. If the platform's commission is sufficiently low, this project could truly succeed. But how will the company generate profit? Is there really such a thing as a free platform? Noticing Chunhao's apprehensive gaze, Ming understood his concerns. He was considering that establishing a platform relies on attracting players and game developers. As long as they remain engaged with the platform, even if they occasionally criticize me, I can naturally recoup expenses through moral obligations. However, such thoughts should not be disclosed to Chunhao. Rest assured, I will include the one commission in the platform's announcements. As long as the platform exists, this ratio will remain unchanged. Furthermore, regardless of your game's revenue, that one will always hold true. Chunhao scrutinized Ming for several seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Very well, Mr. Liu, since you have made up your mind, I shall give it a try and see if we can accomplish something remarkable. Ming smiled in return, extending his hand, welcoming him to Whale Leap. Chunhao grasped his hand, grinning widely. Mr. Liu, you can just call me Rat from now on. Looking at Chunhao before him, Ming chuckled as well. Rat, I still hope you can regain your former rebellious spirit. Chapter 20. Paying with life for immortality in the realm of cultivation. There is no such thing as free air. 2 days later, Ming, through Li Na, recruited several technical talents. After paying commissions and concluding interviews, Whale Leap officially entered the platform development preparation stage. Ming arrived at the office early, holding a cup of instant coffee. Standing before a whiteboard where he wrote the name of the platform he had contemplated the previous night, Deep Blue Gaming Platform. Whale Leap longs for the ocean, and the ocean is deep blue. Observing the name he had chosen, Ming's lips curled slightly upward. After taking a sip of coffee, he called out to Lin Xiaoxiao outside the office. Xiaoxiao, gather everyone for a morning meeting. We need to assign some tasks. Before long, the meeting room was filled with people. Zhao Chiliang was accompanied by Li Feng, Gu Xiangqiu, and Wang Chong, seated on one side, while Chunhao and several newcomers leaned against the opposite wall, quietly observing the others. Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Bowen, Su Xianwan, and other veteran employees crowded at the back, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and somewhat tense. Ming stood before the whiteboard, clapping his hands with a grandiose tone. Ladies and gentlemen, our company is growing rapidly. The recruitment process has concluded, and today marks a significant milestone as we officially launch 2 projects concurrently. With that, Ming turned to Chunhao. Haozi, you will be in charge of platform development, the Deep Blue Gaming Platform. Initially, I will allocate a budget of 1 million for you. You have full authority over the technical aspects. Proceed as you see fit. My only requirement is to establish the platform as swiftly as possible. As for the game editor, take your time to optimize it gradually. What are your thoughts on this timeline? Chunhao nodded in agreement. The timeline is feasible. If the editor isn't urgent, we can expedite the platform's development. His words rang true. Developing the platform was straightforward, but the challenge lay in recruiting personnel and creating the game editor. The game editor's purpose is to empower each game developer to craft suitable games using various artistic resources, designing levels, and creating universal scenes. Thus, This task remains quite complex. No worries. Just focus on building the platform's framework, and our new game will launch directly on Deep Blue, Lu Ming assured him, turning his gaze to Zhao Qiliang. He continued, Qiliang, you will lead the new game development team. I won't elaborate further. I will discuss the game framework with you shortly. Zhao Qiliang nodded quietly. President Lu, I am still somewhat uncertain about the turn-based RPG, but since you have decided, we shall proceed. The timeline is tight this month, so I will start assigning tasks today to aim for an early demonstration. I have already contemplated the details. Xiao, ensure that everyone is well supported. Understood, President Lu, came her reply. In the meeting room, Zhou Bowen and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, both brimming with excitement. The company was becoming increasingly formidable. On one front, the Deep Blue gaming platform was hastening its research and development, constructing servers, developing payment systems, and optimizing interfaces. On another, the new game was advancing in tandem. With programmers and artists collaborating vigorously, the pace was becoming increasingly systematic. After Chun Hao departed, Lu Ming observed Zhao Qiliang's development team and then accessed his meticulously prepared game planning PowerPoint. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a disconcerting smile before advancing to the next slide. On the projector screen, a beleaguered little figure stood before a dilapidated mountain gate, the backdrop a misty, ethereal mountain. Above the figure's head hovered several large characters, killing for immortality. Zhao Qiliang and the development team exchanged puzzled glances, once again enveloped in a familiar confusion. Lu Ming cleared his throat and declared with conviction, Ladies and gentlemen, the title alone indicates that Killing for Immortality is a game centered around the theme of immortal cultivation. Unlike the plethora of subpar games flooding the market, our core gameplay revolves around a singular concept, recharge. The screen vividly displays a row of resplendent golden characters proclaiming the essence of our monetization strategy, breathing fees, time deductions, and NPC begging. Zhao Qiliang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he struggled to contain his astonishment. Mr. Lu, are you serious? Lu Ming clapped his hands, affirming, Of course, I am always serious. He proceeded to unveil the next page, revealing a draft he had meticulously illustrated. This appeared to be a standard game interface at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, the details were decidedly askew. Character information, name, Mortal A, renaming requires 1 Spirit Stone, Realm, Chi refining first layer, Advancement requires 2 Spirit Stones, Lifespan, 23 years, extending lifespan by 1 year costs 5 Spirit Stones, Spiritual Energy, remaining 3 days, extra breathing for 1 day costs 1 Spirit Stone. Zhao Qiliang was taken aback by the unprecedented Spirit Stone system. If his conjecture held true, acquiring these Spirit Stones would not be a trivial matter. Could it be that Mr. Lu was indeed alluding to the necessity of recharges? Lu Ming elaborated, Behold, this is the foundational system of the game. From the outset, we must ensure players grasp a fundamental truth. Cultivating immortality demands financial investment. He clicked to the next page, elucidating the core mechanics. In pay-to-play immortal cultivation, each breath consumed Spirit Stones. This is quite straightforward. After all, cultivating immortality involves absorbing celestial energy. Once a character's Spirit Stones are depleted, they will suffer a regression in their cultivation due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched. So players must continuously recharge upon entering the game? Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, in the realm of immortal cultivation, there is no such thing as free air. You are all aware that most conventional cultivation games rely on idle training. I find that mode particularly distasteful. Thus we have opted for a distinct approach. Training incurs a time charge. Chi refining stage. Deducts 1 Spirit Stone daily foundation establishment stage. Deducts 10 Spirit Stones daily nascent soul stage. Deducts 100 Spirit Stones daily true immortal cultivation entails not only battling the heavens, but also contending with oneself. Wealth, companions, resources, and territory all require financial backing. Upon hearing Lu Ming's assertions, Zhao Qiliang found himself at a loss for words. With this model, could one truly claim that idle cultivation games were inferior? Would this game even attract players? Should it gain traction, how much backlash would ensue? Zhao Qiliang began to worry for his professional future, contemplating the necessity of adopting a pseudonym lest players discover his real name associated with this game's development. Initially, he had feared disdain from his peers for creating this game. Now, he was more concerned about being confronted by players. What was going through the mind of this Mr. Lu? He regretted not conducting more thorough research beforehand. On stage, Lu Ming was still speaking. Eventually, after players entered the sect, NPCs would approach them asking for money. For more formidable sects, a prerequisite of 50 spirit stones would be set to unlock entry qualifications. I have meticulously crafted these dialogues for you to reference later. As the screen flickered, Lu Ming's prepared lines appeared. Sect brother, junior brother, I am short on spirit stones for the sect's offerings. Please lend me some. Sect elder, I see great potential in you. I am willing to take you as my disciple, but you must first pay a tuition fee of 30,000 spirit stones. Sect announcement. Player XX has been expelled from the sect due to unpaid dues and is now a wandering cultivator. May all fellow practitioners take heed. Without spirit stones, entry into the sect is nothing but a distant dream. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was contemplating one question. Would anyone truly play this game? Zhao Qiuliang could no longer contain himself. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. After trailing behind Lu Ming for some time, he finally managed to utter, Director Lu, do you think this approach is a bit too ruthless? Chapter 21. At the very least, players should feel they can enjoy something for free. Lu Ming paused, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Ruthless? He shook his head earnestly, his tone calm, yet resolute. Qiuliang, you're thinking too simplistically. Just look at the free-to-play models in the market. Those are the true exploitations. Zhao Qiuliang still held on to his perspective. Director Lu, when I was working on Xiaozhuan, it was a genuine fairy tale game. Flying swords, magical treasures, and spirit beasts made the players feel elated enough to spend. But this killing for immortality model, where every breath costs money, is not cultivation, it's a fight for survival. Players would be outraged if they came to our company's doorstep. That is excellent. Lu Ming almost revealed his innermost thoughts. The numerous recharge models he designed were, after all, intended to invite a few complaints from players. Furthermore, we will incorporate those flying swords, magical treasures, and spirit beasts you mentioned, and we will enhance them. Lu Ming opened his PowerPoint presentation, displaying his draft concept art on the screen. A player clad in a flowing robe rode a dazzling golden sword, soaring through the skies with utmost elegance. However, a closer inspection revealed an inscription on the sword's hilt, free trial for 30 seconds, automatic descent upon expiration. Development team, we aim to provide players with a true sense of freedom in cultivation. Lu Ming exclaimed with enthusiasm. Unlike those other cultivation games where a flying sword can be used for a lifetime after a single purchase, our model is distinct. Flying swords will be tiered. The better the sword, the more spirit stones are deducted per minute. Zhao Qiuliang's lips twitched in disbelief. Director Lu, isn't this merely another recharge ploy? It feels akin to the shared bicycles we ride. Incorrect. Lu Ming corrected him earnestly. Shared bicycles embody capital exploitation, whereas we are offering cultivation. Sword flight is a premium luxury. It should not be freely accessible to players. To truly enjoy the experience, one must invest significantly, and merely having flying swords is insufficient. We need a comprehensive system of magical treasures. These treasures must be visually stunning and extravagant. Little Nuan, it is imperative that you pay close attention to the artistic design of the game. You might want to consult Qiuliang, as he possesses considerable experience in this area. All right, Mr. Lu. Su Xiaonuan nodded earnestly, feeling as though her responsibilities had multiplied after Lu Ming's introduction. By the way, if the pricing of this artifact is set too high, we could also consider offering a rental service. As he spoke, Lu Ming presented his ideas. Behold my proposed rental concept for the 9 Nether Soul Eating Blade, an exquisite artifact. Rental price, 100 spirit stones per minute, no refunds for early returns. If it is not returned after 1 hour, an automatic karmic backlash buff will activate, causing health depletion every second until death ensues. We aim to allow ordinary individuals to experience the privileges of this exceptional artifact, but of course, one must possess wealth to partake. Furthermore, we will introduce a spirit beast pet system. Naturally, if players fail to provide sustenance for an extended period, the spirit beasts may even retaliate against the players, resulting in the character's demise. This will cultivate a strong dependency on nurturing, making it nearly impossible for players to cease their engagement. Zhao Qiuliang could no longer contain his thoughts and began to internally critique Lu Ming. Do you not have any tasks that do not involve top-ups? After absorbing so much information, he felt overwhelmed by the pervasive theme of top-up throughout the densely packed PPT. Is this truly the same owner who only charged a minimal fee for platform construction? Are you truly seeking ways to encourage top-ups within the game? Lu Ming acknowledged Zhao Qiuliang's insight with an approving glance, recognizing that he understood there were additional elements at play. Of course, merely relying on monetary investment is insufficient. We must also create grand spectacles, sect wars. A game that solely depends on top-ups for gameplay cannot possibly suffice. A cultivation game must be exhilarating. It must be a thrilling experience. Pausing momentarily, Lu Ming looked around at everyone and continued, imagine a scene like this. Several major sects in confrontation, the heavens splitting apart. Thunder crackling, thousands of cultivators soaring into the air, artifacts soaring, sword energy crisscrossing, resembling a battle of divine beings. This is the essence of true cultivation. Zhao Qiuliang felt a shiver run down his spine. But, Mr. Lu, did you not say we are a turn-based game? Upon hearing Zhao Qiuliang's inquiry, the others also snapped to attention. Indeed, did you not declare it was turn-based? You almost had me convinced with such grandiose plans. Yes, we are a turn-based game. But who decrees that turn-based must equate to stationary brawls? You are all constrained by conventional thinking. Our turn-based system will operate on an action point basis. Each cultivator's actions will no longer follow a fixed sequence. Rather, they will depend on action point consumption. Different skills, artifacts, and even movements will expend action points. Furthermore, characters should be able to reposition themselves in combat scenarios, evading major attacks or seizing advantageous terrain. Players will freely choose whether to attack, evade, or charge a powerful strike. Additionally, the entire combat system will undergo transformation. Battles must brim with strategy. For instance, thunder magic is more potent in water. Standing at a height increases sword energy strength, yet it becomes more susceptible to lightning strikes. Thus, combat will no longer be a mere exchange of numerical values. It will become a contest of strategy, reaction, and synergy. Lu Ming confidently stated that players must engage in thoughtful strategy during battles rather than merely fixating on numerical values. Of course, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that any damaged artifacts or structures during combat necessitate compensation and repair, which can only be done using spirit stones. Thus, it is imperative that you establish a well-balanced recharge system. The trading system must not falter. In the conference room, all members of the development team fell silent. Their expressions shifted from initial shock to admiration and eventually to resignation. Despite Lu's extensive discourse, the core issue remained the need for recharge. However, a glimmer of light sparkled in Zhao Qiuliang's eyes. Leaving aside the excessive recharge behaviors mentioned by Lu Ming, it seemed that the game possessed a semblance of playability, provided that players had sufficient wealth. Zhao Qiuliang, mouth slightly agape, stared at Lu Ming in bewilderment. Lu, aside from recharging, could we perhaps introduce additional avenues for players to earn spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Zhao Qiuliang made a valid point. One cannot simply disregard free players. After all, they constitute the majority in any gaming environment. If these individuals were to enter the game and find themselves inundated with opportunities to recharge, the disparity would become glaringly apparent, and the likelihood of receiving criticism would increase. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming turned to Zhao Qiuliang. You are right. We cannot solely rely on players to spend money. We must also provide them with a glimmer of hope, at least enough for them to feel they can gain something without cost. He added, you may explore the specifics of this gameplay. Just ensure you maintain the game's progression. Zhao Qiuliang took a deep breath, his mindset realigned. Understood, Lu. After having voiced his concerns and internal frustrations, he acknowledged that he had signed the contract. Even if the game were to fail and profit sharing did not materialize, his monthly earnings would still be substantial. So, he resolved to proceed with determination. Chapter 22. With a decade of artistic skill, you want me to change skins and plagiarize? A few days later, within the offices of Whale Jump Company, the sounds of keyboards clattering and discussions resonated throughout. Ever since Lu Ming announced the simultaneous advancement of killing for immortality in the Deep Blue gaming platform, the company had fully entered an intense development phase. In the art department, Gu Xianqiu and Su Xianwan sat side by side at their workstations, intently examining the character on their screens, gesturing and discussing animatedly. Oh, such a dashing character. No matter how you look at it, he embodies the essence of a swordsmanship prodigy. Su Xianwan hummed a cheerful tune while discreetly adding an ethereal quality to the male protagonist's model. To create this aura, she invested considerable effort, meticulously adjusting the character's gaze and the folds of his clothing. It was simply perfection. Su Xianwan beamed at the character displayed on her screen, unable to suppress a self-congratulatory smile. Meanwhile, Gu Xiangqiu nodded in agreement. Xianwan, your interpretation of this character is commendable. I believe everyone will undoubtedly choose this one. Just as Su Xianwan prepared to submit the model, a familiar voice called out from behind. Xianwan, wait a moment. She turned around abruptly to find Lu Ming standing behind her, arms crossed, scrutinizing the character model on the screen. What is this? Lu Ming pointed at the handsome and dashing protagonist, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Xianwan said, feeling a bit guilty as she shrank her neck. It's the character modeling. He gestured towards the dashing figure, his tone contemplative. How long did it take you to create this? About 4 or 5 days, she replied. Lu Ming shook his head. It is indeed aesthetically pleasing, but the time investment is excessive. Lost in her fantasies of being a swordsmanship prodigy, Su Xianwan was caught off guard by Lu Ming's words. Excessive? She blinked in confusion, looking at Lu Ming. What is wrong with taking 4 or 5 days for such a handsome character? Mr. Lu, she continued, character modeling inherently requires time. I have already optimized the process as much as possible. Beside them, Gu Xiangqiu couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, Mr. Lu. Our art team follows a quality over quantity approach, emphasizing meticulous detailing. We cannot afford to be careless. In the design industry, what is most feared is a leader devoid of aesthetic sense. Demands for vibrant colors, grand concepts, and extensive content are simply absurd. I hope Mr. Lu does not hold such unreasonable expectations. Gu Xiangqiu silently prayed. Lu Ming paused, turning to look at Gu Xiangqiu and Su Xianwan, raising his voice. 5 days for a single character is far too long. For us at this moment, efficiency is paramount. Lu Ming continued earnestly. Do you know how long it typically takes to create character illustrations and models in the mobile gaming industry today? Su Xianwan and Gu Xiangqiu exchanged glances, tentatively guessing. 3 days? Incorrect, it's 1 day. The entire art team fell silent, all questioning whether they had misheard. 1 day? Where does that leave our dignity? This is impossible. Su Xianwan instinctively retorted. It's impossible to produce high-quality modeling in just 1 day. Lu Ming patted her shoulder, smiling knowingly. Xianwan, you are still young. There are some industry secrets you are yet to understand. Xiangqiu, you should know better. You are an industry veteran. How could you not be aware of this? Gu Xiangqiu's eyes widened. What secrets? She had nothing to hide. Lu Ming directly moved to a nearby vacant computer, searched for a moment, and soon. The screen displayed a plethora of screenshots from renowned cultivation games. Take a look at these character designs. Lu Ming pointed at the screen. These are all market-validated characters, each with an artistic style, color scheme, and illustrations that players adore. Therefore, there is no need for us to reinvent the wheel. All you need to do is draw inspiration. Inspiration? Su Xianwan frowned. How do we draw inspiration? Lu Ming confidently declared, it's quite simple. Adopt their styles. Make slight adjustments. Perhaps change the hairstyle, attire, colors, swap out backgrounds, and create a new face. Voila! A brand new character is born. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Mr. Lu, isn't this just copying? Copying? This is artistic inspiration, style reference, industry integration, and innovation. It's a meeting of minds. Lu Ming, with a serious demeanor, asserted, you must learn to judiciously utilize the exceptional materials available in the market, comprehend their artistic philosophies, and then create versions that differ slightly in design. This approach not only conserves costs, but also enhances artistic efficiency. Do you understand? This is a standardization of industry learning, a means to optimize production processes. The members of the art team fell into a collective silence. They understood the concept, yet their professional ethics forbade such actions. It was no wonder Lu Ming believed Gu Xiangqiu should grasp this notion. Indeed, she did, but it had been ages since she had operated in such a manner. This felt soulless. Her aspiration had always been to create independent games, yet now she was being asked to engage in derivative copying. Wasn't this a regression? After 10 years of artistic foundation, had she sunk to the level of a mere transporter? Gu Xiangqiu felt her heart shatter, and her gaze towards Lu Ming bore an added layer of discontent. Su Xianwan and Gu Xiangqiu were complex expressions, as if they had just weathered a battle between morals and reality. They were artists, designers, individuals with dreams. When they entered the gaming industry, They carried the ambition to create unique and breathtaking artistic works, not to become mere copycats. Yet now, as they stared at the familiar character designs on Lu Ming's screen and beheld his expression of entitlement, a torrent of disdain brewed within them, though words remained unspoken. This approach is indeed much faster, Su Xianwan murmured softly. However, reality proved more compelling than dreams. They needed to sustain themselves. They needed to eat. They needed their salaries. Moreover, this was the boss's directive, and given the current project's pressing nature, making slight adjustments or increasing the proportion of originality should not pose a significant issue. After a moment, Gu Xiangqiu exhaled deeply, her professional integrity ruthlessly shattered by the weight of reality. Mr. Liu, you truly understand the market, she said through gritted teeth. Though Su Xianwan felt an internal resistance, witnessing Gu Xiangqiu bow her head fractured the last remnants of her stubbornness. After all, they were not the only company engaging in such practices. Well then, I shall give it a try, Su Xianwan whispered, feeling as though she had opened a door to an entirely new realm. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their concession. While plagiarism and imitation were undoubtedly unethical, the realms of inspiration and design were inherently difficult to distinguish. Furthermore, he was not instructing them to copy outright. After all, who in design does not utilize a template? Optimizing and modifying the original works would undoubtedly be far more expedient. Even if, in an unlikely scenario, they were criticized for a lack of originality. Wouldn't that inadvertently fulfill Lu Ming's expectations? Chapter 23. One must not be too compliant. Well, since you both consent, let us commence. Lu Ming picked up the mouse and adeptly opened several art resource libraries for cultivation-themed mobile games. Pointing at a character on the screen, he proudly exclaimed, "Look at this character's hair, isn't it ethereal? And the color scheme of the outfit, with red and black intertwined, doesn't it evoke a sense of a demonic sword cultivator? We could transform the red attire into blue, lengthen the hair a bit, change the weapon, and then, Xianwan, you should refine this aspect further. Just imagine. If we proceed this way, a brand new character would be born. Moreover, for the resources available here, you can directly contact the authors for purchases, allocate funds where necessary. A designer cannot rely solely on a few memberships to get by." Su Xianwan and Gu Xiangqiu felt themselves being drawn in, sensing a swift descent into this new paradigm. Furthermore, it appeared that Lu Ming had not breached any laws. He even encouraged them to proactively reach out to the original authors for resources. This approach was far more sophisticated than the outright plagiarism they had encountered before. Admittedly, it lacked originality, but Gu Xiangqiu felt a sense of ease with her conscience. Su Xianwan tentatively adjusted Lu Ming's proposed skin-swapping scheme, and to her astonishment, within just half an hour, she realized the character had undergone a remarkable transformation, all while maintaining a seamless coherence. Staring blankly at the screen, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She recognized that her refined design resonated more closely with the mainstream market aesthetic. Was this the power of skin swapping? No wonder so many developers resorted to this method. Gu Xiangqiu had slipped back into a familiar workflow. This was not merely the power of skin swapping, but the might of capital. Her earlier work experience was rekindled, as her tenure at a major firm had endowed her with greater proficiency in this arena. Thus, under Gu Xiangqiu's efficient guidance, the output of art designs for skin swapping surged, with new characters, new artifacts, and new spirit beasts produced at a remarkable pace. Players would likely remain oblivious to the fact that their meticulously chosen swordsmanship prodigy character might be the twin brother of a demonic lord from a neighboring game. Yet, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that killing for cultivation was advancing at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming was exceedingly satisfied with the efficient results from the art team. Observing their gradual adaptation to this high-efficiency creative process, internally nodding in approval. This was the hallmark of competent artistry, prioritizing market demand and efficiency. However, the game encompassed more than just art. The progress of the programming and planning departments was equally crucial. Therefore, Lu Ming turned his attention directly to the adjacent game development team. He stood behind Zhao Qiuliang, glancing up at the screen filled with a labyrinth of codes and tables. Lu Ming approached and gently patted Zhou Bowen's shoulder. "Bowen, how is the progress?" Zhou Bowen rubbed his face, turning to Lu Ming. "Mr. Lu, we have implemented the recharge and deduction methods you mentioned earlier." Subsequently, Zhou Bowen pointed at the game data sheet on the screen, beginning to report the latest developments. As he explained, He discreetly observed Lu Ming's expression, and indeed, as the discussion progressed, Lu Ming's brow furrowed. Bowen, these values require adjustment. Look, the success rate for crossing tribulations is only 3. That is rather insufficient. Zhou Bowen's heart sank, and just as he was about to explain, Lu Ming interjected, thus, we need to establish a compensation mechanism. Players who fail in their tribulations can purchase a destiny alteration talisman, each enhancing the success rate by 5. With a maximum of 20 talismans. 20 talismans, Mr. Lu? That would mean a 100% success rate. Precisely. If one has the means, why shouldn't it be a certainty? Zhou Bowen realized he had been overly cautious. April swept by like a gust of wind, and before long, the month had drawn to a close. Since the launch of the 2 projects, Whale Leap had been propelled forward as if a fast-forward button had been pressed, with the project team making rapid progress that left everyone breathless. Additionally, many extra hours had been logged, although Lin Xiaoxiao was present to tally the overtime. There remained considerable dissent among the company regarding Lu Ming's approach. Such intense development inevitably led to exorbitant expenditures, server rentals, art outsourcing, programmer overtime, and post-launch support. Lu Ming approved budgets daily without a flicker of hesitation. In just 1 month, the company had burned through nearly 2 million in funds. Fortunately, the core gameplay of Killing Fate to cultivate immortality had been solidified, awaiting subsequent testing and optimization. Lu Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, casting a glance at his system panel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Moral debt had increased. Company name, Whale Leap Games. Company funds, 380,000. Host can withdraw 1 to personal account per cycle. Personal assets, 18,263. Moral debt value, 983. Moral level. Moral flaw, gazing at the debt figure exceeding 900. Lu Ming felt a long-lost thrill. During this time, he had certainly caused considerable vexation to many. Moreover, he was now only a few points away from reaching 1,000. With a little more effort, he would soon surpass that threshold. With this thought, Lu Ming promptly headed towards the art team. One must not grow complacent. The settlement was just 2 days away, and he needed to seize the moment. The art team was the optimal choice, as Lu Ming was aware that they held the most significant reservations about him within the entire company. At that moment, the art team members Gu Xiangqiu and Su Xianwan were fixated on the new character on the screen, their eyes reflecting a mix of fatigue and a sense of achievement. Through fervent transformations and optimizations, they have finally refined several iconic game characters to their utmost potential. The white-robed hero, the Scarlet Witch, and the genius swordsman all epitomize the prevailing aesthetic of the market, brimming with allure. However, at this moment, Lu Ming entered the room, causing a ripple of tension among the art team. Indeed, Lu Ming spoke, his tone laced with a hint of languor. Your characters lack diversity. Su Xianwan interjected. What do you mean by lacking diversity? Lu Ming replied matter-of-factly. Look at this female character. She's stunning, but what is her purpose? Players crave an incessant influx of novelty. Su Xianwan could not suppress a frown. We have made every effort to cater to market demands. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, she is undeniably beautiful. Hence, we must instill a desire in players to possess her while maintaining an air of anticipation. He then pointed to the Scarlet Witch on the screen, his tone turning serious. For this character, you could incorporate a charm value into the modeling. Su Xianwan inquired, charm value? Lu Ming confidently affirmed, precisely. The more revealing the attire, the higher the attack power. Therefore, you should design multiple outfits for this character, allowing players to switch them continuously. Gu Xiangqiu was taken aback. Mr. Lu, what absurd design is this? Are you a modified planner? You should have mentioned such requirements earlier. We have already completed the artwork. Lu Ming chuckled. I've been rather busy lately and didn't have the chance to discuss it. We must respect the market. For the sake of user experience, necessary changes must be made. Su Xianwan's lips twitched. Then Mr. Lu, I suppose I shall work overtime today to revise this. Lu Ming nodded. There's no need for overtime. You only need to deliver the project by tomorrow morning. Su Xianwan was speechless. Did that not still imply overtime? Although the company compensated generously for extra hours, the incessant revisions were truly disheartening. The art team was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 24. The Joy of Capital. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to the office, settled into his chair, and contentedly opened the system panel. Moral debt value, 1263. The debt value had officially surpassed 1,000. Lu Ming felt a sense of gratification. The design industry indeed harbors the most grievances. Leaning back in his chair, he savored a sip of coffee. What did 1,000 debt points signify? It meant he was on the verge of triggering the system's reward mechanism, securing a double return on his investments. In simpler terms, the money he expended would be reimbursed in double. This was a surefire profit. Furthermore, all of it would be deposited into his account. With this thought, Lu Ming's spirits soared, and he promptly initiated the settlement process. Ding! End of this cycle detected, settling now. Lu Ming adeptly navigated the system, his gaze steady. This time, he avoided the mistakes of the past. Throughout the entire cycle, he had engaged in rampant malice, harvesting grievances faster than a scythe. Moreover, it was all within his own company. Lu Ming was not greedy for more. He spent his days at the company, Lu Ming fixated on the screen, filled with anticipation. The company, Whale Leap Gaming, boasted assets of 360,000 yuan, and with the detection of an increase in moral standing, he was eligible to withdraw 2,000 yuan to his personal account. His personal wealth stood at 17,211 yuan, with a moral liability of 1,265 and a moral level classified as a decline in humanity. The current cycle had triggered a reward mechanism, with a return multiplier of 2, leading to a cash return of 4,160,000 yuan. The next settlement period was scheduled for 1 month later. A second passed, and nearly 4 million yuan appeared in Lu Ming's account, all deposited directly. A slight smile crept onto his lips, his face radiating satisfaction from the successful settlement. During the previous settlement, he had suffered a setback due to a betrayal by a player, which left his moral liability below 1,000, resulting in a wasted month that had weighed heavily on him. This time, having learned from his mistakes, he engaged in a series of strategic maneuvers, keeping a watchful eye on his employees, which elevated his liability to over 1,000. At that moment, he knew he was on solid ground. As expected, the money indeed arrived. However, the company's various departments bore the brunt of the strain. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile broadly, his eyes gleaming with contentment as he gazed at the 4 million resting in his account, momentarily lost in thought. What a relief. How should he spend it? The answer was simple. It was imperative to reinvest for further returns. After all, 4 million was hardly sufficient to purchase property in the bustling metropolis. It was essential to allocate funds towards the company's operations. With his direction set, Lu Ming felt elated and picked up his phone to message Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, let everyone leave work early this afternoon. Let's have a company lunch to celebrate their hard work during this period. Also, ask Old Wang to distribute a bonus of 10,000 yuan to each employee. After all, the staff had endured so much hardship. He needed to offer some consolation, lest they decide to quit and abandon their posts. Being a boss was not an easy endeavor. At noon, all members of Whale Leap Gaming were urgently summoned to a high-end restaurant. As they sat in the private room, confusion reigned among them. The art and programming teams exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't they been severely overworked recently? Why the sudden gathering? Was this some kind of last supper before a grim fate? No, it couldn't be that extravagant before sentencing. This was a restaurant with an average cost exceeding 1,000 per person. Panic began to set in. Should one discreetly submit a few more resumes? A gathering at the beginning of the month. Could it be that the company was running low on funds? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Old Wang felt a twinge of anxiety. He was aware of the company's dwindling account balance. The funds were indeed scarce, and recent investments had been substantial, leaving them quite strapped. Yet, just before the meal, he received notice to distribute a bonus of 10,000 yuan to each employee. Once that was done, the company account would be completely depleted. This couldn't possibly be a severance package, could it? With such thoughts weighing on his mind, Old Wang fell silent, hesitant to voice his concerns. Just as the speculation among the group grew, Lu Ming strolled in with a leisurely gait, followed closely by Lin Xiaoxiao. During this period, everyone has worked tirelessly. Today, let us gather for a meal and unwind. He took a seat at the head of the table, casting a sweeping glance around. Why is no one eating? Is the food unappealing? The crowd responded, how could we dare? We are merely apprehensive that once this meal concludes, we must head to the job market. Yet, Lu Ming's smile appeared utterly sincere, devoid of any semblance of fleeing. This only deepened the collective confusion. Lin Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and boldly revealed her phone, stating, just now, Mr. Lu mentioned that everyone has been working hard during this time. and he has generously awarded each of us a surprise bonus of 10,000 yuan. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room. Then what? Money. Surely. I am not dreaming. A surprise bonus. How unfamiliar it sounds. Mr. Liu, you have transformed. You are no longer the capitalist who forced us to plagiarize and work overtime relentlessly. Su Xiaowan from the art department felt her eyes welling with emotion. Boo-hoo, Mr. Liu. Though you exploit us, you are indeed far better than those unscrupulous bosses. If only you had done this sooner, we wouldn't be refreshing our resumes daily. The crowd transitioned from bewilderment to astonishment, and finally to euphoria, all in a matter of 30 seconds. The entire private room instantaneously transformed into a grand celebration. Observing the expressions of those around him and his rapidly diminishing moral debt, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had scheduled the bonus distribution for May. After the financial settlement, he understood that giving money was a positive gesture, yet the crux of the matter was that if he exerted himself this month, that 10,000 yuan would swiftly return to him as 20,000. This is the joy of capitalism. By squeezing their souls and then offering a modicum of charity, one can induce a betrayal of human nature. This sum cannot purchase loyalty, but it can buy a fleeting allegiance from a group of employees. Once they become accustomed to this rhythm of exploitation followed by benevolence, they will find themselves irrevocably attached to this company. The scythe of capital does not merely harvest. It is also a protracted psychological battle. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. After indulging in food and drink, someone wiped their mouth and instinctively glanced at the time. Furrowing their brow. It is only 1:30 p.m., and the project still lacks certain elements. Shall we return to continue working? Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Indeed. Let us not forget tomorrow's version testing. The tasks remain incomplete. Moreover, these days have been consumed in adjusting values. Who knows if new demands will arise? Perhaps we should hasten back? However, just as they prepared to rise and resume their labor, Lu Ming suddenly interjected calmly. Did we not agree to leave work early today? Everyone can resume tomorrow. The work will never cease. Once everyone departed, filled with surprise and confusion, only Lu Ming, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the finance manager, Old Wang, remained in the private room. Old Wang had intentionally stayed behind, as he wished to convey that after distributing the bonuses, the company account was devoid of funds. Just as he was about to speak, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon opening it, he glanced at the company account and was instantly engulfed in darkness. Wait. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could the account suddenly have an additional 4 million? President Liu, there's an unexpected addition of 4 million to the company account. Lu Ming smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Oh, I just transferred it. Chapter 25. If everyone has become immortal, what significance does immortality hold? Old Wang's expression transformed instantly, surpassing even the shock of witnessing the company's bankruptcy. President Liu, you deposited money into the company account? Indeed, the account should have been depleted. So I replenished it, Lu Ming stated with an air of ease, as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Old Wang felt as if he might shatter. Replenish? Did he think it was merely refueling? Why not fill it to the brim? It was as if he was encountering Lu Ming for the first time. 4 million. Just like that. A person capable of transferring such a sum undoubtedly had savings far exceeding that amount. Otherwise, who would choose to gamble everything? Was the boss truly this wealthy? Were his previous displays of distress over losses merely a facade? Old Wang gazed at Lu Ming, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He was unclear about the boss's background and was hesitant to inquire further, but regardless of the circumstances, the influx of funds into the company account at least ensured immediate stability. With this thought, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then couldn't he help but ask, What is next, President Liu? Lu Ming chuckled, rising to pat Old Wang on the shoulder. What is next? Naturally, we shall continue to invest heavily and burn through cash. With the infusion of capital, the development of life-draining immortality surged ahead with fervor. Time swiftly passed, and it was already mid-May. Under Lu Ming's efficient supervision, the first playable version of life-draining immortality was finally completed. The entire team had pushed themselves to the limit to deliver this prototype, and upon witnessing the final product, everyone was left in awe. Wow, the artistic quality has surpassed that of our previous projects by several levels. Of course, those who copy homework must ensure it is of superior quality. The skill effects are also quite impressive. Although outsourced, they still possess a certain flair. The most crucial aspect is that the gameplay is incredibly ruthless. The numerical design is utterly outrageous. Normal players will find it impossible to continue. Normal players? Are we designing this for normal players? Normal players? Our target is the spenders. The development team engaged in detailed discussions, having already tested the game. It was entirely a trap disguised as an immortal cultivation game. Any player who enjoyed such games would find it impossible to exit unscathed. The initial charges of $6 or $7 were merely a starting point. Without spending at least $100 or $80, they could expect to deplete their resources. Lu Ming observed the gameplay footage, nodding in satisfaction. He pulled over a chair and sat down. Come, Shiliang, charge me $1,000. Let me experience it. Zhou Bowen. Lin Xiaoxiao. Su Xianwan couldn't help but express her skepticism. Mr. Lu, isn't your act of transferring money to yourself a bit absurd? What do you know? Lu Ming retorted with conviction. How could a game developer be oblivious to their own creation? Only through first-hand experience can one discern where adjustments are necessary. The crowd fell silent. While his statement held merit, they all understood that Lu's notion of first-hand experience never entailed diminishing pay-to-win elements, but rather encouraged players to spend even more. However, who could contest the authority of the boss? Before long, the programmer adeptly maneuvered through the back end, and 1,000 yuan was credited. Lu Ming officially launched the game. And thus, the journey of pay-to-win cultivation began. Upon entering the game, Lu Ming casually selected a white-clad swordsman as his character. Once his choice was made, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. Welcome to the realm of cultivation, mortal. Please choose your talent. Before Lu Ming appeared 3 options. Heavenly Root, VIP exclusive, requires a recharge of 168 to unlock. Talent can be inherited. Earthly Root, 50 aptitude. Requires a recharge of 98 to unlock. Waste Root, default option. Nodding in agreement, Lu Ming decisively opted for the Waste Root. After all, if his intuition served him right, this would undoubtedly be the choice of the majority of players. As an experiencer, he felt compelled to share in the common experience of the masses. Upon selecting the Waste Root, a system prompt immediately emerged. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to a lifetime of suffering. Are you certain you wish to choose the Waste Root? Heavenly Tao reminder. Cultivation speed reduced by 30. And failure rate for breakthroughs is 50. Perhaps it's wise to spend a little money, fellow cultivator. Excellent. This truly captures the essence. Such system prompts should indeed be like this. Lu Ming unhesitatingly dismissed it and proceeded to immerse himself in the game. The novice guidance was swift. Yet the gaming experience left Lu Ming astounded. You meditated and cultivated for a day, gaining 10 spirit points. Your spirit growth is too slow. Continuous cultivation is difficult. It is recommended to purchase a spirit pill. Curious. Lu Ming opened the shop and found Beginner Spirit Pill, 10 Spirit Stones. Advanced Spirit Pill, 100 Spirit Stones. Supreme Spirit Pill, 2,000 Spirit Stones. Remarkably, the previously recharged 1,000 yuan was now put to good use. 1,000 yuan equated to 10,000 Spirit Stones. Lu Ming decisively accessed the shop and purchased a Supreme Spirit Pill. Ding. Purchase successful. You have consumed a Supreme Spirit Pill, gaining 500 spirit points. Cultivation speed increased by 100. Lu Ming glanced at his status bar. One pill had propelled his character through several levels. After all, it was uncommon for someone to consume such a potent elixir at the outset. Thus, he decided to set the spirit issue aside for the moment and test the combat system. Eagerly, he dashed outside the novice village, ready to confront his first foe, Wild Wolf, Stage 2, with his character at the 8th level of Qi training. It was only logical to assume that defeating a wild wolf would pose no challenge, right? Long ago, upon entering the turn-based combat interface, Lu Ming's character took the initiative. He swung his sword, landing a direct strike on the wild wolf. The wolf retaliated with a claw attack. Lu Ming, perplexed, attempted several more strikes, only to discover that his damage output was dismally low, while the wolf's assaults were exceedingly brutal. After some contemplation, he surmised that his novice status and beginner equipment, coupled with the absence of learned skills, rendered his only offensive option a mere basic attack, an expectation that seemed quite reasonable. Rather than fleeing, Lu Ming resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Moments later, his character's health bar plummeted, and the system issued a notification. You have died. Followed by, in the ruthless realm of cultivation, you have lost 30 cultivation points. The death screen swiftly displayed additional messages. Divine Weapon Gift Pack. Limited time, offer 98 yuan. Includes 5 superior immortal swords with an accompanying 30 attack bonus and novice resurrection card. 6 yuan. Death incurs no loss of cultivation. Without hesitation, Lu Ming purchased the Divine Weapon Gift Pack, and upon equipping the new gear, he was pleased to find his damage output finally returned to a reasonable level. Subsequently, he spent another 6 yuan on a resurrection card, just in case. How sensible. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly, his heart brimming with joy. The strategy was sound. This was exactly the thrill he sought. After approximately an hour of gameplay, he took a deep breath. His account balance had dwindled from 1,000 yuan to just over 300, an entire 700 yuan spent in a mere hour. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded vigorously, speaking with a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. The monetization in this game is exceedingly reasonable. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The exhilarating rush of spending money flows like water, rendering it utterly irresistible. This pace of expenditure would surely incite complaints from anyone who tries it. Reasonable? Zhou Bowen, Su Xiaonuan, and others were taken aback. Observing Lu Ming's contented demeanor, the development team was somewhat perplexed. They had already prepared to adjust the game's metrics and reduce the recharge interface. Having previously experienced the game themselves, they felt the level of monetization was a bit excessive. Yet, he was genuinely pleased. Zhou Bowen muttered softly, "Director Lu, you can't seriously believe that players will appreciate this, can you?" "Indeed," Lu Ming asserted with conviction. "Consider it. This theme of cultivation is inherently suited for a select few to achieve success. If everyone becomes an immortal, then what significance does immortality hold?" The others pondered. While this reasoning appeared sound, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 26. Seeking Celebrity Endorsements. Having completed his gaming experience, Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, noting that the meal was halfway prepared, and he was now merely awaiting the players to gather. Seated in the conference room, he regarded the members of the development and design teams, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. He had personally experienced the game, which was rife with flaws. Its launch would undoubtedly invite criticism. The game's development was commendable. Now it was time to discuss how to inform players of its existence. Zhao Qi nodded. "Director Lu, do you mean to officially commence the promotional campaign?" "Precisely. However, we are far from being mere ordinary promoters." Lu Ming tapped the table, determined to ignite the first shot and incite discussions across the internet. "I glanced at your development progress. It appears that your game could officially launch by mid-June. Thus, we have a month remaining, and during this time, we must prepare for a fervent build-up." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Han Mimi, the sole customer service representative both previously and currently at the company. Although her workload had been relatively light, she had successfully promoted Runaway Simulator in the past. Therefore, Lu Ming regarded her and spoke. "Xiao Mei, from today onward, you will lead the formation of a marketing department responsible for the game's promotion." Han Mimi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Me? Led?" "Yes," Lu Ming nodded. "Your marketing strategy for Runaway Simulator yielded impressive results, indicating that you have a good sense of the market." Han Mimi felt a twinge of anxiety, but recalling how she had casually sourced a few platforms and promoted some videos during the previous campaign, it didn't seem overly daunting. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that everyone believed she was merely a customer service agent, while in reality, she was a seasoned enthusiast of online literature. Novels centered around cultivation had always been her favorite. This time, she was determined to excel in her task. "Mr. Lu, do you have specific requirements for this promotion?" "The requirements are quite simple," Lu Ming said with a slight smile. "In May, I want the name Killing for Cultivation to appear in the sight of all enthusiasts of cultivation games. We must identify the right target audience and avoid indiscriminate advertising. Where should we focus our efforts?" "Cultivation novels, cultivation forums, and cultivation discussion boards. Particularly those players who enjoy the Mortal Flow and Ascension flow. They will surely appreciate this game. Xiao Mei, you are responsible for promoting through these channels. Ensure that the video content is crafted with great care." "Understood, Mr. Lu." Han Mimi nodded in agreement. The second aspect involves limited releases. "Bowen, do you recall that we previously distributed some beta testing qualifications? You will oversee this area, along with organizing a beta qualification lottery to make players feel that gaining access to the game is a tremendous opportunity. It would be beneficial to set up leaderboards, such as the strongest cultivator and sect rankings, to observe who cultivates the fastest and who possesses the highest combat power. After listening to Lu Ming's strategy, the members in the conference room fell silent. They had initially presumed that Mr. Lu was just an ordinary game owner, only to discover that he was a top-tier operational genius. Mr. Lu, did you graduate with a marketing degree? Lin Xiaoxiao could not contain her curiosity. No, he replied. Then how do you know so much? Isn't it obvious? Lu Ming chuckled. I have been on the receiving end of such tactics countless times. So, you've derived these strategies from your own hard-earned experiences? After arranging the two facets of the promotional tasks, Lu Ming meticulously calculated. The company's account currently held 4 million. If we were merely to execute these promotions, that would surely be insufficient. However, with only half a month left in May, how can we, in the shortest time possible, identify the most points of contention while also spending more money? Lu Ming furrowed his brow, glanced at his phone, and an idea began to form in his mind. What do you think about hiring a celebrity as our spokesperson? The room fell momentarily silent at the suggestion of a celebrity endorsement. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitantly responded, but, Director Lu, hiring a celebrity might incur substantial costs. Are we within budget? Budget? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. You shouldn't always be so concerned with saving money. A faint smile played on his lips as he continued with a light-hearted tone. What I'm contemplating is not whether we have enough, but rather how we can spend it more swiftly and effectively. What an audacious statement. Han Mimi couldn't help but inquire, Director Lu, are you suggesting we should seek a high-profile celebrity for endorsement? Precisely. However, if we settle for an ordinary celebrity, the impact may be minimal. Han Mimi pondered. There are already so many games with celebrity endorsements. Players have become desensitized. We can't afford the most popular stars, and achieving the desired effect seems unfeasible. Exactly. Lu Ming chuckled. We need to find a controversial celebrity, one whose very endorsement generates debate. Upon hearing this, everyone present grasped Lu Ming's intent. An ordinary celebrity endorsement might elicit a casual, "Oh, this celebrity endorsed a game," and be quickly forgotten. Yet, what if it were a celebrity mired in controversy? The response would be entirely different. Players would exclaim, "What? This game actually hired him as a spokesperson? The officials must be out of their minds." Bystanders would wonder, "What kind of pathetic game is this? I have to check it out." Fans would rally, "Please don't attack him. He is really putting in the effort." While detractors would laugh, "Haha, this game is doomed. Hiring someone like that?" Thus, whether fans or critics, everyone would fervently discuss the matter, bickering, dragging each other down, and generating a buzz across the internet about killing for immortality. Moreover, a controversial celebrity undoubtedly possesses points of contention. Lu Ming was indifferent to the number of controversies. He was aware that sustaining interest in a game was a gradual process, having learned from the experience with Legend of Heroes. He understood that expecting to create an enduring and consistently engaging game right away was unrealistic. Games require gradual adjustments. His current aim was to capture players' attention and embrace a wave of mockery. This was the most critical aspect at present. Lu Ming's objective was not a cautious endorsement, but rather one that generated ample discussion. When the topic becomes trending, the heat will follow, and with heightened interest, the game would thrive. Even if some deemed our chosen spokesperson unreliable, criticizing our game as a mere cash grab, that would still generate traffic. What if even a couple of the 100 individuals decided to try our game? Then, we would have succeeded. Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Han Mimi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the internet operates in such a manner. The more scathing the criticism, the higher the engagement, paradoxically drawing in more participants. Lu Ming looked at her with satisfaction. Mimi, you are truly the perfect fit for the head of this marketing department. He then scanned the room, asking, so, does anyone have recommendations for currently controversial celebrities? In the conference room, excitement filled the air. This was a rare opportunity to collaborate with stars, and it was their first experience. A few members of the marketing team exchanged glances and promptly began to suggest their favorite controversial figures. Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand. Mr. Lu, I think we could consider that trainee. He has recently faced widespread ridicule for his poor acting skills. He starred in a fantasy drama where he was perpetually wide-eyed and expressionless, with subpar special effects. Just after the show aired, he announced his endorsement for a certain fantasy mobile game, resulting in a massive backlash. Yet, his popularity remains substantial. Fans criticize him, but still flock to play that game. Lu Ming contemplated this for a moment. He is indeed an intriguing option, but he is rather young and the costs might be prohibitive. Zhao Qiliang then spoke up, suggesting, I recommend the actress Fei Fei. She has been heavily criticized for her outrageous statements in the past. Many claim she speaks without thought and is merely propped up by capital. She has also participated in some rather controversial events. However, it must be said, she is quite attractive and would serve well as a visual asset. After listening, Ming frowned slightly. We are looking for controversial figures, not those with tarnished reputations. There is a distinction to be made. The conference room transformed into a space for wishes, with numerous stars being discussed, but most suggestions were swiftly dismissed. Meanwhile, Ming was scrolling through Weibo, searching for celebrities who met his criteria. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What do you all think of this individual? Everyone turned to look at him. A subtle smile graced Ming's lips. The middle-aged film emperor from Xiangdao, Zhang Hui. You all know him. He was quite popular in his youth, but has since experienced a downturn in his career due to various reasons, leading him to accept numerous subpar roles. Some netizens even suspect he is acting merely for financial gain. He was recently photographed rushing to 4 commercial events in a single day, drawing criticism for not valuing his reputation and betraying the trust of his fans. Most notably, he recently starred in a fantasy film that bombed at the box office, grossing only a few million, resulting in significant losses. It's likely that no one will dare to hire him for a while. He has notoriety, controversy, and is a topic of discussion. Most importantly, his asking price is quite reasonable, and we should be able to negotiate. Listening to Ming, the team began to reflect. A former film emperor, a middle-aged male, and an affordable price. This could indeed work. Seeing the consensus among the group, Ming smiled. That's settled then. You all should immediately reach out to his team and see if we can secure a contract swiftly. After the meeting adjourned, the marketing department promptly sprang into action, swiftly contacting Zhang Hui's agent. Initially, the other party exhibited a degree of hesitation. After all, despite Zhang Hui's current tarnished reputation, he was once a celebrated film emperor. Even in his decline, endorsing a video game seemed somewhat beneath him. However, when the marketing department proposed a staggering endorsement fee of 2 million, requiring merely a day's filming, their interest was piqued immediately. Just one day? Indeed, a single day in the vibrant city of Shanghai, with accommodations and meals provided, along with a first-class round-trip flight. Such an effortless arrangement. Absolutely, and we will also organize a professional team to ensure high-quality production. The agent, after a meticulous calculation, realized that 2 million for a day's work, including all expenses, amounted to an unexpected windfall. What else could offer such generous terms? Moreover, considering Zhang Hui's current financial constraints, following the dismal box office of his last film, where investors were hesitant to engage him for further projects, this endorsement fee was akin to a lifeline in a time of need. Therefore, within a mere day, the contract was finalized. Shortly thereafter, 2 days later, Zhang Hui boarded an early first-class flight, arriving at Shanghai Airport at 10 in the morning. The marketing department had arranged for a luxury business vehicle to transport him directly to the filming studio. Once a prominent star from Hong Kong, now in his 50s with a touch of gray, his face bore the marks of time, yet he still exuded a rugged charm. Wearing sunglasses, he surveyed Ming, smiling as he extended his hand. Mr. Liu, I didn't expect such efficiency from your team. Ming laughed heartily, shaking his hand. After all, when engaging a film emperor for an endorsement, we dare not be remiss. Shall we begin? Indeed, I have prepared the script for you, ensuring it is straightforward and effective. Soon, Ming guided Zhang Hui into the filming studio, where the lighting had been meticulously adjusted and the backdrop set up. The makeup artists and costume designers had been awaiting their arrival. Ming handed the script to Zhang Hui, smiling as he said, Teacher Zhang, please review these lines and let me know if there are any adjustments you would like to propose. Zhang Hui took the script, glanced over it, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Raising an eyebrow, a hint of amusement danced at the corner of his mouth. He remarked, Mr. Liu, your advertising slogan is quite intriguing. Ming replied with a grin, simple, catchy, unforgettable. This is the hallmark of a good advertisement. Zhang Hui nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. As an actor who had starred in countless commercial films, he understood the essence of such advertisements. They aimed to be memorable. Moreover, for 2 million, only 2 scenes were required. He was indeed profiting from this venture. All right then, let us give it a try. With the director, cinematographer, and lighting technician all in position, Ming settled before the monitor, observing the work unfold. The stage manager raised the clapperboard. Scene 1, take 1, action. Dressed in a flowing robe, his hair slightly disheveled, Zhang Hui appeared as a weathered sage, standing before the green screen, with eyes seemingly gazing into an endless sea of clouds. As the camera slowly drew near, he inhaled deeply, his voice resonant and magnetic as he proclaimed, "What chance do mortals have to become immortals? 3,000 years of cultivation are worth less than a single moment of enlightenment." Director Ka exclaimed with excitement, "Good, Teacher Zhang, this is the feeling." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, the seasoned actor possessed an undeniable foundation. With a scene so effortlessly executed, it seemed to conclude seamlessly. Lu Ming had even prepared a line for this moment. "In the realm of killing for immortality, there lies a path, swift and decisive." Following this, the second scene commenced. With Zhang Hui donning tattered clothing, appearing disheveled, kneeling on the ground and lamenting, "I have spent 3,000 years cultivating through sleepless nights, only to find you all ascending as soon as I step outside. Is there still any justice in this world?" Lu Ming focused on the video editor beside him, having already prepared the ending in advance. The conclusion of this scene would feature the logo of Whale Leap gently emerging, accompanied by Lu Ming's crafted text. "In killing for immortality, there are myriad paths, and swift success is attainable." With all scenes filmed, the marketing department immediately began editing and producing the footage. Lu Ming personally reviewed it to ensure the advertisement's rhythm, music, and text were all irresistibly engaging. That evening, Zhang Hui boarded a first-class flight back to Fragrant Island, leaving with a 2 million endorsement fee, feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, the advertisement for Killing for Immortality officially launched. The following morning, the marketing department buzzed with activity, everyone engrossed in their tasks, editing, special effects, voiceovers, and color grading, with every detail meticulously refined. Lu Ming scrutinized the final product on the screen, confirming its perfection before approving the final version. "This is it. Let's release it directly." He slammed the table with excitement, adding, "Xiaomei, it's all yours from here. Roll it out across all platforms." Han Mimi nodded, "Understood. I've already topped up the budget. We can start the launch right away." Enthusiastically, she prepared to execute Lu Ming's latest directive, a 2 million advertising budget to be fully utilized within 10 days. Soon, short video platforms began showcasing Zhang Hui's advertisement. After 3,000 years of sleepless cultivation, only to step outside and see everyone has ascended? In killing for immortality, there are myriad paths, and swift success is attainable. 3,000 years of training cannot compare to a single moment of enlightenment. That day, countless netizens suddenly realized that this advertisement seemed to follow them everywhere. Upon clicking the ad, viewers found themselves bewildered, with discussions erupting in the cultivation game forum. "I saw this ad 3 times this morning while scrolling through videos. Zhang Hui's expressions are spot on. Hilarious. What on earth happened to the actor? Why is he endorsing such an advertisement? Is he truly out of money? This advertisement reeks of old-school gaming vibes, yet it's even more addictive than those games. The actor's reputation is in jeopardy. Has he sold himself for a bit of cash? This game looks like a money pit. What was Zhang Hui thinking? Is this game company really that affluent?" On Weibo, reactions were even more fervent. "This game hasn't even opened for reservations yet. Does anyone have access to the beta testing? I am uncertain. I just glanced at it, and it appears that this game is developed by Whale Leap and has yet to launch. The game isn't available yet, and I suspect significant expenditure will be necessary to engage with it. Fans of Zhang Hui can no longer remain passive." Someone on the platform has pinned a lengthy piece. "Brother Hui, you are an esteemed actor. Why engage in such advertisements? Your fans are utterly embarrassed." This inevitably drew ridicule from passers-by, with the fans attempting damage control. They tolerated his involvement in subpar films, but now he endorses a web game. He deserves the backlash. The fans and detractors are embroiled in a fierce dispute, causing the topic's popularity to soar. A day later, within Whale Leap's office, Lu Ming sat in his chair, scrolling through his phone, reveling in the cacophony of insults on various platforms and forums, his smile widening. He opened the system panel, revealing a moral debt value, 14689, which had surged by several thousand points in less than a day. The expenditure on this advertisement is truly worthwhile. Within a mere day, the game's reservation page amassed over 100,000 visits. However, the dilemma is that the game has not launched yet. Why can't it be played? Is the planner a fool? The advertising is relentless, yet where is the game? The introduction provided is exceedingly scant. An MMORPG featuring immortal characters? Beyond that, nothing is disclosed. The official team must expedite the reservation process. I can hardly wait. Isn't there even a sample from the internal testing? At the very least, release a promotional video. Netizens rush to the official website, only to be greeted by a singular statement. Killing for Immortality is set to launch soon and is now open for reservations. Reserve now, 119, 673 people have reserved. Below the official site is a brief description of the game, yet it lacks details on turn-based mechanics or recharge methods. The barrage of advertising has generated an explosive first wave of traffic, but what truly captivates players is still the strategy of scarcity marketing. It seems that the older tactics still prove effective. Whether the game is enjoyable can only be discerned through play, yet prior to experiencing it, everyone is undoubtedly eager to criticize the game developers. Among the 100,000 players who have made reservations, some are enthusiasts of Immortal-themed games, some merely join for the excitement, and others arrive based on the previous success of Whale Leap's games. Observing the continual rise of his moral debt value, Ming felt genuine delight. The strategy of scarcity marketing is remarkably effective. As long as he delays for another day, the backlash will simply double. Ming has already resolved to postpone for a few more days. Meanwhile, on the development team's side, Zhao Qiliang has completed the internal testing version of the game. He has further optimized the game, and unlike Ming's previous experience with just one character, this time the internal testing version allows access to 5 characters. Each character is designed with distinct storylines. However, Ming finds he no longer has time to experience it anew. Armed with the insights from his prior experience, he is brimming with confidence regarding the current version of the game. Moreover, the players are now brimming with enthusiasm. Any further delays could adversely affect the company's future. However, Ming remains composed. He scratches his head and glances at the eager Zhao Qiliang and Chun Hao. Chun Hao has been waiting for quite some time. As the Deep Blue platform had successfully launched Killing for Immortality without any hitches, running smoothly and flawlessly, Chun Hao is eager for his platform to showcase this to everyone. Sensing the anxious expressions of the two, Ming rises and addresses them. Qiliang, once the number of reservations reaches 200,000, immediately announce the qualifications for the closed beta. Understood, General Manager Liu. Zhao Qiliang promptly makes arrangements. 2 days later, the total number of game reservations surpasses 200,000. At 3 in the afternoon, an announcement suddenly appears on the game interface. Dear friends, thank you for your patience. Due to insufficient spiritual energy in the world, Killing for Immortality will not open for public testing yet. However, we will select 10,000 fortunate players to gain an opportunity for early immersion in the game. Closed Beta Method 1. After reaching 200,000 reservations, a portion of users will be randomly selected to receive testing qualifications. Closed Beta Method 2. Players who previously participated in the running simulator survey may claim their qualifications directly. Following the announcement, the players in the forum erupt in excitement. What? Only those who filled out the running simulator survey can directly obtain closed beta qualifications? I need to check if I participated. Whale Leap's strategy is truly ruthless. This move is a boon for veteran players. I can't believe I dismissed the survey as a hassle. Simultaneously, veteran players are returning en masse. Brothers, I filled out the survey and have already secured a closed beta qualification. Huh? I possess a closed beta account. Who is willing to purchase it at a high price? Quickly check your inbox. The official announcement for closed beta has already been sent. What kind of game is this? Only 10,000 closed beta qualifications? How shameless. I'm done with this. Whoever wants to play can play. After Whale Leap's maneuvering, they have dissuaded a significant portion of players. The barrier to entry for this game is excessively high. Yet, Ming remains indifferent. As long as you retain your opinion on Whale Leap, you are still a player. Nevertheless, a small fraction of players discovers new channels for information. The news of closed beta qualifications spreads across forums, chat groups, and second-hand trading platforms. Offering a closed beta account at a low price. Who's interested? Brothers, just received the qualification, selling it for 300. First come, first served. Is there a big shot willing to buy accounts? Take it for 800. Honest transaction. Seriously, can you all standardize your prices a bit? Laughing out loud. I have no idea what this game is like, and they're already speculating on accounts? The official game hasn't even launched its monetization yet. And we're already diving into the closed beta. Unable to secure a qualification and forced to buy accounts at inflated prices. Is Whale Leap treating players like cabbages to be harvested? The endorsement of the game by a star, coupled with a hunger marketing strategy for closed beta accounts, is truly unscrupulous. A chorus of grievances fills the chat groups, with Whale Leap is exploiting players trending on social media. In the office, Ming scrutinizes the backend data. At this moment, the moral debt has exceeded 62,879. Ming chuckled. The effect of ensnaring these players was nothing short of exquisite. The trending topic was splendid. With only a few days remaining until the official launch of the beta version, it was highly probable that he would achieve his first quadruple return on investment this month. Indeed, what truly shatters a player's defenses is not merely spending money, but rather being rendered ineligible to play. Chapter 29, A Bold to Start. Within the office, the marketing department's group chat was equally ablaze. President Liu, numerous players are currently expressing their outrage, calling for a collective boycott of our game. President Liu, the largest gaming video platform, Electric Station, has players creating videos criticizing us. Shouldn't we consider expanding the beta qualifications a bit? However, Ming merely shook his head calmly. No, the number of beta qualifications remains unchanged. But President Liu, scalpers are now selling beta accounts for over 1,000. Ming smiled, his gaze reflecting a hint of capitalist coldness. This is precisely proof that we are on the right track. A game that can provoke players' defenses, compelling them to spend money for eligibility. What does that signify? It signifies that their desires have been thoroughly ignited. Furthermore, be patient. Just moments ago, our beta version went live. If you wait a little longer, feedback on our game content will soon arrive. Ming's intent was crystal clear. Once they experienced the actual content of the game, they would naturally cease their clamoring for beta slots. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a gaming streamer named Lao Pai was eagerly staring at his inbox, his hands trembling with excitement. He was a moderately well-known streamer, making a living by broadcasting various games and critiquing poor titles. Upon discovering the game Pay to Cultivate, he immediately recognized an opportunity. This game had a barrier to entry. It was a fitting subject for streaming. With the prospect of offering something unique, he was certain that the traffic to his videos would surge. Thus, in pursuit of this influx of viewers, he spent 800 yuan to secure a beta qualification from a scalper. Moments ago, he had received the email announcing the game's launch. After setting up his various devices, he promptly announced in his fan group, "I'm going live. Streaming Pay to Cultivate in real time." Soon, Lao Pai followed the link's directions and was redirected to the download page of the Deep Blue gaming platform. Not the Steam platform? Noticing the gradually increasing viewer count, Lao Pai began to introduce the stream. "Brothers, I've just started my live broadcast, and I'm currently downloading the game. It seems the game company has created its own platform. Quite intriguing." A few minutes later, the platform finished downloading. The entire interface of Deep Blue was remarkably clean, and upon entering, he saw that only one game was available, Pay to Cultivate. Lao Pai frowned and muttered, "What kind of shoddy platform is this? Just one game?" After registering his account and entering the beta invitation code, Lao Pai clicked to download Pay to Cultivate. The installation package was not large, and within 5 minutes, it was complete. Soon, the activation button for Killing Destiny Cultivation lit up. Lao Pai quickly modified the title of his livestream. First play of the internal test of Killing Destiny Cultivation. Where is the black-hearted game endorsed by Zhang Hui trying to deceive us? Observing the viewer count nearing 10,000, Lao Pai adjusted his camera and smiled. "Brothers, today I will take you through this heavily advertised Killing Destiny Cultivation and see if the internal test account I purchased is worth our time." The game commenced shortly thereafter. With a black background and golden characters, an ancient and profound atmosphere enveloped the scene, accompanied by distant thunder, reminiscent of some celestial law in motion. Lao Pai raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "The art style is quite commendable, more exquisite than I had anticipated." The barrage of comments in the live stream grew animated. "This game has potential. The UI feels quite engaging. Let us hope it's not just another money-grabbing facade dressed as a fantasy cultivation game." Indeed, the opening was promising. Upon entering the character selection interface, Lao Pai scanned the options, 5 character models, including a white-robed swordsman, a red-clad sorceress, and a destitute beggar. Upon seeing the beggar, he muttered, "What is up with this beggar model? Such a shabby appearance." The comments section erupted. "Choose the beggar. Let us start cultivating from scratch." Lao Pai is perfect for a street performer. Starting with a bowl is quite fitting. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Lao Pai chuckled and decisively chose the beggar. He then opened the character creation interface, discovering the game featured an intricate facial customization system, allowing adjustments to skin tone, features, hairstyle, and even eye color. Wow, this game is quite outrageous. A cultivation game with facial customization. After some playful tweaking, he transformed his character into a scruffy, rugged man, naming him Old Tan Shantaf. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. This name carries great ambition. Sansai, I have seen through it all. Upon confirming the character, the game officially commenced. As the game loaded, the screen flickered to black before illuminating with blood-red text. Born into poverty, suffering oppression, you never believed in fate. But today, fate opens a door for you. The screen brightened, marking the official start of the game. The perspective gradually widened, revealing a dilapidated small town. Along the roadside, farmers and vendors moved about, while Lao Pai's character lay on a tattered mat in a corner, wrapped in ragged burlap, gaunt and emaciated. Simultaneously, a message appeared on the screen. You are a beggar, living off alms day in and day out. Haha, indeed, the authentic beggar start. Cultivating through begging, no doubt. Lao Pai was truly suited for this role. What an insult to Sunside. I strongly demand that Lao Pai change his name. Just then, a child ran over, pointing at Lao Pai's character and laughing heartily. Stinky beggar, quickly bow to Grandpa, or I will beat you up. Following this, several NPC children rushed forward, kicking and scolding Lao Pai's character, throwing punches and insults. Old Pai was left utterly speechless. Was this game truly that realistic? Even the NPCs dared to bully him? After all, Old Pai had witnessed his character's health bar significantly diminish in the upper right corner. Not exactly a scripted scene. Then, as the screen transitioned, a system prompt appeared. In your moment of utmost despair, you have stumbled upon a broken bowl. Staring at the cracked bowl in his character's hand, Old Pai paused momentarily. Upon opening his inventory, he discovered that this seemingly worthless bowl was, in fact, a spiritual artifact. Starting off with spiritual energy, this game was intriguing indeed. Without hesitation, Old Pai examined the attributes of the broken bowl. Worn bowl, damaged, effect, can receive alms at designated locations to obtain spiritual stones or leftover food. Old Pai was bewildered. A dignified spiritual artifact with such a singular function? Where was the wise elder? What kind of martial prowess was this? Yet, within the livestream, comments flew by at lightning speed, and in no time, the viewer count soared to 30,000. Ha ha ha, the developers do not deceive me. This truly is a game of begging for enlightenment. Is the broken bowl the gateway to cultivation? The planners certainly have something up their sleeves. Let us see if I can acquire some spiritual stones. As it stands, this game is captivating. I yearn to play. It is quite a unique and innovative cultivation game. Chapter 30. Join my Beggars Guild. First pay the fee. Following the prompts in the comments, Old Pai maneuvered his character, clutching the broken bowl, to the center of the town. An old beggar sat cross-legged there, and Old Pai attempted to interact. The system immediately prompted a dialogue. Hey, are you here to beg? Yes, no, without hesitation. Old Pai selected yes. Soon enough, the old beggar brandished a stick and pointed to an empty spot nearby. Go kneel over there. All newcomers beg over there. Old Pai promptly directed his character to comply. You kneel on the street, begging for a day, and receive 1 spiritual stone and 2 leftovers. Gazing at the notification of 1 and 2, Old Pai was dumbfounded, as were the viewers. No way, can I really obtain spiritual stones? They're coming in too quickly. Old Pai, why not kneel here for a whole day? With the first spiritual stone acquired, Old Pai's interest was piqued. He began to guide his character around the town, hoping to find more ways to gather spiritual stones. At that moment, a familiar name flashed across the screen, Wealthy Heir Wang Xiao. The NPC stood in the town's center, surrounded by a gaggle of sycophants, mocking the passing cultivators. Wang Xiao, a mere beggar dares to cultivate? Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Then, the system presented an option. Will you bow to Wang Xiao in exchange for 5 spiritual stones? Old Pai hesitated for a few seconds, but by then, the livestream chat had erupted. No way, this game truly embodies realism. The developers understand cultivation all too well. Begging is acceptable, but one must bow. Old Pai bowed. We support you. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand tall. For the sake of cultivation, bow down. With this one kneel, you transition from a mere mortal to the chi refinement stage. In the end, Old Pai sighed deeply, 30 years of ups and downs. Wang Xiao, just you wait. With a mere click of the mouse, the character knelt down. Acquired 5 spirit stones. Ha! Old Pai has knelt. This game is incredibly immersive. I feel as if I'm experiencing the realities of society through gaming. For the right price, I could remain in this position indefinitely. Old Pai helplessly covered his face. This game is utterly ruthless. Yet, he realized he had become somewhat captivated. Although he hadn't played for long, the game had piqued his interest considerably. Glancing at his inventory, he discovered he had nearly 10 spirit stones. He was already poised to enter the Qi refinement stage. As Old Pai maneuvered his character to extract the spirit stones, his hands trembled with excitement. Brothers, I'm about to break through to the Qi refinement stage. He opened the cultivation interface, and 5 spirit stones instantly transformed into light particles and dissipated. The character sat cross-legged, his tattered clothing fluttering gently in the wind, as if genuinely entering a state of cultivation. Moments later, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Your path of cultivation officially begins. The spiritual energy in this area is sparse. To maintain this realm, you must consume 1 spirit stone daily. If you lack spirit stones, your cultivation will regress. Old Pai's eyes widened. Why do I feel something is amiss? He smacked his lips and began to explore the new system interface. After breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, he noticed a new cultivation efficiency value on the screen. Upon reading the explanation, Old Pai was taken aback. What? Cultivation can actually decline. Ha ha ha. The planner is truly a genius. In cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. The logic is self-consistent. Do you understand? This game is genuinely simulating the essence of cultivation. It has begun. The recharge interface is imminent. Old Pai hurriedly opened his inventory and counted his remaining spirit stones, 2. This meant he could only cultivate for 2 more days before running out of stones. Brothers, the cost of cultivation is far higher than I anticipated. With a grim expression, Old Pai wandered around the town, seeking a way to acquire more spirit stones. However, he discovered that begging was not an easy endeavor. Individuals like Wang Xiao did not appear frequently, and this simply wouldn't suffice to sustain his cultivation needs. Alas, I have just broken through to the Qi refinement stage and am about to revert to a mere mortal. In the live stream, the comments continued to flood in. Ha! This game is too realistic. Even the poor cannot sustain their cultivation? Is this what pay-to-play cultivation means? I feel compelled to spend money. Otherwise, the early game pace is too slow. Old Pai gazed at his character, dressed in rags and clutching 2 spirit stones, lost in thought. Brothers, let us not rush to spend money. There is still gameplay left. I just realized that my absorption of spiritual energy is exceedingly slow. The primary reason is that I currently lack an appropriate cultivation technique. Once I find a suitable method, my rate of energy absorption will improve significantly. Therefore, I can no longer continue in this manner. I must seek an organization to align myself with. With a newfound resolve, Old Pai began to navigate his character around the town, inquiring for information. Ultimately, he discovered a group of ragged cultivators gathered in a dilapidated temple. Though their attire was tattered, their eyes radiated a fierce determination. An elderly man with a goatee stood at the entrance, leaning on his cane while surveying the passers-by. Lao Pai sensed that this individual was unique and promptly maneuvered his character forward, causing a dialogue box to appear. Beggar sect elder, young man. Do you wish to join the beggar sect? To his astonishment, the beggar sect truly existed. Lao Pai felt a surge of excitement, realizing he had indeed found the right path. Joining the sect would undoubtedly grant him the requisite cultivation techniques. Thus, he decisively clicked yes. The next message materialized. Beggar sect elder, to join our beggar sect, you must first pay 50 spiritual stones as an entry fee. Lao Pai was left dumbfounded. What the devil? Is your beggar sect merely collecting protection fees? And at such a steep price? The barrage in the live stream erupted with laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, the planners truly understand. The real-world beggar sect is organized. It makes sense. Did you think being a beggar comes without dues? How naive. It's entirely reasonable. My daughter has to pay class fees for school. Lao Pai rubbed his eyes and stared at the message thrice, realizing he had misread nothing. There were indeed no other conditions, no examination of one's bones or qualifications. Joining the beggar sect merely required payment of 50 spiritual stones. However, this was the sum he had painstakingly accumulated over half a month of begging. Lao Pai couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why should I? Aren't you the beggar sect? Why demand spiritual stones? He attempted to refuse, hoping to sneak in, but the system's prompt dispelled all hope. Insufficient spiritual stones. Entry into the sect is not permitted. How absurd. Brothers, I can't even enter the beggar sect. This game is utterly ruthless. Ha ha ha. The impoverished R&T even qualified to be beggars. It was suggested that Lao Pai should stop struggling and spend some money instead. Lao Pai inhaled deeply, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. No, Lao Pai, am renowned for my perseverance in gameplay. Even without spending money, I can thrive. Thus, Lao Pai directed his character to turn and walk outside. Chapter 31. This is the treatment one should expect in cultivation. Subsequently, Lao Pai embarked on his familiar journey of begging and working. Joining the beggar sect was non-negotiable. Where else could a beggar go if not to the beggar sect? Over the following days, Lao Pai began bowing to various NPCs, begging for alms, and even seeking odd jobs in town. Bowing to young Master Wang earned him 5 spiritual stones daily. Kneeling at the city gate for alms yielded 1 spiritual stone. Assisting the rice shop with deliveries netted him 2 spiritual stones. Working as a waiter at a restaurant brought in 3 spiritual stones. Although his daily earnings were meager, Lao Pai diligently persevered, accumulating a considerable sum over time. Ha ha ha, Lao Pai, your gaming experience is astonishingly authentic. Isn't this merely a simulation of the drudgery of corporate life? This game inexplicably requires players to toil away, and the pace is excruciatingly slow. I suggest spending a little money to expedite the process. The suggestions from the barrage of comments were disregarded by the developer, who opted for a gameplay style that garnered the most feedback. After more than 20 days of gameplay, the developer finally managed to accumulate 50 spirit stones, albeit through a grueling process. After all, to maintain his first level of cultivation, he had to expend 1 spirit stone each day. However, all of this could have been alleviated by joining the beggar's sect. Armed with his spirit stones, he made his way to the familiar dilapidated temple. You have paid 50 spirit stones to join the beggar's sect successfully. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, Beggar's Breathing Technique White Grade, Cultivation Speed 1, Daily Spirit Stone Consumption reduced by 50. Congratulations, you have unlocked the sect system. The developer exclaimed, after toiling for 7 days, I am rewarded with such a paltry skill. Ha ha ha, a white grade technique, the most basic level. This is what you get for spending 50 spirit stones. The planning is impressive. This is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. His expression darkened. Nevertheless, he was relieved that he no longer needed to spend 1 spirit stone daily for cultivation. Now, he only required half a spirit stone to scrape by. Brothers, I have finally found my footing. However, he soon recognized a more pressing issue. Upon examining the sect system, he discovered that the beggar's sect did indeed possess higher grade techniques. But they all required money, which he currently lacked. With a cultivation speed of 1, the effectiveness of this technique was negligible. Merely meditating would not suffice. This won't do. I must find another way to grow stronger. He then spent 5 spirit stones in the sect shop to purchase an ordinary dog-beating stick. Brothers, after much circling around, it is time for me to hunt monsters. With enthusiasm, he dashed out of the town and ventured into the wild. As he stepped beyond the town gate and walked along the path, he wondered why he hadn't encountered any wild monsters. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the entire interface transitioned into a familiar yet foreign battle scenario. On the screen, his character stood on the left, facing a ferocious wild dog that was half his height, with a lengthy health bar. In the center of the screen, several large buttons appeared. Attack, Magic, Defense, Flee, Items. The developer stared at the screen, utterly petrified. What the turn-based combat? Wait a moment, this game is actually turn-based. He had played for so long, and only now realized its true nature. This was utterly absurd. Upon seeing the turn-based format, his composure shattered. He initially believed that killing the fate and cultivating immortality was a highly free-form open-world cultivation game. However, after nearly a day of gameplay, he discovered that it was, in fact, a turn-based cultivation game. No wonder there had been no combat visuals before. The developers had cleverly concealed this aspect. We have all been deceived. In this day and age, there are still companies developing turn-based games. If only they had revealed that it was turn-based, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Old Pie glanced at the number of viewers in the livestream. Ever since the turn-based interface appeared, a significant number of viewers had been dissuaded from continuing. Unfortunately, Turn-based games are not well received nowadays. With a sigh, Old Pie decided to continue playing. After all, there was still some entertainment value in the livestream. Faced with a wild dog, Old Pie decisively clicked attack. His character swung the dog-beating stick and struck the wild dog. Bang! The wild dog lost 10 health points. The wild dog attacks, bang. You have sustained 18 points of damage. Such a disparity in damage? Am I not still in the beginner zone? Even the monsters in the beginner zone possess such formidable attack power. After several attempts, Old Pie felt overwhelmed. Moreover, he had no healing potions. Escape. Old Pie promptly chose to flee. Escape failed. The wild dog continues to attack. Critical hit. You have sustained 26 points of damage. You are now dead. Old Pie. I was killed by a dog. Ha ha ha. A chi refinement stage cultivator cannot even defeat a wild dog. If I can't even handle a dog with this stick, what hope do I have? You have died. The cultivation world is merciless. You have lost 30 cultivation points. Upon seeing the death notification, Old Pie spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally realized a grave issue. It is highly likely that the combat system in this game does not rely on skill to defeat monsters, but rather on equipment, techniques, and monetary investment to overpower them. He opened the character interface and discovered that his character possessed only a dog-beating stick, with the most pitiful skill, the beggar's breathing technique, boasting negligible attack power. Brothers, I understand now. Old Pie sighed heavily. This game is utterly unplayable without spending money. Gazing at his fallen character, Old Pie took a deep breath and slowly revealed a smile filled with vengeance. No matter. Wait for me, you wretched creature. Once I procure some equipment, I shall lay waste to your entire den. In the live streaming room, upon hearing Lao Pai's laughter, the crowd surmised his intentions. Here it comes. Lao Pai is beginning to set his vengeance in motion. The dogs. What have I done to provoke you? The familiar recharge interface is about to appear. Lao Pai squints. Relying on oneself is simply unfeasible. Indeed, crucial moments often necessitate a bit of external assistance. No wonder this game previously advertised itself as the path of 3,000 avenues. For there is indeed a method to rapid advancement. Lao Pai has now grasped the essence of that slogan. Upon revival, Lao Pai inhaled deeply, his mouse darting with speed. Decisively clicking opened the recharge interface. Brothers, I have comprehended the path of cultivation. His gaze fixed on the spirit stone purchase options. 6 yuan for 60 spirit stones. 30 yuan for 300 spirit stones plus an additional 30. 98 yuan for 980 spirit stones plus 120. 648 yuan for 6,480 spirit stones plus 1,500. Here it comes. The familiar recharge interface. Lao Pai, do not hesitate. Seize the 648 directly. The hard truth of the cultivation world. With spirit stones, all is possible. Lao Pai chuckled coldly. The mouse unhesitatingly clicking the 198 yuan package. But just as he was about to finalize the payment, a fleeting glance caught his eye. The words during the internal testing period. First recharge doubles in the bottom right corner. Goodness, first recharge doubles. Lao Pai's eyes widened. This mechanism must be utilized wisely. He swiftly switched to the 648 yuan benefit. With 6,480 stones, plus the bonus of 1,500, it directly transformed into 15,960 spirit stones. Brothers, who could refuse this? On the road of cultivation, what matters most is not talent or perseverance, but the resolve to invest money. Ding. Payment successful. Ding. Congratulations, player. First recharge successful. Acquired spirit stones. 15,960. Ding. You have unlocked VIP 5 privileges, enabling you to purchase more advanced items in the shop. This is the true essence of cultivation, the treatment one deserves. Hearing the system's notification, Lao Pai inhaled deeply, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. Now it is time to buy. Chapter 32. I am quitting. Gazing at the tens of thousands of spirit stones at his disposal, Lao Pai instantly felt emboldened. He swiftly made his way to the town's cultivator's market. Entering the weapon shop, where he discovered that many high-tier weapons had been stocked in the equipment section. Black iron longsword, 200 spirit stones, attack 20, with basic swordsmanship. Bronze staff, 500 spirit stones, attack 30, capable of basic spells. Xian iron battle blade, 1,000 spirit stones, attack 50, with armor-piercing effect. Brothers, in the realm of cultivation, one must possess top-tier equipment. Gritting his teeth, Lao Pai promptly purchased the Xian iron battle blade. Then, He proceeded to the adjacent technique pavilion, selecting a terrestrial-level technique. Earth-level Tai Su Sutra, 2,000 spirit stones, cultivation speed 100, daily spirit stone consumption 5. Next, he ventured to the apothecary. Acquiring a plethora of restorative potions, and with a narrowed gaze, he directly purchased several foundation cultivation pills, priced at 800 spirit stones each, effective for those below the foundation stage, capable of directly elevating one small realm, though excessive use may result in failure. Old Pai excitedly opened his backpack and swallowed a pill. Ding! You have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Ding! You have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Old Pai's character stood motionless, enveloped in a golden glow as he leveled up continuously. Astonishingly, he surged from the 1st layer of Qi refinement to the 7th in a single breath. What nonsense cultivation! Spending money is the true path to immortality. Old Pai, have you forgotten your original intentions? Remember when you bowed for a mere 5 spirit stones? Looking at his newly updated status, Old Pai's heart soared with joy. Realm, 7th layer of Qi refinement attack, 50 Xian iron warblade cultivation technique. Earth rank, Tai Su scripture daily spirit stone consumption, 2 stones haha. This is the real joy of cultivation. Old Pai rubbed his hands together, donning his new equipment, new technique, and newfound strength, and boldly charged out of the town. This time, he set his sights on a pack of wild dogs outside, his gaze filled with disdain. You mutts, this time, I'll slice you down with a single blow. Here it comes, the beginning of the revenge saga. The dogs wondered, what have we done wrong? In this authentic simulation of cultivation, the poor rely on hard work, while the wealthy simply overtake them. Old Pai smirked, clicking his mouse, as his character re-entered battle mode. Ding! You have entered the Wild Dog Denver. Once, this place had been his nightmare. His character at the 1st layer of Qi refinement had been defeated here by a wild dog, leaving him in utter disgrace. But now, he was a different person. You mutts, I have returned. In the turn-based battle interface, Old Pai commanded his character to attack first, raising his hand for a strike. Critical hit. Dealt 324 damage to the wild dog. The dog fell instantly, unable to even whimper. You have slain the wild dog, earning 3 dog skins and 200 experience. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of cultivation. Following this, Old Pai embarked on a frenzied extermination spree, grinding monsters for 20 minutes as his experience skyrocketed. Ding! You have broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Ding! You have consumed a foundation establishment pill, breaking through to the 1st layer of foundation establishment. On the screen, his character suddenly soared into the air, a golden light descending from above, and his aura surged dramatically. Congratulations, player. You have entered the foundation establishment stage. With preparations in place, Old Pai was filled with excitement. Having spent money, he didn't know how much faster his leveling speed had become. Soon after, he glanced at his brand new interface, and a system notification popped up. Entering foundation establishment stage greatly increases cultivation costs. Daily spirit stone consumption adjusted to 10 stones. Old Pai hastily opened his backpack, only to find that the plethora of spirit stones he had previously recharged had dwindled significantly. What the heck? It costs 10 spirit stones a day in the foundation establishment stage? Previously, it was just 1 stone a day during the Qi refinement stage. Now it's a 10-fold increase. Ha ha ha. Old Pai, your funds are about to run out. Cultivation is a venture with low initial investment, but becomes an insatiable abyss in the later stages. The planners truly understand this. It feels like the immortal version of a real estate mortgage. Old Pai suddenly felt a pang of anxiety as he maneuvered his character into a new town that could only be unlocked in the foundation establishment stage, where the shops unveiled a plethora of new content. Spirit Pet Contract, 500 Spirit Stones. After entering the foundation establishment stage, one must contract a spirit pet, otherwise, taming beasts becomes impossible. Advanced Dungeon Ticket, 300 Spirit Stones. Entry to high-level dungeons requires the purchase of a ticket. Superior Flying Boat, 3,000 Spirit Stones. Significantly enhances travel speed. An essential for domestic journeys. Lao Pai felt utterly overwhelmed. Just as he had established his foundation, a plethora of items demanded purchase. The spirit stones were far from sufficient. Hence, the reason for class systems in cultivation. If you are impoverished, you are destined to remain stagnant. Lao Pai calculated that he needed 10 spirit stones daily for cultivation, not to mention the subsequent expenses for equipment, pets, skills, dungeon tickets, and so forth. This meager amount of spirit stones was utterly inadequate. He would need to recharge. Covering his face, Lao Pai struggled to contain his fury. He had spent several hundred yuan for merely an hour of playtime and was now on the brink of bankruptcy. He lost interest in viewing work tasks. He had come to cultivate, not to earn money. Desperately staring at the screen, he finally grasped a profound truth. Without monetary investment, this game was unplayable. Initially, he thought that spending 500 yuan would grant him immense enjoyment, but after just 1 hour, he found himself back in familiar poverty. Even more absurdly, the shop offered numerous VIP privileges. Lao Pai covered his face and took deep breaths. Once he calmed down, he saw through the essence of the game. In the early stage, flashy plots deceive you into an immersive experience, suggesting it could be played without spending. In the mid-stage, it instills the thrill of spending, leading to unconscious investment. In the late stage, various consumables compel incessant recharges. Without money, play becomes impossible. You developers are not creating a cultivation game. You are designing a money-burning trap. No wonder you spend so much on advertisements and have sought out Zhang Hui as a spokesperson. I truly feel foolish. Lao Pai's lips twitched, his eyes filled with self-contempt. This was not a cultivation game, but a meticulously crafted trap for monetary gain. Realizing this, Lao Pai decided to cease playing. Brothers, this game is merely a money-grabbing scheme disguised as a cultivation experience. I can't continue. Let us find another game. The live stream erupted with excitement. He.S. quitting. Wow, that was fast. Indeed, the game's insatiable demand for money was unreasonable. Lao Pai's decision to quit was entirely justified. I can empathize, having spent hundreds. Only to gain nothing, I would also flee. The rate of spending far exceeded the game's consumption. Who wouldn't he quit in such circumstances? It became evident that this was not genuine cultivation, but a consumer-driven experience. If this is just the foundation establishment stage, how much would one need to spend to reach the nascent soul or the great ascension stage? Lao Pai, do you think one day you might succumb to temptation and recharge again? I bet 500 yuan that within a month, Lao Pai will resume his cultivation stream. Ha. Quitting today, recharging 648 tomorrow. Lao Pai scoffed, resolutely declaring, absolutely not. Chapter 33, Must Hide and Secretly Rejoice. Lao Pai's declaration of quitting echoed like a boulder crashing into a lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. In a mere half hour, various topics, such as the working class is unworthy of cultivation, Zhang Fei endorses a fraudulent game, and others have garnered immense attention. The official game forum, major social media platforms, and comment sections of short videos are inundated with scathing remarks, drowning the entire online space in vitriol. I have only just laid the foundation, and already they are pressuring me to spend. If I manage to ascend to the next level, will I need to take out a loan to continue my cultivation? Who recalls the official slogan promoting the notion that there are 3,000 paths to enlightenment, which essentially means spending money? Had I known this would be the case, I would have sold my beta account for 500 yuan. After an hour of gameplay, I was bankrupt without even having warmed up to the celestial energy. Moreover, it is a turn-based game. What was I thinking when I decided to play this? The planners must be quite clever. This game is riddled with payment prompts. Aside from the multitude of complaints, there exists a small faction of players who find merit in the game. Although the monetization is indeed predatory, one cannot deny the game's immersive atmosphere is commendable. With turn-based games becoming increasingly scarce, this title reminds me of my nostalgic days in fantasy. As I've aged, I find myself appreciating this genre once more. Surprisingly, this game has its admirers. The individuals upstairs must be in their 40s. Countless irate players have stormed the deep blue gaming platform, leaving a barrage of scathing reviews for pay-to-play cultivation. The most unfortunate of all is the game's spokesperson, Zhang Hui. This leading actor had recently uttered the slogan, "How can mere mortals hope to become immortals?" in an advertisement. Now, it appears that the game aligns perfectly with his words. The standards for contemporary celebrities are alarmingly low. They dare to endorse any game. Zhang Hui, I was once your fan, but now I feel compelled to burn your poster. Your advertising slogan is entirely truthful. This game offers no opportunities for the common man. How much did you receive to endorse such a title? The uproar escalates, with Zhang Hui's Weibo comments section overrun by discontent. Brother Hui, the game you endorsed drained me of 300 yuan, and I gained nothing in return. Refund my hard-earned money. You dreadful spokesperson. In a luxurious apartment in Hong Kong, Zhang Hui reclines on his sofa, smartphone in hand. gazing at the flood of negative news with a look of dismay. He merely accepted a mobile game endorsement, and within a day, he found himself trending for all the wrong reasons. This game is truly a magnet for criticism, and it is still in the beta phase. However, if given the chance again, Zhang Hui would undoubtedly choose to endorse it, for the sum involved is 2 million. In the bustling office of Jingwei Game Company in Shanghai, an unprecedented silence has fallen. The usually lively atmosphere is replaced by a palpable tension. Everyone sits at their desks, their expressions grim as if they have swallowed a fly. The disdain echoing across social media, the mockery on short video platforms, and the dismal ratings on the Deep Blue gaming platform have turned the pre-launch phase into a laughingstock of the industry. Han Mimi from the marketing department lies despondently on her desk, her face a portrait of despair. She has truly exerted herself. Every bit of the advertising budget was meticulously allocated, the promotional rhythm was impeccably timed, and the user growth data was impressively favorable. However, upon the players' arrival, they were met with a torrent of scorn. Initially filled with confidence, she had executed her promotional strategies remarkably well, coupled with Lu Ming's reassurances. She believed that killing to cultivate could captivate a loyal following through the evocative allure of the cultivation theme, thereby establishing a solid foundation for long-term operations. To her dismay, the game, still in its beta phase, faced relentless criticism from players who denounced it as a wretched experience. The accusations of killing to cultivate living up to its reputation for demanding monetary investment were incessant. The essence of cultivation seemed trivialized, reduced to a mere capitalist venture that starkly illustrated the disparities of wealth. Han Mei's composure shattered, as she had already invested a considerable amount of funding. The current predicament revealed a disheartening reality. The more they invested, the harsher the backlash became. She had even consulted General Manager Lu, inquiring whether they should temporarily halt advertisements to alleviate the public backlash. Yet, the directive she received was to persist in their spending, with Lu insisting that advertisements be placed on the Steam platform as well. This left her utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Lu's rationale. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the development department was thick with tension. Zhao Qiuyang, the principal leader of the game's development team, sat silently at his workstation, contemplating the situation. This game marked his first project since departing from Tungxiu, one to which he had devoted immense effort. Although much of its direction had been dictated by General Manager Lu, he had infused many of his own ideas into the finer details. Yet, under the unsavory cloud of monetary demands, players seemed oblivious to any other element of the game. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Bowen, each recognizing the shared despair reflected in the other's eyes. The online vitriol was overwhelming, with their development team bearing the brunt of the criticism. "Brother Liang, do you think we should adjust the game's parameters?" Zhou Bowen suggested. Zhao Qiuyang sighed in resignation. "No. General Manager Lu has been quite stringent on this aspect. We cannot make changes. Moreover, time is not on our side." He added, "Fortunately, I adopted a new developer alias. Otherwise, I would be the target of personal attacks." At this, Zhou Bowen's composure waned, realizing he had used his real name. On the other hand, Chen Hao, responsible for the Deep Blue platform's infrastructure, remained unfazed. For him, the game's launch and ensuing criticism was a common occurrence, even bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Many players were now using the Deep Blue platform as the primary battleground for their grievances. Although only one game was available on the platform, it was currently a significant hub of activity, with no signs of instability in its performance. Clearly, it had withstood the scrutiny, while everyone else succumbed to despair, anger, and hopelessness. Within the confines of the Whale Leap office, one individual radiated excitement, trembling with exhilaration: Lu Ming. At that moment, a slight smile graced Lu Ming's lips as his gaze remained fixed on the system panel in his mind. Moral debt value: 48,753. The debt value was on the verge of surpassing 50,000. He could scarcely contain his laughter, yet he stifled it, deliberately adopting a facade of discomfort as if deep in contemplation. Lu Ming drew the blinds, anxious about being seen by the employees outside. At that moment, everyone was engrossed in discussions about how to remedy the situation, yet Lu Ming remained unconcerned by the staggering debt of over 10,000, which equated to double that of a debt exceeding 50,000, translating to fourfold. This was Lu Ming's first foray into such high stakes, and he was tantalizingly close to the finish line. This month, he had invested 4 million, if it were indeed fourfold. That would amount to 16 million, a sum exceeding 10 million. Lu Ming licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 34. A forced meal is not appetizing. The atmosphere in the Whale Leap Games office remained stifling. Everyone wore furrowed brows, fixated on the various negative reviews displayed on their screens. It felt as though they were aboard a sinking ship. The company seemed to be teetering on the edge of bankruptcy once again. Why did it seem like the company had to endure this turmoil every month? Couldn't the CEO leave a bit more money in the company's accounts? Where did this reckless gambling mentality come from? Old Wang kept a watchful eye on the tightly shut door of Lu Ming's office. The pressure inside must be exceedingly low at this moment. Within the office, Lu Ming took a deep breath, striving to conceal his elation. Observing the somber atmosphere outside, he realized that if he didn't act soon, his team might truly collapse under the weight of despair. Consequently, he stepped out, feigning calmness, cleared his throat, and stood in the center of the office, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. Everyone, let us not dwell on our worries for now. The crowd looked up, their expressions a mixture of confusion and skepticism. At such a dire time, what could the boss possibly say? Under the weight of their gazes, Lu Ming began. I understand the situation is quite dire. Our game has received harsh criticism, and our ratings have plummeted. However, have you considered one thing? He paused deliberately, scanning the room. At the very least, our game is currently a hot topic of discussion across the internet. How many games have splurged tens of millions on marketing, only to make not a single ripple? Yet we, with just a few million in marketing, have surged onto the trending list. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Lu Ming's unique perspective. Although his words bore a semblance of truth, the more they listened, the more uneasy they felt. Han Mimi rested her forehead on her hand, letting out a sigh. Mr. Lu, we certainly understand what you're saying, but the problem is that this buzz is negative. Indeed, Zhou Bowen couldn't help but interject. This buzz is not a good thing. Everyone is criticizing us. Our game has been labeled as a money-grabbing scam. Consequently, our company and you, Mr. Lu, have been subject to the same scorn. Zhou Bowen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. For a long time, he had believed that Lu Ming operated on a higher level. He had always trusted that Lu Ming would have a counter-strategy, a way to navigate through this predicament. Yet, given the current state of affairs, he felt as though Lu Ming might truly be operating at a basic level. Perhaps he had overestimated the situation. Although experiences with Runaway Simulator had taught him that initial criticism after a game's launch was commonplace, this time felt fundamentally different. This game had not reflected any reality whatsoever. Even a slight reaction comes at an exorbitant cost to the players. In the gaming industry, those who face such scorn seldom meet a favorable end. Zhou Bowen spoke his mind, and as his words lingered in the air, a chorus of agreement and sighs arose from the office. Yet, Lu Ming merely smiled mysteriously, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. Thus, we ought to celebrate. Everyone. We invested $4 million in advertising, garnering the entire industry's attention. As long as there is attention, there is opportunity. No matter the criticism, it is better than being ignored. How many games do players not even bother to criticize? At the very least, we have made our mark. Lu Ming's words left many in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, from a certain perspective, the clamor surrounding pay-to-win immortal cultivation has indeed risen. But is this truly a boon? No one dares to play this way. The brand's image holds immense significance. Looking across the gaming sphere, if people come to associate Whale Leap with a company that primarily exploits players, how will they sell their future games? Observing the continued gloom among his colleagues, Lu Ming cheerfully declared, enough of this morose thinking. Tonight, I shall treat you all to dinner. Let us unwind. Everyone, at such a time, who on earth has an appetite? Why does the boss always create an atmosphere akin to a farewell dinner? Han Mimi from the marketing department forced a smile and said, Mr. Lu, I truly lack the heart to dine. I have poured so much effort into this project, and now it faces such derision. I simply... She trailed off, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhao Qiliang from the development department shook his head, utterly at a loss. He had worked into the early hours, only to be met with relentless mockery. There was no way out. No one was buying his argument. Mr. Lu, I think I'll pass. I'd rather go home and sleep. Gu Xiangqiu and Su Xiaonuan from the art department exchanged glances and quietly added, Mr. Lu, perhaps we should skip it. They were genuinely devoid of enthusiasm. However, Lu Ming offered them no chance to refuse. No, you must attend. You believe the company is doomed, do you not? But let me assure you, This project has only just begun. He pointed toward the ceiling, his gaze resolute, his tone frighteningly confident. Thus, you should indulge in good food and drink, replenish your spirits, and prepare to battle anew tomorrow. Everyone must be present tonight. Ming decisively concluded. The others, at that moment, they truly wished Ming would utter, "Boss, a forced meal lacks flavor." During dinner time, a group of employees from Whale Leap Game Company, under Ming's insistence, reluctantly gathered at the table. This restaurant, a renowned Hunan cuisine establishment in the bustling city, is conveniently close to Whale Leap, often chosen for company gatherings. Yet this time, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. The table was laden with dishes, spicy chopped pepper fish head, vibrant green pepper stir-fried meat, and a large platter of golden garlic crayfish. Yet, no one dared to lift their chopsticks. Everyone bowed their heads, fixated on their smartphones, scrolling through the latest trending topics. "Oh no, something has happened," exclaimed Li Feng from the development department, prompting immediate backlash from colleagues. Li Feng abruptly raised her head, her expression one of shock. All present froze, turning their gazes towards her. "What?" "Look at this post by Chung Lei, a senior executive at Tengsu Games. He just tweeted." Li Feng inhaled deeply and slowly recited the words from the tweet. "Certain small companies only pick up our discarded personnel. Focusing on creating games instead of devising ways to swindle money is the right path." Upon finishing this statement, an eerie silence enveloped the dining table. Zhao Qiliang's face darkened instantly. He recognized Chung Lei. The immensely popular game Shanghai Jing was developed by his team. Was he mocking us? The term discarded personnel surely referred to us. The expressions of Zhao Qiliang and his companions shifted dramatically. They had all departed from Tengsu, and now they were being openly ridiculed. Who could endure such affront? Beside them, Zhou Bowen slammed the table in indignation, exclaiming, "This Tengsu is utterly revolting." Our mood was already sour, and now we have a Tengsu executive mocking us by explicitly labeling us as discarded goods. It's akin to a slap in the face in front of everyone. Zhao Qiliang's countenance turned ominously dark. Chung Lei, hadn't they shared laughter and camaraderie at the company? How could he turn so viciously against them upon leaving Tengsu? Was this even human? He gulped down his beer in frustration, gritting his teeth. They are engaging in industry bullying. They want to tarnish our reputation completely. Chapter 35, Self-Sabotage. Chung Lei is truly something else. Gu Xiangqiu couldn't help but sneer. Tengsu Games spends lavishly, yet they dare to defecate on us. Zhou Bowen echoed his discontent. Do they think they are the industry leaders? Can we not even change jobs now? The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, with anger etched on everyone's faces. This guy will pay for this, they all thought. Seething with indignation. Isn't it merely an attempt to climb over us? Everyone felt a tightness in their chests from the palpable fury in the air. Yet Ming maintained his composure. He had yet to formulate a plan to comfort his distressed employees. How could one offer solace when the situation was so blatant? Tengsu was clearly intent on provoking them. Could they truly contend with Tengsu's current scale? Ming lifted his gaze, surveying the room, and noted the grim expressions surrounding him. Zhao Qiliang bit his lip, gripping his chopsticks with such intensity that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Zhou Bowen's face flushed crimson, clearly at the brink of rage. Everyone held their breath, and Ming let out a sigh, gently tapping the table. At this moment, resonating with everyone was of utmost importance. Ming slowly spoke. "All right, let us not be so irate. Let us first have our meal. This Chung Lei does not represent Tengsu. His remarks are merely personal opinions. We will eventually express our grievances, but not today." Ming paused momentarily, yet ultimately managed a smile and shrugged, adding, "If we are to talk about anger, I am more incensed than all of you." Upon hearing Ming's words, those gathered around the table were momentarily taken aback, and the previously fiery atmosphere subtly shifted. Zhao Qiliang could not help but exclaim, "Lu, what are you angry about? You weren't specifically named." Ming, with a hint of resignation, spread his hands, stating, "The issue is, I am the boss. This company was established with your collective efforts and my guidance. Now, with Tengsu's disparagement, they are not only scolding you, but indirectly belittling me as well. It is disheartening that employees of an industry giant so openly deride us, and we seem powerless to retaliate. Do you not understand why I am upset?" Ming offered a wry smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. "Yet, I cannot spend the entire evening joining you in your grievances." Following his words, the atmosphere at the dining table eased slightly. Everyone felt a shiver of realization. Indeed, the boss bore the brunt of the pressure. They were infuriated. Yet they were merely employees, harboring more indignation and resentment. In contrast, Ming, as the owner, had invested significantly more in terms of both effort and resources. Ming understood better than any of them that Jingwei was not yet in a position to confront Tingxiu head-on. Nevertheless, he remained seated, striving to stabilize everyone's emotions. The burden he carried was immense. The previous boss had always worn a cheerful demeanor, leading them to overlook the weight that rested upon Ming's shoulders. Zhao Qiliang fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Lu, what do you intend to do?" Ming gently set down his wine glass, his gaze profound. He discreetly glanced at his moral debt, which was about to breach 50,000. Cheng Lei's timing was fortuitous, presenting an opportunity on a silver platter. "Let us not rush," he advised. "We do not need to retaliate hastily. Tingxiu has yet to respond. We can afford to observe for a while. As for Cheng Lei, feel free to express your thoughts." Upon hearing Ming's statement, the diners were momentarily stunned. "Feel free to express your thoughts?" This was a novel approach. Zhou Bowen blinked and cautiously inquired, "Lu, are you suggesting we can speak freely?" "Certainly," Ming replied, raising his hands. "Cheng Lei is currently speaking as an individual. And how we, as employees, choose to respond privately is not the company's concern." He then added, "However, while expressing your emotions is permissible, ensure it does not escalate to a corporate level. A little personal venting is acceptable. That said, I recommend waiting a moment." How do you think former employees of Tingxiu would perceive such remarks from a high-ranking executive? As Ming finished, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, casually picked up his phone, and opened a modest group chat, his fingers swiftly tapping out a few lines of text. "Work has arrived, payment upon completion." Approximately 10 minutes later, the discourse on Weibo underwent a subtle transformation. Initially, the collective ire was directed at Cheng Lei and Tingxiu, with discussions centering around industry bullying and the issue of job hopping. However, before long, an unexpected influx of individuals emerged, fervently shifting the narrative. Tingxiu is indeed repugnant, but isn't Jingwei a dubious entity as well? Jingwei Games is merely a small workshop. What quality games could they possibly produce? Cheng Lei is a veteran in the industry. What's wrong with a few critiques? Are you all devoid of shame? These are two rotten walnuts. And you must choose the lesser evil. Stop whitewashing. Which of these gaming companies isn't merely out to make a profit? Tingxiu's strategy is lacking. I see Jingwei shouldn't pretend to be high-minded. This is merely a conflict among capitalists. Suddenly, the online discourse intensified. In the private room, Ming leisurely picked up a small crayfish, methodically peeling its shell, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "All right, everyone should eat and drink. Let the netizens handle the insults." At the dining table, Li Feng stared at these comments, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What is going on? Why are these netizens cursing at us when we are the victims?" Zhao Qi furrowed his brow in concern. "I have a feeling someone is orchestrating this." Gu Xiangqiu clenched his jaw. Could it be that Tingxiu hired trolls to slander us? Listening to their speculations, Ming raised his glass and took a gentle sip, calmly stating, "It may not necessarily be Tingxiu." Zhou Bowen frowned. Then who could it be? Ming set down his cup, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "It's me." The table fell into stunned silence. "Mr. Lu, what did you just say?" Ming shrugged, chuckling. "Those criticizing Jingwei are not solely hired by Tingxiu. A portion of them are people I engaged." Everyone stared at him in shock, as if he had lost his senses. "You hired people to insult yourself? That is utterly absurd. Mr. Lu, have you gone mad? You engaged trolls to create a narrative? Of course not. If I had people praising us, that would be far too obvious." Ming then looked at the group with utmost seriousness. "Moreover, hiring trolls is illegal. I assure you, I have never engaged in such practices. According to the system's regulations, hiring trolls, fabricating reviews, and manipulating public opinion are illegal activities, and such actions are strictly prohibited." Thus, Ming sought out a group of university students for part-time work. Furthermore, in the group, he specifically emphasized that he was paying them merely to express their opinions on this issue on Weibo. He did not direct the narrative in any way. In truth, Ming did not necessarily expect a few Weibo posts to turn the tide, but he understood that the most feared approach in such matters is silence. Now that the issue had been ignited, Tingxiu was compelled to respond. A well-handled response could salvage their image, while a poorly executed one would leave them open to backlash. Indeed, moments later, the official response from Tengxiu arrived. Li Feng pointed at his phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and everyone immediately gathered around to take a look. The Tengxiu Games official Weibo stated, "Our company has always respected the mobility of talent within the industry. We offer our understanding and blessings regarding employees' choices. The inappropriate remarks of certain individuals do not represent the company's stance. We will conduct internal communications to prevent similar situations from occurring in the future." Lu Ming smiled upon reading this Weibo post. Tengxiu had responded. Zhao Qiliang sneered, interpreting it as a clear attempt to shift blame. Gu Xianqiu shrugged, remarking that it was evident the high executives at Tengxiu lacked any sense of responsibility. However, a glint of cunning flickered in Zhou Bowen's eyes, suggesting that Cheng Lei had been scapegoated. Li Feng instantly perked up, urging everyone to check Cheng Lei's Weibo for his reaction. The group hastily refreshed the Weibo page, and, indeed, Cheng Lei's post had been deleted. Damn, he deleted it. Zhao Qiliang laughed heartily. Zhou Bowen whistled, observing, "Looks like he truly faced the company's reprimand. This is what you call retribution for the wicked." Lu Ming smiled quietly, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. This matter had nearly reached its conclusion. The real battlefield between us and Tengxiu lay within the realm of gaming. After the dinner party dispersed, Lu Ming refrained from continuing to drink and returned home early. Seated in his office chair, he casually opened the system interface, his gaze landing on the moral debt value section. Current moral debt value, 65,320. Lu Ming's expression sharpened, followed by a subtle smile. Over 60,000. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the events of the evening. The peculiar remarks from Tengxiu's executive Cheng Lei, initially a minor ripple in the industry, had escalated into a significant uproar due to his instigation, resulting in not only Tengxiu facing criticism, but also Jingyue being swept into the fray. The topic had spiraled completely out of control. Even Tengxiu's official account had to bow down and respond, ultimately throwing Cheng Lei under the bus. All of this had been orchestrated with just a few tactical maneuvers and hired commentators, plunging the entire industry into a verbal skirmish. As the debt value surged, he had successfully garnered substantial attention for Jingyue, albeit predominantly negative. Yet, every bit of it was undeniably worthwhile. Lu Ming gently navigated through the system interface, noting, "Current debt value multiplier, 6x refund." His eyes sparkled with excitement at this multiplier. What did it signify? It meant that the previous investment of 4 million would yield a return of 24 million by month's end, just from Cheng Lei's one Weibo post. Lu Ming's potential earnings had multiplied several times over. He mused that he ought to send this person an anonymous banner of appreciation someday. Regrettably, it was a shame that his own employees had borne the brunt of the backlash. However, that was of little concern. Once the profits were in, he could distribute a form of compensation to each affected individual. At this point, Lu Ming had grown indifferent to the minor moral debt values generated by his own employees. He preferred to endure the ire of the majority. The university student part-time groups had proven to be exceptionally effective. As Lu Ming fixated on the system interface, he contemplated the significant contributions made by the university student part-time groups in this public relations battle. With just a modest sum, these university students can swiftly respond and ignite relevant discussions without the fear of violating any regulations. After all, they are not mere hired hands, but diligent workers striving for their education. Each comment they post reflects their genuine opinions, with some even crafting lengthy analyses imbued with heartfelt sentiment. This approach is decidedly superior to the mere purchase of fake engagement. Moreover, what truly sets them apart is their exceptional cost-effectiveness. For the price of a single takeaway meal, one can procure a well-written essay. Some students even engage in spirited debates, broadening the scope of discussions. One must not underestimate the tenacity of these students. After deep contemplation, Lu Ming resolved to make optimal use of such part-time groups. He casually opened WeChat, located the university student part-time group, and swiftly typed a message. "Thank you all for your hard work. The task was completed splendidly. Here, essay little bonus." He then sent out a 200 yuan lucky red envelope for everyone to seize. "Boss is generous. Today's milk tea money is secured," exclaimed one. "Wow, I actually snagged 18 yuan. I'm on a roll." Another added, "Does the boss need part-timers? I'm available anytime." Lu Ming chuckled at these replies and pinned the group to the top of his chat list for future reference. Such part-time groups are incredibly useful and will undoubtedly become a significant asset for him. Chapter 36. The University Student Part-Time Group. At this moment, in the dormitory of Fenghua University, a boy clad in a loose t-shirt lay comfortably on his bed, a smug smile gracing his lips. His name is Zhou Qian, a sophomore and the founder of the campus part-time group. Since his freshman year, Zhou Qian has been actively engaged in various part-time jobs. Subsequently, realizing the inefficiency of working alone, he established several part-time groups to streamline his efforts. Over the course of a year, he has managed multiple groups that encompass students from various regions. To put it plainly, he gathered a multitude of students into these groups, facilitating their access to a variety of straightforward online and offline tasks, such as food delivery, tutoring, reviews, and promotions. Through these endeavors, he comfortably earns 1,000 to 2,000 yuan each month, surpassing the typical living expenses of an ordinary university student. Today's job has been particularly gratifying. Zhou Qian savored a bite of his 5 yuan grilled sausage, feeling immensely content. The employer, who goes by the nickname Lu Wu Wei, is truly benevolent. Not only generous, but also explicitly instructing the students not to guide public opinion, allowing them to express their thoughts freely. Such a conscientious employer is a rare find. It is worth noting that he had previously undertaken tasks that involved manipulation, with some unscrupulous employers even demanding negative articles aimed at disparaging certain companies, which left him feeling uneasy after repeated exposure to such practices. Ultimately, such actions are unethical, and Zhou Qian harbored no desire to engage in such endeavors. However, this particular task bore no psychological burden. It merely involved discussing a matter on Weibo, and it was profitable, a veritable stroke of fortune, even if no payment were rendered. As a university student accustomed to gaming, he certainly had numerous opinions. The boss was indeed fastidious. Such an exemplary employer deserved to be courted. Zhou Qian licked his lips, an idea forming in his mind. He casually opened a messaging app and sent a few messages to Ming. Boss, today's collaboration was quite enjoyable. Should similar part-time opportunities arise in the future, feel free to reach out. I also managed several larger part-time groups with a total of over 2,000 members, readily available for arrangements. The members are all current university students, and our entry screening is quite stringent. They are all real individuals engaged in both online and offline activities. After sending the messages, he leisurely slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, awaiting a response. Upon seeing the message, Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. A part-time group comprising over 2,000 university students? Zhou Qian was indeed a talent. The opportunities for such students were abundant. Each seemed as if they were participating in social practice, exhibiting enthusiasm and a commendable seriousness towards their work. With this in mind, Ming quickly replied, "All right, let us stay in touch. I will contact you if suitable work arises." On the other end, Zhou Qian, upon receiving the reply, joyfully slapped his thigh. This was a victory. From now on, whenever Ming had a need, he could secure a guaranteed profit. As the group leader, he would earn considerable commissions from many of these jobs. 2 days later, the online discourse had significantly diminished following Tung's US announcement. As time passed, June 1st arrived, marking the first day of the month. The skies over the magical city were overcast, as if rain were imminent, yet the office of the Whale Leap Gaming Company was enveloped in a childlike atmosphere. A festive touch orchestrated by Ming for Children's Day. Several employees busied themselves, though their expressions bore hints of fatigue and apathy. Han Mimi stared at her computer screen, fingers tapping on the reports, murmuring softly, "The criticism has lessened somewhat these days, but the ratings remain hopelessly low. There must be a decline. Fewer people are playing." Zhou Bowen, seated at his workstation, rubbed his temples, sighing at the code interface. Ming isolated himself in his office, drawing the blinds and locking the door. He settled into his ergonomic chair, the glow from the computer screen illuminating his face, his eyes reflecting an almost fervent anticipation. Today was the day of system settlement. To date, his debt had shown no signs of diminishing. Indeed, following the path laid out by his idol was undoubtedly the correct direction. Ming inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly as he heard the notification. Ding. End of the current cycle detected. Calculating, his heart raced in an instant. He fixed his gaze on the screen, fingers instinctively gripping the armrests of his chair. The settlement time had arrived, and with the familiar electronic sound, the numbers on the system interface began to dance wildly. Company name, Whale Leap Game Company. Company capital, 80,000 yuan. Detected increase in moral level. The host may withdraw 30 to personal account during this cycle. Personal assets, 40,211 yuan. Moral liability, 66,012. Moral level, notorious. Reward mechanism triggered this cycle, return multiplier, 6 times. Cash amount returned this cycle, 24,000,000 yuan. Next settlement cycle, 1 month later soon. Over 20 million will be credited. 20 million. Lu Ming swallowed hard, feeling as if his heart might leap out of his chest. This is over 20 million. Not 2,000. A surge of adrenaline rushed to his head. Lu Ming abruptly rose from his chair, fists clenched, his body trembling slightly. From hundreds of thousands to millions, Lu Ming had instantaneously transcended social classes, and upon glancing at his moral level, he realized he had reached a notorious status. For a moment, Lu Ming felt an incredible sense of disbelief. This may have truly been rewarding. The game Killing for Immortality was simply exceptional. Lu Ming resolved that this game must be transformed into a mobile application. Furthermore, it requires extensive promotion. Lu Ming opened his mobile banking app, staring at the stark 8-digit balance, counting once more to ensure the money was indeed real. Ha! Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Ming threw his head back and erupted into a hearty laugh. What do I possess? I possess wealth. He calculated precisely. The company account was nearly depleted. In just a month, he had earned over 20 million. With this thought, Lu Ming felt elated. Should he purchase a sports car? Should he rent a vast office in the prime CBD of the Magic City? Should he acquire a new villa? Perhaps he was getting ahead of himself. 20 million in the Magic City barely scratches the surface for a villa. No, he must not act impulsively. Lu Ming took a deep breath, striving to suppress the ecstasy within him, attempting to regain his composure. Money must be spent wisely. Over 20 million, while a solid foundation, is still far from sufficient. If, in June, he were to invest another 20 million, with the current 6-fold return mechanism, that would amount to 1.2 billion. Take a chance. A bicycle could become a motorcycle. Take a chance. 20 million could transform into 100 million. Just the thought of it sent his blood racing. This is undeniably a capital play. In just 2 months, he could transform from a small boss with merely tens of thousands in his company account to a mogul with a fortune exceeding 100 million. It's insane. Utterly insane. But he relishes it. Let us go. Lu Ming slammed his palm on the table, determined to transfer 20 million directly to the company account at the bank. As excitement surged within him, an unprecedented ambition ignited. This June, he would strive for more. One game, Killing for Immortality, is far from sufficient. The player's grievances must resonate widely. If the moral debt value can surpass 100,000, it would yield an astonishing 8-fold return. The potential for profit would be immense. Moreover, reaching that 100,000 mark is not an insurmountable challenge. With diligent management, it is indeed achievable. Chapter 37, Settlement, 6-fold return. As for the grievances of his employees, Lu Ming has resolved that only bonuses can truly mend their wounded spirits. After all, the company currently employs just a handful of staff. And with an overwhelming tide of criticism from countless players, Lu Ming has grown less concerned about his employees' opinions. Upon returning from the bank transfer, Lu Ming retained 4 million in his account, as he, being the proprietor, has numerous intricate maneuvers planned to execute through his own channels. In the office of Whale Leap Games, the lunch break had just concluded, and Han Mimi was diligently organizing the latest data at her computer. She glanced up at the atmosphere in the office, oppressive, somber, and lifeless. This week, Whale Leap's game Killing for Experience had plummeted from explosive popularity to scorn, and now faced ridicule from industry peers, casting a shadow over the entire company, with each individual bearing a grim countenance. Although the tension had been released on the Tungtsu front, the game's current downturn was undeniably disheartening. With ratings plummeting day by day, the player attrition rate continued to rise. To exacerbate matters, the company was experiencing a dearth of incoming funds. Han Mimi calculated that last month, the company had invested a minimum of 4 million. Yet player charges were insufficient even to cover server maintenance. She had even prepared for the worst, fearing that if this continued, the company might not survive the month. Casting a glance at Lu Ming's office, she noted his hurried demeanor, constantly sequestering himself within, emerging only briefly, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Han Mimi pondered this, a notification chimed. In the company group chat, Lu Ming had sent a message. Lu Ming, Everyone, happy June 1st. I've distributed some benefits for the occasion. Please check your accounts. Han Mimi was taken aback, and her colleagues exchanged bewildered glances at the group message. Benefits for June 1st? How many years had it been since they had celebrated this day as adults? Moreover, who had the heart to acknowledge June 1st now? While internally grumbling, Han Mimi opened her bank account. The next moment, she nearly dropped her phone. Amount credited, 18,000 yuan. What on earth? Han Mimi exclaimed in shock. Nearby, Zhao Qiliang, hearing the commotion, glanced at his phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Then, the entire Whale Leap office erupted into chaos. Is this real? I also received it. 18,000. President Liu truly sent this. Benefits for June 1st? Has President Liu lost his mind? Wait, didn't the company claim to be almost out of funds? Where did this money for bonuses come from? Previously, June 1st had only ever yielded lollipops for us. In our company, with dozens of employees. It seems we are about to spend nearly 1 million, doesn't it? The staff were left in utter bewilderment, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, Lu Ming emerged from his office, adorned with a mysterious yet confident smile. He surveyed the room, noticing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him. What's the matter? Why is everyone looking at me? Han Mimi couldn't contain her curiosity. President Liu, what's the deal with this bonus? Lu Ming clapped his hands and chuckled. Didn't I mention it? It's the holiday benefit for Children's Day. I hope everyone remains forever young at heart. The office fell into a profound silence. Han Mimi felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, although she worried about the company's financial state. She couldn't help but appreciate this unique way of celebrating the holiday. Lu Ming, with utmost seriousness, addressed the crowd. You all have worked hard lately, and as your boss, I cannot let you feel disheartened. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired. But isn't the company facing financial constraints? Funding? Who told you that the company is out of money? From now on, refrain from uttering such words in the office. Lu Ming chuckled, gently patting Han Mimi on the shoulder. Mimi, please come to my office for a moment. Inside the office, Han Mimi sat on the chair, her expression grave as she regarded Lu Ming. President Liu, what is your plan? Our game's reputation has plummeted to an all-time low. The players' complaints are increasing, and the data is a complete mess. I can understand the bonus now, but are you truly planning to keep pouring money into this? President Liu, should you not check the game forums? The players are vocally criticizing us. Han Mimi was genuinely perplexed and somewhat anxious. As one of the company's earliest employees, she had devoted herself to the company for the longest time, and witnessing its decline filled her with genuine concern. Yet, hearing Lu Ming's intention to continue advertising left her utterly stunned. Isn't this akin to tossing money into the abyss? She thought. However, Lu Ming's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He slowly began, Mimi, listen to me. Players criticize us? Then let them criticize us even louder. The current negative sentiment is insufficient to truly ignite enthusiasm for our game. We need greater and more intense attention. Thus, we must persist in our advertising efforts. 5 million is not excessive. Let us proceed. Han Mimi's mind struggled to comprehend this. Are you serious? Absolutely. We have already been subjected to relentless criticism. Are you certain you want to continue spending money to invite more? This isn't inviting criticism. This is marketing. Lu Ming's gaze was sharp and resolute. He had long since devised his rationale to convince Han Mimi. If you truly understand the internet, you would realize that criticism also generates traffic, and traffic translates to revenue. We are not afraid of being criticized. What we fear is being ignored. As long as a sufficient number of people discuss us, it means more individuals are becoming aware of our game's existence. Han Mimi's lips quivered slightly. She could scarcely believe what she had just heard. What kind of outrageous business logic was this? Does the boss truly comprehend marketing, or is she merely fumbling? Undeniably, Lu Ming is the proprietor. Even if she refrains from investing, Lu Ming would undoubtedly seek alternative financiers. If the funds were to remain under her purview, Han Mimi would feel considerably more at ease. After arranging matters with Han Mimi, Lu Ming summoned Zhao Qiliang. Qiliang, your task is straightforward. Continue to ensure the maintenance and development of the game. Recently, there have been numerous issues, and the bugs are rather prevalent. Do not allow the technical team to become complacent. Optimizations must be executed, and adjustments made where necessary. Zhao Qiliang nodded, his tone laden with complexity. President Liu, are you truly intent on continuing the operation of this game? Otherwise, Zhao Qiliang whispered. Players are circulating rumors that we intend to take the game offline for a complete overhaul of its values. A subtle smirk played upon Lu Ming's lips, revealing an enigmatic smile. An overhaul? Who told you that? The critical values of killing for immortality must remain unchanged. Prepare yourself. We are about to launch the official release across the entire network. Chapter 38. The Original Gullible Investor? An official release across the network? Zhao Qiliang was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. President Liu, did you just say we are launching across the entire network? Aren't we still in public testing? Doubt clouded his mind. What is the current state of killing for immortality? It was initially a game in limited internal testing, attracting a niche of hardcore players due to its cultivation theme. However, it has since been mercilessly criticized by players, resulting in a lamentably low rating. Under normal circumstances, a company would opt for internal modifications, followed by further testing, a public testing phase, and then adjustments based on market feedback before a formal launch. Although somewhat cumbersome, this is the standard procedure for a game's proper debut. Yet, Lu Ming intends to bypass adjustments and public testing altogether, proceeding directly to a full network release. Is it me who lacks understanding of games? Or is it the boss who is out of touch? Zhao Qiliang gazed at Lu Ming in astonishment, unable to restrain himself from cautioning, President Liu, our game's reputation is currently abysmal. Launching it directly may lead to even harsher criticism. Lu Ming's smile broadened. Precisely because it is dreadful, we must seize this momentum. If we do not capitalize on the current fervor, we will miss the wave of outrage. There is no time to wait for public testing. It's fine. Let us proceed quickly. The faster, the better. Zhao Qiliang felt as though he could not keep pace with Lu Ming's line of thought. Tentatively, Zhao Qiliang inquired, but what if the backlash is so severe that it leads to a catastrophic rating collapse, causing players to flee? Even if they do flee, it would be enough for my moral debt to skyrocket to 100,000. This was Lu Ming's inner monologue, yet he could not convey this to Zhao Qiliang. Instead, he merely smiled and said, Qiliang, you do not understand. Just focus on fulfilling my directives regarding the game's maintenance and updates. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Qiliang longed to express his confusion about Lu Ming's intentions, but, seeing her unwavering confidence, he swallowed his words. Such is the life of a worker. As long as someone else bears the blame, the boss's demands must be followed. After Zhao Qiliang departed, Lu Ming retrieved his phone and found Zhou Qian's contact information. With the official launch of Killing for Immortality imminent, Lu Ming realized that he still needed a favorable wind to achieve his psychological objectives. On, are you there? Boss, is there a new task? Zhou Qian's reply came almost instantaneously. Indeed, we have work to do. Killing for Immortality is about to officially launch across the internet. Please arrange for everyone to provide an objective evaluation of this game. Remember, it must be an objective assessment, not merely a flood of positive reviews. Zhou Qian was momentarily taken aback. The boss's unassuming demeanor concealed a distinctive style. Could you elaborate a bit more on that? Quite simply, Lu Ming continued. Once the game is launched, have interested individuals play it. If they find any aspects unsatisfactory or particularly engaging, encourage them to leave feedback online. After a brief pause, Lu Ming added, let me give you another example. It's not just about discussing the gameplay and experience. Ideally, we should delve into deeper discussions. For instance, how is the game's art design? What about the background music? Dig a little deeper and uncover more. Zhou Qian suddenly understood Lu Ming's intent, recognizing the critical areas that required attention. As a professional conversationalist, he noted the two examples provided by the boss, indicating significant focal points. Nodding on the other end of the line, Zhou Qian formulated a concrete operational plan in his mind. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements immediately. Excellent. Soon after agreeing on a price, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and hung up the phone. All arrangements were in place. They were merely awaiting the official release of the game. 3 days later, Killing for Immortality was officially launched. Advertisements flooded various channels once again. Due to the heated speculation surrounding the invitation codes during the previous beta test, many players were eager to see what the game was truly like upon its release. Despite the numerous negative reviews, curiosity among players remained undeterred. Finally, it's officially launched. As one of the first beta testers, a player with the username Old Scallion excitedly opened the game. He had already invested a considerable amount of money during the beta phase, yet, due to his unfortunate luck, he had failed to obtain anything remarkable. Nevertheless, He consoled himself with the belief that public testing would surely offer compensation. This was, in fact, his primary motivation for revisiting the game. Being somewhat nostalgic, he enjoyed seeking out turn-based games, so spending some money was not a burden for him. After all, once the game officially launched, it would serve as his competitive edge over others. This was where he derived the most enjoyment from playing such games. However, upon entering the game, he was greeted by an announcement. Dear beta players, thank you for your support of Killing for Immortality. The official version has undergone certain optimizations, and prior beta data will not be retained. As compensation, all participating beta players will receive 100 Spirit Stones and an exclusive title. Data will not be retained. The compensation amounts to merely 100 Spirit Stones. What is this limited title even worth? Upon reading the system announcement, the seasoned player felt a wave of dismay wash over him, nearly choking on his own frustration. He had invested a considerable sum of 1 to 2,000 yuan during the initial testing phase. Does this game truly regard him as mere fodder? Is this how they treat him, as though he were simply a novice account? As he glanced at the limited title above his character, Reset True Immortal, he read the description. You have used your flesh as fuel and spirit stones as flame, illuminating the altar of renewal with your achievements, which may be inscribed in the annals of merit. After perusing the title's description, his discomfort deepened. Is this it? Does it offer no tangible benefits? Furthermore, to bear this title publicly is akin to emblazoning I am the original gullible player for all to see. Truly, an original victim of exploitation? In a fit of indignation, he promptly chose to conceal the title. Seething with anger, he rushed to the forum, only to discover that the internal testing group had erupted in chaos. What the hell? Are there truly no rewards for internal testers? Having played numerous pay-to-win games, he had never encountered such a situation. They cleared his account? Is the planner a demon? Just yesterday, he was leveling up, and today his account has vanished? So, I spent all that money just to receive this pathetic title? Brothers, is there a possibility that we have been deceived? In a frenzy, a group of players immediately sought out customer service, but the response only exacerbated their blood pressure. Dear player, the current version is the latest, and internal test data will not be carried over. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for what? A multitude of players swiftly turned to Weibo to vent their frustrations. Before long, the topic of pay-to-win immortality fraud surged, and within just a few hours, the outcry reached a crescendo. Chapter 39. Boss, what is there to boast about? In addition to the disgruntled veteran players, a wave of eager new players continued to flock to the game. Wasn't it said that one could earn 1,000 just by having a test qualification? I must see for myself what this game has to offer. Soon, a new player, brimming with anticipation, launched the game. After creating a character and customizing a face for his cultivator, he found the graphics pleasing and the background music quite engaging. It's not as terrible as I imagined. However, after completing the first dungeon in the novice village, a shocking event unfolded. Your character has sustained injuries in battle, reducing lifespan by 1 year. He was momentarily stunned and hurried to check his character panel, only to discover that his initial lifespan of 100 years had dwindled to 99 years. If lifespan reaches 0, your character will be annihilated. What? This game truly plays with life. No, it's the character I chose that is the issue. The player immediately scrutinized the attributes of the white-robed youth he had selected. Lifespan, 99 years, status, healthy, light injury. The new player stared at this panel, his face a mask of shock. I am cultivating immortality, yet it seems I am merely cultivating my own demise. He opened the game character introduction, flipping through several pages, until he finally stumbled upon a phrase tucked away in a corner. This individual is on the path of fate. When life is extinguished, the soul dissipates, and the path must be re-established. It sounded rather absurd, yet its meaning was quite clear. When life reaches 0, death ensues, and the account is wiped clean. What a predicament! While others cultivate immortality, I am tasked with preserving my very existence. The new player took a deep breath, resolved to seek out potential remedies. Tentatively, he consumed a life-prolonging elixir included in the novice gift pack, which promised 1 year of life. Thankfully, as long as he ingested the potion, he would be fine. He then glanced at his inventory, only to find a solitary elixir remaining. The rest, it seemed, would require purchase from the marketplace, 5 spirit stones each. How exorbitant! Panic-stricken, he rushed to the forum for assistance, only to discover that many others were in even dire straits. Losing life points from defeating monsters? He had merely struck down a wild boar. Was this a game where characters needed to be replaced in short order? No, that was merely the nature of your characters. Hadn't you consulted the strategy guides? This game featured 5 characters: a beggar, a life cultivator, and one who cultivates charm. Strangely intriguing. But what fun is that when each character incurs significant costs? Players engaged in fervent discussions, and soon, the forum, Weibo, and the game were ablaze with activity. Some new players even resorted to customer service complaints, only to have their blood pressure soar upon receiving the response: "Dear player, the game rules were announced prior to launch." And the life-costing gameplay is a core feature. Core feature, indeed. The company's defensiveness was astonishing. This was the first time he had encountered such an unappreciated game company. A multitude of players, outraged, uninstalled the game. Yet a brave few decided to persist, eager to uncover what else the game had to offer. Consequently, on the very day of its launch, the rating of life cultivation plummeted to a mere 21 points within just 5 hours. This was even lower than the previous beta version. It was on the verge of breaking the record for the fastest decline in ratings. That evening, major streamers, forum players, and gaming content creators joined in a collective mockery, with memes flooding the gaming community. Life was already challenging enough. Now they had to pay to extend their existence in a game? Incredible. The grind of reality was harsh. And the grind of cultivating immortality in the game was even harsher. Contemporary workers lamented, surviving is already a struggle. Yet even the characters in the game must endure a 996 work schedule. At my previous job, I was at least compensated, but after joining a sect, they incessantly demanded money from me. Is this reasonable? This game was utterly absurd. Some even initiated inquiries with game regulatory bodies, seeking an investigation into whether the game engaged in unethical marketing practices. The following day, at the office of Whale Leap Company, in Lu Ming's office, "Boss, is our game doomed?" Han Mimi gazed at Lu Ming with a look of utter despair. In her hand, she clutched a meticulously crafted apology letter, heartfelt, sincere, and tear-jerking. She had poured considerable effort into this expression of regret. Opposite her, Lu Ming sat with an air of calm, casually crossing his legs, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Doomed. Lu Ming cast a fleeting glance at her and casually tapped a few keys on his computer, projecting the latest real-time online data onto the large screen. The current number of online users for Killing for Immortality stood at 420,000, with 230,000 new registrations within the last 24 hours. Han Mimi rubbed her eyes, perplexed. Is this data impressive? At first glance, it did seem commendable, after all. It was merely the first day since the game's launch, and already hundreds of thousands were online. This far surpassed the performance of previous games by Whale Leap. However, upon further reflection, her expression darkened. The company had expended a considerable amount of promotional funds, yet only a little over 400,000 users were online. What was there to boast about? It was important to note that other popular mobile games with similar investment levels typically saw at least 1 million online players on their first day. Moreover, the game's rating was plummeting, nearing a dismal score of 2, and virtually every gaming community was filled with criticism. The player attrition rate was escalating. And with such abysmal data, the game seemed to be doomed. Yet, as Han Mimi stared intently at Lu Ming, she noticed that he wore an enigmatic smile, one that suggested he was suppressing laughter. What on earth was he holding back? She found it utterly incomprehensible. Boss, Han Mimi took a deep breath. The data appears rather bleak, doesn't it? Lu Ming lifted his gaze, his expression laden with meaning. How so? We've invested so much money, including expenses for celebrity endorsements. Our initial investment is approaching 10 million, yet we only have over 400,000 online users. Han Mimi gritted her teeth and continued. This ROI, return on investment, certainly doesn't seem favorable. She had only learned the term ROI after taking over the marketing efforts, and it was a metric she consistently monitored. At this moment, she genuinely wished to elucidate this concept to her boss. She often expressed to friends her disdain for managers who were only half-informed and directed operations blindly. Yet now, her boss was throwing money around without a care for returns, which only heightened her anxiety. Most critically, Han Mimi pointed to the rating page. Killing for Immortality had a score of 19. Just moments ago, the game's rating had been refreshed. She had even come across timely media reports about the game, heralding Killing for Immortality's first-day rating plummets below 2, marking a milestone in gaming history. Should the score drop further, It would culminate in an epic disaster, rivaling the infamous film Chasing Dreams. Han Mimi felt on the verge of tears. Mr. Liu, are we truly not considering any public relations efforts? Liu Ming remained unfazed, continuing to type as he projected another piece of data. Killing for Immortality first-day churn rate, 835. Han Mimi gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, her finger trembling as it pointed at the screen. Is this for real? Our first-day churn rate has already exceeded 80. In other words, it is highly probable that our online user count may dwindle to merely tens of thousands by tomorrow. Liu Ming nodded, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Han Mimi's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed as she regarded Liu Ming, unable to suppress her disdain. Boss, what exactly is there to boast about? Chapter 40. The hidden bomb finally detonates. Generally speaking, if a mobile game experiences a first-day attrition rate exceeding 50, it can be deemed a failure. Yet, the attrition rate of Killing for Immortality has shockingly soared to 83. 5. Is there any hope left for this game? If this data were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the gaming community, shattering the record for first-day game attrition. Given the dire state of the game, what is the boss still clinging to? Han Mimi, unable to comprehend the data or her boss's mindset, furrowed her brows and glanced at her phone, harboring an ominous premonition. It seemed her boss was impervious to reason, and she could only vacantly exit the office. Upon returning to her workstation, a sudden notification from the marketing group captured her attention. Hot topic. Is the art design of Killing for Immortality suspected of being a reskin? Han Mimi froze. More negative news? She swiftly clicked on the news link, only to discover a post on a prominent gaming forum titled, "Shocking. The art of Killing for Immortality is actually a reskin?" Within the post, a player had compared the art design of Killing for Immortality with several other fantasy games, and was astonished to find numerous similarities in the interface, character modeling, and even special effects. The only distinction was that, after modifications, the modeling in Killing for Immortality appeared more three-dimensional and exquisite. However, this hardly justifies the act of reskinning. You have taken inspiration to an excessive degree. Underneath the post, players began to engage in fervent discussion. Is this not a quintessential reskin game? No wonder the aesthetics of Killing for Immortality seems somewhat familiar. It appears to have lifted elements from games I played in the past. In simpler terms, it is merely a reskin designed to exploit players. Goodness. It turns out this game not only demands heavy investment, but is also too lazy to create its own art. Therefore, do you now understand why the game refrained from revealing too many materials prior to its launch? It was fearful of being exposed for its reskinning. Technically speaking, all these materials are sourced from commercial platforms, and Killing for Immortality must have purchased the character models, which does not constitute plagiarism. At worst, it is simply not original. At that moment, an enthusiastic player delved into the art materials utilized by Killing for Immortality and discovered that while these materials were not outright plagiarized, they were all procured from a commercial asset platform, available for direct purchase by game companies. In other words, Jinghua hardly invested any resources in creating its own art. Instead, it merely acquired some generic materials, made minor enhancements, and launched the game. So, is this a game produced by a major studio through outsourcing? This is what you call paying homage to the classics. Do you understand? Do not misrepresent their efforts. The models have been refined. Refinement, indeed. The monetization experience has become increasingly insidious. Some veteran players have even taken screenshots from cash-driven Immortal Cultivation and juxtaposed them with images from other fantasy games, creating a stark comparison. There is an astonishing similarity of over 60. Is this not merely a reskin? What distinguishes this from copying homework from a deskmate? This is, quite frankly, lazier than some major developers' reskin mobile games. In no time, a plethora of mockery, satire, and meme expressions have emerged. Truly, cash-driven Immortal Cultivation demands a steep price for its characters, while the developers are unwilling to invest any effort in modeling. The purchased models are the most egregious, with the most grotesque monetization strategies, making it the most absurd game of the year. Thanks to Whale Leap Games, I have learned what it means to be utterly shameless. The incessant stream of negative reviews has caused cash-driven Immortal Cultivation to drop in ratings once again. In the office, Liu Ming held a cup of coffee in one hand while casually perusing the trends of public opinion on his computer. A slight smirk graced his lips, and a hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. Indeed, the efficiency of a college student's side job is nothing to scoff at. The traps he had laid in advance had finally detonated. Ming glanced at his moral debt value, 85,372. Such a figure is simply splendid. Over 80,000. And this is just on the first day of launch. It is incredibly exhilarating. This is undoubtedly the result of his meticulous efforts and careful calculations. You reap what you sow. The groundwork he had laid previously was not in vain. Ming felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment in orchestrating this situation. Without thorough planning, sufficient groundwork in public opinion, and strategically arranged points of ignition, this game could not have incited such a fierce backlash in such a short time. Yet, Ming accomplished it. Every trap he had set is now erupting in timely succession. Each step he meticulously arranged is guiding the situation toward his desired outcome. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Ming took a hearty sip of coffee. He was now not far from surpassing a moral debt value of 100,000. Moreover, he had new ideas brewing. Ming cast a glance outside the office, catching a glimpse of a hesitant figure at the door. It was Han Mimi. She stood at the entrance, her expression complex, as if she had something to say but was too apprehensive to voice it. Clutched tightly in her hand was the apology letter she had prepared long ago. At that moment, Han Mimi's heart was a tempest of contradictions, especially after recently seeing the online accusations of their company's reskinning and plagiarism. She could no longer remain seated. They had paid for the copyrights. This cannot possibly be classified as copying. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. But ultimately, she mustered the courage to knock on the door and stepped inside. Shouldn't we swiftly devise a public relations strategy regarding the reskin issue? Otherwise, I could reach out to the PR team to see if we can generate some positive discourse to counteract this. Upon hearing her words, Ming finally diverted his gaze from the computer screen to Han Mimi, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What positive discourse could possibly exist for Whale Leap at this point? Ming stood up from his chair and glanced at Han Mimi. Mimi, you arrived just in time. Just in time? Has the boss finally realized the need for public relations management? Han Mimi took a deep breath, intending to articulate all the strategies she had recently formulated. She had devised several remedial plans, including inviting prominent figures in the industry to provide positive reviews, investing in advertisements to suppress negative information, and enlisting streamers from the gaming community to help rehabilitate their image. These were all conventional strategies that a gaming company ought to employ. Although she was not well versed in public relations, she believed that learning by imitation could not lead her astray. Mimi, I have an important task for you. Ming tapped the table, signaling her to listen attentively. You need to reach out to several major streamers in the gaming community. Han Mimi felt a surge of excitement. It was rare for her and her boss to be on the same wavelength. Major streamers wield substantial influence, reaching a wide array of players. And the boss's choice of this approach for public relations was indeed commendable. She immediately began to ponder which streamers would be most suitable. Should she seek out those who specialize in reviews, or perhaps those who excel in creating entertaining content? Or should she simply contact a few humorous and witty streamers, encouraging them to enliven their broadcasts and set the tone? The more she thought about it, the more feasible the plan appeared. After all, the storyline of killing Destiny for immortality was quite engaging. In due course, as they conversed, players would discover that the game still held its charms. Thus, she promptly retrieved her notebook, quickly flipping through the names of several streamers she had previously compiled, and eagerly inquired, "Boss, which streamers would you like me to contact?" Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone calm as he replied, "We do not want biased streamers. I believe this streamer would be an excellent choice." Ming turned the computer screen towards her, revealing the live broadcast of Chu Feng, the official streamer for Beishan Games, a competitor of Whale Leap Games. Chapter 41. I have my principles too. Han Mimi was instantly taken aback upon seeing the screen, her expression one of sheer disbelief. On the screen, Chu Feng, the official streamer for Beishan Games, was live streaming. Chu Feng was a contracted streamer for Beishan, primarily promoting their games and often playing various titles from the company. Occasionally mocking competitors with a sardonic flair, a quintessentially staunch supporter. Currently, the most popular game from Beishan was Xian 2, also a fantasy-themed game, thus placing Beishan and Whale Leap in direct competition. But now, the boss was asking her to contact this individual? Wasn't he that akin to delivering ammunition straight to the enemy's supply line? Boss, are you serious? Han Mimi's heart raced. You want me to reach out to Chu Feng to promote our game? She wondered if she had misheard. Would a streamer affiliated with a competitor take on a contract with Whale Leap? Wasn't that a fanciful notion? Moreover, setting aside whether he would even agree, wasn't this a clear breach of allegiance in the past? Across the table, Ming nodded with an air of composed certainty. Yes, let's choose him. He is exceptionally suitable. I have observed his streaming style, subtly praising yet critiquing, grounded in logic and reason, and profoundly insightful. It is difficult to find anyone more fitting than he. Han Mimi was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. Her boss had truly lost his mind. She opened her mouth to voice her concerns, but upon seeing Ming's confident demeanor, she hesitated inexplicably. Could he possibly have devised some scheme? Surely, the world is not rife with such machinations. Thus, the decision was made. Contact him immediately. Ensure he streams our game tonight. But boss, will he even agree? I will authorize the budget. Even if he breaches our contract, we will cover the costs for him to stream our game. You need only to boldly present an offer. Ming's tone was resolute. This matter must be settled tonight. Han Mimi thought, very well, this is indeed in line with Jing Yue's style. Utilizing the most straightforward approach, throwing the most substantial funds, and compelling our competitors' streamers to disparage their own game. She found it unfathomable how Ming could remain so composed while executing these plans. Standing before the office desk, a bold notion surged within her. Could it be that her boss was on a mission? One that required him to expend 100 million within a specified time frame to inherit greater wealth? Shaking her head, Han Mimi dismissed her impractical thoughts. She understood she had no choice. The boss had given orders, and she must comply. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, could this truly succeed? Meanwhile, Chu Feng sat in his streaming room, staring blankly at the offer Han Mimi had sent him. 500,000. This was the amount he would typically earn in 6 months. Was Jinghua Games truly this powerful? To directly invest such a sum just to have him play a game with explosive reviews tonight. They even intended to cover his breach of contract fee. After all, he was signed with Beishan Games, and streaming for another company would violate regulations. Was this money truly so easily acquired? He had his principles. Chu Feng swallowed hard and couldn't resist asking. So, there are no scripts or dialogues provided for me. I can just improvise? Han Mimi responded instantly, no need. The boss said to maintain your style. As long as the show is explosive enough, that suffices. Chu Feng hesitantly inquired, can I mock and criticize this game? He was cautious. After all, accepting their money and then disparaging them hardly seemed like a reasonable collaboration. Yet, he had also seen the current reviews for Killing Destiny Cultivation. Forcing himself to praise it with closed eyes felt insincere. Nevertheless, the 500,000 had genuinely piqued his interest. The dilemma was whether a Beishan streamer could truly accept a contract from Jinghua. What if Beishan Games discovered this? How would it affect his future collaborations? Rationality advised him against accepting, but money urged him to go for it. 500,000. Wasn't this like receiving free money? Of course, he could. You are solely responsible for the dissemination of the program's effects. After receiving a response from the other party, Chu Feng took a deep breath, beginning to fervently weigh the pros and cons in his mind. He had just inquired about their demands, which turned out to be non-existent, no demands at all, making the situation much easier to manage. He could easily explain this to the folks at Beishan. However, it left him pondering. What was the other party truly after? What kind of peculiar company was Whale Leap? Chu Feng had no time to contemplate further, as the contract had already been sent over. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he made the decision. I accept the 500,000. Han Mimi exclaimed, wow. This person is even easier to negotiate with than I anticipated. This budget is less than half of what the boss offered. At that moment, Ming leaned back gently in his chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips upon receiving confirmation from Han Mimi. Observing the steadily rising moral debt, he sipped his coffee lightly, thinking, Chu Feng, please do not let me down. At 8 o'clock that evening, Chu Feng's live stream commenced punctually. As the official broadcaster for Beishan Games, he was primarily showcasing the game Xian 2 under the Beishan banner. Thus, as soon as the stream began, a wave of familiar viewers flooded in. Brother Chu, are we still tackling the Demon Lock Tower today? Hurry up. Brother Chu, shall we invite a few friends to join us in the dungeon? Brother Chu, how about upgrading our weapons today? The audience was fervently engaged in discussion. Yet in the next moment, they sensed something amiss. An entirely unfamiliar game interface appeared in Chu Feng's stream. Killing for Immortality, a creation by Whale Leap. Brother Chu, why have you switched games? What the heck? Killing for immortality? ISNT that the game everyone has been criticizing online lately? No. Brother Chu, are you really selling out? If you praise this game too, I will immediately unfollow you. Brother Chu, please don't tell me you've taken money to whitewash this. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng stifled his embarrassment and smiled. Brothers, today we're trying something new. I've been playing Xian 2 every day. So let us switch it up and experience the allure of another game. As he observed the barrage of comments, Chu Feng felt his face flush. Earning that 500,000 was indeed no easy feat. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Stop spouting nonsense. I genuinely accepted the money this time. But I am not here to whitewash anything." Fortunately, he had already inquired about the other party's requirements, and they had imposed no restrictions, as long as he could create some programmatic effect. Thus, while the live stream was in full swing, he still had to deliver the goods. Perhaps the financier was watching his broadcast right now. With a beaming smile, he forced himself to get into character. Brothers, since this is a new game, we must adopt the appropriate attitude. I'll directly recharge 10,000. With his words, the live stream erupted. What? Brother Chu is going for 10,000 right off the bat? Impressive. I remember when Brother Chu played Beishan's games, he rarely recharged more than 2,000 at a time. The affluent truly stand apart. Their financial prowess is demonstrated through extravagant investments exceeding 10,000. While other streamers are frugal in their gaming expenditures, Chu Gu dives headfirst into the fray with exuberance. The chat is abuzz with excitement, and Chu Feng secretly revels in his success. A 10,000 investment will surely generate sufficient buzz. What could be more effective than showering wealth upon a game? After all, he has already received a reward of 500,000. Spending 10,000 for a touch of streaming spectacle is undeniably a wise choice. Amidst a flurry of astonished comments, Chu Feng selects his character and, upon entering the game interface, adeptly navigates to the recharge section, inputting a series of digits. Recharge successful. Account balance, 100,000 spirit stones. With 100,000 spirit stones now credited, the system chimes. Congratulations, player. You have received 100,000 spirit stones. Esteemed VIP 10, please enjoy your journey of cultivation. The path of immortality rewards diligence, and the journey is endless. By heavens, 100,000 spirit stones. How lavish. Ha. It feels as though a divine tycoon has descended. I wager $5 that Chu Gu will still find it challenging to play. Brothers, let us remain silent and observe just how predatory the game truly is. Chu Feng, brimming with confidence, laughs heartily as he opens the shop, ready to indulge in extravagant purchases. All right, gentlemen, let us now explore the experience of spending in this game. Top-tier artifacts, purchase, exceptional techniques, acquire, spiritual elixirs, buy them all. In mere minutes, his inventory overflows with an array of shimmering, premium items. Chu Feng gazes at his resplendent self, his spirits soaring. Well then, brothers, we have truly maximized our spending this time. With this configuration, who dares to stand in my way? Soon, Chu Feng ascends in levels, joins a sect, and ventures forth to slay monsters, effortlessly overcoming challenges that previously stymied other players. Indeed, with spirit stones in hand, Chu Feng faces no so-called novice period. Even though he struggles with the turn-based combat system, the game proves to be quite exhilarating. The joy of spending is refreshingly simple, yet exhilarating. At this moment, Chu Feng resembles a celestial overlord, draped in a resplendent robe of divine light, adorned with a top-tier artifact, the Scarlet Flame Sword, and standing upon the recently acquired 7-colored flame cloud, as if a deity has descended. The viewers in the streaming room are awestruck. My goodness, this attire is the epitome of a celestial being. The spending warrior has arrived, leaving free players trembling. It's hilarious. While ordinary players have just emerged from the novice village, Chu Gu has already joined a sect. Wealth truly grants the power to do as one pleases. Watching this game through Chu Ji's lens, I am experiencing a genuine thrill for the first time. Chu Feng, in high spirits, maneuvers his character upon the 7-colored flame cloud, traversing the expansive realm of cultivation. Brothers, this is the treatment of an immortal. Those without spirit stones are destined to struggle, while I, Chu, shall soar. As he speaks, he opens the mounts section of the shop, resolutely purchasing the dazzling mount, the Azure Dragon of Heaven's Descent. A vividly lifelike azure dragon descends from the heavens, magnificently hovering in midair. With a gentle nudge, Chu Feng swiftly mounted the azure dragon, soaring freely through the skies. Who could have imagined that he was merely at the core formation stage? At that moment, a notification for a sect mission suddenly appeared in the game. Sect notice. The rival sect, Xiantian Palace, has launched a surprise attack. All disciples are urged to gather promptly and unite against the external threat. Regaining his composure, Chu Feng's excitement surged upon seeing the glaring announcement. Brothers, here it comes. The sect war is upon us. It is the time for the affluent players to showcase their prowess. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng mounted the azure dragon and raced towards the main hall of the sect. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the scene shifted, revealing Chu Feng amidst a vast expanse of conflict. The elders of the sect were strategizing, while the enemy forces of the rival sect drew near. He was immediately struck by a breathtaking sight. In the sky, players from Xiantian Palace rode atop various premier mounts, adorned in resplendent treasures, wielding exquisite celestial artifacts. Accompanied by a formidable army of spirit beasts, charging forth with great ferocity. Moreover, there were affluent players on the opposing side as well. Their sect leader, standing imposingly on a chaos golden rock and wielding the supreme extermination sword, emanated a terrifying aura just by his presence. On Chu Feng's side, NPC senior brothers and sisters shouted, "Dear junior disciples, today's battle is fraught with uncertainty. For the honor of our sect, we vow to fight to the death." How invigorating! Eagerly rubbing his hands together, Chu Feng prepared to unleash his fury upon the battlefield. The battle commenced. The disciples of the opposing sect surged forth like a tidal wave. Armed with the crimson flame sword, Chu Feng was the first to charge in. As the turn-based interface unfolded, he realized his action points were insufficient to strike first. He did not recognize any of the adversaries, but it mattered not to him. He would simply overpower them in due course. Soon, the enemy made the first move. In the next instant, countless fiery meteors rained down from the sky, each carrying an aura of terrifying destruction, crashing violently into Chu Feng's formation. 15,000. Chu Feng lost a significant portion of his health. Was the enemy's damage this high? And it was area damage. Wait a moment. I am a player who has spent a fortune. However, the enemy offered him no chance to ponder. Striking again with a sword. 6,000. You have died. Battle failed. 500 spirit stones will be deducted for resurrection. Staring at the resurrection prompt, Chu Feng was utterly bewildered. Had he truly perished after just 2 rounds? He resolved to accumulate more action points in the future. I just entered the battlefield, and I'm already dead. Fortunately, resurrection stones were not overly expensive, and Chu Feng decisively chose to revive. He hadn't even had the chance to make his mark yet. Before long, it was finally Chu Feng's turn. Licking his lips in anticipation, he brandished the radiant crimson flame sword, unleashing his most powerful skill, 9 heavens flowing flame slash. The fiery sword energy erupted forth, striking his opponent instantaneously and producing a colossal damage figure. 2,500. Chu Feng. The live stream. What just happened? Such luxurious equipment only dealt 2,500 damage. Alas, is this not akin to prodding an elephant with a toothpick? Surely, I am not mistaken. Is the adversary adorned in exquisite armor as well? This seems quite plausible. Observe the gleam of their attire. Perhaps they too are a lavish spender. It is evident that their expenditures may surpass my own. Chu Feng's smile froze upon his visage, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the live stream. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the combat resumed with vigor, and within mere rounds, he was vanquished once more. You have perished in the sect battle once again. Please select a resurrection method. Revive on the spot requires 1,000 spirit stones. Sect resurrection requires a 1-hour cooldown. Staring at these 2 options, Chu Feng felt utterly befuddled. Goodness, has the resurrection fee doubled? If one can revive with currency, who would wait an hour? By then, the sect's gates would likely be non-existent. Resolutely, he opted for the immediate revival. Chapter 43. Warfare is a matter of wealth. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained, realizing that the end of lavish spending leads to the loss of life. Gratitude to Brother Chu for testing the resurrection mechanism. Brother Chu, how many more times can your 10,000 coins sustain you? Who would have anticipated that the crux of turn-based combat is not strategy, but the thickness of one's wallet? Do not falter, continue to spend. We are thoroughly enjoying this. Chu Feng's temples throbbed, and he inhaled deeply. his hands trembling as he gazed at the resurrection interface on the screen. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Warfare is fundamentally about wealth. Yet, the predicament is that he cannot afford to remain dead. As a disciple of the sect, failing to partake in the battle would incur a deduction of contribution points. And should those points reach 0, he would be expelled from the sect. Would all his previous expenditures then be in vain? At this moment, the system kindly provided him with a prompt. Supreme Resurrection Gift Pack, priced at 10,000 Spirit Stones, includes 10 Resurrection Tokens, 1 exclusive protective amulet. Brothers, this game is even more predatory than Tengxiu. At least Tengxiu informed me of where I would need to spend. The recharge system in this game is utterly unforeseen. This is not merely gaming. It feels akin to paying protection fees. But what choice does Chu Feng have? He must purchase. He bit his lip and feverishly clicked through the shop, acquiring resurrection items. With the sect battle looming, how could he possibly hesitate? After purchasing yet another revival, Chu Feng found himself somewhat speechless. Addressing the microphone, his tone laced with resignation, he declared, "Brothers, this game is truly more ruthless than Tengxiu." The battle continued. Although the turn-based rules rendered the pace sluggish, Chu Feng had discerned the pattern. As each side engaged, it became a contest of who could outspend the other, with victory resting on who could endure the longest. The conflict had reached a state of near stalemate. Fortunately, the number of revivals was limited. Those who could not afford the cost naturally opted for demise, lest the battle become excessively drawn out. Chu Feng clenched his jaw, acutely aware that his expenditures on this skirmish had become quite substantial. He decisively revealed his trump card, the Supreme Attack Talisman he had previously purchased, which could augment his attack power by 150 and simultaneously inflict fire attribute damage. As the talisman burned to ashes, a fierce crimson flame enveloped Chu Feng's character, transforming him into a veritable war deity. The blade of his crimson flame sword became even more resplendent, with runes dancing along its length, emitting a thunderous resonance. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng gripped the mouse tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. A collective skill. Crimson Flame Sword Technique. Annihilate heaven and earth. The sword light rent the void, accompanied by roaring flames, descending directly upon all adversaries. Boom! Several opponents collapsed to the ground, and amidst flashes of white light, some chose to withdraw. After several rounds of battle, Chu Feng finally concluded the skirmish. Moments later, a system notification appeared. The sect leader of Xiantian Palace has been injured and fled. Victory in sect battle. The battle ended, and the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Soon after, a series of system notifications floated up on Chu Feng's character interface. Congratulations to player Chu Feng's sect for their victory, based on the contribution value in battle. The following rewards are granted. Sect contribution value, 5,000, Spirit Stones, 30,000, Extraordinary Artifact, Tiangang Battle Armor, sect position promoted to Inner Disciples. Upon witnessing the rewards from the system settlement, Chu Feng felt a surge of elation. Wow, what bountiful rewards. Both the Spirit Stones and contribution value are indeed valuable currency. Although not comparable to the 10,000 he had just recharged, it certainly helped him recover some losses. Brothers, this round was not a loss at all. Though he had spent money, the rewards were truly commendable. Feeling somewhat smug, Chu Feng glanced at his Spirit Stones balance. Opening the interface, his expression darkened instantly. Current Spirit Stones, 3,000 Spirit Stones. He paused for a moment, then vividly recalled the previous battle, purchasing revivals, healing potions, talismans, and adding in the miscellaneous items he had bought earlier. He realized he had spent a staggering 70 to 80,000 Spirit Stones on this sect battle, far more than what he had previously squandered while wandering outside. Chu Feng fell into a contemplative silence, coming to a harsh realization. This apparent victory in the sect battle was built upon his extravagant spending. Of course, he was not the only one indulging in such expenditures during this battle. The viewers in the live stream were equally flabbergasted upon witnessing this. Brother Chu spent 10,000, yet won a sect battle, only to return with 3,000. This was not merely a loss, it was a colossal loss. Shouldn't the game developers grant Brother Chu a VIP Supreme Player badge? Thank you, Brother Chu, for paving the way for us. Indeed, this game is a realm of pay-to-win cultivation. How will this game continue? Brother Chu is only at the core formation stage now, and 10,000 is already unsustainable. Chu Feng helplessly gazed at the screen, letting out a long sigh. Brothers, warfare is all about spending money. If you play this game, be prepared mentally. The audience in the live stream immediately began to encourage him. Brother Chu, since you've already invested, why not spend a bit more? Indeed, now that he was an inner disciple, why not aspire to become an elder directly? As Chu Feng gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you all devils? We aren't recharging yet. We just rewarded ourselves with 30,000 spirit stones. Let's make use of that first. Soon, Chu Feng reclined in the exclusive cultivation cavern of his sect, pondering the intricacies of life. Having reached the core formation stage, he stood just one step away from the nascent soul stage. Should he attempt to utilize the remaining spirit stones for a breakthrough? With that thought, Chu Feng excitedly sought out the breakthrough button and decisively pressed it, only to be met with the disheartening message. Breakthrough failed. Current root quality insufficient. It is advisable to enhance your root constitution. Alas, failure. Upon closer inspection, Chu Feng's expression darkened. It turned out that advancing from core formation to nascent soul required certain physical prerequisites. No matter, a single failed attempt was quite normal. Chu Feng opened the marketplace and promptly located the root enhancement pill. The game developers had been quite considerate, providing a direct solution on the homepage. However, upon examining the details, he froze in disbelief. Premium cleansing pill, price 5,000 spirit stones, can enhance root quality by 10. Heavenly cleansing pill, price 10,000 spirit stones, can enhance root quality by 30. Celestial cleansing pill, price 15,000 spirit stones, can enhance root quality by 50. What on earth? Are they selling luxury goods or liver protection pills? After a moment's hesitation, despite the celestial cleansing pill offering the greatest enhancement, its price was exorbitant. He resolved to purchase a heavenly cleansing pill, 10,000 spirit stones, to safely increase his root quality by 30. Purchase successful. Your root quality has been enhanced. All right, brothers. It's done. The root optimization is complete. Now, let us attempt the breakthrough once more. With fervor, Chu Feng clicked the breakthrough button again, and his character entered a meditative state. However, it was not long before the surrounding energy began to swirl, and the ominous message appeared. Breakthrough failed. Your current cultivation environment is unsuitable. The breakthrough probability is merely 12. It is advisable to seek a location with abundant spiritual energy for the breakthrough. Chu Feng. Viewers in the live stream. Wait, what does that mean? The environment isn't suitable? Am I not allowed to break through wherever I choose? After a moment of venting, Chu Feng quickly opened the details, discovering that the success rate for advancing to the nascent soul stage was indeed influenced by the cultivation environment. The higher the environment, the greater the success rate. Hence the saying, environment shapes the individual. Currently, his cavern was merely an ordinary one, with a breakthrough success rate of only 12. Well then, it was time to change locations. A person must adapt to thrive. Glancing at his balance, he gritted his teeth and decisively spent 10,000 spirit stones to select a celestial spirit land, boosting his breakthrough probability to 47. After all, his balance was dwindling. Saving money was crucial. All right, brothers, this time it's bound to succeed. Let us try again. With newfound confidence, Chu Feng pressed the breakthrough button once more, and his character swiftly entered a meditative state. Mere seconds later, the disheartening message appeared. Breakthrough failed. Due to consecutive failures, your inner demons have manifested, reducing the breakthrough success rate. Upon encountering this system prompt, Chu Feng found himself utterly speechless. Could you not articulate all your demands at once? The game developers resembled adept suitors. Before extracting money, they compelled him to experience failure once, only to present a new monetary incentive after he had spent. Were they treating him as some naive fool? Chu Feng opened the marketplace and expended his final 10,000 to purchase a pill for mending his hard-ass demons, his last vestige of spirit stones. His heart bled, and the viewers in the live stream began to feel sympathy. This is outrageous. The game designers are indeed the unscrupulous capitalists of the cultivation world. Have you noticed? The tactics employed by these developers bear a striking resemblance to the predatory practices of P2P lending in reality. My goodness, 30,000 spirit stones, gone just like that. How could this happen in such a short time? A few thousand had vanished. Purchase successful. Excellent. Surely this time it will work. He pressed the breakthrough button once more. His character began to cultivate. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. Thunderclouds gathered, and lightning flickered. However, the outcome was swift. Breakthrough failed. The breakthrough was unsuccessful. The character's cultivation regressed. The heavens are capricious. Please try again. Chu Feng. The audience. Jinghua. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Chu Feng's composure shattered. 30,000 spirit stones. Gone just like that. Hadn't he even managed to break through to the nascent soul stage? Chu Feng fell silent, and so did the viewers in the live stream. After 2 seconds, the barrage of comments erupted. I feel for my brother. The end of spending money is, in fact, the inability to spend. This game is more realistic than reality. Even pay-to-win players can experience financial hardship. Chu bro, what now? Your funds have vanished. The game developers must be driving the big spenders to flee. If breaking through to the nascent soul is this challenging, will I need a loan to face the heavenly tribulation? Chu Feng stared at his dwindling spirit stones, his mental state utterly shattered. 30,000 spirit stones. What does that even signify? I could order 100 takeout meals in real life with that. Yet, I couldn't even achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Taking a deep breath, he felt completely deflated. Now he understood why many pay-to-win players eventually become numb. It's not that they cannot afford it. Rather, they genuinely find no motivation to recharge. Brothers, cultivation is indeed not a path for mortals. I feel compelled to pen a letter of gratitude to the Jinghua developers. Thank you for successfully dissuading me. Thank you, Jinghua. You have made me realize that the game Tingsu still holds potential for enjoyment. I am grateful for the contrast provided by our competitors. Chu Feng remained silent, gazing at the game interface, and let out a deep sigh. Brothers, let us conclude today's live stream here. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. After all, it was nearing 1 in the morning, and considering the previous sect battles and explorations of various game interfaces, he had indeed invested considerable time. He had fulfilled his streaming commitments to Jinghua. Continuing would be unkind to his own wallet. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the audience in the live stream expressed their discontent. Chu bro, don't. You haven't even reached the nascent soul stage yet. Is this what the pay-to-win warrior has come to? You haven't even managed to ascend to the nascent soul stage? Once more, let us toil. Perhaps the system shall reward you with some benefits. Brother Chu, why not invest a little more? Chu Feng gazed at the screen, his lips twitching. Invest a little more? Brothers, are you attempting to deceive me? I have already spent 30,000 spirit stones with no success. Now you want me to invest further? Surely. You aren't agents sent by Whale Leap, are you? The audience erupted in laughter, for Brother Chu had finally grasped the reality. He should have realized long ago that this game was but a black hole. The culmination of cultivation is not ascension, but escape. I dare say this game ought to be titled Escape Simulator. Chu Feng rubbed his face and waved his hand wearily, declaring, all right. This is truly where I draw the line for today. I must reconsider whether to continue playing this game. Brothers, I'm off. Farewell. With that, the live stream interface went dark as Chu Feng abruptly closed the streaming software. Days later, following a period of escalating discussion, the incident of Chu Feng's 10,000 currency recharge ignited a fervor among many. The game is excessively predatory. Spending 10,000 merely affords a few hours of play. And 30,000 spirit stones failed to breach the nascent soul stage? Cultivation? Such a notion does not exist. The pay-to-win model has become untenable. To break through the nascent soul requires at least 100,000. This is not a game. It is a scam. The true essence of cultivation, it seems, is merely to fill the abyss with real-world currency. Is the end of cultivation merely dead? One player even shared a modified promotional image for the game, titled Pay with Your Life for Cultivation, a game where you cannot cultivate simply by desire. An intrepid soul even posted a guide titled Pay with Your Life for Cultivation, a player's heartfelt guide. The first rule, if you can grind, then grind, do not invest. The second rule, before reaching the core formation stage, a small investment can yield divine power. After reaching core formation, investing is akin to tossing money into a bottomless pit. The third rule, breakthrough, do you own property? I suggest a loan. The fourth rule, you may think the game aims to elevate you, but in truth, it seeks to ensnare you in debt. Within the span of merely 1 hour, this post ascended to the top of the trending section. In the Whale Leap Games corporate conference room, an oppressive silence prevailed. Such scenes had already unfolded several times over the past few days. Each individual felt somewhat numbed by the experience, yet the boss appeared to maintain an unusually good disposition, even bringing breakfast for everyone. Consequently, they could only whisper among themselves in the office. This afternoon, our game's uninstallation rate surged by 66%. The audience in Chu Feng's live stream were all potential players of our fantasy game, and now they have all fled. The forums are in an uproar, with players denouncing us as a cultivation P2P. What do you all think? Can this game be salvaged? Zhou Bowen cautiously inquired. Shall we offer some incentives? Absolutely not. Mr. Liu interjected. Any matters concerning game incentives must receive my approval. Zhao Qiuyang felt a pang of distress as he observed the others, unable to contain himself. After years in the gaming industry, he had never witnessed such a scene. It was the first time someone had favored their game over Tencent games, albeit only in terms of investment frequency and intensity. Whether to feel proud or not remained uncertain. Chapter 45. A major problem. Players are blocking the door. Inside the office, a palpable sense of despair permeated the atmosphere as a group of individuals radiated negativity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when, suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the company's entrance. Bring out the planners. We demand an explanation. A furious crowd of players had organized themselves, blocking the entrance of Whale Leap, brandishing banners with fervor. Your game is utterly exploitative. I invested nearly 20,000 on a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, only to fail. They exclaimed. Fellow adventurers, we must summon the planners today. Can this game even be played in the future? Where are the planners? We deserve answers. Is this game truly a P2P cultivation experience? If you intend to deceive, why target nostalgic players like us? We are well aware of the game's viability. Bring forth your boss. I have but one question. How will you repay the private funds I have invested? At the company's entrance, several security guards were overwhelmed, struggling to maintain order, clearly inexperienced. They were taken aback to learn that the building they routinely patrolled housed a company masquerading as a gaming enterprise while secretly engaging in fraudulent activities. It was utterly reprehensible. In that moment, the guards' resolve began to waver. Everyone, please remain calm. Someone will respond. They attempted to reassure the crowd, but the players remained unyielding. Some had already pulled out their phones, commencing a live broadcast. Fellow adventurers, we are at the Whale Leap Gaming Company siege. We shall uphold justice and compel the planners to provide us with fairness. Within the conference room, the commotion from outside sent everyone into a frenzy. Players were blocking the entrance. After years in the gaming industry, this was a first for him. When had the company's address been leaked? Han Mimi from the marketing department, anxious and cautious, tiptoed towards the entrance. She noticed that a dozen players had gathered outside, some even bringing small stools, clearly prepared for a prolonged standoff. The players' fury seemed to coalesce into an overwhelming wave of indignation. Bring out the planners. We demand an explanation. Han Mimi felt a surge of panic. She was the one responsible for promotions. Would this mob turn their ire towards her? Fortunately, the players sought the planners, and it was common knowledge that there was but one planner at Whale Leap. The owner. Shaking her head, she wondered if the owner would be torn apart if they emerged. Han Mimi continued to gaze outside, where a massive banner was hoisted high among the crowd, boldly proclaiming, Whale Leap Gaming, a cultivation scam, failed cultivation, burdened with debt. She quickly scoured the live stream, where viewers were glued to the unfolding drama, the chat scrolling rapidly. I can't believe it. For the first time, planners are being besieged by players. This cultivation game has turned into a social news event. I can only say remarkable. Fellow adventurers, we cultivators have truly been pushed to our limits. It was a live broadcast and quite intriguing. The security guards stationed at the company's entrance stood speechless, their expressions betraying their bewilderment. Please, exercise some restraint, someone urged, but the players remained unyielding. If we cannot devise a solution today, we shall not leave. In the company's conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension as the staff listened to the uproar outside, each face reflecting a growing sense of dread. This is disastrous. Surely they do not intend to breach our doors. With their smartphones streaming live, the prospect of making headlines loomed ominously. Our company may face dire consequences. Furthermore, the repercussions of this situation could be monumental. How could we continue to develop games thereafter? Several members of the marketing team frantically brainstormed public relations strategies. Yet the challenge was insurmountable. Evidence of their grievances was already in print. The only recourse was to consult the boss. Such a significant crisis demanded a presence from above. All eyes turned toward the office of Lu Ming. Zhao Qiuyang took the initiative and knocked on the door, entering to find Lu Ming seated, engrossed in the virtual screen within his mind, his fingers gently tapping the desk. A subtle tremor graced the corners of his mouth as he beheld a striking series of figures on the system interface. Moral debt value, 100,356. The moral debt had escalated yet again, surpassing the daunting threshold of 100,000. Upon hearing Zhao Qiliang's call, Lu Ming inhaled deeply and calmly surveyed the system interface. Do not panic. The player's arrival signifies their willingness to engage in dialogue with us. This is a path that most gaming companies must traverse for growth. Remain composed. Lu Ming exuded an air of steadiness. Tingxiu had previously navigated such incidents, and now Jingyue was facing similar trials. What did this indicate? It affirmed that his approach, inspired by Tingxiu, was indeed correct, learning through experience. However, the player's blockade was undeniably disgraceful. Contemplating this, Lu Ming furrowed his brow and rose deliberately. Since they seek an explanation, I shall personally address them. Please allow everyone to enter and select a few representatives among the players for a proper discussion. Moments later, the doors of Jingyue swung open, and a throng of players surged inside with fervor. Lin Xiaoxiao nervously distributed water and arranged seating, feeling intimidated by the imposing figures of the players. Soon, 3 representatives were chosen and escorted into the Jingyue conference room. They had all subtly modified their in-game names prior to their arrival, including one who had fled after failing to establish a foundation, another notorious for disparaging the game as merely a capitalist venture, and a third, a wealthy player who had encountered countless failures yet remained undeterred. Seated at the conference table, the trio glared at Lu Ming with palpable anger. You are the designer? One demanded, asserting that he was indeed the owner of Jingyue. We have come to the right person. Did you develop this game? We have several inquiries for you. Lu Ming nodded, maintaining a cordial demeanor. Please, go ahead. First, after investing such a substantial sum, why can we not even achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? Lu Ming spoke calmly. The breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is governed by a probabilistic system. Failure is simply an inherent aspect of the game's design. You may also purchase auxiliary items to enhance your success rate. All rules are transparent and publicly available. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the affluent player, Xiao Ming, erupted. But the issue is, despite our investment in items, we still fail. Lu Ming remained sincere. Items can only increase the probability, not guarantee success. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. As enthusiasts of cultivation, I trust you have perused various fantasy novels, wherein ordinary mortals undertake their journeys without magical artifacts, ancestral bloodlines, or preemptive annulments of engagements. It is indeed arduous for an ordinary person to achieve greatness. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. This was not right. How had he been led into this argument? Beside him, a player representative held a smartphone broadcasting live. Lu Ming noticed, but did not intervene. On one hand, he was committed to upholding the player's freedom of speech, and on the other, being in the limelight would facilitate his acceptance of any moral liabilities. Henceforth, let all players recognize this face. The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter upon hearing Lu Ming's words. Wow, this boss truly lacks shame. I cultivate to ascend, yet you've turned it into a laborious endeavor. Isn't this a conceptual misappropriation? Is this the culmination of pay-to-win cultivation? To be fair, the boss does have a point, but he hardly seems like a villain. Can a nefarious character be discerned from their visage? Perhaps he harbors a wealth of malice within. Given the circumstances, why focus on appearances? Chapter 46. This king crab is incredibly filling. After taking a moment to collect himself and organize his thoughts, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and pressed on with his inquiry. For my second question, can we receive refunds? Once Xiao Ming posed this question, all eyes turned to him. This was the most critical and central issue for the players. Lu Ming's response was resolute. No. Why not? The prices of all in-game items are clearly marked. You confirmed your purchases prior to spending. We have no hidden costs. Strictly speaking, we do not compel you to spend. Every cent is contributed voluntarily. Therefore, refunds are not feasible. Xiao Ming's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Ming through gritted teeth. Yet, it was indeed a reasonable argument. They had willingly made their purchases. The game did not force them to spend. If they chose not to invest, the worst outcome was simply being unable to progress. They could always opt not to play. In that moment, the 3-player representatives found themselves unable to counter his reasoning, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. The player representatives were seething with anger, yet felt powerless. Lu Ming gently tapped the table and smiled. However, I do understand your sentiments. Therefore, I am willing to offer compensation. The eyes of the three individuals brightened, and they were suddenly filled with excitement. Their collective effort to block the door had proven effective. With so many people present, they finally had an explanation. How would they be compensated? Ming cleared his throat and spoke leisurely. I can treat you to a meal. A profound silence enveloped the room. Do we travel all this way just for a meal? The audience in the live stream nearly burst into laughter. Wow. This appeasement strategy from Jingwei is simply astonishing. The big shots have spent so much, and all they receive in return is a meal. After spending 10,000, they finally get to eat Jingwei's food. It's as if they're not even trying to be discreet. There are still so many people in the live stream. The faces of several player representatives turned as dark as ink. So, you mean to say that the money we spend is only worth a meal in the end? Ming nodded, then shook his head. That is not entirely accurate. He continued, you are all loyal players of Jingwei, willing to spend money to support our game. While we cannot issue refunds, that does not imply we do not value you. Thus, we have decided to arrange a VIP-level reception to express our gratitude. Accommodation, meals, entertainment, and return tickets will all be covered. Ming furrowed his brows, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The direction of this situation seemed amiss. But what we truly desire is a refund for the game. Ming's smile faded somewhat, and his tone became resolute. Refunds are impossible. I have stated before. In this game, we have engaged in no fraudulent activities. We will not, and cannot, make exceptions for any player. Otherwise, the gaming industry would cease to function. Ming gritted his teeth. Can the game be adjusted, perhaps increase the breakthrough probability slightly? No, Ming shook his head. The essence of cultivating immortality lies in the difficulty of breakthroughs. If breakthroughs become easier, the enjoyment of the entire game would dissipate. Moreover, the path of cultivating immortality is inherently fraught with peril. You may spend money and still fail. This is a testament to how authentically our game reflects the challenges of cultivation. Not everyone can successfully traverse this path. The group found themselves at a loss for words. Taken aback by his fervor. It's just a game. Why are you so deeply immersed? They had indeed chosen to spend money willingly. And the game mechanics were devoid of any underhanded tactics. It was merely the probabilities that felt too real. So real that they found themselves lacking the conviction to even curse the planners. Negotiations continued for another 10 minutes. Yet Ming's stance remained unwavering. The comments in the live stream had become chaotic. The planner's mouth is a deceitful trap. How can this gaming company be so audacious? Not only do they deceive players, but they also manage to make them find reasons to accept it. I'm impressed. By the way, when are we eating? Is it too late for me to go now? The three representatives exchanged glances and slowly exited the office, engaging in discussions with everyone outside. Ming sighed deeply, looking at the crowd with resignation. What should we do? This boss is too stubborn. He refuses to budge at all. No matter what is said, it seems futile. They have all suggested turning to the Market Administration Bureau for oversight. The players exchanged glances. Prior to their arrival, their expectations for a genuine refund were rather low, as no company would willingly open such a door. Their intent was merely to convey their stance to the gaming company. However, with the numerical values unchanged, they felt utterly helpless. Ultimately, they mused, if it comes to that, they could simply cease playing. Coming to this realization, the group settled down. After all, they had come all this way and could not return empty-handed. Indeed, with no hope for a refund, they might as well indulge in a good meal. The audience in the live stream echoed their agreement, as their quest for justice from Jingwei had devolved into a communal feast. This gathering had transformed from a banquet of confrontation into a player's rendezvous. The irony was palpable. They savored this meal before departing, which elicited laughter from them. I had long insisted that a company disregarding players' grievances would never heed their suggestions. Once the group reached a consensus, it did not take long for the upper echelons of Jingwei, along with the marketing team, technical staff, operational personnel, and even the security guards, to be summoned by Ming. Nearly 100 individuals took over a high-end buffet restaurant. Inside the establishment, several player representatives sat at a table, passionately voicing their grievances while eagerly devouring seafood. Damn it, this game is truly unplayable, one lamented. Indeed, the owner of Jingwei embodies the epitome of capitalist greed. It's disgusting. Could you fetch me another plate of lobster? Sure, and grab some oysters for me as well. No lies there. This seafood is undeniably fresh. Though I partake of their hospitality, I shall never touch their game again. Exactly. I, too, will only muster the energy to criticize after a hearty meal. I intend to eat back every cent I spent. It's a pity that the king crab is so filling. As they continued their spirited banter, their hands remained busy. After satisfying their appetites, the player representatives leaned back in their chairs, stroking their full bellies, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. They had come seeking justice. Yet left with a meal consumed, hotel accommodations secured, tickets reimbursed, and still, their wallets remained empty, with no changes made to the game. Everything persisted as before. Observing their demeanor, Ming clapped his hands to garner their attention. How was the meal? A group of players, reclining in their chairs, responded in muffled tones. It was all right, just average. Ming nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Since you're well fed, there's no need to rush back. Shanghai is vast, and it would be a shame not to enjoy a couple of days here before departing. I've arranged accommodations at a 5-star hotel, a double room, with a pleasant environment. Moreover, I will reimburse your return tickets and airfare so that you do not feel this trip was in vain. Chapter 47. Are you truly not considering a fundamental resolution to the issue? During the meal, the players continued to vocally express their outrage at the unscrupulous planning of Jinghua, only to then indulge in the seafood extravaganza, which was followed by arrangements for 5-star hotel accommodations. A group sat in the hotel lobby, clutching their room keys, their gazes vacant. What exactly were they here for? Hence, what compensation had they truly received? Ming finally could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. The player beside him pondered. Free accommodation? Complimentary travel? A 2-day tour of the magical city? It seems our visit wasn't in vain after all. For a moment, silence enveloped the group. They suddenly became acutely aware of a disconcerting truth. Although the game remained unchanged and their money was unreimbursed, their frustrations had seemingly diminished by a significant degree. Is this the sugar-coated bullet of capitalism? Corrupting minds. How terrifying. 2 days later, the players boarded their respective vehicles homeward, laden with grievances and souvenirs from the magical city. Just before their departure, Ming cast a complex gaze at Ming. Ming, observing the departing crowd, could not help but express gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your support. Do remember to visit the magical city again." Once the players had been sent off, all employees congregated in the conference room, where the atmosphere was palpably grave. Everyone's unwavering gaze was fixed upon Ming. The lesson learned from this incident was profoundly impactful. Fortunately, this group of players was relatively amenable. Had they encountered more obstinate individuals, the situation would not have been so easily managed. Thus, the players' revolt served as a stark reminder. If the game is excessively exploitative, there will indeed be repercussions. They had narrowly escaped this time, thanks solely to their boss's exceptional social finesse, transforming a potential uprising into a luxurious travel package. Yet, what if next time, the players were not so easily appeased, arriving instead with lawyers or journalists? The thought sent a collective shiver through the room. After a brief silence, Zhao Qi from the game development department stood up first. His tone grave as he declared, "General Manager Liu, we have come to a profound understanding of the severity of the issues at hand. Moving forward, we must diligently craft our games to prevent any recurrence of player grievances." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, future plans must be considered with utmost care to avert player discontent. Our game mechanics should be more balanced, ensuring players do not feel as though they are perpetually shelling out money. Absolutely. Gameplay must also be more user-friendly, rather than solely focusing on monetization. Furthermore, our customer service must be more patient in soothing player frustrations, preventing them from directing their ire towards the company. All present wore sincere expressions, akin to a group of repentant game developers. They had genuinely been shaken. Although they had purchased insurance against unforeseen events, they did not anticipate that it would ever be of real use. Had it not been for General Manager Liu's adept handling of the situation, the outcome could have been far more dire than merely offering players a complimentary trip. Listening to the collective sentiments of his team, Ming nodded slightly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Excellent. It seems this incident has fostered growth among us all. In unison, the employees affirmed, indeed. Ming's tone shifted to one of gravity. I wholeheartedly concur with your perspectives. We cannot allow players to confront us again. The employees wholeheartedly agreed, confident that with continued diligence and improved content, such incidents could be averted. After a moment of contemplation, Ming slowly added, therefore, we must engage a larger, more secure company for our events. A profound silence fell over the room. Indeed, while Jingwei has successfully appeased the players this time, Lu Ming has come to the realization that the security issues at the office must be taken seriously. What if one day there are even more fervent fans? That certainly cannot be resolved merely by having a meal. Although he can accumulate a debt of moral responsibility from the scolding, his personal safety is of utmost importance. If the number of those who hold grievances against him continues to grow, what will happen to his safety? What if someone resorts to violence, or worse, throws bricks? Therefore, securing a larger office space with enhanced security measures is the most crucial task. After all, the current moral debt has already exceeded 100,000, barring any extraordinary circumstances. An eightfold return is assured. Coincidentally, he still has numerous expenses this month that remain unspent, making it an opportune moment to allocate funds towards this matter. At a critical juncture, I am indeed quite clever. Across from him, Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched. How had Lu Ming once again misconstrued his intent? Lu, that is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that I understand your perspective, and it is indeed imperative that we relocate to continue developing the game. Lu Ming naturally responded. The previous choice of our office was rather arbitrary, and the security system was inadequate, allowing players to easily approach us. This has significantly disrupted our daily operations. As the owner, I must reflect on this. The safety of our team is paramount, and as our company continues to grow, creating a conducive working environment is essential. If we transition to a more upscale office building with tighter security measures, even if players are upset, they will not be able to enter. Listening to Lu Ming's assertions, Zhou Bowen appeared astonished. Boss, shouldn't our primary focus be on improving the game so that players do not feel compelled to storm the office? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. What you mention is merely part of the focus. Even if the game is exceptional, having fans blockade the entrance is unacceptable. You have seen the extremes of fan behavior in the entertainment industry, stalking, following cars, making harassing phone calls. Surely, you are aware. The employees responded with bewildered expressions, taken aback that they had only just been contemplating the shortcomings of the game design, while Lu Ming was pivoting towards relocating. Comparing the fan culture of the entertainment industry to ours in gaming is not appropriate. Our gaming community comprises the most sincere players. One employee could no longer restrain their curiosity and inquired, Lu, have you truly reflected on this? Of course, Lu Ming replied earnestly. I have considered it thoroughly. The essence of our game is not flawed. The sole issue lies in the players' inability to manage their emotions. However, I am not blaming the players. Thus, we must find a new place, enhance security, and prevent them from disrupting our work. Lu Ming understood the sentiments of his team, yet he was acutely aware of the deeper implications. In the vast landscape of the gaming industry, crafting a game that garners both acclaim and profitability is an exceedingly formidable task. After all, individual preferences vary greatly. Pleasing everyone is a Herculean challenge. The endeavor to create a high-quality game demands an immense investment of a company's resources, often resulting in considerable effort with little reward. However, the scenario is different for Whale Leap. With its presence, Whale Leap need not strive to be the exemplary student. No matter how exceptional your game may be, can it truly surpass the multitude of negative reviews that follow? Lu Ming is acutely aware of which approach is more straightforward and yields greater profit margins. Having personally reaped benefits from the system, negative reviews, indeed, serve as the primary driving force. Upon hearing Lu Ming's remarks, the employees found themselves momentarily speechless, unable to counter his assertions. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the entire staff, Lu Ming decisively declared, Xiao, starting tomorrow, seek out new office premises, ensuring there is at least a dual-access security system, and the security personnel must be relatively young. The last security guards at our company were, on average, over 50 years old and utterly incapable of deterring players. We must elevate our standards. In the conference room, Lu Ming's tone was resolute, his gaze piercing, and his intonation left no room for dissent. Xiao, trembling slightly with her notebook in hand, mustered the courage to inquire, Director Lu, what is your budget for this? You may inquire first, but the area must not be less than 500 square meters. Lu Ming asserted, slamming his palm on the table in a decisive manner. The entire staff reacted with disbelief. 500 square meters? That is several times larger than our current space. There are only a few dozen employees in the company. Are you truly not considering addressing the issue at its root? Xiao, I entrust this matter to you. Finalize it swiftly. We shall relocate next month. Lu Ming gestured grandly, marking the commencement of Whale Leap's relocation plans. Chapter 48. Negative reviews are the most authentic voice. After Lu Ming's departure, all employees congregated in the office, collectively lost in contemplation. Bowen, do you believe our boss is genuinely reflecting on the situation? He claims to be introspective, yet ultimately, he seems to disregard the game's issues, focusing solely on how to shield the company from player backlash. The boss appears completely oblivious to any flaws in the game design. Our suggestions are merely that he is the one who makes the final decisions. Nonetheless, one cannot deny Lu Ming's prowess. He adeptly navigated this incident. In other words, when we face criticism from players in the future, at least we will be enduring it in a 5-star office building. From this perspective, perhaps it isn't such a loss. The employees of Whale Leap gradually began to embrace Lu Ming's line of reasoning. Although the online vitriol directed at Whale Leap's games persisted, a markedly different consensus emerged among the staff. Do you not think Director Lu possesses a certain warmth? Consider this incident. He could have easily chosen to remain silent. Yet he proactively engaged, even treating players to meals, arranging accommodations, reimbursing travel expenses, and even orchestrating tours of the metropolis. While refunds were not issued, would other gaming companies have gone to such lengths? Indeed, how many domestic gaming firms would host players for a buffet? I believe, in a certain sense, Director Lu embodies the qualities of a truly responsible leader. The game remains unchangeable, does it not? Thus, one might conclude that Mr. Lu is a principled capitalist. Alas, while the public criticizes the boss, I am aware that he possesses a kind heart. When did you switch sides? In that moment, the morale within the entire Jinghua organization subtly improved. 2 days later, following Mr. Lu's directives, Lin Xiaoxiao tirelessly gathered information on office buildings in various core areas of the Magic City. Eventually, she selected 3 options that met Mr. Lu's requirements and presented the compiled data to him. Mr. Lu, here are several suitable office locations we have chosen. Mr. Lu took the documents, glanced at them, and noted, Option 1. Grade A office building in the business district area. 500 square meters rent. 3. 2 million per annum advantages. Situated above the subway. Convenient commuting. Large commercial area. Complete supporting facilities. Stringent security. Exclusive elevators with dual access controlled disadvantages. Lower floors. Average view. Numerous sales companies nearby. Option 2. Super grade A office building in the financial center area. 600 square meters rent. 4. 2 million per annum advantages. Located in the heart of the Magic City CBD. Exceptional geographic position. Floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor offering panoramic city views. First-class property management disadvantages. Limited parking spaces. Potential commuting inconveniences for employees. High surrounding costs. Increased lunch expenses for staff. Option 3. Ultra-luxurious office building in the Magic City Center area. 700 square meters rent. Nearly 5 million per annum advantages. The most central commercial area. Exuding prestige. Top-tier business office. Complete with conference rooms and a gym. 24-hour security. Independent access control with dedicated security disadvantages. Extremely expensive. Truly exorbitant. Fast food in the vicinity starts at 40 to 50. Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously observed Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, which one do you choose? Mr. Lu flipped through the materials, pondered for a moment, and decisively closed the file. Let us go with the third option, the Magic City Center. Lin Xiaoxiao, are you certain, Mr. Lu? Absolutely. Mr. Lu replied with unwavering conviction. What we at Jinghua desire is precisely this level of prestige. Once we settle the accounts at the end of the month, a small target will be achieved. What does 5 million matter? It's merely a drop in the bucket. But the rent approaches 5 million per year. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously and cautiously reminded him. Isn't this a bit too extravagant if we only consider security? Extravagant? Mr. Lu retorted, then chuckled. How can this be deemed extravagant? He asserted emphatically. This is about corporate image. What kind of company is Jinghua? Do we thrive solely on technology? No. Do we survive solely on creativity? Neither. What do we rely on? Mr. Lu's gaze deepened as he lightly tapped the desk. Prestige. It's all about prestige. Despite the numerous games being criticized, why do we seldom see players protesting at the doors? Because they have their own buildings. The prestige is sufficiently high. Players can only grumble behind their backs, not confront us directly. This is indeed a lesson we must learn. You have also visited the headquarters of Tengxiu. Currently, We do not meet the requirements for constructing our own building, so we shall first rent a more upscale space. Xiao. You are not a graduate in game design and may not comprehend that, in the eyes of players, we are not merely an ordinary gaming company. We are their formidable adversaries, the embodiment of capital. Therefore, our company must live up to this identity. Have you ever seen an ultimate boss operating out of a small office in the suburbs? Certainly not. An ultimate boss must reside in a prime area, within the most prestigious office towers, accompanied by high security measures, including fingerprint and facial recognition access, ideally with a private elevator. This way, when players come seeking explanations, they will expend considerable effort just to enter our premises, allowing their initial anger to dissipate by the time they finally confront us. Lin Xiao, this logic seems sound. But the rent is indeed quite expensive. No matter, as I have previously stated, the company is not short on funds. We shall expand sooner or later. It is better to do so decisively now. As for your concerns regarding the high cost of surrounding amenities, simply adjust the meal allowances for everyone. As the company progresses, so too should our employees. With no room for rebuttal, Lin Xiao concluded that commuting would undoubtedly be more convenient after the relocation. Several subway lines lead to the city center. 2 days later, Whale Leap officially signed for a 700 square meter office space in the heart of the bustling metropolis. The decor was lavish, featuring glass curtain walls, with all resident enterprises being top-tier capital players. Whale Leap's presence here instantly elevated its prestige, resembling a burgeoning internet giant. Although Whale Leap currently represents only 2 games and is facing significant losses, to Ming, this was inconsequential. A strong starting point is a prerequisite for success. Being subjected to criticism in the suburbs is vastly different from facing it in the city center. Moreover, while one can endure criticism, they must not confront it directly. One would not want to provoke violent outbursts. Incidents of executives being pelted with garbage or bottles of water are not unheard of. More importantly, the security here is exceptionally formidable. The entire floor employs a restricted access system for elevators, requiring a card to operate the floor buttons. The lobby on the first floor is equipped with card-swiping turnstiles, and visitors must schedule their appointments in advance. Otherwise, entry is simply not permitted. Additionally, the building's security personnel are predominantly veterans, each standing at a minimum height of 180 centimeters. Ming has experienced this firsthand and found it to be exceedingly reliable. Indeed, this will significantly increase the difficulty for players attempting to block our entrance. At most, they may only resort to shouting from downstairs. Soon, on moving day, all employees, wheeling their suitcases and office supplies, entered the new office building, each taken aback by its grandeur. Wow, is it really this luxurious? Do we truly deserve to occupy such an upscale office? Has the boss gone mad? Whether or not he is mad, I suddenly began to believe we are indeed a substantial company. With merely the facade of a prominent corporation, we find ourselves lacking in substance. As the crowd entered the office, they were astonished not only by the opulent decor, but also by the presence of a relaxation area, a tea bar, a gym, and even a dedicated small conference room. This hardly resembled a gaming company. It felt more akin to a multinational conglomerate. Even more astonishing were the state-of-the-art electric standing desks. And each individual was equipped with high-end computers, complemented by ergonomic and custom-designed office chairs. Han Mimi could not help but exclaim, "Now I truly understand where the company's funds are allocated. It's no wonder there are so many microtransaction points in the game." Zhou Wenbo promptly countered, "Indeed, there are numerous points for microtransactions, yet we have yet to recoup the game's costs." After everyone settled into their chosen seats on the 33rd floor of the Jinghua Company's office, Ming convened a company-wide meeting. In the conference room, Ming had somehow arranged for a calligraphic piece to be displayed, emblazoned with the phrase, "Negative feedback is the best sound." When all employees entered the conference room and beheld those 9 bold characters on the wall, an instant silence enveloped the room. The boss certainly had a unique taste. Ming surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. "What do you think? The environment here is quite pleasant, I assenti it?" After 3 seconds of silence, everyone nodded in unison. Indeed, this was an honest assessment. In the bustling metropolis, such an office environment ranked at least in the top tier. "That is good to hear." Ming continued with a smile. "From here on, we have but one objective." Everyone held their breath, anticipating the grand vision Ming was about to unveil. Chapter 49, System Upgrade, plus Version Launch. Lu Ming gazed at the crowd and slowly began. Everyone must dedicate themselves to creating exceptional games. The atmosphere grew solemn as respect filled the room. After all, it was evident that President Lu was committed to enhancing the company's endeavors. They had indeed been heard. However, Lu Ming's smile gradually transformed into a more profound expression, his tone shifting as he continued, "But we must not simply acquiesce to the whims of players." A hushed silence fell over the room, with all employees holding their breath, ears perked up. As game developers, we must adhere to our own principles. Lu Ming's voice remained calm, yet his gaze was resolutely firm. We are creators, not wish-granting machines. If we alter our game merely because players demand it, what would that render our product? It would cease to be a product at all, morphing instead into a collaborative endeavor. Although there might be a plethora of criticisms from players outside, I implore you all to remember, player feedback is merely that, feedback, not a directive. Listening to their voices is acceptable, but we must not be swayed by them. Our mission is to steer the direction of the game, not to be held hostage by player demands. The crowd exchanged glances. Was President Lu suggesting that we disregard all advice? Instead, he seemed to advocate for a distinctive path. While this notion held some merit, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before softly reminding him, there are quite a few negative reviews online, especially regarding the previous incident with the protests, which was rather alarming. Rest assured, Lu Ming waved his hand with utmost composure, declaring that their environment was now secure, fortified by access control, security personnel, and surveillance, a trifecta of defensive measures. Any player attempting to breach their sanctuary would first have to navigate through these 3 formidable barriers. With a shift in his tone, Lu Ming adopted a more relaxed demeanor. He encouraged everyone to cast aside their previous caution. Any actions previously deemed too daring could now be pursued with confidence and audacity. Plan boldly. Create freely. I will shoulder any consequences, he proclaimed, striking his chest with conviction. Even if players below were to hurl insults, their side would merely hear an echo. The crowd appeared somewhat bewildered, as Lu's thoughts always seemed uniquely unorthodox. Only Lin Xiaoxiao diligently recorded his words, perceiving that Lu's series of statements offered a refreshingly unconventional perspective. She envisioned a day when she could compile these musings into a book titled Lu's Quotations. After the assembly concluded, Lu Ming, in high spirits, hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his personal office. It was the most opulent room in the new headquarters of Whale Leap, featuring floor-to-ceiling glass on 3 sides, providing a breathtaking view of the bustling streets in the heart of the metropolis. Additionally, the office boasted an oversized executive chair and a substantial walnut desk, exuding both grandeur and prestige. As Lu Ming brewed tea, he activated the system panel in his mind. Company name, Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds, 4.26 million. Detected increase in moral level. Upon settlement, the host can withdraw 4 to personal account. Personal assets, 3.25 million. Moral debt value, 120. 626. Moral level, abyssal gaze. Detected that the moral debtor's system debt exceeds 100,000. The system is eligible for an upgrade. Lu Ming was taken aback and quickly examined the system update log. Previously, he had not paid close attention, unaware that exceeding a debt of 100,000 would allow for an upgrade. What a missed opportunity. Upgrade. He decisively confirmed the upgrade, considering that a system update might herald positive changes. System upgrading. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the plus version of the moral debt system. With a flash of golden light, the interface transformed into a streamlined and efficient layout, with a line of upgrade logs appearing at the bottom. Updates for the plus version of the moral debt system are as follows. 1. Customizable settlement cycle feature, e.g., monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, annually. The longer the settlement cycle, the higher the yield multiplier. Calculation method. If the current base multiplier is 8, extending the settlement cycle by 1 month, under qualifying conditions, adds an additional multiplier. Example, if a settlement is chosen for 3 months later, the settlement multiplier would be 8 to the power of 3, totaling 11 times. Note, if conditions are not met, the multiplier is rendered void, regardless of the duration of the cycle. The random reward mechanism has been activated. During each settlement period, if the moral debt exceeds 100,000, a system-generated random reward will be awarded. The player emotion dashboard has been launched. The system will no longer display real-time moral debt data, replacing it with an emotional curve reflecting the sentiments of all users affected by the whale jump, thereby monitoring emotional dynamics in real time. Current player emotions: angry, 63. Observing, 22. Excited, 10. Escaping, 5. Adjustments have been made to the moral levels and cashback multipliers, effective after this settlement. Moral flaw: 0 to 10, 000 debt value. 0x, human decline: 10, 001. 50, 000 debt value. 2x, infamous: 50, 001-100, 000 debt value. 4x, abyssal gaze: 100, 001-500, 000 debt value. 6x, capital sin: 500, 001-1, 000, 000 debt value. 8x, chaos resonance: over 1, 000, 000 debt value. 10x levels will be reassessed with each settlement cycle and cannot be retained or accumulated. Ming gazed at the system interface, feeling somewhat helpless. The difficulty of this system has evidently increased. Just as he started earning some money, they adjusted the difficulty. Previously, exceeding 100, 000 in debt would directly yield an 8x return, but now, the requirement has been raised to a staggering 500, 000. Furthermore, real-time data will no longer be displayed, which is quite disconcerting for Ming, who was accustomed to fine-tuning his operations. A sigh of frustration escaped him as he pondered whether it was possible to revert to the previous version of the system. Had he known, he should have opted not to upgrade. Rapid version iterations aren't necessarily beneficial. Does this mean that I can no longer see how successful I am at being criticized? However, it is the system's prerogative. In any case, it won't affect the settlement at the end of this month. Ming set his teacup down heavily, exhaling deeply as he leaned back in his boss chair. While the format of the panel has changed, the upgrade of this system is not entirely disadvantageous. The settlement period can be customized and extended, which is a powerful tool. Extending it by 3 months means a 3x multiplier. If I hold out until the end of the year, wouldn't that be a game changer? Ming mused, considering if he had 10 games like Killing to cultivate, where debt values could easily exceed $1 million, and then chose to settle 10 months later, wouldn't that yield a 20x return? This clearly offers greater operational flexibility. Ming rubbed his hands together, feeling invigorated once again. To be honest, while the system upgrade was initially displeasing, a closer examination reveals it to be tailored to my advantage. Once I receive the funds at the end of this month and delay the settlement, my worth could exceed several small goals. Ming's eyes sparkled with ambition as he contemplated his next steps. Just as he was deep in thought, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding. Detected that the host's moral debt value has exceeded 100,000 this cycle. A random reward has been generated. Would you like to claim it immediately? Ming's eyes brightened. Here it comes, my reward for surpassing 100,000. He promptly clicked the claim button. In the next moment, a flash of brilliance illuminated his mind, extracting, "Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Marketing random controversy generator, one-time use. Activation cost, 30,000 moral debt points effect. Automatically implants a highly controversial design element within the game, inciting a media frenzy and resulting in extensive exposure. Note, the activation time is uncertain, with a 50 probability for both positive and negative public opinion." Upon seeing this reward, Ming's pupils constricted. This item, he mused, stroking his chin with a complex expression, was indeed a remarkable tool capable of generating significant buzz. However, he glanced at the calendar. It was only mid-month, and there were approximately 2 weeks left until the next settlement. Moreover, utilizing it would require a hefty expenditure of 30,000 debt points. Such a cost seemed exorbitant and not particularly advantageous. Should he deplete another 30,000, his moral debt would plummet below 90,000. If he failed to replenish it in time, he risked losing a level, resulting in a considerable loss. More critically, this item was a random controversy generator, with an unpredictable activation time, merely promising to provoke debate, yet the direction of that discourse remained entirely beyond his control. There was even a 50 chance of receiving a deluge of negative criticism. How unfortunate. This tool should be reserved for a desperate moment or employed when his debt points were abundant. Ming understood clearly that now was not the time for reckless actions. He had previously endured the bitter experience of prematurely celebrating success. Currently, the negative public sentiment surrounding killing for immortality had nearly reached its peak. His next course of action should not be impulsive, but rather focused on stabilizing the current situation, accumulating more debt points, and preparing to reap the rewards at the month's end. He exited the system interface, momentarily deciding against utilizing this item. Caution was paramount. While one could charge ahead, it should not be done blindly. Chapter 50. A tool is a tool, regardless of its place. Ming closed the system interface, too indifferent to refill his tea. He stood up and began to pace around the office, swiftly organizing his thoughts regarding the current market landscape. Although killing for immortality was not a hit on the PC platform, it remained a topic of discussion, with negative sentiment continuing to brew. This outcome had met Ming's expectations. However, a significant challenge loomed ahead. The audience for the PC platform was inherently limited, constrained by the requirements of the devices. Contemplating this, Ming narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It is time to expand to a second front." After a moment of reflection, he suddenly clapped his hands. Mobile gaming. It was imperative to venture into mobile games. He recalled the operations of Tengxiu, who had excelled in recent years at adapting well-performing games for mobile platforms or transitioning successful mobile titles to PC. A singular skill that could conquer all. Moreover, Tengxiu possessed two such skills. Ming's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously. Perhaps players still held expectations for the mobile version of killing for immortality? This could also provide an opportunity to amass additional debt points. Even if players were not enamored with it, their expenditure would still be justified. After all, a tool is effective regardless of its setting. The mobile version of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation is bound to wreak havoc in the mobile arena. Let's bolster the debt value. After all, Jingwei still has a budget. Let's get to it. 5 minutes later, Zhao Chuliang, the head of the technical department, entered the room. "Mr. Liu, you called for me." Without any preamble, Ming addressed Zhao directly. "I intend to develop a mobile version of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation and launch it on the mobile platform as soon as possible." Zhao was taken aback. "So soon? The issues on the PC side haven't even been resolved yet. Must the company move at such a rapid pace?" "Mobile?" Liu affirmed. "The core team remains unchanged. But we must optimize the UI and interactions as much as possible. The gameplay logic and data mechanics should remain consistent. The crucial aspect is speed. I want it launched within 2 months at the latest. Can you manage that?" "Mr. Liu, if we utilize an existing engine, compress the artistic resources, and refrain from making significant alterations, only performing system optimizations, we could potentially achieve that timeline," Zhao assessed, his professional acumen allowing him to swiftly gauge the feasibility. "Very well," Ming decisively agreed. "You must inform me ahead of time before the mobile launch, so I can prepare the marketing and promotional efforts." Zhao's lips twitched, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. "Mr. Liu, should we consider adjusting the recharge functionalities for the mobile version? After all, mobile users may not be as receptive as PC gamers. If the recharge options are too numerous and overt, it might deter players." Liu raised an eyebrow. "No way. Chiliang, you know that recharging on mobile is more convenient, so it must be more prominent and direct. Make it substantial. The moment players enter the game, I want them to sense the allure of expenditure. The UI must display the recharge option in a central position. It shouldn't just be large, it should also be eye-catching. Perhaps add some animations. Once users click on it, the product page must pop up immediately, and the close button should be small and discreet. As an industry veteran, you should already be aware of these industry norms." Zhao was at a loss for words. "Boss, are you really going to endorse every industry malpractice? Can't you learn from the positive examples?" Still attempting to persuade himself to accept, Zhao listened as Ming continued. "You must also guide users towards first-time purchases, monthly cards, seasonal cards, gift packs, and time-limited sales. Do we have any designs that can trigger multiple pop-up windows with a single click? Can we port those over?" "Mr. Liu, wouldn't that compromise user experience?" Ming stood up, pacing the conference room with his hands clasped behind his back. "No matter how excellent the user experience is, if they aren't willing to spend, they aren't users, they're merely visitors. We are creating a game, not a charitable platform." Zhao hesitated for a moment, ultimately asking, "Should we implement a new user buffer for paid content? For instance, not displaying limited purchases or large gift packs for the first 3 days." "Not display?" Ming interjected swiftly. "How would that even work? Look at the current mobile games. If there are no recharge prompts at the start, players might think they're playing a pirated version. Let me share a golden nugget with you. With such a vast player base today, we only need to profit from 5 people to be successful. You must ensure a complete restoration. The player experience on our mobile platform must mirror that of the PC version. This way, neither side of the players can claim unfairness. Is fairness not reflected in this? Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth as if to retort, yet ultimately refrained. After all, arguing would bear no fruit. He let out a long sigh. I shall do my utmost. Not merely do your best, but invest your heart and soul. Ming patted him on the shoulder, reminding him not to forget our corporate culture at Whale Leap. Negative feedback is the most valuable voice. Zhao Qiliang's face turned ashen. Lu, I truly fear that when our mobile game launches, users will berate us just as they do now. However, Ming responded with a brilliant smile, rest assured. By then you will have already received a promotion and a raise. With that, Ming turned to Zhao Qiliang, who he had invested significantly in recruiting as a technical talent. Ming spoke earnestly. Qiliang, do you recall why you faced optimization issues at Tingxiu? Zhao Qiliang was taken aback, momentarily unable to respond. Ming continued, your background is in technology. You emphasize standards, logic, and experience, which is commendable. However, you must realize that we are not developing a charitable game, but a commercial one. You are overly focused on user experience, which in turn constrains your potential. As the old saying goes, you lose because you are too concerned about your reputation and fail to demonstrate your desire for profit. Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched, unsure whether to interpret this as praise or reprimand. You often ponder whether this feature might affect user experience or whether a pop-up could annoy users. While you may find them bothersome, you must first ensure that users pay before they can be irritated. You understand this logic, do you not? Ming stated with utmost seriousness. Zhao Qiliang hesitated, only able to nod. Let loose and do not fear. Should any issues arise, I will support you. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Xiantang City, in a luxurious villa district in the Qiaoxi district, Zhu Hao sat in his study on the 2nd floor, idly playing Runaway Simulator. After all, it was summer vacation, and he had little else to occupy his time. Initially, he intended to familiarize himself with the business at his own company. Yet on the very first day, he was thrown out by his father, the chairman, after merely half an hour of work. Go finish your elective assignment first. Do not conflate gaming with company affairs. Zhu Hao was left speechless, resigning himself to boredom at home, playing a game he was well acquainted with. For a wealthy heir, he considered himself quite obedient. As for why he consistently achieved top ranks in Runaway Simulator, it was undoubtedly linked to his upbringing alongside his father, absorbing various business operations. Now, if one were to inquire among the players of Runaway Simulator, who would not wish to break his record? Yet, the result? Not a single individual has succeeded. Talent is simply talent. I merely exert a little pressure, and you find it exceedingly difficult to surpass me. Chapter 51. Where there is pain, there lies opportunity. Zhu Hao slouched in his esports chair, his eyes narrowed, yet his fingers instinctively clicked on the icon for pay-to-win Immortal Cultivation. At present, the Runaway Simulator has lost its challenge for him. He is perplexed by the game developer's decisions. Despite its high playability, it has remained unchanged since its launch, with not a single update. This game is destined to fade away. Soon, when the loading screen of Immortal Cultivation through spending appeared, a familiar yet unfamiliar artistic style filled his vision. Zhu Hao let out a long breath. He had finally reached the golden core stage. He gazed at the dazzling golden equipment on his character panel, yet his enthusiasm had waned significantly. Having spent over 10,000, he had achieved only this meager progress, which felt exceedingly slow. Zhu Hao mumbled, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Although he had reached the golden core stage, the storyline was decent. The combat system, however, was sluggish and lacked excitement. He casually opened the combat interface, and upon seeing the turn-based stationary attacks, a wave of fatigue washed over him. In this day and age, still turn-based? I played this routine when I was 3. Zhu Hao scratched his head. Aside from the need to spend money, this game was genuinely dull. Both games were produced by the same company, yet the disparity was immense. Zhu Hao had lost the desire to continue spending, but having invested several thousand, he was reluctant to abandon the game entirely. Could he perhaps recoup some of his investment before quitting? Zhu Hao exited the combat interface and casually browsed the task list. A personal habit of his. Whenever he played a game, he liked to thoroughly understand all its mechanics. Although he primarily followed the storyline, he had already experienced recharging, spending, combat, and pet collection. He was now on the verge of advancing to the nascent soul stage, but he lacked the desire to further explore. Did the game possess any other engaging elements? Zhu Hao continued his search, and before long, a novice tip regarding obtaining spirit stones caught his attention. Recommended ways to obtain spirit stones: main quests, dungeon drops, material gathering, equipment crafting, market trading, secondary profession production. Zhu Hao felt a jolt of excitement. He had already experienced the first 5 tasks, and to be honest, they were quite disappointing. The materials dropped were generally inferior to what he could buy directly, and purchasing was far more convenient and efficient. Moreover, before reaching the golden core stage, he had been unable to craft any decent equipment, let alone engage in trading. These methods of acquisition were quite lackluster, with the only one he had yet to explore being secondary profession production. Having tried everything else, perhaps this one could yield something worthwhile. If trading were possible, it would be akin to the industrial chain in the real world. He had lacked the time before, but now he could delve into it. Zhu Hao opened the spiritual artifact trading market and began to study it earnestly. To his astonishment, he discovered a plethora of items in the market, various refining equipment, spirit herbs, medicinal pills, special materials, talisman blueprints, and pet eggs, all available at a wide range of prices, from several hundred spirit stones to tens of thousands. However, when Zhu Hao pressed the sort button to arrange items from low to high, he was confronted with an utterly unreasonable situation. There were scarcely any affordable robes. How was it possible that not even a basic model was available? He altered his search keywords to foundation stage robes. The result was still a vast expanse of emptiness. Occasionally, 1 or 2 items appeared, but they were all blue-named sets, exclusive premium products, exorbitantly priced, and deemed obsolete by the yuaning stage. Next, he searched for chi refinement stage robes. There was nothing at all. The entire trading market was nearly monopolized by the equipment of affluent players. With inflated prices and questionable practicality, it had almost transformed into a platform for flaunting wealth, while basic, durable, and cost-effective equipment was nearly non-existent. This presented a significant gap in the market. Zhu Hao's heart sank as he suddenly realized where the issue lay. He pondered for a moment and then recalled that the game's economic system was excessively pay-to-win. Zhu Hao was well aware of the rampant criticism directed at pay-to-play cultivation, as one could hardly progress without spending money, especially in the early stages where the expenses and spirit stones were overwhelming. Consequently, the majority of players still active in the game had already invested money, leaving a scant number of ordinary players. Conversely, for those who refrained from spending, or even those who sought to play for free, the inability to afford premium equipment while simultaneously dismissing basic items created a noticeable rift in the market. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of the potential in this direction. Where there was a pain point, there lay an opportunity. For the average player, a decent set of equipment was still necessary for leveling up and defeating monsters. He recalled his father's advice: in crowded spaces, avoid the throng. If you must engage, pursue the niche. Zhu Hao felt he had stumbled upon a business opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more invigorated he became, immersing himself in the thrilling dynamics of the virtual market. In comparison, the quests involving slaying monsters and breaking through spiritual roots seemed utterly trivial. Cultivation was merely a facade for others to admire. He chuckled to himself, realizing that making money was the true essence of cultivation. Without hesitation, he clicked into the secondary profession interface and thoroughly examined the options. Zhu Hao opened the secondary profession introduction. Secondary profession system unlocked: alchemist, talismonger, tailor, blacksmith, spirit gardener, beast tamer. Each profession had a distinct output focus, corresponding to various market demands. After a brief consideration, he quickly honed in on the most unassuming profession: tailor. He clicked on the tailor introduction, specializing in the creation of robes, accessories, and light armor. The higher the proficiency, the greater the success rate. This was it. Zhu Hao decisively clicked the Learn button. Soon after, a new entry appeared on his character panel: Banksia's Pig, secondary profession, novice tailor. The crafting page for tailors was subsequently unlocked. He immediately opened the beginner's sewing recipes. Crimson Flame Robe, applicable stage. Late Chi refinement requires materials. Crimson Flame Fabric X2. Spirit Silk Button X1. Wind Silk Thread X3. Swift Wind Light Robe, applicable stage. Mid Foundation establishment requires materials. Swift Wind Fabric X2. Spirit Silkworm Silk X2. Wind Silk Thread X5. Mystic Pattern Armor, applicable stage. Mid-foundation establishment requires materials. Illusory pattern leather X1, dark iron chain X1, spirit silk button X2 upon examining the materials. Zhu Hao comprehended why these secondary professions garnered little attention. For a novice secondary profession, gathering these materials was utterly implausible, as foundation establishment materials were surprisingly dropped only by monsters at the Golden Course stage. Wasn't he that absurd? Who among the higher-level players could afford such leisure as Zhu Hao? However, I can acquire the materials effortlessly. Zhu Hao nodded. Now that I am at the Golden Course stage, taking down a foundation establishment map feels like mowing grass. With this thought in mind, Zhu Hao swiftly donned a set of high-mobility gear and charged into the Cloud Ridge Valley map. This was a map suitable for the foundation establishment stage, boasting average drop rates, but a variety of loot. Previously, he had entirely dismissed these items, as in his past. Wielding exquisite equipment made traversing this map akin to slicing through melons. He never cared for what dropped. Storing these items in his bag felt like a waste of space. Yet now, with a new career plan, everything had changed. These were all spirit stones, unnoticed and scattered across the ground. Chapter 52, Bansha Tailoring Studio. After 2 hours of effortlessly slaying foes, Zhu Hao had amassed an impressive collection of materials. Crimson Flame Fabric X12 Spirit Silk Button, X8 Wind Silk, Thread X14 Swift Wind Fabric X9 Illusory Pattern Leather X3 Dark Iron Chain X1. Rare, gazing at these materials, Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled as he immediately commenced crafting. Ding. You have successfully crafted Crimson Flame Robe. Good. Ding. You have successfully crafted Crimson Flame Robe. Poor. Ding. You have failed. Ding. You have successfully crafted Swift Wind Light Robe. Poor. After a series of operations, Zhu Hao had several finished products in hand. The production cost of these items was quite low, and once he became proficient, the success rate was also favorable. The finished gear could be directly listed for sale on the market. Organizing the equipment, Zhu Hao promptly placed several successful robes on the trading square, setting a uniform price of 60 spirit stones. This price was remarkably reasonable. Having previously experienced the Qi refinement stage, he understood the allure of this pricing. If it were too expensive, players would be disinclined to purchase, while 60 spirit stones struck the perfect balance, aiming squarely at the wallets of ordinary players. Even if one had to beg for a few days, they could gather enough. With this equipment, progressing through beginner maps would become significantly easier. Players would undoubtedly choose to place their orders. This was far more economical than spending money. Next, he advertised in the nearby beginner village channel. Bansha's Pig, Qi refinement exclusive equipment, is now available. Affordable and practical, a must-have for monster hunting. Trading Square ID XXXX. Hurry and grab it. The advertising effect was remarkably potent. Within a mere 5 minutes, several pieces of equipment were snatched up. Zhu Hao gazed at the hundreds of spirit stones he had earned, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This marked his inaugural success in acquiring spirit stones from this game. It validated that his approach was entirely feasible. There was indeed a demand for such items. This method was truly viable. Isn't it far superior to the traditional turn-based monster hunting? As a cultivator at the Gold Course stage, engaging in such a rudimentary side venture for profit, my efficiency utterly eclipses that of other players. Crafting equipment to supply novices. Buying low and selling high. This is nothing short of a micro-enterprise model within the world of cultivation. Moreover, what was even more advantageous was that the production of a tailor did not involve combat logic, resulting in a low failure rate, making it ideally suited for mass production and low-cost operations. I must expand my production capacity. Zhu Hao muttered to himself as he meticulously documented all his ideas. Material Dungeon, Yangling Valley, Liu Mountain, Tianshui Pool, efficient dungeon raiding routes, standard pricing for finished products, templates for market promotion, channels for collecting player feedback, preparing to establish a trading group. This game offers an abundance of engaging elements. Truly, it reflects the style of Whale Leap. Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. I previously thought I had misjudged you. Who could have anticipated that your strategies were concealed so deeply? However, this is advantageous. The fewer who are aware, the greater my initial plans can flourish. Perhaps I can even attempt to replicate a business model within this game. Furthermore, I am only at the Gold Course stage. If I were at the nascent Soul stage, wouldn't I be able to directly craft equipment for those at the Gold Course stage? My father has prevented me from entering the family business, so I shall establish my own enterprise within the game. My individual production capacity is limited, Thus, I will recruit a few more individuals. Without hesitation, Zhu Hao created a group on WeChat, inviting several of his closest university friends. The group was aptly named Life-Consuming Tailoring Studio. In under 3 minutes, the group became lively. Banksy's pig. Brothers, listen up. I am currently playing a game called Life-Consuming Cultivation, where we can earn money. Earn spirit stones. I have tested it. It is viable. Slippers with concerns. I know that game. It's a total trap. Besides, this isn't reality. What use are spirit stones? Banksy's pig. They are spendable, tradable, and can be utilized for various purposes. The key is, please allow me to finish. Zhu Hao swiftly shared a screenshot in the group, displaying the interface showing his spirit stones credited after selling equipment. Account balance, 560 spirit stones. Banksy's pig. These are a few robes I just listed. They sold out in 5 minutes. Banksy's pig. I have discovered a business opportunity. Currently, most players in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages lack adequate equipment. You either have to spend money or face abysmally low drop rates from monsters. Banksy's pig. However, being at the gold core stage, I can directly tackle high-level dungeons for materials, then utilize my tailoring skills to create beginner equipment and sell it on the market for guaranteed profit. Chick Mimi, now you have piqued my interest. Slippers with concerns. So what do you want us to do? Banksy's pig. I will gather materials, and you will craft the clothing. We shall have clearly defined roles and produce in bulk. Once accomplished, the profits will be evenly shared. Zhu Hao engaged in a discussion with a few individuals, elaborating on various intricate details. Being roommates in the same dormitory, their communication was remarkably harmonious. Within less than half an hour, a group of 4 began to take shape. Zhu Hao swiftly packaged a substantial amount of materials from his inventory into smaller portions and utilized the in-game friend trading feature to send them to his classmates. Practice makes perfect. Start by crafting some Crimson Flame robes and Gale Light robes. Do not focus on quality initially. Let us accumulate quantity, he commanded with conviction. We are not targeting the high-end market at this stage. Our goal is to supply. Ordinary players do not require exceptional gear. They simply need wearable items with suitable attributes at reasonable prices. As his classmates manually stitched, they expressed their amazement. To be honest, the equipment crafting aspect of this game is rather fascinating. Compared to other professions, the sewing system is truly the epitome of cost-effectiveness. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Hao proclaimed proudly. Have you noticed that if a sewing attempt fails, it only results in wasted materials? Yet, succeeding just once can yield tens of spirit stones, multiplying our profits. Do not underestimate this. As our production increases and our sewing levels rise, this will undoubtedly become a lucrative venture. With his team, Zhu Hao was thriving. Initially, he had been laboriously gathering materials and sewing alone, but now, he was leveling up through combat, while others engaged in mass production, arranging customer service and promotion, gradually establishing a small-scale workflow. Sitting in front of his computer, he simultaneously participated in dungeons and directed his teammates, receiving notifications in the group chat about processed orders and listed equipment. The entire process became increasingly proficient, and spirit stones flowed in like a rushing stream. A day later, Zhu Hao's sewing artisan level also advanced. You have reached the level of sewing artisan advanced. New skill unlocked. Personalized design. You can design and name your own clothing styles. This is remarkable, Zhu Hao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he opened the custom design page. He unleashed his creativity and crafted a set of gear named Midsummer Flowing Cloud Robe. The basic attributes were suitable for late-stage Qi refinement, enhancing mana regeneration and movement speed, with low material costs. More importantly, the name had a captivating ring to it. In the future, we will produce, combat, and sell our own creations, establishing our own brand. After completing the design, he immediately crafted 2 pieces and listed them on the market for trial, each priced at 398 spirit stones. Ding! You have listed the item Midsummer Flowing Cloud Robe. Please be mindful of the item turnover time. Upon realizing he could name his creations, several friends in the group were ignited with enthusiasm. Mouse, your design is quite alluring. It's rather revealing. I can't hold back any longer. Tomorrow, I will max out my sewing skills. I'll create a chart to track which types of gear sell best. Do you think we could establish our own guild? I believe midsummer tailoring sounds quite powerful. Observing the lively discussions in the chat, Zhu Hao chuckled and jotted down this idea in his notebook. He stood up, walked to the window. Gazing out at the garden of his villa, and felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment swell within him. In the tangible realm, he is merely a university student. Yet, within this ethereal world of cultivation, he has ascended to the status of an entrepreneur, a brand founder, and a master of the industrial chain. And this is merely the inception of his journey. Chapter 53. I have already started operating a sewing machine. In Kyoto, within a bedroom adorned in shades of pink, under the soft glow of ambient lighting, Luo Li, donned with headphones, is intently maneuvering her character on the computer screen. She is among the early adopters of the game Killing for Immortality. Initially drawn in by Chu Feng's videos, which portrayed the game as quite intriguing, she approached it with a spirit of experimentation, intending to be a free-to-play participant. Upon entering the game, she opted for the exceptionally distinctive character of the Scarlet Witch. Draped in crimson attire, adorned with fiery effects and the thrilling sensations of burning and blazing impacts, visually captivating. Her only grievance lies in the character's attire being insufficiently revealing. It is widely acknowledged that the Scarlet Witch possesses a passive talent known as enchanting resonance. The more skin exposed, the greater the attack power, with a maximum enhancement of 20. However, the prices of revealing outfits in the game's premium shop are exorbitant and lack desirable attributes. One such outfit, the Ignite Flame Crop Top, is priced at 1,888 spirit stones, offering a mere 1 to critical strike rate, its attributes rather mediocre. Although its appearance is revealing, it cannot accommodate runes nor provide additional resistances. To make matters worse, its garish red hue resembles blood, rendering the wearer a conspicuous target. Luo Li had never contemplated spending money on such an outfit. It is utterly exasperating. Clearly, I should be dealing damage by wearing less. Yet the game designers insist on making revealing outfits so unappealing. After scanning the marketplace in vain, she let out a disappointed sigh. Could they not release something both attractive and revealing? As a Scarlet Witch, must I always appear like a curtain? Had I known, I would have chosen a different character. Just as Luo Li was about to close the auction interface, a newly listed piece of equipment piqued her interest. Half-Summer Cloud Robe. Quality, good applicable stage. Foundation Establishment Appearance Rating. Base Attributes. 3 Mana Regeneration. 5 Movement Speed. 2 Enchantment Index Special Note. Lightweight fabric, sensually designed. Universally applicable across all classes. Wait a moment. Luo Li's eyes lit up. She hurriedly clicked to view the details and was instantly astounded. The garment is strapless, featuring extensive cutouts at the shoulders, a high slit at the waist, and a bold yet enchanting combination of red and black, accentuated by a swirling ring of flames around the waist. She had never encountered such an item. Moreover, the price is exceedingly reasonable, less than 400 spirit stones. Only a fool would pass this up. Without hesitation, she purchased one. Soon after, the equipment was in her possession, and Luo Li eagerly donned her new attire in the game, nodding in satisfaction at her character's new look on the screen. Now, this is what it means to be a Scarlet Witch. Striking, fierce, and undeniably eye-catching, and importantly, it is far more revealing than the previous outfit from the shop. It even grants a 2 damage bonus. Her attack power is instantly maximized. She could hardly wait to invite her friends for a dungeon raid. Before long, her fellow players noticed the remarkable transformation in Luo Li. Loli, how are you so fierce today? Your skill damage is evidently higher than before. Have you changed your skills? No, I've changed my attire. During the attack round, Loli unleashed an extraordinary offensive, courtesy of the Banksia Luyun robe. Its attributes may not be impressive, yet it perfectly triggered the exposure limit, resulting in an explosive damage output. Wow, I must acquire one too. Is it aesthetically pleasing? It's 10 times more attractive than the shop's outfits. The best part is it's only 400 spirit stones. As soon as the dungeon was cleared, the 3 of them rushed out to the trading hall in search of this garment. However, after a thorough search, they discovered that the Banksia Luyun robe was nowhere to be found. It was sold out. Loli immediately opened the seller's information. Seller ID, Banksia's Pig. Recent listings, Garment of Passion, Banksia Luyun robe, Gale Light robe. Her eyes sparkled as she murmured, "This tailor seems to understand our red-clad character." Meanwhile, Zhu Hao was taken aback by the sales data in the back end, stunned for 3 seconds. Didn't I just listed a short while ago? He gazed at the complete sellout of his Banksia Luyun robes, astonished. Is my design really this popular? Wow, the response is overwhelming. Furthermore, upon reviewing the buyers' profiles, he noticed they were all red-clad witches. Zhu Hao's entrepreneurial instincts ignited. This profession is perfect for fashion marketing, given that the game mechanics reward less clothing with greater strength. I shall specialize in crafting high-exposure gear. He promptly accessed the design interface and began planning the next product in the red outfit series. He envisioned a complete set: a top, a short skirt, battle boots, a cloak, and even headwear. To create these garments, Zhu Hao quickly opened a short video app, immersing himself in numerous borderline videos to absorb various design styles. His mind brimmed with ideas. Yet, a challenge arose. The yield of high-end materials was insufficient. Currently, he was at the golden core stage, only able to farm golden core materials, which had a low drop rate. Although his tailoring skill had advanced to a high level, some rare materials were unattainable through solo farming. He needed to reach the nascent soul stage and tackle nascent soul dungeons to acquire these resources. Alright, for the sake of artistry, no, rather for the sake of my career. Zhu Hao opened the top-up interface and invested another sum, elevating his level to the nascent soul stage. Although it cost a considerable amount, it was an essential investment. Rubbing his hands together, Zhu Hao, filled with fervor, plunged into the new map. While his friends slumbered, he resolved to grind through the night, gathering materials, sewing garments, and testing new designs. 5 hours later, at 2 a.m, Zhu Hao stood before the crafting table, grinning like a madman. He had just completed a tailor-made outfit for the red-clad witch, the garment of passion short skirt, boasting an extremely high exposure rating, reaching the system's limit, and featuring the Blaze Walker skill effect, leaving a trail of fiery afterimages while moving. Starting price, 568 spirit stones. This price is equally reasonable. Moreover, this is merely one piece of equipment. Acquiring the entire set would require several thousand spirit stones. However, Zhu Hao contemplated that he was indifferent to the cost. What truly mattered was enticing players to purchase voluntarily. Profits from mass sales need not necessarily pale in comparison to those from a high-end approach. The following morning, Luo Li logged on and immediately scoured the trading market, unexpectedly discovering new goods. To her astonishment, the seller was none other than the infamous Bankrupt pig from the previous day. Did this individual have yet another fresh release? Burning Passion short skirt, good quality, limited to 5 pieces. Luo Li took a brief glance at the equipment, promptly purchased it, and decisively left a message. Luo Li, esteemed seller, may I inquire your identity? Would you be willing to add me as a friend? I wish to acquire the entire set. Bankrupt pig, is your profession the red-clad sorceress? No need to rush. I am currently at the sewing machine. Luo Li, how splendid. You are the only man I respect in this game. Please inform me first when you have new stock. Zhu Hao swiftly opened the friend request and accepted Luo Li's application. Unsurprisingly, within mere seconds, the other party inundated him with messages. Luo Li, boss. Your short skirt has special effects. It's absolutely stunning. Far superior to the official version. Luo Li, do you have any tops or capes available? I am willing to invest in fashion right now. Luo Li, I aspire to be the most dazzling figure among the red-clad. As Zhu Hao perused his inventory, gazing at the freshly acquired materials, a gleam of excitement illuminated his eyes. Observing the player's desires, Zhu Hao murmured, if you are willing to invest in fashion, then I shall endeavor to design for spirit stones. Chapter 54, Truly Profiting. The next day, the forum erupted. To be precise, the entire community of red-clad sorceress players within Killing Fate and Cultivating Immortality was in an uproar. The forum, which had been dominated by posts criticizing the game, suddenly featured numerous inquiries for red-clad sorceress equipment, with a plethora of captivating titles emerging. If the red-clad sorceress does not wear red, then who will? I declare Bankrupt pig as my ultimate faith newbie's guide to freebies. Burning Passion series set, wishing you a smooth foundational period beyond absurd. This game can be played this way. Recognizing the player's demands, Zhu Hao and his classmates promptly launched several additional styles. Falling Sunset Thin Veil Skirt, a refreshing short skirt version, with some effects removed, priced at merely 128 spirit stones. Nightfire Mini Cape, a compact flame cape, starting at 99 spirit stones, ideal for novice characters. Crimson Flame Bodysuit, subtle yet practical, with an appropriate level of exposure and self-healing properties. These were all highly cost-effective pieces of equipment. After all, Zhu Hao's initial intention was to cater to the needs of ordinary players. Earning spirit stones is no easy feat for them. His goal was to create attire that everyone could afford. Fashion should not be elitist. With a few dozen spirit stones, through diligent efforts and teamwork to sell materials. Ordinary players could still make their purchases. Before long, as the number of buyers increased, so too did the discussions surrounding the topic. In just 3 short days, the affordable, high-exposure gear produced by Zhu Hao and his team ignited a wave of red-clad sorceresses throughout the realm of killing fate and cultivating immortality. Particularly, the Fires of Passion series has become the quintessential graduation attire for the Scarlet Witch. Countless players have taken to the forums to express their astonishment. Why are all the Scarlet Witches now revealing their legs in the dungeons? It seems that the less one wears, the fiercer one fights. Recently, the trading market has seen an influx of sellers offering splendid garments, though regrettably, they are predominantly women's wear. I spent less than 1,000 spirit stones to acquire a complete set of the Fires of Passion ensemble, and the aesthetic enhancements are simply exhilarating. The design of this series truly understands the essence of the Scarlet Witch, far surpassing the official attire in both quality and affordability. I have already begun to relish the joys of this game. So have I. I have finally ventured beyond the novice map. Amidst this fervor, Zhu Hao is swamped with work. Guys, my orders have exploded. Mine too. I listed 30 Falling Sunset silks last night, and by this morning, only 1 remains. I put up 50 Nightfire cloaks, and they're all gone. Please, quiet down. I'm currently inundated with over 100 friend requests, all from those wishing to reserve garments. Goodness. This ISNTA workshop, it's a garment factory. The group buzzes with excitement, yet Zhu Hao remains seated quietly at his computer, staring at the spirit stone balance in the back end, lost in thought for 3 seconds. Suddenly, he slams his hand on the desk. Brothers, we are about to strike it rich. He promptly screenshots the total revenue and shares it in the group. Total income, 84,820 spirit stones. Over 80,000 spirit stones translates to more than 9,000 in real currency. Within just a week, if divided equally, each person stands to gain over 2,000. They are all still students. While Zhu Hao is financially comfortable, this marks the first time he has earned such a substantial amount independently. The last time he made money was when he gathered dozens of people to earn 200 by clicking on a platform. Several classmates are instantly exhilarated. This is 100 times better than our summer internships. Wow, it's only been a week. I might even dare to add an egg when I next order takeout. Oh no, I have money now. I wonder if my moral integrity can withstand this test. Are we serious? We are creating a new commercial miracle in a game that everyone criticizes as trash. Zhu Hao nods calmly. We are merely at the beginning. Currently, all products are still at the basic sewing template level, made from low-tier materials. Next, I intend to lead you all into the realm of high-end customization. Meanwhile, on the forums, players of the Scarlet Witch continue to fervently spread the legend of Banshaa's tailoring prowess. I beseech Banshaa to release new designs of the Fires of Passion. I am already weary of what I have. We, the Scarlet Witches, have endured oppression from the official side for far too long. Previously, the store's outfits were both expensive and unattractive. Now, Banshaa has come to our rescue. I proclaim that he is our sole designated supplier. The atmosphere of the entire forum begins to subtly shift. No longer are there uniform posts decrying excessive monetization, outdated turn-based mechanics, or the developer's incompetence. Even players who initially intended to withdraw from the game began to quietly contemplate purchasing a piece of clothing to try their luck. After all, for them, if the attire is appealing and affordable, and donning it allows them to continue enjoying this game, that would be quite splendid. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao finally organized an offline voice meeting for all members on the 4th day. Is everyone here? Present. Mouse, you may proceed. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I have but one statement to make. We are officially establishing the Banksia clothing studio. In the future, our brand label must be unified. Our objective is to create a clear and sustainable avenue for secondary profession profitability. Starting from the red-clothed witch, we will subsequently expand to garments suitable for all professions. With so many players, we cannot solely produce revealing outfits. We shall pursue all profitable ventures. The crowd was instantly invigorated. The commotion stirred by Zhu Hao was not an isolated incident. Beyond him, an increasing number of players began to notice something significant. The secondary professions, previously overlooked, seemed to possess genuine potential. In the forums, the once quiet section dedicated to life skills gameplay suddenly flourished. Where there had been merely a handful of posts per page, now 2 pages could be eclipsed within an hour. Goodness, secondary professions can truly be lucrative. Rune masters primarily deal in blueprints. Even chi refinement players can earn money. Gathering materials yields spirit stones, and the marketplace is bustling with people offering better prices than the official ones. Let us not fixate solely on combat power. Selling equipment is the true path to prosperity. Within just a few days, several trending topics related to secondary professions surged to the forefront of discussions. The sewing master zone, the smithing master zone, and the alchemist zone were alive with activity, as numerous players shouted on the public screen, buying gale cloth, illusory pattern leather, spirit silk buckles. Bulk orders preferred. The smithing masters are offering discounts for foundational work. The alchemists seek teams for material gathering and are buying back chi refinement elixirs at guaranteed prices. The dawn of spring for secondary professions appeared to have arrived overnight. Furthermore, certain occupational studios sensed an opportunity and swiftly took action. Several large gold farming guilds began aggressively recruiting. As long as one was willing to work, they could complete 30 orders daily within the game, with materials, blueprints, and clients provided. The operation was straightforward. No technical skills were required, just a mouse to click and earn easily. With diligence and availability, one could earn 6,000 spirit stones weekly, ideal for stay-at-home parents. The ease of entry, with guidance available, captivated ordinary players. These posts flooded the screens, catching the attention of many. Zhu Hao, who was poised to expand his operations, was taken aback by the market prices. Why have these materials surged in cost? Upon investigation, he discovered that his advertisements and sales had inadvertently stimulated the entire low-tier equipment supply chain. Common materials such as flame cloth, spirit silk buckles, and wind silk thread had all doubled in price. The once ignored basic dungeons were now teeming with players, and the previously obscure equipment trading area for the chi refinement stage had become the most popular in the entire server. Even more astonishing, some gold farming studios began to replicate the popular designs from Banksia clothing, even imitating Zhu Hao's advertising slogans. Celestial Tailor Shop. If Banksia is out of stock, we have it for 99 spirit stones with maximum exposure. Zhu Hao could only roll his eyes in disbelief. This group of individuals arrived with remarkable speed. Just as I was about to take flight, I found myself under scrutiny. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous that the values within Killing for Immortality are exceptionally well balanced, and there is no indication of a collapsing economic system. Zhu Hao swiftly adjusted his mindset, recognizing that this is merely commercial competition and they possess a first-mover advantage. Our next step will involve shifting a portion of our production lines to target the mid to low price market. I intend to create a complete set of equipment that ordinary players can afford, 10 pieces in total, packaged for no more than 1,000 spirit stones. If I cannot compete with your workforce numbers, then I shall outshine you with finesse and creativity. Chapter 55. Speechless in the face of the immortal cultivation world. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Whale Leap Games, on the 33rd floor, the entire development and operations team was engaged in their routine morning meeting. Zhou Bowen was monitoring forum data. Yesterday, the overall sentiment dropped by 13, and related negative keywords decreased by 32. The negative viewership across the forum began to show signs of reversal. The meeting room was enveloped in silence. Zhao Qiliang leisurely sipped his coffee, his eyebrows slightly raised, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Why aren't players criticizing us anymore? Zhou Bowen, equally perplexed, replied, we have no idea. Over the past few days, the forum has been filled with players showcasing their outfits. Everything from the half-summer flowing cloud robe to the burning emotion skirt. And even a dedicated thread titled The Fashion Diary of the Scarlet Witch Player. A brief stillness engulfed the meeting room. After a few seconds, Zhao Qiliang finally grasped the situation. Having been preoccupied with mobile gaming matters recently, he had paid little attention to the PC side. After glancing at the forum posts, he realized that the monetization channel he had previously designed had gained significant traction. Zhao Qiliang felt a sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought that the secondary profession system he had casually constructed would greatly enrich the gameplay? It seems the game is showing signs of revitalization. No longer would they face constant criticism. President Liu also need not seclude himself in his office any longer. In a moment, the entire meeting room fell into a complex silence. After a brief interval, a colleague could no longer contain a profound query. Wait, should we be pleased? Players are no longer criticizing us, and the gaming atmosphere seems to be improving. This must be a good thing, right? It had been a long time since they had not faced player backlash, leaving them momentarily stunned. Indeed, it has been ages since the forum witnessed such an influx of image showcases and gameplay posts. I even saw someone specifically write a guide on how to earn spirit stones, detailing the Chi Refinement Tailor's Rise to Zero investment gold mining studio with monthly earnings exceeding 10,000. It appears our game is experiencing a slight resurgence. Han Mimi quietly added. Surprisingly, new user registrations have also increased recently, with some converting from player shares. Additionally, the data on returning veteran players has begun to rise slowly. After the discussion concluded, everyone gradually recognized a startling reality. The ecosystem of killing for immortality seems to be self-repairing in an entirely unexpected direction. The previously derided secondary profession system, once deemed unplayable, has now emerged as a new outlet. Players who once felt powerless in their investments have now found their place. Players like Zhu Hao have ignited a trend of player-driven garment creation. With the entry of gold farming studios, the entire gameplay unexpectedly bifurcated into two parallel realms. On one side lies the high-stakes pay-to-win combat zone, the nascent soul stage, sect battles, and artifact competitions, where one's financial investment translates directly into power. On the other side exists a free market labor sector, secondary profession players, small vendors, the red-clad sorceress, gathering materials, crafting gear, and listing items in the marketplace. While the former remains rife with complaints, the latter has cultivated an affordable, self-sufficient, and engaging community atmosphere. Players from both factions pursue their own quests, each immersed in their respective worlds. As the technical team at Whale Leap began to analyze the data, they found themselves perplexed by the unexpected harmony between these two groups. Meanwhile, in the exclusive office of the boss, Lu Ming sat alone behind his desk. With just a week left until the settlement, he felt quite optimistic, even contemplating the next phase of investment and game planning. However, upon glancing at the player sentiment dashboard, he was utterly taken aback. Player sentiment analysis: angry, 39, observing, 8, enthralled, 32, comfortable, 17, leaving, 4. Lu Ming's expression froze. He quickly refreshed the interface and re-entered to verify the data. The figures remained unchanged. The fact that 32 players were enthralled and 17 felt comfortable in his cultivation game left him unsettled. Just last week, the dashboard reflected, angry, 68, observing, 22. That was a thriving state, a promising business blueprint. Now, after merely a few days of neglect, the values had flipped entirely. It felt akin to reaching for a sickle poised over a field of chives, only to discover that the chives had transformed into leeks. This could not be right. Something must have gone awry. The sentiment dashboard was infallible. How could the previously observing players have all transitioned to playing the game? The rising count of enthralled players indicated that amidst their complaints, some had begun to genuinely enjoy the game. Startled, Lu Ming sprang from his chair, deep in thought as he swiftly made his way outside. With such developments, there had to be some situation at the development department. He endeavored to maintain a steady tone, though turmoil brewed within him. Upon reaching the entrance to the development department, he gently pushed the door open. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. With the technical team and marketing staff gathered around a computer, the screen filled with forum screenshots and data analyses. Han Mimi stood nearby, animatedly discussing, "Look, this post about the Chi Refinement Tailor's comeback is trending, and someone made a video on earning through secondary professions that has exceeded 10,000 views." Lu Ming lingered at the doorway, silently absorbing the scene, striving to keep a neutral expression. Clearing his throat, he approached and attempted to sound calm. "Qi Liang, everyone, please pause for a moment. I have a few inquiries about the current state of the game." Zhao Qiliang adjusted his glasses, glancing around at the group with palpable excitement, and replied, "Mr. Lu, you must be aware that the user activity curve for our game, pay-to-win cultivation, is on the mend. Although some of the spending players have been lost irretrievably, the community of life simulation players has exhibited a slight explosive growth, particularly among female users and students." Lu Ming's lips twitched. Indeed, the number of users has surged. "Boss, our secondary profession system has achieved remarkable success," he remarked. "Success?" Zhao Qiliang paused. "Ah yes. Boss, haven't you always wanted the game to thrive? Now that the secondary profession system is quite popular, both new and returning players are coming back. Isn't this a positive development?" Lu Ming stared at the two with an expression of disbelief, thinking to himself, "This is not the good fortune I desired." He then keenly picked up on Zhao Qiliang's key phrase, secondary profession system. This concept seemed to have been scarcely mentioned before. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Zhao Qiliang. considering that this game was developed under his guidance. You were the one who implemented this system, right? When I tasked you with designing it, didn't I say to keep it simple and not take it too seriously? Just look now. The forums are flooded with screenshots and tutorials. What is going on? Zhao Qiliang paused for a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He lowered his head in contemplation and quietly reminded, Mr. Liu, you did agree at the time, stating that we should provide a means for earning spirit stones, to give players a glimmer of hope and not let them feel as if they were merely freeloading. Therefore, I developed alchemy, tailoring, and forging, and even added a trading market. I thought players should have something to engage with. Otherwise, merely fighting would become rather monotonous. Look at the players now. They're gathering materials and completing secondary profession tasks. The feedback from the life simulation professions has been quite favorable. The forums are full of praise. Praise? Lu Ming felt like crying, finally understanding the primary reason behind the data fluctuations. Although Zhao Qiliang's intentions were good, in Lu Ming's heart, he fervently wished that the other had not taken such initiatives. Observing Zhao Qiliang's excitement, Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and said seriously, so tell me, does the praise on the forums imply that we were mistaken? Zhao Qiliang replied, do you still remember the positioning of spending life on cultivation? Spending life on cultivation, Lu Ming emphasized, gritting his teeth. We are not a labor simulation, nor a clothing management game, and certainly not a tailoring training platform. Yet, you have created a system that has led the forums to be dominated by discussions on the red-clad sorceress' wardrobe guide, while the hot threads focus on tailoring skill experience summaries. Isn't this straying from our original path? How am I to face the traditional cultivation community? The book has just received its rating. I hope esteemed readers will grant it a 5-star review and add it to their shelves. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. Chapter 56. I wanted you to give them hope, not a future. Zhao Qiliang appeared utterly perplexed. Why is this so difficult to confront? Isn't this quite normal? Our core gameplay hasn't changed at all. Those who need to recharge are still doing so. It hasn't affected anything. Fearing that Lu Ming hadn't fully grasped the situation, he quickly interjected, Boss, but the players like it. Many have even posted thank you messages. They aren't quitting anymore. Engagement is rising, daily activity is stable, and the atmosphere is no longer overwhelmingly negative towards us. Isn't that a good thing? I believe that in due time, we will be able to achieve profitability. Moreover, my dear boss, these are indeed tasks you previously assigned. You have misunderstood me, Qiliang. Lu Ming is nearly going mad over here. Did you think I instructed you to enhance the player's experience? What I intended was for you to instill hope within them, not to provide them with a future. Qiliang, have you perhaps been too considerate of the players? Zhao Qiliang. How can the boss utter such words again? As a game developer, considering the players is not merely a fundamental professional ethic? No, Zhao Qiliang felt somewhat bewildered. Boss, isn't this the very attitude we should possess when creating games? To make the design of side professions more engaging, to enrich gameplay, to foster a thriving ecosystem, boss. Do you think I have failed in these endeavors? Noting the hint of despondency in Zhao Qiliang's tone, Lu Ming hastily sought to console him. After all, he was the one who had recruited this worker. It was unnecessary to burden the employee when he himself was feeling disheartened. No, not at all. Lu Ming, with a sincere expression, patted him on the shoulder and sighed. I do not blame you. I merely believe you possess too much integrity. Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was unclear which aspect of purity the boss referred to. Lu Ming sighed again, his expression morphing into one of disappointment. Qiliang, let me ask you this. When you designed the mobile game's recharge interface last time, did I not instruct you to enlarge it? Were you still contemplating a reduction? Did you not consider whether it obstructed the UI? Did you not think it might irritate the users? Yes. You see, look at yourself. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with concern. This cannot be. Player retention is not the outcome I desire. Has there truly appeared a gratitude post on the forums? Can it get any more outrageous? How am I to redirect the game's trajectory? Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming pondered for a long while. The players have now developed a certain immunity. Typical revisions will undoubtedly fail to dissuade them. Rubbing his temples, he sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond control. The side profession system, which he had once overlooked, had inexplicably become one of the most popular aspects of pay-to-play immortal cultivation. Professions like tailoring, blacksmithing, alchemy, and talisman crafting, which were once considered ancillary, had now transformed into core gameplay elements. The players not only ceased their complaints, but actively engaged in discussions on how to optimize the game's economic system and how to better align side professions with main professions. The game has veered entirely off course. Even more astonishingly, players were posting on the forums, expressing gratitude for the design of this game by Whale Leap, with some analyzing the side profession system of pay-to-play immortal cultivation, praising its professionalism over many purely side profession simulation games. Is this reasonable? Ming gazed at these posts, his emotions too complex to articulate. Can we simply eliminate this side profession? He turned to Zhao Qiliang, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. Zhao Qiliang's expression shifted instantly. Eliminate it. He sat upright in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. Boss, this is one of the core mechanics of the game. If we eliminate the secondary professions, the entire game will become unplayable. Zhao Qiliang continued. This framework for secondary professions is essential for many main quests. If we alter this mechanism, we might as well be creating an entirely new game. If the foundation collapses, the game simply cannot function. Ming furrowed his brow, regretting his lack of understanding of game development. Is it truly impossible to remove it? Could we perhaps lower the success rate of crafting? Zhao Qiliang paused, contemplating the matter with a frown before slowly responding. We can adjust it, but if we lower it too much, I fear players will abandon the game. Ming fell into deep thought. If the secondary professions were removed, the game framework could very well collapse, rendering it unplayable. Conversely, if the crafting success rate were reduced, players might leave. But it could also lead to a more grind-intensive experience. Wasn't this a deadlock? Why did these issues always arise at the end of the month? The players had been complaining vigorously, and now, suddenly, a crisis had emerged. As the month-end settlement approached, he felt uncertain about the originally promised eightfold returns. Without specific data on liabilities, he could only estimate. Ming felt a surge of frustration. He had already envisioned how to spend the money he thought he would be receiving. Then, a spark of inspiration flickered in Ming's eyes as he exclaimed, "What if we limited the secondary professions? Allow a certain number of items to be crafted each day, be it equipment, potions, or talismans." Zhao Qiliang frowned at this suggestion. Boss, while this could indeed enhance rarity and potentially increase the value of secondary profession items, attracting more players to try them, you must understand that many current secondary profession players are not primarily concerned with profit. They engage in this aspect purely for the enjoyment of the gameplay. Ming's brows knitted together in skepticism. Is there truly such goodwill among them? Is my game some kind of ideal utopia? Indeed. Zhao Qiliang sighed. What you may not realize is that our turn-based cultivation game primarily attracts nostalgic veteran players. This particular group has some disposable income, time to spare, and a willingness to guide newcomers. Initially, they were happily spending on the game, but now, a wave of ordinary new players has arrived. This has injected new vitality into the game. Consequently, these veteran players are especially accommodating towards newcomers. You wouldn't believe it, some high-level alchemists are giving away potions for free, merely to assist newcomers through the initial stages of their cultivation journey. And talisman makers, who could easily sell their talismans for a high price, are charging only the cost of production, with some even giving them away. They are determined to ensure that newcomers experience the warmth of being cared for. Ming's lips twitched slightly. Were they truly enjoying themselves so thoroughly? Zhao Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, boss, current players generally find side professions quite intriguing. Many who initially intended to abandon the game have returned. The tailoring aspect alone has captivated a significant number of fashion enthusiasts, with their first task each day being to check the marketplace for new attire. Ming rubbed his temples, feeling on the verge of losing his composure. This game is unraveling. He sighed deeply, pondering how pay-to-win cultivation had transformed into a game where players spontaneously cultivated a thriving ecosystem. This situation is utterly abnormal. Chapter 57. Why is it so difficult to manage this generation of players? The game has spiraled completely out of control. It is no longer pay-to-win cultivation. It has morphed into freeloading and working chronicles, and not just any version, but one imbued with social responsibility. Players are spending less and complaining even less. With everyone engaging in farming, alchemy, tailoring, and forging friendships and conducting business. It feels as if I am providing a retirement community for cultivators. Ming once again stared at the emotional dashboard on the system panel, his tone resolute. This game cannot continue down this path. In the next moment, Ming made a decision. Rule adjustments are imperative. We must impose additional burdens on the players. Qi Liang. Zhao Qi lifted his head at Lu Ming's summons. Lu Ming waved his hand, speaking softly. I have made a decision. From now on, side professions must incorporate an extra consumption mechanism. For instance, alchemy must consume fatigue points. If they don't rest, they cannot refine. The tools for crafting equipment will now have durability. Excessive use will lead to breakage. When they break, they must be replaced. And replacing tools will incur costs. Zhao Qi responded. Boss, please remain calm. Be calm. Lu Ming retorted. Look at the current forum posts. Every day, it's filled with threads like tips for earning money as a tailor, how to make your first spirit stone through alchemy, and beginner's guide to low-cost equipment crafting. Is this still a game? It has become an online entrepreneurial incubator. These players are now teaching apprentices and running factories for domestic sales. I am not developing a game. I am fostering harmonious community development. Zhao Qi conceded. All right, I will comply, though somewhat exasperated. He was accustomed to the fact that the boss's ideas rarely aligned with his own. Soon, under Lu Ming's urging, the entire development team worked tirelessly, and the unified adjustments to the game were ultimately implemented. Shortly thereafter, pay-to-win cultivation experienced a minor update. Update details: 1. Alchemy, tailoring, and forging operations have introduced a fatigue value limit. The daily basic energy cap is set at 300 points, after which players must rest or consume special elixirs to recover. 2. A durability system has been added to various crafting tools. Excessive usage will result in their degradation, necessitating regular replacement. 3. A repair shop mechanism has been introduced in the marketplace, allowing players to sell repair tools and conduct equipment repairs. Once the updates were completed, everyone at Whale Jump opened the game forum, ready to monitor player dynamics in real time, while the forum administrator prepared to delete posts. And the operations team had their scapegoat statements ready. Not long after, the forum began to update with new posts. The secondary profession in killing for immortality has been updated. A new repair system has been introduced, making it feel akin to a life simulation. I've exhausted my fatigue points for today, and I'm off to stroll in the new area. Is this an encouragement for me to establish a reasonable routine? The newly released repair shop system is incredibly entertaining. I am now a tailor, blacksmith, and tool repairer, triple profession. The Tiangong workshop has officially launched its night shift mode. We operate from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening in 3 shifts. We are an immortal cultivation factory, honest and fair to all. Viewing the posts on the forum, Lu Ming felt too enraged to speak. He clicked on popular threads one by one, witnessing players sharing their reasonable schedules, healthy cultivation insights, and user-friendly adjustments, making him feel as though he might crack open from frustration. I have practically served them the opportunity to criticize me on a platter, yet they refuse to take a bite? This is a test of my patience. Zhao Qiliang also noticed the new posts and couldn't help but explain, boss. This is what we call positive obsession. Have you forgotten the mindset of our current secondary profession players? They do not engage in alchemy or blacksmithing for efficiency. They genuinely enjoy this gameplay. Even if you were to require them to clock in for work and sign attendance agreements, they would still find joy in it. Boss, do you think we have truly created a hit? Lu Ming's lips twitched as he gazed at the newly added item on the emotional dashboard, satisfaction level 2. His complexion gradually paled. Is there any hope for this game? I no longer expect you to criticize me. Can we at least mitigate our losses and stop playing? Let it be a small fire. I can no longer contain it. After all, he had already received quite a number of negative reviews. Meanwhile, the popularity of the secondary profession system had completely ignited a second wave of excitement. Killing for Immortality was gradually transforming from a typical pay-to-win game into a dark horse in the realm of life-simulated turn-based cultivation games. Countless gold farming studios were eagerly preparing for a grand endeavor. Over at Zhu Hao's end, preparations were underway to establish Bansha Clothing as a branded store. And he had even initiated a live streaming segment for product promotion on short videos. Lu Ming was left speechless. What on earth have I created? With 3 days remaining until the end of the month, Lu Ming sat in his office, staring blankly out at the towering buildings beyond the window. He genuinely felt lost about what to do next. The familiar sense of helplessness washed over him once more. For the past 2 days, he had done nothing but fixate on the player emotion dashboard. Initially, he felt a bit reluctant, contemplating whether to raise the prices of items one more time to refine the pay-to-win experience of cultivation to its utmost. However, he soon realized that it was utterly futile. The new players do not engage in cultivation at all. They are entirely unconcerned with levels, battle power, or breakthrough rates. Some even remain stagnant at the chi refinement stage for an entire week. The reason? They do not wish to level up until they have fully unlocked the tailoring templates. Furthermore, some players adamantly refuse to advance to the golden core stage because there exists a high-level alchemy blueprint that can only be learned during the foundation establishment stage. If they level up, they can no longer craft medicines, leaving their work endeavors in jeopardy. Ming gazed at the posts before him, each one striking deep within his soul as if delivering a series of blows. He even came across a post titled, "Pay to win cultivation doesn't require cultivation at all. Side jobs are the main quest." The comments section overflowed with countless likes, as many voiced their agreement. I engage in dungeons solely for materials, not for leveling up. If this game could let me remain in the chi refinement stage forever, I would never progress. Leveling up only makes it more expensive with rarer materials. It's simply isn't worth it. I regretted ascending to the nascent soul stage. Had I known, I would have preferred to remain a blacksmith in the chi refinement stage. Most importantly, there's a studio that buys materials, allowing me to earn some pocket money. Ming was left speechless, his mouth agape, struggling to catch his breath, nearly suffocating from disbelief. What had become of these people? They had come to play a cultivation game, yet it had devolved into a labor simulation? Despite his relentless monetization efforts, they not only refrained from criticism, but appeared to derive enjoyment from it. He slammed his fist on the desk in frustration, realizing this game is beyond salvation. Truly, there seems to be no turning back. Side professions have been elevated to a pedestal, gold farming studios have flooded the market, and the player community has spontaneously constructed an entire stable ecosystem. This game had slipped from his grasp. He even found himself devoid of the inclination to utilize the marketing random buzz generator. What if it yielded positive probabilities? He was certainly no longer able to secure an 8-fold return. However, a 6-fold return still seemed plausible, as the previous outcry could not be forgotten so easily. Moreover, those who had previously invested were still present, and now they formed the core of the group condemning the company. If he were to introduce a controversial point now, the side job players would scarcely care. An increase in main quest difficulty? Excellent. We weren't engaging with that anyway. A higher breakthrough difficulty? Then I shall continue refining my potions and sewing my garments. How could he ignite public opinion? He couldn't even identify a point to lever them with. Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. Why were this generation of players so difficult to manage? Chapter 58. The original aim was a crematorium. Should I just let it go? Ming murmured to himself. Perhaps it was best to do just that. Better to endure the criticism than to fight a losing battle. He returned to his executive chair, contemplating that if a major directional adjustment were to be made, he still had numerous ideas, such as imprinting all crafted equipment with biological coating to bind its usage, effectively eliminating the possibility of player trading. Or perhaps, he mused with an unsettling seriousness in his gaze, each level increase in side profession skills could incur an additional fee, termed as talent infusion. The more one crafts, the more one pays. Logical. Furthermore, a tax rate could be established at the trading plaza. If an item sold for 100 spirit stones, the system would collect 20, leaving 80, from which a transaction fee of 20 would be deducted, resulting in an actual gain of 40. Simply adjusting the exchange rate of spirit stones could directly induce inflation in the cultivation world. As he spoke, he nodded in agreement, as if this were indeed the essence of a reasonable game. All players are confined to the paths of the marketplace, forbidden from engaging in free enterprise, human compassion, or the pursuit of joy. I intend to make them understand that gaming is not an avenue for entrepreneurship or tailoring. It is a journey of cultivation, often fraught with hardship. Where is the cultivation that does not involve sacrifice? Cultivate what, indeed? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly rising from his seat. Yet, within mere seconds, he deflated, slumping back into his chair like a deflated balloon. But what purpose does changing things now serve? He glanced at his phone. Merely 1 or 2 days remained until the month's end, and it was clear he would not meet the deadline. Even an all-nighter would not suffice, and besides, Ming was mindful of labor laws. While the game might disregard human empathy, reality does not permit such negligence. Ming's gaze grew complex as his fingers gently tapped the tabletop. From a design perspective, I have indeed failed with this game. It has devolved into something far removed from my original vision of a project rife with aggressive monetization and rampant criticism. The current incarnation of this cash grab cultivation game has begun to discuss ecology, a sense of belonging, and player autonomy. There are even forums dedicated to emotional discourse. You did not come here for cultivation. You came here for romance, did you? Even more absurdly, upon browsing the forum, he stumbled upon a trending post. When will the marriage system in cash grab cultivation launch? I have already found someone to sew with. This post garnered over 2,000 replies alone. There were couples showcasing their collaborative work, donning matching outfits. And even one individual penned a 10,000-word fanfiction featuring a tailor and an alchemist. Truly, the fusion of alchemy and tailoring has become a tale of love, stitched together with every thread. Upon reading this, Ming felt as though he might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Thankfully, he had not devised any marriage mechanics on the spot. He merely aspired to create a relentless cash-grabbing cultivation game, one that could outdo Tungxiu in its ruthlessness, driving veteran streamers to madness, discouraging spenders, and transforming vitriol into a metric of debt. Ming recalled the day when Chu Feng live-streamed, spending 10,000 yuan on a sect battle, only to be left in tears post-match. That moment epitomized the peak of player emotion he had longed for, the pinnacle of glory in Ming's heart. Alas, time cannot be rewound, and sugar cannot be caramelized anew. There is no turning back, should he attempt to modify the game again. Ming sensed that Zhao Qiliang and the others would react strongly, as they had dedicated themselves to the game and had only recently resurrected it. He feared that if he doused their enthusiasm with cold water, they might abandon their efforts. Furthermore, it would appear too contrived. And what if they suspected him of money laundering? Recently, Ming had distinctly noticed the peculiar glances old Wang cast in his direction. He closed his eyes, 1,000 foolish thoughts racing through his mind. So be it. This project has ceased under his stewardship. This game resembles a train that has veered off its tracks. Initially, he was the conductor, aiming for the crematorium, yet somehow, it had veered towards the construction of a new community for the elderly. He felt embarrassed to admit that the goal of his game was to exploit the players. What kind of game that exploits players has such a harmonious forum? Ming closed his laptop, finally revealing a weary yet resigned expression. Never mind, I shall wait a little longer. Until the end of the month, until the settlement. Once the money arrives, I will start anew. The planning level at Tungxiu was too elevated. It was simply unattainable to create a game solely designed to receive criticism. Killing the immortal in its current state has atmosphere and can endure a bit of mild reproach, which is quite satisfactory. At the very least, it can provide a stable flow of negative equity each month. Ming had grown less greedy. Relying on a single game to continuously receive system rebates was unrealistic. Moreover, while negative equity is undeniably important, the fact that this game had reached its current state was already a remarkable achievement. With this thought, Ming stood up and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the entire skyline of the Magic City, his tone particularly resolute. From now on, I shall create a game devoid of light. A game that incites increasing anger with each play. A game that makes one want to write scathing reviews after just 10 minutes of daily login. This is the project I aspire to pursue. Whale Jump Games must return to its roots. This is no longer driven by the system, but by the intrinsic motivation within me. I refuse to believe that creating a game of my desire is so arduous. But for now, patience is required. The settlement day is approaching, and he cannot afford any mistakes. To abstain from further investment is the height of composure. Ming returned to his desk and sent a message, calling Zhao Qiliang back in. Soon, Zhao Qiliang entered, glanced at Ming, and said, "Stop the development." What? Zhao Qiliang's eyes widened. "Boss, what are you saying? Stop the mobile game killing the immortal?" Ming articulated each word with clarity. "Cancel everything. All of it." Zhao Qiliang trembled, nearly losing his balance. Wait, boss. Please calm down. Are you sure you haven't misread any data? Our mobile game has surpassed 50,000 pre-registrations in just the past 2 days. Moreover, we have already spent over $1 million on UI adaptation and mobile system optimization. I am aware, Ming replied coolly. Then why are you saying to stop? Zhao Qiliang protested. Qiliang, you misunderstand, Ming sighed, staring at the ceiling. What is our purpose in developing mobile games? Is it not to expand our presence in the mobile arena? Yet now you tell me we must transition this group of players who are enthusiastic about working, collaborating, and fashion to mobile? You want them to experience a more convenient working simulation on their phones. This is simply inappropriate. As he spoke, Lu Ming's face was filled with profound sorrow, as if he had just bid farewell to a beloved yet unaccomplished son. To persuade Zhao Chuliang, Lu Ming adopted a facade. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why so much had been invested previously, only to abandon it now. Employees need understanding and empathy, after all. Zhao Chuliang stood before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Chuliang. Lu Ming's voice dropped an octave, as if conducting a farewell ceremony. Have you ever considered whether mobile gaming is truly suitable for these players? Who are they? They remain in our game for the sake of freedom, to avoid spending, and to engage in crafting while watching dramas. They are the type of players who can sew in the PC version while simultaneously chatting in groups and binge-watching shows. When faced with the constraints of a small mobile screen, requiring intricate gestures, a single misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes. Wouldn't they then be inclined to express their frustration towards us? The expansive nature of our game makes it exceedingly challenging to adequately address the user experience for players on mobile platforms. Previously, I was mistaken, Zhao Chuliang remarked. Furthermore, they are thriving in the PC version. Why would you insist on transferring them to a mobile platform that is still in its developmental stages? Isn't that essentially discouraging them? Chapter 59, It's You. The Gifted Player. Zhao Chuliang opened his mouth, wanting to suggest that we could optimize the experience if it were lacking, but ultimately swallowed his words. He realized that Mr. Lu had a valid point. He had never imagined that Mr. Lu would be someone who placed such importance on user experience. His perspective had been narrow. Previously, he had viewed things through a narrow lens. Mr. Lu continued to gaze out the window, his expression profound, as if lamenting for the entire industry. Therefore, I must take responsibility for this group of players. They have grown accustomed to gathering materials, crafting garments, setting up stalls, and climbing leaderboards in this game. Once the mobile version launches, their rhythm will be disrupted. Can you guarantee that they will comfortably manage fabrics, draw blueprints, and sew on their phones? Can you assure that a mere tremor of their hand won't lead to transforming precious materials into inferior garments? Zhao Chuliang concluded. Thus, for the sake of their gaming experience, we must eliminate the mobile version. After speaking, Mr. Lu slowly raised his head to look at Zhao Chuliang, his gaze imbued with a somber resolve. Zhao Chuliang remained silent for a few seconds, finally exhaling heavily. He had intended to advocate for the project, but after hearing these words, he felt unexpectedly moved. This was not merely about cutting a project. It was about relinquishing profit to protect the ecosystem. This was a stand against internal competition, a voice for the players. He felt a profound respect, as if he were bowing to Mr. Lu with sincerity. I understand, Mr. Lu. I support your decision. The money spent is spent. It is settled. Mr. Lu nodded in satisfaction. Chuliang. Yes. However, you will still be responsible for this project moving forward. The mobile version is to be halted, but you are to maintain stability on the PC side. Our commitment to monetization must remain steadfast. Minor adjustments are permissible, but significant changes are not. We must ensure data stability. I do not require updates, but I ask for one thing. Zhao Chuliang straightened his posture. You may speak. Do not let them become too content. Zhao Chuliang. This doesn't seem right. Wasn't he the boss, just discussing user experience? Mr. Lu looked at him. You must maintain a delicate balance between subtle satisfaction and critique. They cannot be overly pleased, nor can they be in excessive discomfort. We need players who, while crafting, express their discontent with phrases like, "This game is truly unfair," and continue to play despite their grievances. There must be complaints, but they cannot leave. Data must remain stable. Yet the atmosphere should not collapse. We shall pursue a path of meticulous balance. Zhao Chuliang pondered for a long while, still struggling to comprehend his boss's performance requirements, which were entirely new to him. I still do not quite understand, boss. Lu Ming gradually returned to his seat. Have you ever encountered an online game that garnered solely positive reviews? With nothing but accolades, what further expectations can users possess? If all feedback is favorable, where lies our potential for improvement? You must allow them to voice their grievances, yet still entice them to engage with the game. Let them feel disappointment, but ensure they always harbor hope. Remember our company's principle. Negative reviews are the most valuable feedback. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhao Chuliang seemed to attain enlightenment, responding affirmatively as if he had rediscovered the essence of his work. After watching Zhao Chuliang depart the office, Lu Ming began to calculate the investment expenditures for the month. Annual rent for the office building, 5 million. UI art adaptation and mobile game engine debugging, 1. 38 million. Public relations expenses, meals for players, hotel accommodations, receptions, travel, etc. 330,000. Marketing expenses, 5 million. Various operational labor costs, including employee bonuses, streamer collaborations, part-time tasks too. 8 million. Adding server costs and other operational expenses, Ming estimated a total investment of approximately 16 million for the month. Moreover, he still had 3 million in his account, which meant there were 700,000 in funds yet to be spent. A wave of anxiety washed over Ming as he abruptly stood from his chair, nearly toppling the glass of water before him. I thought I had nearly exhausted the budget for this month. Yet, there remains 700,000 in the account. How can we proceed with this? Zhao Qiliang's investment in mobile gaming was alarmingly insufficient. It was vital to recognize that the system's cashback logic operated on a multiplier of the invested amount. If the investment was not sufficiently high, the cashback would be negligible. If the debt multiplier for this month's settlement stood at 6, an investment of 10 million would yield a return of 60 million, and 20 million would result in 120 million. Yet, 700,000 remained unspent. This was tantamount to incurring substantial losses. Ming's complexion turned pale. Had he known to consolidate the funds earlier, he would not have been so engrossed in the negative feedback of killing for immortality that he overlooked the unallocated budget. The most lamentable plight in the world was to reach the month's end with funds still unspent. Ming heavily sank back into his chair, his mind racing. With just over a day left until settlement, he needed to spend urgently. He had to identify a project capable of consuming the funds. The money must be spent. It was imperative to expend it thoroughly. As Ming braced himself against the desk, he frantically searched his mind for any viable methods to swiftly deplete the funds. If he did not allocate the money, how could he possibly purchase a property in the heart of Magic City next month? Furthermore, he needed to explore new projects. Human desire is boundless. The goal was to earn a modest profit, but one could not settle for mere tens of millions. Advertising opportunities had been exhausted. Bonuses had been dispersed. Hardware procurement had been utilized. I absolutely cannot allow this 700,000 to weigh me down. Only through expenditure can we realize the utmost value. Lost in thought, Ming suddenly halted his actions, a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind. Why must I rely solely on my own team to develop games? My efforts thus far have proven insufficient. It would be far more prudent to acquire a team of exceptionally talented individuals. The first game design of Whale Leap was spearheaded by Ming, while the second emerged from the insights gathered through a survey. For the next endeavor, he surmised that it would be wise to entrust the project to those with greater aptitude. The more he contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared. He promptly opened his computer, navigated to forums related to the gaming industry, and entered the keywords: struggling companies, player grievances, impending bankruptcy, and willingness to sell. Before long, a company's profile caught his eye, emblazoned across the screen. Qiantang Warfire Network Technology Company, Limited. Notable works included Bullet Time and Gunslinger Breakout. Current status: the core development team had disbanded, debts totaled 4.7 million, and they were actively seeking acquisition or financing. Negative tags associated with the company included pay-to-win traps, rampant cheating, project manager absconding, server lag, and company collapse. Hot forum threads revealed sentiments such as, "Why is there such imbalance in the shooting games? It's unplayable. And you dare to sell a basic shotgun for 888? Are you insane, or am I just foolish?" Finally, the service has ceased. I remember playing your games and feeling infuriated. The storyline was decent, yet you are ill-suited for FPS games. Why delve into such profound narratives in a shooting game? Have you succumbed to pretentiousness? Upon absorbing the information about this company, Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely the opportunity he had been yearning for. A poorly executed game with widespread criticism, struggling to sustain operations. Most crucially, they were on the brink of collapse. He slapped his thigh in exhilaration, exclaiming, "This is the talent I need." Players are driving them to madness, and the market is unyielding. All we need to do is offer a high price to rescue them from their plight, and then harness their talents for our own purposes. This is the revitalization we seek. Exceptional talents like CEO Ma are rare and elusive. I shall settle for these second-tier choices. They are quite satisfactory. It's you. Chapter 60. 1 against 1,000. Without delay, Ming grabbed his phone and swiftly summoned Lin Xiaoxiao. Soon, She entered the room with a notebook in hand. Her schedule busy as the month drew to a close. Xiao, set aside your current tasks for a moment and contact a gaming company in Qian'an called Warfire. Inform them that Whale Leap is interested in acquiring them. The price is negotiable, and we will expedite the process, if possible. We shall sign today and not delay until tomorrow. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Acquisition? As the HR representative, she had only reviewed procedures for company closures and liquidations. She had not yet delved into the intricacies of acquisitions. This was clearly outside her expertise. Director Liu, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? She stammered, her mind struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in direction. Mr. Liu, I do not mean to question you, but as someone from the Human Resources Department, I truly lack understanding regarding acquisitions. Shouldn't this matter be addressed by the finance or legal teams? Xiao, do not hastily shift responsibility, Lu Ming replied. Seated comfortably in his grand chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, his tone resolute. Who in the company possesses the most knowledge about personnel arrangements, salary disbursement, social insurance, seating allocations, and the coordination of human relations? That would be me. Xiao, in a subdued voice, responded, that would be me. Precisely. In this acquisition, I intend to absorb the entire workforce of the counterpart. Therefore, you are the principal player. Me? What? Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, I am still an intern. Yes. Precisely you, the key individual. In the coming days, our company, Whale Leap, is set to acquire a game company on the brink of bankruptcy. We are absorbing all personnel, taking them as a package deal. Our only requirement is this. We sign the contract today and disperse the funds. Xiao was utterly bewildered. Today? Indeed, today. Mr. Liu. This is an acquisition. The cases I am familiar with typically extend over several months, involving specialized audit and finance teams, with intricate processes. Even when ordering food delivery, I scrutinized discount coupons for a long time. How could an acquisition happen so swiftly? Lu Ming pursed his lips, regarding Xiao earnestly. You see, I told you that you understand acquisitions better than you claim. You still insist you are merely in HR. Therefore, Xiao, you must immediately contact the person in charge on the other side. Inform them that Whale Leap has made a decision after 3 months of research and an overnight discussion by the board. We intend to secure their entire company. You mentioned that the acquisition process is rather complex and requires specialized auditing agencies. So, can we not reserve our interest first? Reserve? That term seems rather foreign in this context. Xiao exclaimed. Moreover, where do we find the time for a 3-month board discussion? Exactly, Lu Ming replied, standing with an air of utmost ease. Today, we will pay a deposit, effectively preemptively securing the resources. The detailed processes can follow later, with the legal and audit teams gradually catching up. The priority today is to transfer the funds and demonstrate our sincerity. You have experience with live streaming and online shopping. It's the same principle. Pay first, receive later. Xiao was left utterly flabbergasted by this series of incomprehensible actions. Mr. Liu, we haven't even prepared a draft contract. We are still unclear about the status of the other company. Xiao, listen to me. Lu Ming's tone softened, adopting a more serious demeanor. Whale Leap is at a critical juncture. In this acquisition, perfection in negotiation is secondary to decisive action. As for the other company's situation and potential, I have already researched it. It holds significant promise and aligns perfectly with Whale Leap's future development direction. You will find a third-party merger team to gradually fill in the necessary processes. But for now, I need you to obtain the contact details of the other party immediately and schedule a video conference. Communicate our willingness to take over. As for the financial aspects, I shall manage those. Xiao's expression conveyed her utter dismay and confusion. However, observing President Lu's unwavering determination as he bore the weight of countless responsibilities alone, I promptly acquiesced. The employees at Whale Leap had long grown accustomed to such decisiveness from President Lu. All right, I will reach out immediately. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao, still in a daze, reported, President Lu, they have answered the call. I added the contact information of their legal representative and sent over my business card. Simultaneously, I sought out a specialized team responsible for acquisitions, who expressed their eagerness to take on our endeavor. Excellent. Lu Ming directly accessed his banking application and transferred the balance from his personal account to the company. The target company bore liabilities exceeding 4 million. Acquiring it would undoubtedly require 5 to 6 million. Furthermore, they possessed equipment, personnel, and assets not to mention the two seemingly insignificant game IPs, which were indeed invaluable. With this thought, Ming felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The target company was seasoned. Even if he were to pay a premium, it would be justified. Make sure to communicate clearly with Old Wang. The 7 million in the company account must be transferred within these 2 days. They are not a publicly listed company, so the process is not that convoluted. You must ensure that the auditing and evaluation teams expedite their work. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a shiver run down her spine as she observed her boss's rapid decision-making. His pace was even swifter than her own when shopping for groceries, where she would at least haggle over prices. She remained apprehensive. President Liu, this seems rather hasty. The other party hasn't provided any formal documentation, yet we are prepared to transfer funds. Moreover, we have yet to visit their company to assess its worth. Lin Xiaoxiao expressed her concerns. Prices are negotiable, after all. I believe in their company, but offering a high price should also reflect our recognition of their value. Do not focus solely on the processes. Ming replied without lifting his gaze. I have faith in the potential of this project. Haven't they been lamenting their lack of funds? Our whale leap is well capitalized. Besides, we have scheduled a video call, and with real funds at stake, do you think they would doubt our integrity? Collaboration begins with lending a helping hand. It is a matter of goodwill. Lin Xiaoxiao's lips twitched, but what if they abscond? They won't. We operate within a lawful society, engaging in legitimate transactions. Why would they run away? Moreover, it is merely 7 million. It is not being sent to an individual, but to a corporate account, which is subject to regulation. Rest assured, expedite the arrangement of the professional team. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from further questioning. She found it difficult to comprehend this course of action. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to carry out President Liu's directives. Very well, I shall now contact the merger and acquisition firm to arrange the subsequent procedures. I will also draft a plan for employee coordination. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxiao, Ming said sincerely. We are determined to secure this acquisition, and we will ensure the process is thorough. Your focus should be on 2 words, reliability. Understood. Chapter 61. In the realm of pay-to-win games. Just look at how well others are faring. Lin Xiaoxiao left, clutching her notebook, her mind still in a muddle. She has just researched the information about War in the Skies, a company that launched a TPS shooting mobile game, Gun God Breakthrough, 2 years ago, focusing on realistic military equipment, weapon collection, and real-time battles. It garnered significant attention on forums for 3 consecutive days, only to suffer a catastrophic downfall overnight due to poor server stability, imbalance issues, and rampant cheating. Negative reviews flooded in, with tags like disappointing representative work, PvP disaster, marking the game. Even more absurdly, the game was exposed for having an exceedingly low weapon drop rate and a notoriously unfair random box mechanism, which led to it trending on social media for all the wrong reasons. Presently, the company's official website is long and inaccessible, and the only contact available is the official channel posted by the legal representative on social media. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao truly feels that the world is surreal. Does President Liu really want to acquire such a company? Meanwhile, in the office, Ming gazes at the successful transaction interface, revealing a slight smile of relief. 7 million is about to be spent. This month's total investment is nearly 23 million. Finally, everything is in place. He leans back in his office chair, exhaling a long breath. Not a loss at all. After all, this gaming company cannot survive. Even if I do not take over, they will inevitably shut down. This move at least secures a project that may attract criticism in the future. For now, he awaits the settlement. Ming checks his pockets, contemplating whether he should look for a few agents to explore housing options in the coming days. After working so hard for so long, it is time to indulge a little. Meanwhile, in an old office building in Qiantang City, the War in the Skies game company exists as a truly half-dead, long-established team. They once earned their first pot of gold from a pay-to-win shooting game, but unfortunately, they fell behind the market rhythm within a few years, suffering from slow updates, broken mechanics, rampant cheating, and poor managerial decisions that utterly shattered their reputation. In recent months, the company has been relying on the owner's personal funds for utilities and group buying discounts for lunch. During the lunch break, in the common area on the 3rd floor, a group of programmers sits together, surrounded by the aroma of instant noodles, the atmosphere as somber as a wake. I tell you, it's the end of the month. Our salaries are likely not going to be paid again. Yesterday, I saw legal documents from the bank. I heard they frozen the assets. We really can't hold on any longer. I've invested in 2 small companies. If this doesn't work out, I'll have to jump ship to make a living." Just as they exchange words, the finance department suddenly rushes in, pale-faced and speaking rapidly. "Quick, quick, quick. You all need to see the message the boss just sent to the group. Whale Leap Games wants to acquire us." In an instant, the chopsticks holding instant noodles pause midair. "What did you say?" "Whale Leap Games. I haven't heard of them." "You mean they want to acquire us?" "I know a little about them. They just released Pay to Revive Cultivation." "Is that game really that profitable? Aren't they also a new company? They can acquire other companies with just this game? Weren't they supposed to be drowning in criticism? Are we mistaken? Were we not summoned to court? I recall that our game has already been taken down. Now, even the platform is blacklisting us. How could we possibly be subject to acquisition? Is this a scam orchestrated under the guise of Whale Jump? Moreover, with so many alternatives available, why would they choose to acquire us? I find it utterly perplexing. No one believes it. Until Monday, Zhou, the boss, personally received a call from someone claiming to be Lin Xiaoxiao, the administrative head of Whale Jump Games, expressing their intent to acquire War of Fire with negotiable terms. They promised that if the contract could be tentatively signed today, a sum of 7 million would be transferred immediately. Furthermore, they had even assembled a professional team, ready to arrive at our company tonight, provided there were no complications. The office fell into a profound silence for 30 seconds. Then, 7 million. 7 million in cash. Today? My goodness. Is this for real? I haven't received my salary for 2 months. The first to rush out was Old Wong, the programmer who was contemplating resigning. I need to verify if this is genuine. Others followed him into the boss's office, some frantically messaging in the group chat, while others burst into the meeting room, shouting to the entire floor, "Whale Jump is acquiring us. Brothers, we are saved." The entire office erupted into a cacophony. Even Shaoli, the artist secretly researching how to file for labor arbitration due to the company's impending bankruptcy, was taken aback. Wait, has the gaming industry reached such a level? How could a company as dismal as ours catch the eye of Whale Jump? Does this mean I need to file for arbitration? Nearby, intern Xiao Chun was moved to tears. This means I can finally complete my internship smoothly. Soon, various group chats for War of Fire buzzed with excitement, with everyone fervently discussing the news. I heard Whale Jump is offering a high price for the acquisition. Should we also consider moving over? Will our original project still be able to launch? Wait, will our salaries be compensated? I heard their boss, Mr. Liu, is even more adept at creating profitable games than our own Mr. Zhou. That is promising. As long as they don't lay us off, I would be willing to work on morally dubious games. Look at how well they are doing in the pay-to-win market. The disparity is staggering. War of Fire, once a moribund company on the brink of collapse, erupted into a frenzy due to a single phone call. It seems a windfall has genuinely arrived, and the employees might finally have their chance to turn the tide. In the general manager's office, the space was modest, even somewhat dilapidated. The wooden desk was peeling at the edges, and the wall clock was a leftover prize from last year's annual meeting lottery. Zhou Yi was seated in his chair, phone pressed to his ear, his expression blank, as though he were still in a dreamlike state. In his mind, he repeatedly replayed the conversation he had just had with Whale Jump. Our company intends to acquire yours and retain the original team. Our professional legal and merger advisors will arrive at your company tonight for discussions. Please prepare accordingly. The representatives from Whale Jump were clear and composed. Each word felt like hot oil being poured into Zhou Yi's mind. He felt a sudden buzz in his head. For the first time sensing that he was struggling to keep up, he had expressed the company's willingness to sell for quite some time. And this was the first instance of a company proactively reaching out. Moreover, the progress was astonishingly swift. Naturally, he had no objections to the acquisition of the company. His only concern was that the other party might feel regret after realizing they had made a poor investment. What if they visited the company and found it did not meet their expectations? Zhou Yizhou exchanged contact information with the other party and discussed some details, fully agreeing to their acquisition terms. After all, he was genuinely out of options. If this dragged on, he would become the subject of enforcement actions, and his employees would be forced to resign. Given the current situation, having someone take over was certainly a blessing. Zhou Yizhou stared at his phone, still somewhat anxious. Suddenly, his phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a transfer request. The transfer was under approval, with the legal account name and project title clearly stated, accompanied by a stamped document from the Whale Leap Company's business account. As long as he found everything satisfactory, The funds could be directly transferred from the guarantee platform to the company's account. Zhou Yizhou gazed at the screen. In all his years in the industry, this was the first time he encountered such an acquisition process. After sitting in stunned silence for several seconds, he took a deep breath, leaned back, and gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, "Is it really happening this quickly? Am I losing my mind? Whale Leap Games has truly gone mad." Chapter 62. Whale Leap is far behind this. Zhou Yizhou, a graduate of the Chinese department at Ming University, initially aspired to engage in literary creation. After graduation, he worked as a scriptwriter for short plays and submitted web articles, but all his efforts vanished without a trace. Eventually, he heard that the gaming industry was lucrative. Gritting his teeth, he acquired some knowledge of game design and boldly created a pay-to-win online game. Within 3 months of its launch, not only did he recoup his costs, but he also earned enough for a 2-bedroom apartment. That was the pinnacle of his life. Since then, he tried to replicate that success, but unfortunately, the opportunity had passed. His team became complacent, project management was chaotic, and all his ventures failed miserably. In a bid for survival, he began to frantically study monetization models, level packages, first payment rebates, monthly and annual cards, growth funds, limited time SSRs. Whatever was trending, he pursued it. After all, with no players spending or even playing, he at least needed a semblance of structure. In the end, he released 2 first-person shooter games, neither of which lasted more than a month in popularity. The games received a dismal rating of 12 on the platform, and disgruntled players publicly shamed him online for 2 weeks. He had to post daily on forums to clarify that the company had not gone bankrupt to manage the situation. To keep the games operational, he invested all his previous earnings. Today's players are exceedingly difficult to please. Zhou Yizhou sincerely lamented the challenges of game development. Despite employing the same strategies, he could not turn a profit. Yet, at this moment, a company was willing to buy their mess for $7 million. Moreover, it was Whale Leap, the company that had been severely criticized online for its game, Paying with Life, to cultivate immortality. Did this company possess such strength? Zhou Yizhou remained silent for a long while, before abruptly sitting up straight, grabbing his thermos, and taking a sip of bitter buckwheat tea. After all, what could be more challenging than starting a business? Suppressing the emotions lodged in his throat, Zhou Yizhou opened his contacts and sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Hello. May I kindly request the draft of the contract for my review?" He gazed at the message as it was dispatched, then glanced toward the conference room. Outside, a group of programmers had descended into chaos, reminiscent of the festive disorder of the Spring Festival. It was evident to him that hope had been rekindled among them. Indeed, emotions are not universally shared. While he mourned the company's fate, the employees had already begun to celebrate. Sighing softly, Zhou Yizhou reflected on his own once bright aspirations, now dimmed by the fog of fleeting interests. Graduating from the Chinese department, he had invested considerable effort into the narratives and scripts of his games. Alas, it was all in vain, misallocated. Soon, the contract draft arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao displayed remarkable efficiency, sending a professional and clear document, complete with neatly packaged attachments, including Whale Leap's qualifications, official seal registration, and acquisition process details. Seated in his chair, Zhou Yizhou perused the contract while sipping tea, his eyelids twitching with anxiety. Although he was no expert in capital matters, he was far from naive. 7 million might be a trifling sum for Whale Leap, but for a company of their stature, it represented a lifeline. What was he truly afraid of? Not of being deceived, but rather of a sudden change of heart. To him, the company resembled a sinking ship. And here came a lifebuoy. Yet what if it turned out to be solid? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to send Lin Xiaoxiao a voice message. "Miss Lin, I have no objections to the contract. I sincerely wish to hand over the arduous task to your esteemed company. However, I have a humble request. I hope that President Liu can visit our company in person to assess our situation. Even a mere 10-minute visit would suffice, as long as he deems it worthwhile. I assure you, I, Zhou Yizhou, will draft the contract faster than anyone else." Lin Xiaoxiao responded promptly. "No problem. We'll be on our way immediately. We'll arrive in Chantang tonight." Zhou Yizhou's heart skipped a beat. They were truly coming. He sat there, momentarily stunned. Their sincerity was evident. Yet, he found himself torn between anxiety over their visit and the fear of potential chaos. What if they found their company unworthy? Shaking his head to dispel his worries, he abruptly stood up and dashed out of the office, kicking open the conference room door, his voice trembling with excitement. "Everyone, Clean up. The entire company. A thorough cleaning. We have esteemed guests tonight. Xiao Luo, quickly bring out the potted plants we purchased during the last team building event. Hide those broken monitors in the break room. Do not turn off the air conditioning. Maintain the temperature. Clear the desks. I expect all of you to present yourselves respectably. And art team, don't you have an unused UI proposal left? Hurry, dig it out. Print it. Hang it on the wall. The office erupted in a flurry of activity. Joe, what is going on? The representatives from Whale Leap are coming to our company tonight. Hurry, prepare yourselves. Are you serious? They're really coming? So soon? Is he truly coming to visit our humble factory? Who knows? Perhaps he has an affinity for companies with a rich narrative. The efficiency of this place is astonishing, surpassing even the speed at which I visit my boyfriend. As night descended, in the old industrial district of Qiantang City, a dark business vehicle came to a gradual halt beneath the war-torn company building. Lu Ming led the way, holding a cup of freshly made lemon tea. Dressed casually in a t-shirt and jacket, embodying a relaxed demeanor as he was flanked by Lin Xiaoxiao and a team of acquisition specialists. This building is rather antiquated. Lu Ming mused with a smile as he surveyed the surroundings. Lin Xiaoxiao, while guiding the group, reported, "Boss, I have investigated this company. Although their games are not particularly successful, their employee management is commendable. The owner has a liberal arts background and is an idealist who treats his employees well." Lin Xiaoxiao had done thorough research, as the boss had previously mentioned that the employees would also be part of the acquisition. Hence, this investigation was essential. After all, what if it turned out to be a chaotic environment? Lu Ming chuckled lightly, his tone casual, as they entered the office building. Every employee of the war-torn company seemed invigorated, their faces radiating hope that their company finally had a chance. The interior decor was striking, with programmers meticulously organizing task lists. The art team's display wall adorned with various character designs, and the operations copywriting team had even turned marketing flowcharts into banners hanging in the break room. It was evident that they had put in considerable effort. Upon stepping into the conference room, Zhou Yizhou was already waiting. Dressed in a neat dark blue shirt and standing upright, he greeted, "Mr. Liu, I am Zhou Yizhou." His voice held a hint of nervousness and disbelief. Lu Ming glanced at Zhou Yizhou and then surveyed the overly enthusiastic hospitality preparations in the conference room. He couldn't help but smile. Indeed, one should not judge a company solely by its exterior. Who would have thought that a seemingly formal and harmonious game company could have 2 games with ratings below 2 on the platform? Jingyue pales in comparison. Chapter 63. The greatest challenge in game development is to maintain one's original intent. Mr. Liu, please follow me. I will show you around our company. Zhou Yizhou, forcing himself to maintain composure, led Lu Ming toward the office area, his tone humble yet a bit stiff. To be honest, our company does not have much to offer visually. It is merely a group of individuals cobbling together some projects. In truth, it cannot compare to your esteemed company. I hope you do not find it lacking. I find it quite delightful, Lu Ming responded, following closely behind and smiling warmly. How could he possibly find fault? This place is wonderful. I truly appreciate it. It possesses a remarkable historical essence. For a company with such inherent talent, he was unwilling to overlook a single individual. Zhou Yizhou, standing beside him, felt increasingly awkward, nervously fiddling with the seams of his trousers. "We have relocated twice, as the rent here is somewhat more affordable," he explained with a hint of hesitation. I understand, Lu Ming nodded, as if he were gazing at a reflection of his former self. This kind of place clearly suggests a limited budget and scarce resources, where projects frequently falter and employees exist in a state of semi-apathy and self-indulgent sentimentality. Yet it is precisely in such marginal realms that the potential for truly remarkable games can emerge. Zhou Yizhou introduced everything with remarkable restraint, refraining from boasting about our accomplishments, even deliberately omitting some project blueprints and presentation documents that could be misconstrued as ostentation. He lacked the audacity. He feared that speaking too much might provoke Lu Ming's laughter, while saying too little could lead to their disdain. Subsequently, Zhou Yizhou led him into the programming team, where a dozen programmers were busily engaged at their computers, cautiously stealing glances at the entrance. Each desk was piled high with thick stacks of A4 papers and office documents. As Lu Ming approached, they all pretended to be debugging frameworks, some even opening browser tabs to feign research. After all, they were being acquired. They had to at least appear diligent. "This is our programming development team," consisting of about a dozen individuals. Currently, we have no new projects and are merely handling some outsourced work to make ends meet. Zhou Yizhou candidly conveyed this, acknowledging that it was impossible to conceal the truth, as there were reports online. A few in the team were my former university classmates, sharp-minded and technically proficient, yet they have not had the opportunity to apply their skills in the right context under my guidance. As Lu Ming entered, the programmers all stood up, their expressions tense, akin to welcoming relatives during the new year. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Would you like some water? Is the office air conditioning too cold? I can adjust it." Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be nervous. Everyone carry on as usual. Think of today as my little visit for a midnight snack. Mr. Lu, you might be disappointed. Our late-night offerings in Qiantang are rather lackluster." The programmers chuckled in agreement, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lu Ming smiled, remaining silent as he turned his gaze elsewhere. "Is the project launch rate high for you?" Lu Ming suddenly inquired. Not particularly," Zhou Yizhou replied honestly, his voice growing softer. "One goes live, and another fails." "Is there any internal testing?" "Yes, but those also flop." "How about outsourcing?" "We've taken on a few, but the clients are never satisfied with the systems we design. They always cut back." Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. Although Zhou Yizhou's responses grew increasingly grim, he felt an exhilarating thrill within. "You are currently working on outsourcing. What about your self-developed projects?" Lu Ming suddenly asked. Zhou Yizhou paused for a moment. There were a few self-developed projects, but they have all been taken down. Do you have any demonstrations? I would like to see the projects you originally worked on." Lu Ming casually inquired, his gaze growing earnest. "Since I'm here, I might as well learn something." Zhou Yizhou hesitated briefly, biting his lip. "Let me show you one, then. It's an FPS game we previously developed called Bullet Time. It went live for a short while before it flopped, and the reviews were quite harsh." "Excellent, excellent. Let us see that." Lu Ming's interest was piqued immediately, recognizing it as a work tested by the market, which he was eager to examine closely. On a bewildering Monday, Zhou Yizhou found himself puzzled by Lu Ming's sudden enthusiasm. He guided Lu Ming into a small conference room and instructed a programmer to retrieve the game from the old server for demonstration. In less than 10 seconds, a blurry opening animation flickered onto the projector. The desolate wasteland unfolded before them, accompanied by a jarring soundtrack. The subtitles were minuscule and densely packed. While the protagonist launched into a 3-minute soliloquy, Lu Ming reclined in his chair, his expression serene. In truth, he struggled to grasp the narrative, which was verbose and gave off an air of pretentiousness. The storyline meandered aimlessly, spending the initial minutes on the protagonist's backstory in a post-apocalyptic setting, devoid of any formal combat. Finally, upon acquiring a weapon and entering the battle scene, the enemy textures were repetitive, the AI appeared foolish, and the combat rhythm was chaotic. The sensation of defeating foes was lacking, firearms felt insubstantial, and even when bullets clearly struck, there was an excruciating delay before health points were deducted. Most crucially, this was an online game. The in-game store was brutally designed. Upon opening, 3 types of gift packs popped up, with the first recharge bonus and monthly card automatically selected, leaving the player no choice but to select a package to continue the game. The more Lu Ming observed, the brighter his eyes shone. While other games subtly coaxed players into spending, this one was outrightly coercive. He had never conceived of such a tactic. Indeed, venturing out had its merits. Otherwise, how could he have acquired such valuable insights? This place was truly remarkable. Perhaps it was a treasure trove of fortune. Lu Ming gradually straightened his posture and inquired, "Did you receive any negative reviews during the initial testing phase?" "Yes," Zhou Yizhou replied. "How many?" "Approximately 100 comments, with 95 being unfavorable." Lu Ming slammed the table, his eyebrows nearly shooting up. "I knew I was in the right place." Zhou Yizhou's heart raced at Lu Ming's reaction, and he struggled to maintain his composure. "Mr. Lu, we are aware of the issues. We rushed the process, the storyline fell apart, and the pacing was off, leading to player attrition. You wouldn't understand." Lu Ming, with genuine sincerity, urged, "Please, maintain your unique style moving forward. The greatest challenge in game development is preserving one's original intent. If it weren't for your dedication and skill, do you think I would consider acquiring your company?" He gestured towards the projection, continuing, "Jinghua should have learned from you. Do you have any idea how many games tout high quality yet are criticized for lacking soul? You are different. Although your game has low ratings, it possesses character. This distinctive style must be steadfastly upheld." There are few game companies with character left in this industry. As he spoke, Zhou Yizhou's expression grew increasingly grave. His gaze lowered in silence. The meaning of Lu Ming's words became increasingly elusive to him. Was he being disparaged or genuinely impressed? He found himself unable to discern whether Lu Ming was serious or employing a peculiar strategy to negotiate a lower price. Mr. Lu, if you feel our capabilities are lacking and the budget is constrained, Zhou Yizhou hesitated, then steeling himself, he suggested, we could lower the price. Our company's current situation is indeed quite dire. To be honest, we are genuinely grateful to have caught the attention of Whale Leap. If someone is willing to take over, I would even be willing to work for you without compensation. As he spoke, his heart ached more, and he mentally prepared himself for the possibility of Lu Ming ruthlessly offering a bottom-line price. Yet, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. The price? I am stating 7 million. It is simply 7 million. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Do you think I am negotiating? Do I need to fly over to confirm a price? I am thoroughly satisfied with your team, your style, and the essence of this game. Lu Ming glanced at the demonstration of bullet time that was still playing on loop. His gaze ablaze with enthusiasm. Chapter 64. Old Wang was at a loss for words. What I desire is not for you to change, but for you to continue as you are. The style must remain unchanged. Not a single person, including you, can be moved. This mode is incredibly precious. Zhou Yizhou gaped, utterly at a loss for words. After living for over 30 years, he had never encountered a buyer who operated in such a manner. So, Mr. Lu, you are truly willing to spend 7 million to acquire our business? Absolutely, Lu Ming nodded earnestly. Moreover, after the acquisition, our first step will not be to alter the project or switch engines. Instead, we will resurrect bullet time in its original form, merely reskin it, and relaunch it. Of course, we shall not delve into that today. From now on, you need only focus on creating the game, ensuring that your style remains consistent with what it was before. The rest is my responsibility. With that, he extended his hand. 7 million. The funds will be transferred tomorrow. If you are willing to sign, we can finalize the contract today. Mr. Zhou, I am not a patient person. Zhou Yizhou stared at him in disbelief, momentarily hesitant to shake hands. His first impression was that conducting business could be this straightforward. If all previous dealings had been with someone like Mr. Lu, his company would not have faced such a downfall. You are truly a good person, Zhou Yizhou remarked, yet Lu Ming smiled, his eyes sparkling with intensity. It is not my goodness. It is your potential that shines brightly. To be frank, acquiring your company is a profitable venture for me. Profitable? In what way? Zhou Yizhou sensed the disparity of the world around him. After a moment of astonishment, he finally reached out and gently grasped Lu Ming's hand. Then let us proceed with the signing. With a decisive clap, the contract was swiftly signed, printed, and stamped. Executed with such efficiency that it seemed both parties feared the other would have second thoughts. Mr. Zhou, congratulations on officially becoming a member of Whale Leap Games. Lu Ming patted him on the shoulder. You will continue to operate in Qiantang, and you need not worry about financial matters. Simply report your progress to me monthly. The Project Warfire will be transformed into a specialized studio under Whale Leap. On par with the project team of Killing Fake Cultivation, we will also provide dedicated financial and HR support to assist you in your work. Rest assured, we will never interfere with your game development. Your sole focus should be to ensure that you maintain your previous style. Do not attempt to change. Change is truly dreadful. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. Zhou Yizhou's lips twitched, his mindset still struggling to transition from the channel of despair to one of hope. After signing, the hour was already late. Lu Ming proposed treating Zhou Yizhou and several key employees to a late-night snack. The group collectively declined, insisting it was unnecessary. Ultimately, Lu Ming insisted, declaring, "Let us go. We shall have a farewell feast." Oh no, a working meal. 5 minutes later, a group stood by the roadside, facing a few shuttered, humble eateries, enveloped in silence. Is there no late-night dining culture in Qiantang? Lu Ming observed the faded sign of a small stir-fry shop, perplexed. Well, there is. But we would have to head to the city center, Zhou Yizhou replied, his face slightly flushed. This area is primarily office buildings. People leave as soon as work ends. In the end, they hastily dined at a place called Veteran Barbecue. Lu Ming ordered some beef and various skewers, but the portions were scant, and halfway through, they became difficult to chew. While eating, he lamented, "Indeed, this is a culinary wasteland." However, this transaction was worthwhile. After the meal, Lin Xiaoxiao stayed behind with the team to manage the subsequent acquisition handover, while Lu Ming gracefully took up the briefcase containing the signed documents and hailed a cab to the airport, embarking on his journey back to the bustling metropolis. The night deepened in Xiantang, the taxi's taillights fading into the distance. Leaning against the car window, Lu Ming could hardly conceal his smile. 7 million, all spent. Not only had he invested 7 million, but he also received a less than stellar review of a treasure team. This venture was undoubtedly profitable. A flawless conclusion. The following day, with the sun shining brightly, Lu Ming entered the company with an invigorated spirit. When Financial Officer Wang saw him, he was filled with admiration. President Lu, you truly spent every last cent. Not a penny remains. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled. I even paid for my train ticket myself. Are you suggesting the company account is empty again? No worries. Let us wait until tomorrow. Wang's lips twitched, and though he said nothing, he was increasingly convinced of one notion. President Lu was no ordinary person. Who else could undertake such actions? Wang silently criticized himself for purchasing a failing gaming company and finding joy in it. He was either a wealthy heir or simply insane. He glanced at Lu Ming, who was over there pouring coffee and humming a tune, his expression exceedingly complex. Perhaps he was even a seasoned rich heir. Wasn't this akin to his own daydreams of wealth, where he would buy 2 cups of soy milk, drink one, and pour out the other? Yet, here was Lu Ming, managing 2 companies, one thriving, the other floundering. As Wang pondered, he felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. But before he could gather his thoughts, the news had already sent shockwaves through the industry. At 10 in the morning, the gaming community was ablaze with the explosive headline, Whale Leap Games acquisition sparks chaos. Valued at 7 million. Funds have been transferred. Upon hearing this news, the entire gaming world erupted. Many reacted first with confusion. Chaos? Which company is this? Their second response was to investigate, and upon discovering the details, they exclaimed, "Oh, is it that company that produced Bullet Time, which was taken down shortly after its launch?" My third reaction is, are you out of your mind? How could such a company be acquired? If you have that kind of money, why not consider investing in me? The comments section quickly devolved into a grand forum for grievances. Who did Whale Leap acquire? Amidst the chaos of war? That Bullet Time from their studio. I uninstalled it after barely 10 minutes of gameplay. I am not deceiving you. Upon opening the game, I felt as though I had been transported back to the year 2000. 7 million? 7 million? I suspect that their brains were muddled when they made that acquisition. And the water quality may have been quite poor. In this day and age, if even a company embroiled in conflict is sought after, can I also establish a company to swindle investors? While other companies are inundated with negative reviews, this particular company, which has garnered scathing critiques, is being brought back for what purpose? Nurturing a curse. To be frank, does Whale Leap possess such strength? Currently, they only have 2 games. With such a heavy emphasis on in-game purchases and killing for immortality, Whale Leap has been rather active lately. Is there something amiss? Perhaps Whale Leap has some leverage over them. I find that highly plausible, regardless of the derision from others. This acquisition maneuver has propelled Whale Leap to the forefront of gaming news. Meanwhile, Lu Ming is leisurely sipping coffee in his office, a smile gracing his lips. He is not the least bit perturbed. In fact, he invites Old Wang to join him in watching the news. Old Wang, look. These individuals who know little about gaming are starting to berate us again. Old Wang, in his confusion, can only remain speechless. Deep down, he harbors a strong resentment towards the wealthy. Chapter 65. The returns are overwhelming, perhaps a bit too much. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Lu Ming, akin to a schoolboy eager for an autumn outing, awoke at 6 o'clock. Standing on the balcony, he stretched lazily while brushing his teeth and counting the days. August 1st has arrived. Surely the system will settle now? Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the notification chimed. Ding. Monthly moral debt system settlement begins. Company name, Whale Leap Games. Company funds, 3124 yuan, based on the current moral level. The host can withdraw 4 to their personal account during this period. Personal assets, 1211 yuan. Moral debt value, 60,152. Moral level, infamous. Reward mechanism triggered for this period. Return multiplier, 6 times. Cashback amount for this period, 142,046,000 yuan, has been credited to the host's linked account. Next settlement period, not selected. Note, after this settlement, the moral debt value resets to 0, and recalculation occurs each period. The cashback multiplier for the next period will be based on the plus version of the moral debt system. A series of notifications rang out, and Lu Ming nearly dropped his toothbrush in astonishment. 1 for billion. I am truly a genius. He plopped down on the bed, repeatedly confirming the transaction message 3 times. Indeed, the credited amount is 1 for billion. Having a system is truly delightful. Such a substantial sum arrives in an instant. Lu Ming was overjoyed. One moment his account was nearly depleted, and the next, it was filled with a new target. Laughing out loud, he continued brushing his teeth, his amusement echoing like a goose's honk. Laughter erupted as Lu Ming exclaimed, I am indeed the mastermind behind it all. Although the outcome was not the 8-fold increase he had previously envisioned, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Last month, he had diligently spent nearly 24 million, and fortunately, the moral debt had not diminished as swiftly as expected. The game killing for immortality has been a crucial success, he declared, believing that everyone involved in the project deserved recognition. Lu Ming's spirits soared to new heights, almost prompting him to present himself with a banner of commendation. He rushed to the mirror, gazing at his still, unwashed face. Nodding earnestly, brother, you truly deserve this. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. After freshening up, he made his way to the street vendor selling soy milk. Purchasing 3 cups, he drank one, spilled another, and handed the third to the vendor, saying, Here you go. Enjoy an early day off and take a stroll. With a charming pat on the vendor's shoulder, he departed, leaving the vendor bewildered. Huh? What good is 1 cup early in the morning while filming videos? After finishing his breakfast, he remained invigorated. With his hands in his pockets, and without even heading to the office, he strolled along the road, admiring the magnificent skyline of the bustling metropolis. What am I working so hard for? He pondered. Of course, it's to buy a house. Having traversed this world for quite some time, still residing in a rental was simply unacceptable. It was high time to embrace life as pleasures. Resolutely, he dialed the real estate agent's number he had prepared in advance, speaking with an upbeat tone. Could you recommend a few spacious apartments in the city center, preferably with a nice view and a terrace? The agent perked up instantly. Mr. Lu, what is your budget? Lu Ming replied, about 50 million. He intended to spend a little less than half initially. Having done his research, he was aware that in this city, every inch of land was precious. Purchasing a villa in a prime location could easily exceed several hundred million, and for Lu Ming, a spacious apartment would suffice. It was impractical to squander all his earnings. After all, he had a company to sustain, and he had just acquired another business. Now was the time for him to make his mark. Running a game company was indeed costly. The agent fell silent for a moment, then spoke respectfully. Understood, Mr. Lu. We can arrange viewings for this afternoon. After hanging up, Lu Ming took a seat on a nearby stool, resting his chin on his left hand while scrolling through the employee group chat with his right, deep in thought. Wealth should not be my sole delight. It's time to reward my employees. They endured quite a bit of criticism last month. He quickly typed out a message. To all members, the employee benefits for August are as follows. This month, we will distribute summer cash bonuses, with each person receiving a 20,000 high-temperature subsidy and additional performance bonuses to be discussed based on project revenue. We are also considering organizing a team-building trip. Feel free to suggest locations. Furthermore, from now on, all game projects will implement a profit-sharing system, allowing employees to enjoy 40% of the net profits from their respective projects. Lastly, let us continue to maintain our previous momentum and keep up the hard work. Thank you. Once the message was sent, the group chat erupted with excitement. Wow, a high-temperature subsidy. Boss, I love you. I knew the boss truly cared for us. Can we go to Hokkaido for the trip? Today, the boss was absent from the company, instead indulging in benefits. I have sinned. I wronged you. Lu Ming observed as the group chat exploded with messages, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. When the hearts of the people are at peace, the company flourishes. Lu Ming's current strategy is to present a united front. The criticisms from users represent a vast reservoir of traffic. Relying on employees to voice complaints is impractical. This recent reimbursement was quite overwhelming, leaving me a bit giddy. It cannot be too frequent. One must learn to advance steadily. Lu Ming pondered earnestly. The next settlement period remains undetermined. If he were to wait until next month for the settlement, he feared he might not be able to exhaust these funds. Moreover, the results would likely not be optimal. The timeline is too tight. However, delaying too long would also be inappropriate. After careful consideration, Lu Ming decisively selected a custom period. Setting. Next settlement date. 3 months later, November 1st. Confirm? Confirm. In the next instant, the system confirmed. Ding. The next settlement period has been set. The system will conduct the settlement in 3 months. Lu Ming closed the system panel, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled leisurely. Good. 3 months is ample time for me to accomplish significant endeavors. At 3 in the afternoon, the agent promptly arrived at the agreed location, greeting him. Mr. Lu, we have prepared 3 properties that meet your requirements, all luxurious, spacious flats in the city center. Please follow me. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming exuded confidence. The first property offered a broad view, but lacked sufficient light. The second had a commendable layout, but was regrettably too close to the roadway, resulting in noise. It was not until the third property that the agent, standing at the entrance, spoke with palpable excitement. This one is newly listed, approximately 300 square meters, featuring a terrace and a private tea room, ready for immediate occupancy. The owner, an expatriate executive, is urgently selling, originally priced at $70 million. It is now negotiable at $55 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt an immense relief. Such a significant reduction? He too was reaping the rewards of the times. Soon, the elevator ascended directly. As the door opened, he was greeted by the scent of affluence. The 300 square meter flat, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Huangpu River, boasted a lofty living room where sunlight poured in like a golden veil. The open-plan kitchen was equipped with imported appliances, while the master suite featured an expansive dressing room. And both guest rooms included en-suite bathrooms. The decor was elegantly simple, complemented by a fully integrated smart home system. This is what life should be. Lu Ming mused as he wandered, caressing the table and patting the wall. Finally, standing on the terrace, he gazed out at the river view, sunlight bathing the city above. The breeze perfect. Located less than 3 kilometers from the company, a 10-minute taxi ride or a 20-minute walk, with excellent feng shui, abundant sunlight, spaciousness, along with a tea room, gym, media room, and study all arranged perfectly. Feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, Lu Ming turned decisively. I'll take it. The agent's eyes brightened. Then we will arrange the signing process. By the way, when can we complete the transfer? The agent, visibly moved, remarked. Such a generous client is indeed a rarity. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will handle everything. We shall arrange for someone to tidy up the premises, and you will be able to move in within 3 days at the earliest. An hour later, the contract will be finalized. In 2 hours, the transfer will be completed. 57 million. Lu Ming did not bat an eye. Instead, he reveled in the moment, relishing the taste of the funds bestowed by the system. The agent stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded by the efficiency of this client, and couldn't he help but inquire, Mr. Lu, what business are you in? With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lu Ming nonchalantly replied, I develop games. The agent was left momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, before managing to utter, can one really earn so much from games? He recalled his earlier lamentations over layoffs at major gaming companies, now juxtaposed with this young, handsome man casually tossing around 57 million and claiming to be a game developer. It wasn't he that the gaming industry was overly competitive, rather, it was his own limited perspective that was at fault. After a lengthy silence, the agent discreetly jotted down a line in his phone's notes. Consider a future career in game development for the child. Chapter 66. Team building the following day. As Lu Ming stepped into the office, he was greeted by a cacophony of excitement emanating from the workstations, clearly indicating that the employees were still basking in the euphoria of receiving bonuses. Wow, the beginning of the month brings fortune. Good vibes are flowing. I want to nominate Southeast Asia for our trip. I want to see the sea. Shanghai can see the sea too. Is the project profit sharing really 40? Has the boss been drinking or possessed? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This was the essence of transitioning from simplicity to extravagance. After returning to his rental apartment from his spacious new home yesterday, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression while trying to sleep. His newfound wealth was proving somewhat overwhelming. He then made his way directly to the finance office. Old Wang was currently engrossed in the financial reports, lamenting that they had exceeded the budget once again. At this rate, there would soon be only a few thousand left in the account, which was quite precarious. Let's inject some funds. Lu Ming suggested nonchalantly as he appeared at the door. Old Wang looked up, still somewhat bewildered. Inject what? Capital injection, Lu Ming replied, tossing him a bank card. Transfer 80 million to the company account under the guise of an investment. Ensure all necessary declarations and tax payments are made. And coordinate with the bank to expedite the process. Ming felt entirely at ease. The funds provided by the system were undoubtedly legitimate and above board, leaving him with no concerns. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Boss, did you say how much? 80 million. Ming reiterated. Not a lot. Just an advance for expenses. If there's a shortfall later, I'll transfer more. After purchasing the house and deducting 80 million, Ming would only have a few million left in his personal account, which he intended to reserve for his own discretionary spending. Old Wang's mouth opened in astonishment, his mind reeling. The boss certainly exuded confidence. Over the course of events, he had brought in over 100 million to the company, especially during this unprofitable phase. The boss truly was a significant source of resources. Old Wang sat in his chair, bewildered, unable to fully comprehend the implications. 80 million? An advance for expenses? More could be transferred later if needed? He took a deep breath, realizing that indeed, the hallmark of Shanghai was its affluent individuals. Upon arriving at the office, Ming clapped his hands and earnestly addressed everyone. I am aware that everyone has been working diligently lately, particularly the development team, who have been tirelessly fixing bugs into the night. The marketing department has faced harsh criticism from players, and the art department has also endured its fair share of complaints in their rush to meet deadlines. You have all performed admirably, and I have taken note of your efforts. Any product that manages to break through is not created effortlessly. We are a small company, emphasizing a flat organizational structure. Currently, our financial situation is stable, and forthcoming benefits, bonuses, and profit sharing will be progressively implemented. All of you can focus on your projects with confidence and determination. At this point, Ming smiled slightly. Additionally, weren't we supposed to arrange a team-building event? You may decide where to go for your outing. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Is this for real, boss? We can choose? Absolutely, we must choose. Ming nodded. The finance department has already allocated a budget. Enjoy your meals and activities. But do not shortchange yourselves. Please refrain from suggesting insincere options like rural retreats around the city. Old Wang joined in the excitement, exclaiming yes. The boss is quite capable. We cannot appear too frugal. The employees were ecstatic. The marketing department retrieved a pre-prepared voting procedure and shared it in the group chat. 5 minutes later, Old Wang counted the votes and raised his hand to announce. The final result is in Nanao Island. The island has triumphed. Sun, sand, coconut juice, and seafood await. Departure is scheduled for 1 week from now. Please prepare your luggage, and everyone must be punctual. On this day, the atmosphere in the office was vibrant and full of energy. Amidst the excitement, Ming seemed to recall something and interjected. Old Wang, the team from Qiantang, known as Warfire, is now part of our Jinghua family. They will also join us for this team-building event. It will be a great opportunity for everyone to become acquainted. So please ensure they are included in your voting process. Soon after, at the Warfire studio in Qiantang, the owner, Zhou Yizhou, and Lin Xiaoxiao were diligently collaborating on the acquisition process. The next moment, a new message popped up in the company group. Jinghua Ming. All members of Warfire, greetings to our new colleagues. Welcome to the Jinghua family. Next week, the company will organize a week-long team-building event, fully funded, including meals, accommodations, and transportation. Please confirm your attendance promptly and prepare your identification and change of clothes. We are currently organizing a vote for the destination. The top 3 locations are Nanao Island, Dali, and Sanya. Please feel free to make your choice. For any inquiries, please contact administration. Thank you. In the next moment, the entire office fell silent. Am I hearing things? No. Check the group message. Are we being whisked away to an island before we have even officially signed? Is Jinghua really that affluent? Someone swallowed hard. Last month, our office didn't even have a functioning water dispenser, and the boss still owes me 2 meals for overtime. Now, the new boss arrives and offers us a trip to Sanya? Not yet to Sanya. We still need to vote. Wow, this acquisition is incredibly worthwhile. Quickly, a group of employees participated in the voting, and in the end, Nanao Island emerged victorious once more. Ming once again addressed the group, welcoming everyone warmly. He emphasized that this team-building event was primarily designed for everyone to become acquainted with one another, devoid of any work-related discussions, focusing solely on leisure and enjoyment. He reminded them to bring sunscreen, given the intense sunlight in South Australia. The chat was instantly filled with exuberant messages of excitement. Standing quietly by the window, Ming observed the sunlight outside, gazing at the river and sky, and sighed deeply. This is what it means to transcend ordinary life. He believed that the pursuit of wealth was not to change the world, but rather to live as a dignified individual within it. With the house purchased, the systems established, and employees content, the company was now stable. In the following week, the acquisition process for Whale Leap progressed swiftly. Thanks to Ming's decisive actions, the legal team, financial audits, and document transfers had all been seamlessly coordinated in advance, allowing for an almost uninterrupted flow. Soon, the day of departure arrived. On a bright morning at Shanghai Airport, the employees of Whale Leap headquarters gathered at the meeting point, each pulling their suitcases with vibrant energy. Everyone donned the culturally themed t-shirts suggested by Ming. Meanwhile, the team from Qiantang, known as Battlefire, arrived by high-speed train, reaching the airport almost simultaneously. Upon their arrival at the meeting point, they were momentarily stunned. "Wow, is this a travel group?" they exclaimed. Whale Leap headquarters had certainly set a ceremonial tone, complete with a welcome banner. "Welcome, Battlefire, to the Whale Leap family." The banner was held aloft by several employees, while enthusiastic staff from the administrative department distributed breakfast. Standing at the back of the crowd, Zhou remarked quietly, "Whale Leap truly excels in humanistic care. How wonderful it would be if we could also relocate to Shanghai in the future." Chapter 67. May all planning in the world come to fruition. At 3 in the afternoon, after transferring from the plane to a bus, the group finally arrived in South Australia, greeted by the refreshing sea breeze and bright sunshine. The hotel, a 5-star seaside suite that Ming had reserved in advance, was entirely booked for their group. Each room boasted a view of the ocean, and every balcony was perfect for capturing stunning photographs. Dinner was arranged as a beachside barbecue bonfire party, with the administrative department laying out a splendid array of sound equipment. Beverages, fruits, coconut chicken, and grilled oysters. In contrast to the vibrant sea breeze outside, the air conditioning hummed within the North Mountain CN2 studio, where several programmers in checkered shirts sat around the conference table, their expressions a mix of anticipation and focus as they stared at a game video projected on the screen. The video showcased the newly completed beta version of the secondary profession system. Characters stood amidst the spiritual fields, personally sowing spiritual seeds, as sunlight and spiritual energy intertwined to create a soft golden glow. In front of the brewing house, steam rose, and players needed to manually adjust the heat and rhythm to complete the brewing process. The core members of North Mountain were captivated by the display. "It's done," exclaimed the planner, a foam, rubbing his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. "Our secondary profession gameplay is more liberating and intricate than killing for immortality. While their gameplay is popular, it is confined to a turn-based mechanism. Ours features real-time interactions. The secondary profession system can seamlessly integrate into open worlds, dungeons, and social interactions." The technical lead nodded in agreement, relieved that their week of tireless effort had borne fruit. The system's stress tests had passed, and the backend could support transactions, auctions, and NPC assignments without any issues. A foam slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough with the hesitation. Let us seize this momentum. At 8 o'clock tonight, our official account will simultaneously release a post. Have you all seen the news? Whale Leap has acquired the studio of Endless Warfare for a staggering 7 million in one fell swoop. Thus, I believe that their capital surge is a direct result of the burgeoning side profession gameplay." A foam continued to furrow his brow in contemplation. In recent years, acquisitions within the gaming industry have cooled significantly, yet they not only made a purchase, but did so at a premium. How they profit is beyond us. But we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. We are CN2, a legitimate masterpiece of cultivation with a multitude of players. Our system, graphics, and interactivity all surpass theirs comprehensively. There is no reason we shouldn't thrive. With that, a foam switched the screen to reveal the content he had meticulously prepared. The CN200 art system is now live across the server. The theme is singular. Do you wish to avoid combat? Come cultivate the land. The world of cultivation is not solely about slaughter. It also holds the essence of life. We aim to provide a new sense of belonging to all those weary of grinding and leveling up. Another marketing colleague immediately responded, "I have already contacted several streamers and lifestyle content creators on the Inlang platform to specifically showcase the side profession gameplay, with a style defined as leisurely, ancient, and relaxed farming. This time, we must establish the side profession as the second main storyline of Scene 2. Meanwhile, far away on South Australia Island, a bonfire party was reaching its peak. Ming reclined in a beach chair, a beer bottle pressed against his forehead, relishing the salty sea breeze. He was not checking his phone or browsing forums. However, the news of the impending launch of the Beishan side profession system was quietly brewing across the internet. Soon, the official account released a total of 10 promotional posts on forums and Weibo, and a red banner was displayed on the game's homepage. Craft your cultivation life. Starting from an acre of spiritual field, ancient brewing techniques, artifact forging, the world of cultivation is more than just fighting. The CN 200 art system is officially launched. Embrace your earthly existence. The promotional video featured gentle visuals, with characters leaning against windows, embroidering, gathering herbs, and brewing, evoking a sense of paradise. Even the background music was a specially purchased piece of gentle ancient-style music. In an instant, many players who were already fatigued by combat were captivated. They heard this was an entirely new system, emphasizing a leisurely retirement. Wow, finally, I can avoid fighting. I have social anxiety and prefer farming alone. My husband loves to fight, and I love to cultivate. Now we can enjoy the game together. In the 2 hours leading up to the server launch, the forums were filled with praise, bringing the Beishan team to the brink of tears. They had bet correctly. Soon, at exactly 8 o'clock, the game officially updated, and merely 4 hours later, the tide shifted dramatically. Is your side profession designed for opposing factions? I was halfway through farming when I was chased and attacked by wild monsters. Brewing a potion requires a sequence of QWE. Failure results in an explosion. Alchemy is far too difficult. The drop rate for formulas is absurdly low, and what I produce is inferior to what's available in the shop. I went fishing, and a spiritual shark swallowed me whole. Am I fishing for my life? A group of players became incensed upon discovering that the secondary occupation system in Immortal Path was utterly incapable of serving as a primary profession. Firstly, the process was convoluted, laden with intricate gameplay mechanics that required meticulous operations. Concepts such as precise temperature control, energy regulation, fluctuations in the essence of heaven and earth, and the rapid execution of key commands demanded real-time engagement, leaving no room for automated gameplay. Furthermore, the secondary professions bore no integration with the main storyline activities. Engaging in dungeons necessitated combat-oriented classes, while farming and tailoring garnered no interest, and the value of equipment was insufficient for effective trade, rendering it nearly impossible to sell in the auction house, resulting in a complete lack of circulation. Additionally, those who managed to concoct exceptional elixirs sought to sell them at a premium, only to be met with outright rejection from the system due to their classification as non-combat items that did not participate in the public trading system. Soon, the forums of Beishan Games erupted with fervent discussions. The great debacle of Immortal Path, mastery of arts, a series of incongruous secondary professions. Beishan, can't you replicate properly? We engage in real-time games for enjoyment, yet you compel me to stand still and weave fabric? If your secondary professions allowed me to bestow buffs upon teammates in dungeons, I might have been inclined to overlook the shortcomings. However, as it stands, it is a purely independent system. Who would engage with such a feature in an online game? Beishan's planners, you cannot even plagiarize correctly. If you wish to emulate the concept of pay-to-win cultivation, learn from those who seamlessly integrate seemingly lackadaisical yet intricate designs. Rather than forcefully imposing a system, their mechanics are exquisitely balanced. Without secondary professions, the game would be unplayable. What you have created is irrelevant and detrimental to the original game. This is nonsensical. It is as if you are nudging me to play pay-to-win cultivation. This sentiment quickly transformed into a plethora of heated comments. Beishan planners, you cannot even plagiarize correctly. Underneath the official blog's previously posted tutorial video on secondary professions, players inundated the comments with derision. Under the guise of a lifestyle, you engage in pay-to-win antics. This is not a cultivation lifestyle. It is a cultivation prison. Observing the rating plummet from 48 to 42, the comments section became a veritable cauldron of mockery. Many players, upon reflection, realized that the previously trending pay-to-win cultivation never insisted on secondary professions as an independent system. It was a matter of naturally integrating into the essence of the game itself. The developers of Whale Leap did not claim that combat was prohibited. Rather, they permitted moments of leisure amid the battles. Beishan directly enforced combat compatibility while simultaneously mandating secondary professions. This is not a lifestyle. It is coerced employment. What an eloquent observation. I shall venture into pay-to-win cultivation forthwith. In a fleeting moment, pay-to-win cultivation absorbed a significant influx of players from Immortal Path. Meanwhile, at the shores of South Australia, the starlight shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a glistening spectacle. Lu Ming reclined on a beach chair, savoring a pot of hot tea, a small plate of Longjing melon seeds resting in his hand. As he glanced at his phone screen, the headline read, "The secondary occupation system of Immortal Path crashes. Beishan planners, you cannot even plagiarize correctly." Lu Ming chuckled and shook his head. Beishan Games certainly had a sense of humor. He wondered who the genius behind this planning was. How wonderful it would be to recruit them. The other party's whimsical maneuvers had inadvertently funneled traffic to pay-to-win cultivation, and thankfully, the situation had already been resolved. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been in a predicament with Beishan Games. This truly was a hindrance. In the future, if you intend to engage in such actions, could you not consult with me first? Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Lu Ming sipped his tea, his tone gentle. If only Whale Leap had such talents. Those who imitate us suffer, while those who emulate us perish. May all strategists in the world achieve their rightful success. Chapter 68. The out-of-town bosses spend lavishly. Lu Ming set his phone aside, casually checking the system panel. Soon, the player emotion dashboard gradually appeared. Anger, 29 caution, 18 excitement, 35 complacency, 13 fleeing, 1 delight. For the anger level, which had previously surged, was now visibly declining. Remarkably, there was even an increase in the delight emotion. What a spectacle! All thanks to this North Mountain game. What were you thinking by learning from us? Gazing at the emotion panel, Lu Ming felt that the difficulty of this settlement period had intensified. Previously, the negativity was inherent due to genuine shortcomings. However, now the game's reputation was gradually improving, player acceptance was rising, and popular memes were emerging, diluting the negative sentiment and slowing down the accumulation of debts. Having benefited from this influx of attention, the criticisms of pay-to-win immortal cultivation were diminishing. A small profit is still a profit, after all. It simply all goes into the company's account. Nevertheless, as time progresses, finding criticisms becomes increasingly challenging. We can no longer rely on pay-to-win immortal cultivation for sustenance. It is time to prepare for the next project. Days later, Whale Leap's inaugural team-building event officially concluded. Everyone, with their luggage in tow, boarded the high-speed train heading back to the bustling metropolis. The fervent employees accompanied them, engaging in lively discussions throughout the journey. This team-building experience was indeed extravagant. In the past, we merely visited the barbecue stall downstairs. It was our first time staying in a sea view room, and that bonfire night was absolutely unforgettable. I took over 500 photos. I'll compile them into a montage to share online later. The company should have been acquired long ago. I was reluctant at first. The entire Whale Leap team, numbering over 100, gathered at the headquarters in the metropolis. Observing the crowded office space, Lu Ming felt once again that it was insufficient. It still wasn't large enough. If only we could build a grand edifice like Tengxiu. The more we spend, the more we find it lacking. After arranging accommodations for everyone, they engaged in discussions at Whale Leap for a while. Then, several key members remained behind. In the conference room, sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a glow on the projection screen. Lu Ming pulled out a chair and sat down, followed closely by Zhou Yizhou. As Lu Ming flipped through the PPT, the top page boldly displayed the words "Bullet Time." "Actually, your foundational work has been commendable," Lu Ming began casually, as if making small talk, though his eyes bore a hint of seriousness. "For your new project, simply change the name, switch the shell, and revive it as it is. Utilize the framework of this bullet time concept once more." He paused, reclining back with a smile. "What do you think?" Zhou Yizhou was momentarily taken aback. "Revive it as it is. But it has been taken down, boss. This game has already been delisted. Players are queuing up to criticize it all the way to Hokkaido. If we revive it, no one will pay attention." "I am aware." Lu Ming lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip, suggesting that if necessary, they could consider changing the name. However, he emphasized that the fundamental logical framework should remain unchanged. As he had expressed earlier, the most crucial aspect for them was to stay true to their original intentions. After all, when it comes to a game, attracting players is paramount. When creating a game, one must devise strategies to entice players into engaging with it. Pausing briefly, Ming continued. This is your first project since joining Whale Leap. To demonstrate the company's commitment to you, I plan to invest 50 million in this project. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. 50 million? Are you joking? He recalled that when they initiated the project Bullet Time, the total budget was merely a few million, and they hadn't even dared to create a CG. Boss, did you say how much? He asked, doubting whether he had misheard. 50 million, Ming replied calmly. If you feel it's insufficient, let me know. After all, it's been 3 months, and our company account currently holds 80 million. You must spend it wisely. Zhou's lips twitched, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words, unsure whether to express gratitude or simply acknowledge the amount. He truly did not expect Mr. Liu to place such immense trust in him and to be willing to invest such a substantial sum in a newly established company. Even a mother-in-law would not be this generous towards her daughter-in-law. He had previously inquired with others in the office, and the investment for pay-to-win immortal cultivation was nowhere near this figure. If this investment of 50 million were to materialize, it would mark Whale Leap's largest investment to date. Was it really being handed to him so straightforwardly? This was a gem. Had he been wearing a coat at that moment, Zhou would have unhesitatingly draped it over Ming's shoulders. He felt a surge of fervor, becoming even more loyal to Ming. Working under Mr. Liu was far more comfortable than being his own boss. With such a significant investment, he could enrich the game experience further. Zhou felt a renewed impulse igniting within him. With this amount, they could not pursue an online game anymore. With a firm resolve, he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. The online gaming model is not suitable. If we are to create something, let it be a standalone game. He paused, lowering his voice, a truly meaningful single-player shooting game. We can avoid microtransactions and in-game shops, completing the entire process in one go, focusing on rich storytelling, intricate mechanics, and depth in a large-scale role-playing game. Perhaps it could be considered a genuine AAA single-player FPS. Observing this scene, Ming's lips subtly curved upwards, a glimmer of deep satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Yes, this was the spirit. Whale Leap's first game was said to be a reflection of reality and ended up becoming a success. The second, a pay-to-win turn-based type, was intended to dissuade players through in-game purchases, yet it too found success. However, having listened to Zhou's recent proposal, Ming sensed that the other had found his own path. If he had suggested creating a gunfight online game with a shop system, players might have reluctantly continued playing. But now, he was proposing to allocate 50 million to develop a purely domestic AAA single-player FPS? That was a game-changer. Isn't this akin to spending 50 million to produce an art film? Reflecting on the prior experiences during the investigation in Xiantang, and recalling the two games previously created amidst the ravages of war, Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It appears that it is indeed the outsiders who are willing to invest. Firstly, the planning of a AAA game project cannot possibly be sustained by a mere 50 million. It seems that the only course of action is to continuously release DLCs, which is a positive outcome. The more funds that flow in, the better. Moreover, once this idea is exposed, during the promotional phase, it will undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. 50 million for a domestically produced single-player game? Where has that money gone? To sell something like this is utterly shameless. Why not just rob a bank? Another manufacturer hoisting the AAA banner to deceive people. Ming could already envision how swiftly the anger gauge would soar to 100. Perfect. This is a masterpiece tailor-made for the moral debt system. Excellent. Ming slammed the table, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right. This concept is brilliant. Since we are to proceed, let us do so on a grand scale." He opened his phone and sent a voice message to Old Wang. Old Wang, we are increasing investment in the new project amidst the flames of war by 10 million. Upon witnessing Ming's actions, Zhou was utterly taken aback. You are adding more. Indeed, Ming replied earnestly. I admire your dedication. I appreciate those who disregard market considerations and commercial returns, and who genuinely wish to create a true game. As long as you follow the original concept of bullet time, rest assured, I am your unwavering support. Chapter 69. When the bullets halt, time begins. Observing Zhou momentarily speechless, Ming shifted his tone to one of seriousness. However, old Zhou, I must emphasize this point. He fixed his gaze on Zhou, as though deeply concerned that the latter might suddenly gain clarity. Although the project has undergone a name change and a repositioning, the core gameplay must remain similar to your original bullet time. Pay no heed to the so-called mature mechanisms, market-oriented optimizations, or the myriad of chaotic suggestions from within the industry. Stick closely to the previous version. The more you restore it, the more I will support you. I mean no disrespect, but I hope you can remain true to yourself and not be swayed by the so-called market trends. Ming patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Maintain that initial fervor, and I shall recognize your talent. Zhou was taken aback, nearly moved to tears. A wave of feeling that he had finally found a kindred spirit surged within him. Instantly, he stood up, excitedly raising his fist. Mr. Liu, you can rest assured. This game will embody the vision we originally intended. There will be no pandering to the market, no microtransactions, no online features, nor crossovers. Ming nodded in satisfaction, beaming with paternal pride. Very good, very good. Little did Zhou know, Ming was already envisioning the scathing reviews following the game's failure. Whale leap, 60 million for the most disastrous domestic single-player game. What you seek is a game. While he tests your patience. On a Monday, Zhou brimmed with ideals, and Ming wore a contented smile. The two exchanged knowing glances, yet neither dared to voice the unspoken truth. One soared towards glory, while the other plunged into the abyss. The project was set. After the meeting concluded, Zhou, accompanied by his fervent team, returned to Qiantang. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he seemed to float. 50 million. An additional 10 million. He refrained from accessing the company account on the subway, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his balance. This was no longer merely funding. This was a dream. Who could have imagined that in this day and age, one could secure investment for a single-player game? Moreover, the boss even encouraged the creation of an original version. He had never encountered an investor so respectful of the aspirations of game creators. Old Liu truly understood. Zhou murmured, his heart swelling with emotion. Out of gratitude for this trust, he resolved to execute the project with utmost dedication. In a moment of inspiration, he retrieved his notebook. Opening the folder containing his previous work on bullet time, the screen was filled with dense, intricate design documents. A faint smile graced his lips, his eyes glimmering with the rekindling of dreams. Initial excerpts from Bullet Time, Worldview. Following a catastrophic nuclear war, human civilization collapsed entirely. The cities above lay in ruins, with the remnants of civilization seeking refuge in underground shelters. The protagonist is a discarded soldier exiled to the surface. Artistic direction, a palette dominated by shades of gray, black, and rust, forever devoid of sunlight. Narrative pace, a rejection of fast-paced storytelling. Background exposition is conveyed through the protagonist's monologue, accompanied by black screen subtitles and cinematic transitions. He chuckled softly, reflecting on his earlier, overly ambitious designs. Many of the intended elements had failed to resonate. However, now, perhaps he could achieve something even better. The post-apocalyptic setting lacked immersive experience. Could he incorporate familiar historical events to evoke a stronger connection with players? With this thought, Zhou promptly opened a blank document and began typing the new game title, Bullet Time, name to be finalized. Keyword positioning, soul-like shooting, war realism, psychological narrative. Soon, a new story outline took shape in his mind. In 1917, amidst the harrowing turmoil of World War I, players would assume the role of an unnamed soldier in the Battle of Verdun. Zhou found himself increasingly exhilarated, his eyes ablaze with passion. This was the direction to pursue. He would demonstrate what true anti-commercial storytelling entailed. Now armed with funding, a team, and a platform, he was determined to bring this vision to fruition. As for a new name, what should it be? Zhou gazed at the words Bullet Time on the screen, lost in contemplation. Although this title encapsulated all his former ideals and obsessions, it felt misaligned with the current theme of the game. Furthermore, its negative connotations made it challenging to promote. It lacked the weight, the despair, and the immediate understanding that this game would be anything but enjoyable. He instinctively pulled out his phone and dialed Ming's number. Hello, Mr. Liu. Regarding the name for our new project that we discussed previously, what do you think it should be? After a brief silence, Ming lazily replied, Indeed, it is time for a change. Do you have any recommendations? Zhou cautiously inquired. On the other end, Ming paused, contemplating for a few seconds. If we change the name Bullet Time, users will lose the historical essence of the previous work. How about we modify it slightly? Moreover, the term Bullet Time evoked feelings of bitterness and tedium, making the entire gaming experience akin to a dismal journey. After a moment of reflection, Lu Ming slowly articulated. Let us call it Time's bitter journey. The term bitter journey inherently lacks any allure for gameplay and conveys a distinct artistic flavor, yet it is astonishing that it pertains to a shooting game. Who could discern that from the title? Merely from the name, it leaves one utterly perplexed. When Zhou later infused the game with his creative content, the players would undoubtedly embark on a journey filled with critique, aligning perfectly with Lu Ming's expectations for this game. Time's bitter journey? On the other end of the line, Zhou furrowed his brow and repeated the name several times. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wow, it resonates. His mind buzzed, and he felt an exhilarating clarity. I knew it. Mr. Lu truly understands games. All right, Mr. Lu. He excitedly hung up the call, returned to the document, and without hesitation deleted the words bullet time, replacing them solemnly with the new title, Time's Bitter Journey. Zhou gazed at the 4 characters, his resolve solidified. He then looked at the narrative he was crafting, and his literary background surged within him, prompting him to enrich the content. The player assumes the role of a soldier who perished in battle, yet is chosen by time to endlessly reincarnate on the battlefield, returning each time to 10 minutes before the conflict begins. The soldier's emotions in the trenches gradually evolve, and the NPCs on both sides would encounter varied fates based on the player's actions. Each time the player dies, time rewinds. But only the NPCs retain memories of the player's past deeds, while the player must relearn everything. He quickly typed out a line. Game slogan, when the bullets cease. Time begins. Chapter 70, the Deep Blue Indie Game Competition. Meanwhile, Lu Ming lounged on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while staring vacantly at the ceiling. Zhou truly did not disappoint. If only he could incorporate more endings, elements of illusion, blurred consciousness, and philosophical dialogues, it would be absolutely perfect. He eagerly anticipated his creation, a philosophical shooting game. The mere thought filled Lu Ming with excitement as he recognized its immense potential. Now, the development of Time's Bitter Journey was essentially confirmed. With an investment of 60 million already committed, Zhou had successfully embarked on a unique path, relieving Lu Ming of any immediate concerns. Once the content emerges, it will be scrutinized accordingly, and there should be no issues. However, the predicament lies in the company account, which still retains approximately 20 million. It is not his style to let money lie idle. Such a commodity is not meant for mere storage. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. It is intended for manipulation. When it comes to personal material satisfaction, Lu Ming's demands are modest, yet it is time to devise a new strategy. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly recalled a long-forgotten entity, the Deep Blue gaming platform. This platform was originally established to facilitate expenditures and to promote killing the fate in cultivation. The grand blueprint for its future had yet to be fully realized. To be honest, he had not managed the platform for some time. But upon reflection, wasn't Deep Blue just a ready-made tool? To amplify the influence of the game, it necessitates a stage for its presentation. With this thought, Lu Ming summoned Chen Hao. Soon, Chen Hao arrived at the office. President Lu? You called for me. Chen Hao entered the office, somewhat exhilarated. Having been at the company for some time, he observed other departments thriving. Even killing the fate in cultivation was on the verge of development. Meanwhile, he had been laboriously maintaining the Deep Blue platform with his team, without any substantial projects, and he felt his presence at Jingwei dwindling. He had long desired to discuss the platform's subsequent development with President Lu, and now, he finally had the opportunity. How is the data for Deep Blue? To be honest, President Lu, the number of newly joined games has indeed been somewhat sparse. Sparse. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. How many? To put it bluntly, the new developers this month have not even surpassed the number of players we had during the last bottleneck. Lu Ming fell silent for 2 seconds and directly checked the backend data of Deep Blue. Currently, the total number of developers on the Deep Blue platform stands at 73, with 14 games for sale and only 3 new games added in the past month. This data is truly alarming. For such a vast platform to host merely 3 games is akin to having only 3 fish in a massive reservoir. It's practically a black hole. Indeed, it is somewhat lacking. Lu Ming stroked his chin. It seemed it was time to stir things up at Deep Blue. How do we do that? Quite simply. Lu Ming smiled faintly. We shall organize an independent game conference. An independent game conference? Upon hearing this term, Chen Hao immediately straightened his posture. Precisely, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. We will hold a competition with generous rewards, inviting independent game developers to participate. The top 10 finalists will receive prizes. Furthermore, All participants can join Deep Blue for free, and we will not take any share of the profits once their games are launched. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's eyes lit up. President Liu, your terms are simply benevolent. It's rare to find such generosity in the current market. Typically, platforms take at least a 30 cut, and major platforms can even demand up to 50. Yet, President Liu is offering a complete exemption from profit sharing, along with rewards. Weren't we previously discussing a nominal fee? Of course, we shall waive it. Ming wore a knowing expression, as if it were only natural not to send anyone off. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at deeper implications. The strategy remained the same. First, attract traffic, and then lure them in to eliminate the competition. The potential reach of the platform could rival that of any game. The criticisms faced by games that could not be addressed might find a better reception on my platform. Opposite him, Chun Hao's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped Ming's intention. All right, Mr. Liu, what do you propose we do specifically? Ming flicked a sunflower seed shell. Let us simplify the rules and get straight to the point. First, the registration threshold. Anyone can sign up, whether individual developers, small teams, or even a few students banding together. If you dare to register, we will allow you to compete. Second, there are no restrictions on game types. Whether it's single player, multiplayer, casual, hardcore, 2D, 3D, or text-based adventure. As long as it's playable, we'll accept it all. Third, the reward mechanism. Every team in the top 10 will receive a monetary prize. The champion will receive a prize of 2 million yuan and a 3-month feature on the homepage of Deep Blue. The first runner-up will consist of 3 teams, each awarded 1 million yuan and a 2-month homepage feature. The second runner-up will comprise 5 teams, each receiving 500,000 yuan and a 1-month homepage feature. Teams placed 4th to 10th will each receive 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, all participants, upon successful launch of their games, will not be subject to any revenue share from us. The money that is to be earned will belong entirely to the developers. The registration deadline is September 1st. Chun Hao felt his heart race. Organizing a competition was one thing, but truly investing money was another. Mr. Liu, are you genuinely willing to spend this much? Of course. Ming waved his hand decisively. This time, we want all independent game developers to see that our Deep Blue platform is genuinely distributing real money. The major platforms out there take a larger cut than capitalists, leaving newcomers struggling to survive. I want everyone to know that at Deep Blue, they can thrive, and perhaps even do exceptionally well. Chun Hao was exhilarated. His department was finally poised for action, ready for significant endeavors. Mr. Liu, if we pursue this, we'll need to prepare a budget of at least a few million, right? Yes, Ming replied nonchalantly. I plan to invest 10 million directly. This expenditure will be worthwhile. Chun Hao's eyes sparkled. Mr. Liu, but after all this, we won't have much in terms of profit. Are you sure about this? Ming raised an eyebrow. Do you believe this money will be a loss? Not at all, Chun Hao gulped. I just think this expenditure seems rather bold and a bit hasty. What do you think independent game developers currently lack? Ming inquired. Exposure, funding, and opportunities. Chun Hao answered without hesitation. Exactly. Ming leaned back on the sofa, speaking leisurely. This 10 million is not a cost, but an investment. Deep Blue currently lacks traffic, and this competition serves as our advertisement. The more participants we have, the more discussions will arise, generating heat around us. Ultimately, even if we were to lose 10 million, as long as we establish Deep Blue's reputation, future developers will seek us out. Feel free to proceed. We must swiftly finalize the participants, as we will officially commence the evaluations in September. Chun Hao felt somewhat dazed, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Though he lacked knowledge of operations, he understood that Ming was indeed correct. In this era, one exchanges capital for traffic, and this is the common practice. Even the sum of 10 million could merely be a modest initial investment, yet this was all Ming could muster. Chapter 71. The duality of deification and disposal. After Chun Hao departed, Ming gently tapped on the table, his gaze narrowing as clarity began to dawn upon him. The Deep Blue independent game competition superficially presented a golden opportunity for those exceptionally talented independent game developers. As long as they excelled, they could secure a monetary reward, enjoy a revenue-free arrangement, and receive recommendations across all platforms. However, these were not his true objectives. From the outset, his aim was not to spotlight the geniuses capable of crafting excellent games, but rather to focus on the teams that faltered in their endeavors. To the average observer, Competition within the gaming industry appears to be a contest of technical prowess and creativity. Those capable of creating outstanding games garner market favor and ascend as industry leaders. While Deep Blue may reward such gaming talent, Ming was genuinely interested in those game producers who languished at the bottom, particularly those who produced subpar games. Such individuals ought to be directly acquired by Whale Leap. The successful acquisition of Lao Zhou serves as a prime example of this strategy. Moreover, judging by Lao Zhou's current performance, this model proves to be quite reliable. Reclining in his chair, Ming's smile deepened into something more profound. One must both create idols and collect the fallen. In other words, the gaming landscape is not solely adorned with glamour. The grit and messiness are equally valued by Ming. Individuals of this ilk are exceptionally well suited for the developmental trajectory of Whale Leap. Shenhao's efficiency was remarkable. Within 2 days, a startling announcement graced the homepage of the Deep Blue gaming platform. The Deep Blue independent game competition is now open. With a total prize pool of 10 million. Is the gaming industry too daunting? Lacking support? Now, we present you with a stage. Champion receives 2 million. No revenue sharing, and homepage recommendation. Registration is now open. All developers are welcome to participate. Detailed rules. Following the release of the independent game competition announcement, a significant tremor rippled through the gaming community. Initially, some executives from major platforms dismissed it, viewing it as merely a desperate struggle from a small platform. However, they quickly realized something was amiss. How could Deep Blue's registration numbers surge so rapidly? In just 2 days, over 50 teams had already signed up. This platform was previously unheard of. Was this the result of advertising? A multitude of independent game developers has surged forth, with the number of participants in the registration page continuously rising in real time. Astonishingly, there is no revenue sharing. Could this be an act of charity? I find myself hesitating over whether to launch my game on Steam. However, given this situation, I shall first register and give it a try. The prize pool of 2 million is, for those of us in financial straits, akin to a sudden windfall. I've signed up, driven by this enticing opportunity. The crucial aspect is that registration for the competition means the subsequent game launch will incur no revenue sharing. This is pure profit. Not only independent developers are enticed, even small companies struggling on major platforms are contemplating participation. We cannot secure a recommendation slot on Steam, so why not try Deep Blue? The absence of revenue sharing is indeed appealing. With sufficient traffic, I could potentially earn an additional several $100,000 each month. Deep Blue's maneuver is remarkably aggressive, akin to a money-giving strategy. Who would have imagined that Whale Leap, a company of such prowess, would begin investing in platform development? In just a few days, the number of developers registered for the competition exceeded 300. Discussions about this unprecedented contest abound in the official announcement section of the Deep Blue gaming platform, various independent game forums, and even social media. With no revenue sharing and a substantial prize, Deep Blue is certainly making a bold move. I believe many participants are merely registering to showcase a small game and secure their position. What if they become popular in the future? There are concerns about whether this might be a scam, but what could they possibly gain from it? Initially, many doubted whether Deep Blue was orchestrating some grand scheme, with speculations arising about it being a blatant marketing ploy, especially since everyone knows that operating a gaming platform is no easy feat. How could a platform with little traffic have the audacity to invest 10 million in a competition? However, upon discovering that the Deep Blue gaming platform is backed by Whale Leap Games, opinions began to shift. After all, Whale Leap, despite facing considerable controversy, possesses undeniable financial acumen. Recently, they even acquired another game company. As a result, those who were previously hesitant gradually altered their perspectives. As time passed, the number of teams registering increased. In a suburban office building in the bustling metropolis, a group of young individuals huddled together, their eyes brimming with excitement as they gazed at the competition announcement on the Deep Blue gaming platform. With $1 million prize, registration without revenue sharing, and promise of recommendation slots, the boy sitting at the front, Sun Qianli, murmured to himself, his face alight with enthusiasm. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? Even securing 30,000 would satisfy me. The initial benefits of a new platform are at their peak. I see this as a chance. The girl beside us, Gong Min, widened her eyes. If we engage in a little game and register, wouldn't we be able to enjoy a zero revenue share in the future? She mused. Indeed. Even if the game isn't that impressive, We could simply create a pixel-style RPG or a reskin minigame to secure a spot. What if this platform becomes popular later on? On the other side, the planner, Wang Hao, excitedly tapped on the table. Although his voice was subdued, one could still discern the hesitation in his tone. But we lack experience, he expressed. Who says that? Sun Qianli interjected with a light scoff. We have been subcontracting for Tongxiu for years. We've spent countless days fixing bugs and optimizing code. Although our practical experience may be limited, we are more than capable of creating a minigame. Moreover, he continued, our company specializes in game outsourcing. We've encountered various game genres. Piecing together existing resources and modifying our past projects is hardly a daunting task. As aspiring game developers, we cannot remain mere subcontractors forever. The group consisted of employees from Tongxiu, primarily engaged in various game outsourcing tasks, including modeling, UI design, and basic code development. While they lacked original works, their exposure to numerous projects had afforded them a wealth of experience. Particularly, Sun Qianli excelled in programming, possessing an intimate familiarity with various engines. Gong Min was adept in artistry, with a solid foundation in original artwork and proficiency in chibi and anime styles. Wang Hao leaned towards planning, brimming with innovative ideas regarding gameplay design. Together, even if they could not produce a grand masterpiece, crafting a competitive minigame would be entirely feasible. Chapter 72, The Dark Box Studio. But how do we propose this to the company? Gongmin whispered. Using company resources for our game, they are bound to refuse, right? Tongxiu is inherently tied to the Steam platform. Wouldn't us moving to the Deep Blue platform be akin to betrayal? What betrayal? We are merely employees. And what does the company truly pay us? What are you all whispering about? Suddenly, a slightly deep voice interrupted their discussion. The group startled and looked up in unison to see manager Lu Peng standing beside them, arms crossed and frowning at their screens. Team leader, Sun Qianli chuckled awkwardly, swiftly switching off the page and pretending to write code. The Deep Blue platform? Lu Peng shot a glance, instantly discerning their ulterior motives. You all wish to register too? The group exchanged glances, not denying their intentions. Lu Peng scoffed, shaking his head. Forget it. Just focus on your work. The company is aiming to create original games. They can directly launch on Steam at any time. Why would they allow you to venture into Deep Blue? If you perform well, the year-end bonus from Tongxiu will certainly find its way to you. With continued effort, leveraging your relationship with Tongxiu, securing recommendations on Steam will also become effortless. But the revenue share on Steam is excessively high, Wang Hao murmured. And what of it? Lu Peng replied impatiently. They possess traffic, users, and sales. Do you genuinely believe that the absence of revenue sharing on Deep Blue guarantees profitability? Laughter erupted, for the platform was merely in its infancy. Who would engage with it? Yet, Sun Qianli attempted to argue, only to be abruptly interrupted by Lu Peng. If you truly possess such time, it would be wiser to concentrate on perfecting the projects at hand. The company compensates you to work, not to dream of riches on other platforms. Do you comprehend? Faced with Lu Peng's unyielding demeanor, the group fell silent, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction within. Once Lu Peng departed, Sun Qianli muttered a curse under his breath. Damn. Not even a chance to try? Wang Hao clenched his teeth. We cannot give up. Let us proceed clandestinely. After all, no one would be monitoring their current project constantly. Sun Qianli lowered his voice. We can utilize our time after work, put in the effort, and create a small game. No one will ever know. Agreed. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All three of us can have specific roles. Let us produce a playable game within a month and quietly sign up for the Deep Blue competition. Having reached a consensus, the trio swiftly set their plans in motion. During their lunch break, they gathered around their workstations, whispering about their forthcoming endeavors. If we are to proceed, we should first establish a team name, Wang Hao suggested softly. It would lend an air of formality to our registration. What shall we call ourselves? Gong Min pondered, resting his chin on his hand. How about Three's Company? Sun Qianli shot him a disapproving glance. No, that exposes our team size too much. Gong Min fell silent, slightly disgruntled. Wang Hao's eyes twinkled mischievously. Since we are operating in secrecy, how about Dark Box Studio? It sounds like we are engaged in some underhanded dealings. Gong Min's lips twitched. I think it's quite fitting. Sun Qianli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dark Box operations, undetected and unobtrusive, suits our current state perfectly. So it shall be Dark Box Studio. Wang Hao finalized the decision. The trio shared a knowing smile and stealthily registered a developer account on the official Deep Blue gaming platform, preliminarily filling out the registration information. Team name, Darkbox Studio members, Sun Qianli, Wang Hao, Gong Min. Game type, to be determined after submitting their registration. The three could hardly contain their exhilaration as they exchanged high fives. Though it was merely a simple registration, in that moment, they felt as though they had taken their first step into entrepreneurship. In the time that followed, they devoted every spare moment to fervently developing their game. By day, they were diligent employees, faithfully completing the tasks assigned by the company at their desks. Yet, by night, they swiftly returned to their shared apartment, powered up their computers, and immersed themselves in their game development. What type of game should we create? Gong Min inquired while typing code and searching for previously designed art resources. It should be simple. Time is of the essence, and complexity is out of the question, Sun Qianli contemplated. How about a hand-drawn style minigame? Excellent. Our previous outsourced project was also in hand-drawn style. We possess the experience. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. However, what about the gameplay? We can't afford to make it open-ended. Time constraints are too pressing. Sun Qianli squinted thoughtfully. How about we create a 2D side-scrolling adventure game? Wang Hao paused momentarily, furrowing his brows as he inquired, the two-dimensional realm? Are you certain? Do we possess resources in this style? Sun Qianli grinned broadly. Of course. Have you forgotten the abandoned project we previously worked on? Gong Min immediately grasped the reference, slapping his thigh in realization. You mean the magical girl adventure concept? Exactly. Sun Qianli nodded. The two-dimensional project we outsourced was ultimately scrapped, but we had developed a plethora of character designs, artistic materials, and foundational code. Although the project fell through, we still retain the assets. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we repurpose that project? Sun Qianli beamed with pride. Naturally, given the time constraints, it would be impractical to recreate the artwork from scratch. However, if we modify the existing framework and adjust the gameplay, we could accelerate the development process tenfold. Gong Min pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. And what about the gameplay? What kind of side-scrolling adventure should we create? The trio activated their voice chat, swiftly discussing design directions. We can't implement overly complex systems. We must ensure a tight pace with a manageable number of levels while maintaining sufficient challenge. Let us adopt a mini-boss battle format, with 4 or 5 smaller stages leading to a boss encounter for each major level. Wang Hao contemplated. That sounds viable, but this necessitates a deeper combat system. Otherwise, players may grow weary of the gameplay. Sun Qianli's eyes lit up with an idea. What if we design the protagonist as a musician, enabling weapon switching through various musical instruments, such as the saxophone, trumpet, or recorder? Gong Min immediately chimed in. Excellent. This way, each weapon can be paired with different skills, preventing monotony for the players. Moreover, we would be quite a unique music game. But what about music licensing? It appears we lack a dedicated person for that aspect. We'll make do with free resources. It suffices for our needs. We can't afford to purchase original sound effects. That works. Wang Hao stroked his chin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Then let us commence our work. Chapter 73. Uncontrolled Accompaniment. The Prelude of Kikyo. A week later, the Deep Blue gaming platform announced the competition's evaluation criteria. Official scoring accounts for 30, assessed by the Deep Blue judging panel, based on innovation, visual presentation, gameplay, anticipation, among other standards. Public voting constitutes 70, tied to player identities, 1 vote per person, allowing players to participate directly in the voting process with real-time ranking displays. Registration closes on September 1st, allowing all contestants to sign up and submit their works. In September, players will be able to play directly on the Deep Blue platform while voting for their favorite games, with the final results of the competition announced on October 10th. The timeline is evidently tight. However, there is no alternative. The producer's schedule is pressing. Lu Ming's timeline is even more constrained. With November approaching, Lu Ming must ensure he finds a suitable opportunity for Whale Leap before the month's end. Meanwhile, the trio at Darkbox Studio is working fervently to meet the deadline. Since the inception of their modest game concept, an overwhelming sense of trepidation has enveloped them. It's over. It's over. Why has our game crashed again? Sun Qianli stared blankly at the plethora of error messages on the screen, sinking hopelessly into his chair. What is happening? After merely 2 minutes of gameplay, the character is either inexplicably teleported off-screen or gets stuck within a rock. Gong Min, wearing an expression of utter despondency, remarked, brother. That must be due to an error in your coordinate calculations. I warned you yesterday not to make the model too large. Yet you insisted on incorporating an overly ambitious lighting system. Now look, players are being blinded by it. Moreover, your gameplay design is excessively complex. The framework is becoming increasingly convoluted. We need to streamline it. Wang Hao, clutching the game design document, muttered. This game was originally intended to be a simple 2D hand-drawn platformer. Why the need for a lighting system? Adding multiple shadows won't necessarily enhance the experience. This has exceeded our capabilities. Gong Min, pulling at his hair in frustration, exclaimed, "This is not my fault. It was Qianli who insisted on making the game more distinctive." Wang Hao took a deep breath, attempting to regain composure. Distinctive is one thing, but the issue is that we haven't even perfected the most basic interactions. The office was engulfed in a heavy silence. 5 minutes later, Sun Qianli abruptly stood up. "Forget it. Let's focus on fixing the bugs first. We just need it to run. Yes, we need to make it playable. Time is of the essence. Others have already released demo versions of their games on Deep Blue. We must act swiftly. After all, we've outsourced too much work. I nearly confused the game requirements with those of the client. There's no other option. It's become ingrained in our memories. Did I not mention how challenging game development is? Wait, what is our game called again?" The three fell silent, exchanging glances, pondering for a long moment. "It seems we haven't named it yet." Wang Hao covered his face, his voice tinged with despair. Sun Qianli appeared dazed. "No way. Didn't we discuss this?" Gong Min, expressionless, flipped through his design document repeatedly. Finally, he slapped his forehead. "Oh no, we really haven't decided." Sun Qianli stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before suddenly having a spark of inspiration. "To me, the unique feature of our game is the accompaniment. Why not call it out-of-control accompaniment?" Wang Hao suggested. "Should we add a subtitle? Otherwise, it doesn't quite fit the 2D theme." Gong Min pondered briefly and proposed, "How about out-of-control accompaniment? Bellflower Overture. There's no time left. Let's go with that." The three exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Gong Min swiftly opened the game interface, replacing the placeholder for the logo with the newly established title, then excitedly pressed the Enter key. "All right, the name is settled. Now let's continue fixing those bugs." Sun Qianli and Wang Hao shouted in unison. The trio immediately plunged back into the frenzied task of coding, the sound of their keystrokes echoing as seconds slipped away. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Whale Leap Games, the long-awaited visage of Zhou Yizhou appeared on the projection screen. Today marked the first full-team video conference for the Time of Suffering project. The game has now entered the formal development phase, where the narrative framework, mission design, and NPC interaction logic require further refinement. On the screen of the laptop resting on the table, a detailed plot outline is displayed. Chronicles of Time. A soldier seeks an escape from the endless cycle of war. In the video, Zhou Yizhou cleared his throat and began, "Mr. Liu, we have been perfecting the framework of Chronicles of Time, and now we need to delve deeper into the storyline. The essence of this game lies not merely in its difficulty, but in the sheer brutality of war itself. We aim to immerse players in feelings of despair, helplessness, struggle, and a glimmer of seemingly unattainable hope." The main storyline has been established. Zhou Yizhou presented several keywords on the whiteboard: World War I, World War II, the Cold War, and future warfare. Ming nodded. He found this approach acceptable, as these are the backgrounds available for a shooting game. Zhou Yizhou then posed a crucial question: but how do we allow players to experience each war intimately? Currently, our most unique setting is the time loop. Essentially, the protagonist resets time with each death, yet the NPCs retain their memories. This implies that if you abandoned a comrade in a previous battle, they may question, despise, or even attack you in the next cycle. If you strike a particular NPC at the start, they will preemptively shoot at you in the subsequent loop or even lay an ambush. Moreover, within specific contexts, players may encounter varying experiences. For instance, in the early stages of the game, they would wield antiquated weaponry from World War I, characterized by tremendous recoil, slow reloading, and poor accuracy. Furthermore, our narrative encompasses not only soldiers, but also numerous villagers and other NPCs. Ming propped his chin, observing Zhou Yizhou passionately articulating his thoughts in the video. Deep in contemplation. Undoubtedly, Zhou is a talent worth his investment. He began with an artistic flair, speaking of the cruelty of war, the struggles of helplessness, and the distant hope. While these themes resonate with profound depth, games are not merely designed to comprehend war, nor to serve as a medium for suffering. An anti-war theme? The cycle of warfare? This game is bound to attract criticism. Such is the nature of liberal arts students venturing into game development. Lu Ming's heart swelled with delight. This aligned perfectly with his objectives. Who indulges in a shooting game only to fiddle with a fire poker? With such pronounced recoil, wouldn't it be better to shoot a slingshot? Who would relish a game steeped in philosophical reflection and mental strain? After hearing Zhou Yizhou's analysis, Lu Ming chose not to intervene. This time, he would allow Zhou Yizhou to express himself fully. This exemplifies Lu Ming's trust in him, a testament to the judgment of an experienced game planner. Before long, the meeting concluded, and Lu Ming offered no suggestions. Only a single directive, to let Zhou Yizhou proceed with abandon. Subsequently, the official social media accounts of Whale Leap Games began to announce updates in unison. Whale Leap Games proudly presents Chronicles of Time has officially been greenlit. Can you survive until the end in the endless cycle of warfare? The essence of Gunfight's spirit lies in its authentic battlefield experience, a solo masterpiece eagerly anticipated. Upon this announcement, gaming forums and social platforms erupted within mere hours. Whale Leap has begun anew. Is another game on the horizon? It seems to be quite a significant release. My fondness for war-themed games knows no bounds. I shall await it with bated breath. This time, it's a single-player experience. Finally, no need for microtransactions. Chapter 74. Let the bullets fly. For a while upon returning to the office, Lu Ming held a cup of coffee, his gaze steady upon the computer screen. His fingers danced across the keyboard, inscribing bold letters on the document. Time's Bitter Journey, the Scorn Guidance Plan. Time's Bitter Journey has been officially announced. And as for the moral debt it incurs, it cannot wait until the game's release to accumulate. That would be far too tardy. Preparations must commence post-haste. Old Zhou is in charge of the game, and as for the promotional efforts, Lu Ming is more than willing to take the reins. Moreover, the initial promotion of this game must be neither too hasty nor too forceful. It should be akin to boiling a frog in warm water, gradually guiding players' emotions towards an explosive climax. Prior to the game's release, a select few must voice their criticisms, and after the launch, everyone should join in the chorus of discontent. Ultimately, they will berate the game while simultaneously succumbing to its allure. Taking a deep breath, he sipped his coffee and continued to ponder. For the game to be criticized, it must first be known to a greater audience, and a promotional video serves as a splendid avenue for this. To thoroughly shatter players' expectations, one must first elevate them to soaring heights, and then let them plummet. Thus, the promotional video for Time's Bitter Journey must be nothing short of explosive. Authentic warfare experiences, moments of life and death amidst a hail of bullets, and deep bonds of camaraderie, all must be encapsulated within. Perhaps a touch of tactical competition and teamwork could infuse the game with an exhilarating, thrilling essence, leading players to perceive it as an utterly electrifying tactical shooter. As for the actual gameplay, it will undoubtedly entail the agony of survival, the torment of death, the struggle of respawning, and the anguish of being doubted by teammates. After all, this game is set in a historical context, where during the Great War, merely wielding a makeshift weapon was a notable achievement. This stark contrast between the game and its promotional material is crucial. Only with anticipation can there be profound disappointment. Contemplating this, Lu Ming felt a torrent of ideas flooding his mind regarding the filming of the promotional video. 2 days later, he approached a video production team. After negotiating a price, he surveyed the room, his gaze settling on the team leader. The leader's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly opened his notebook. Mr. Lu, what style do you envision for this promotional video? Lu Ming replied slowly. It must be extreme, deeply evocative, a style that makes everyone feel like a god of war. Let us consider the player's perspective. What do they desire? They yearn to embody elite special forces, to achieve headshots with every shot, to vanquish hundreds, to witness divine intervention, and to rescue their comrades. They aspire to navigate the battlefield with prowess, to engage fiercely, and to receive resounding accolades from their allies. Lu Ming set down his cup, his smile radiant. Thus, we aim to evoke such sentiments in players who had viewed the promotional video. The video director nodded. Having been in the industry for years, they had encountered every conceivable request. From special forces to Marvel's Avengers and the likes of Crazy Zoo and Asylum, they had filmed it all, under the director's guidance. The video team swiftly entered the production process, with the whiteboard in the studio already filled with outlines. Each detail had been meticulously overseen by Lu Ming. Scene 1. A breathtaking gunfight unfolds. Background. In a dark forest, a soldier hides in the thicket, gasping for breath as the tactical scope displays rapidly shifting ballistic trajectories. The call from a comrade echoes in his earpiece. They are coming. In an instant, bullets rain down like a tempest. He rolls sharply, deploying a smoke grenade and charging into the enemy ranks, executing precise shots that drop 3 adversaries in mere moments. It is he, the one who walks away from the battlefield. The camera slows, capturing the protagonist kicking aside a machine gun amidst the rubble, seizing a sniper rifle. The bullet penetrates the enemy's helmet, blood spraying forth. Here, Lu Ming envisions the player's psychological anticipation. Wow, this is the gunfight game I've been yearning for. Absolutely exhilarating. Scene 2. The bond of comradeship, entwined in life and death. Background. Amidst the ruins of a bombing, the protagonist is lifted by a comrade, bloodied yet resolute, gazing at the advancing enemy in the distance. Stand up. You cannot fall. We must return alive together. The stirring music swells as the comrade places the last magazine into the protagonist's hand, and the two prepare for battle back-to-back. A helicopter approaches. Providing fire support, divine intervention descends. Tactical coordination leads to a breathtaking counterattack. Here, players should feel, my goodness, this is what camaraderie is all about. Absolutely thrilling. Scene 3. A poignant monologue. Background. As the screen dims, the protagonist stands alone amidst the battlefield's ruins, the setting sun casting shadows over fallen comrades. A somber voiceover resonates. War is an endless nightmare. We fall time and again, only to rise anew. Can you emerge alive? In the final moment, the protagonist turns away from the audience, slowly crouching to pick up a fallen comrade's badge. Then, he steadily walks toward the endless battlefield shrouded in smoke. Disappearing into the haze, the game logo appears, the bitter journey through time. Observing the bustling filming in the studio, Lu Ming sat in the lounge, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, this video production team was handpicked with care. He had heard that this director had previously served as an assistant director for Shao Gang. An eye for aesthetics indeed. Lu Ming glanced at the monitor, sipped his now-cold tea, and murmured, perfect. This promotional video was his first psychological platform for the players. Now, the platform had been constructed. The next step was for players to ascend it, and then, inevitably, to fall. Upon finishing the promotional video, players would feel empowered to become the kings of the battlefield, landing headshots, rescuing comrades, and triumphing against numerous foes, basking in glory. Yet, upon truly entering the game, they would discover that comrades would grow increasingly distrustful, initially providing them with equipment, only to later send them into battle armed with nothing more than a mere stick. The recoil of all firearms is exceedingly absurd, with severe bullet dispersion rendering them ineffective at medium to long distances. Moreover, these processes cannot be bypassed. They are immensely oppressive and repetitive. The camaraderie that players eagerly anticipated has devolved into disillusionment, with allies doubting, distancing themselves from, and ultimately abandoning one another. Lu Ming shuts his eyes, already envisioning the players' reactions. What the hell? The promotional video was so exhilarating. I thought I would descend like a divine warrior, only to find myself a mere pawn incapable of wielding a weapon. What happened to the Brotherhood? Why do all these NPCs seem to be neurotically suspicious of me? The packaging and content are grossly mismatched. What difference is there from the beef-flavored instant noodles I'm eating? This game is more torturous than a Souls-like experience. It is not a tactical shooting game, but rather a mental torment. Well, Jump Games, are you playing tricks on us? With this thought, Lu Ming's smile deepens. Excellent. The expectations have reached their zenith. Now, he waits for the inevitable backlash. Lu Ming glances at the date on his phone's planning document. Perfect. Once the video production is complete, I will arrange for its immediate release. For now, let the bullets fly a bit longer. Chapter 75. The emotional disparity as a weapon. In mid-August, the promotional video was completed. Lu Ming accessed the advertising platform and set up a series of targeted ads aimed at fans of Souls-like and hardcore games, as well as those who revel in intense warfare. He skillfully sought out Zhou Qian. The college student part-time group would come in handy once more. Lu Ming even prepared a reference script for them and disguised himself as a seasoned gamer, beginning to leak information about the game on forums. This game features no save points. Upon death, one must restart from the beginning. It is a torment, either a boon or a hell for hardcore players. Playing this game offers a profound understanding of the soldiers of World War I, desiring to survive, yet finding life more burdensome than death. In the subsequent days, the promotional video for Journey of Suffering Rapidly went viral across major platforms. The barrage of comments exploded, the comment sections were inundated, and it topped the homepage recommendations and trending searches. The titles were notably uniform: The Soul Rebirth Amidst Gunfire, the annual masterpiece Journey of Suffering trailer launches with impact. If I were to describe it accurately, I would call this game the ultimate ode to brotherhood. The romanticism of valiant men rests solely upon this game. Ming sat in his office, watching the keyword popularity curve for Journey of Suffering soar. Excellent. The bait has been taken. Even more astonishingly, in the discussion forum of the Deep Blue gaming platform, numerous players began to spontaneously organize tactical discussion groups for the Journey of Suffering Special Forces. These individuals were seasoned shooting game enthusiasts, with some even starting threads to analyze the tactical movements showcased in the trailer, and military aficionados dissecting the weaponry utilized by the characters. It was a veritable celebration for military enthusiasts. Even some professional media outlets joined in, writing articles. The Journey of Suffering trailer makes a stunning debut. Has the dark horse of war games emerged? Various keyword search indices surged, skyrocketing to unprecedented heights, all of which Ming had anticipated. The profound camaraderie, the chaos of gunfire, the essence of special operations, the fervor of reversal, and the act of rescuing comrades. These keywords wield an immense power. The mere act of tagging evokes within players the imagery of an epic battlefield saga. In Kyoto, within the studio of Old Pie, he fixated on the timeline of the editing software, repeatedly replaying a segment showcasing precise shots amidst the downpour of bullets, feeling an increasingly fervent surge of adrenaline. This is truly exhilarating. He deftly edited a snippet, overlaying it with a passionate soundtrack, darkening the color palette to evoke a more somber and heroic atmosphere, and then accompanied it with a caption for release. This is the romance of man. I am willing to invest in the bitter journey of time. Within mere minutes of posting the video, the barrage of comments and reactions exploded. Wow, this aura is simply intoxicating. Brothers may fall, but I must survive. Once the tactical squad is online, each of you give me a magazine. I will bear the rest. Old Pie, have you not been cultivating immortality? How did you shift to the battleground of gunfights? Aren't you afraid of being backstabbed by Whale Leap? Haven't you learned enough from the lessons of pay-to-play cultivation? Old Pie chuckled at this comment, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk with a bemused shake of his head. Bro, this is a single-player game. How else could I invest? Just wait in anticipation and remember to watch my live stream when the time comes. Simultaneously, veteran players of Whale Leap were drawn in. Initially, they were bewildered. Wow, is this truly a game from Whale Leap? Wait, didn't you used to develop running simulators and pay-to-win turn-based games? How did you suddenly transform into a special forces training ground? Now, you're delving into hardcore warfare. What a vast leap. Is this really Whale Leap? Did I stumble into a counterfeit Whale Leap official account? The promotions from Whale Leap had always been consistent. From running games to pay-to-win schemes, their marketing prowess was commendable. I've already begun practicing my reflexes, fearing I won't be able to contend with NPCs once it goes live. I only hope that Old Lou won't deceive me this time regarding my feelings. Old Lou, is that the name of the Whale Leap boss? Indeed, he introduced himself when I went to confront him at the door. Wow, brother, you've actually confronted Whale Leap. What a seasoned player. Please, share more. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizhou, mired in the depths of development hell, after completing a segment of Path Logic in the early hours, instinctively opened the work group and gaming forums. He was met with the latest group announcement, a video link shared by Ming. The Bitter Journey of Time, official trailer released. The year's major war game has arrived. Zhou Yizhou froze for 3 seconds, abruptly rising to his feet, nearly colliding with the standing fan behind him. The promotional video had been released so swiftly. He quickly clicked on it, watching the full 2-minute clip. The opening scene of intense gunfights, the life-and-death bond among comrades, and the concluding narration, will you be able to walk out alive? Accompanied by the silhouette of a solitary figure against the setting sun, struck deeply at his soul. Even though he was aware that his own game did not embody such content, Zhou Yizhou felt his eyes welling with emotion. This promotional video was extraordinary. He replayed it while marveling. With such momentum, I would also place a reservation. However, he soon regained his composure. Wait, our game has yet to optimize the NPC logic. and the first chapter's map resources are still undergoing texture changes. Whose game is featured in this promotional video? It bears no resemblance to our creation style. Has CEO Lu lost his way? Although CEO Lu is remarkably quick in producing promotional materials, they seem utterly disconnected from our actual game content. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly grasped Lu Ming's intention. The boss had invested a substantial sum in this promotional video, granting him 3 months of development time. Despite the entire company being wholeheartedly dedicated to the new game, time remains exceedingly tight. Therefore, this promotional video from CEO Lu must hold deeper significance. While the video indeed sets unrealistic expectations, it also provides a directional guide. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yizhou found himself inexplicably inspired. It is not difficult to comprehend why CEO Lu created this teaser. It serves to preemptively stir our emotions. Our game encompasses not only brutality and inhumanity, but, in a certain sense, the cyclical elements themselves carry notions of fate and connection. He rose and began pacing back and forth, lost in thought, while murmuring to himself. If I were to incorporate a branch in the game where players encounter a particular NPC in every cycle, one who remembers their past actions, wouldn't the players then experience a sense of camaraderie? His eyes gradually brightened. Though the promotional video diverged from their current game style, it sparked his imagination, revealing potential for understanding the entire project from a fresh perspective. The emotional disparity is a powerful tool, he murmured, but the foundation of that disparity lies in genuine feelings. He abruptly returned to his computer, his creative fervor, once ignited during his university days, reignited within him. He even began to contemplate restructuring several branches, allowing players to witness their own forged bonds of camaraderie, ultimately morphing into adversaries, judges, traitors, and scapegoats through repeated cycles. For the next 3 days, Zhou Yizhou entered an almost frenzied creative state. He added numerous emotionally charged storylines and even devised a new set of residual memory parameters to gauge the trustworthiness of NPCs based on player actions across different cycles. If a player exhibits excessive selfishness or cruelty, an NPC might choose not to cooperate in future iterations and could even trigger plot reversals. And these reversals are the fruits of your own sowing. Go ahead, this will be your 3rd time killing me. You promised you wouldn't let me die, but you must choose to survive. As he penned these lines, Zhou Yizhou's eyes welled with tears. He understood that this was the true gift bestowed upon him by the promotional video, not its content, not its style, nor the fervent gunfight scenes, but rather, emotional bait. Splendid. Zhou Yizhou stretched lazily, picked up his now-cold takeout, and chuckled softly to himself. The first chapter of Time's bitter journey has reached its conclusion with the completion of Chapter 76, titled Rich in Internship Experience. During this period, Lu Ming has been exceedingly busy, engaging in the production of promotional videos, preparing for the Deep Blue gaming competition, and participating in Monday Zhou's video conferences. Operating at a frenetic pace akin to a spinning top, he scarcely took a moment to appreciate the picturesque river view from his 300-square-meter apartment. As September approached, the company found itself at a crucial juncture, yet Lin Xiaoxiao, a pivotal member of Jinghua, requested leave to return to her university. In March, she was merely an ordinary intern majoring in human resources at Shanghai Normal University, struggling to navigate office software upon her arrival at the company. Though she assumed the role of HR supervisor on her first day, her responsibilities resembled that of a jack-of-all-trades, taking meeting minutes, assisting with market research, and even ordering milk tea for the department during late-night work sessions. She would sit at the edge of meetings, nervously taking notes and refraining from interjecting. However, back then, Jinghua was understaffed. Now, with the influx of personnel from the war-torn region, the company has exceeded 100 employees. The rate of Lin Xiaoxiao's growth is beyond mere rapid advancement. By July, Lin Xiaoxiao found time to return to her school to collect her diploma and submit her internship report. Yet, during that tumultuous period, Jinghua faced backlash from players. With killing for immortality subjected to widespread ridicule, Lin Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed with work and in a state of discontent, vividly recalls the day she went back to school to receive her certificate. The sun blazed warmly, and a long queue formed in front of the academic building, with many capturing the moment on their phones. When she presented her self-authored internship certificate to her roommates, their reaction was explosive. You claim to be an intern, and this is your internship? You even signed a confidentiality agreement? My company is still teaching me Excel functions, and you've already taken the lead? You're a supervisor? Could it be that you weren't interning at all, but rather stepping in to take over a company? We all left after our internships. And you actually requested leave to return. Lin Xiaoxiao could only clutch her phone, her lips twitching as she replied, "Please, don't exaggerate. I really was just an intern, albeit with a slightly heavier workload. I truly went there with the intention of interning." Ultimately, she endured her roommate's probing questions and delivered her lengthy internship report to her advisor, stamped it, and aimed to conclude the matter swiftly. However, the advisor's expression shifted dramatically upon reading the clearly stated position: HR supervisor at Jingwei Games. You became a supervisor during your internship? Among all my students, you possess the most audacity. How did you manage to elevate yourself to such a lofty position? Lin Xiaoxiao, lowering her gaze, promptly clarified, "Teacher, it's true. I led projects and participated in the company's acquisitions." The advisor, visibly taken aback, looked up in disbelief. You participated in an acquisition during your internship? After Lin Xiaoxiao finished recounting her experiences at Whale Leap, the counselor fell silent for 2 seconds before pulling out her phone. "Wait a moment, I must report your situation. This is already a matter of honor for the school, and it cannot be squandered." That very evening, Lin Xiaoxiao's name prominently appeared on the school's annual list of outstanding graduates. With this remarkable achievement, when the school resumed in September, she was once again invited back to speak at the welcome ceremony for new students as a representative of excellent recent graduates. The auditorium was packed to capacity, filled with freshmen, parents, teachers, and leaders alike. As the host recited her credentials, currently employed at Whale Leap Games as the Human Resources Supervisor, involved in game development and personnel management, concurrently handling market expansion and event coordination, having presided over a company acquisition and managed some legal liaisons. The audience fell into a stunned silence for 3 seconds, followed by uproar. There were many exceptional graduates, but this one was extraordinarily close to them. Moreover, she was only slightly older than they were, clearly not just an empty boast. The freshmen frantically searched for information on their phones. Whale Leap Games. Wow, I've actually played their games. I even know they're about to release Time's Bitter Journey. Is the senior really that impressive? She even plans esports events? Did she just graduate? She participated in a company acquisition? She is undeniably at a high level. Yet, the most bewildered of all was Lin Xiaoxiao herself. Standing on the podium, gripping her printed speech, feeling as stiff as wood, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. The opening line on her script read, "Dear students, I am just an ordinary university student like you." But as she gazed out at the densely packed new students and the promotional video clips displayed on the big screen, including images of Whale Leap's game projects, she suddenly felt as if she were in a television drama. How on earth did I arrive at this point? In her bewilderment, she slowly began, "Hello, dear juniors, I am Lin Xiaoxiao." Throughout her speech, she relied almost entirely on mechanical memory to read from her script. Below the podium, the college counselor wore an expression of pride, as if to say, "I always knew she would excel," while the vice dean seated beside her frowned and quietly inquired, "Did she really gain this experience through an internship?" The counselor promptly nodded, "Yes, indeed. The school has her submitted internship report. You have no idea. It was over 10 pages long, filled with industry analysis and project retrospectives. Moreover, there is a letter of commendation from her boss, which I have verified. There are no issues." The vice dean remarked, "Previously, we could never attract alumni with real achievements, but this year we finally have someone we can boast about." On stage, Lin Xiaoxiao continued her discourse. "What I wish to convey is that an internship does not merely entail copying and running errands. If you are willing to try and strive for more, sometimes you can become a vital part of important projects within the company. That is how I found myself thrust into the front line." However, when she finally descended from the stage, the counselor patted her shoulder, filled with emotion. "You have brought great honor to the school. Your credentials must be included in next year's recruitment promotional video." "Teacher, please don't." Lin Xiaoxiao was nearly unable to walk. Below the stage, the eager freshmen fervently raised their hands. "Senior, could you refer me? I aspire to intern at your company. Are you recruiting for art positions? I am proficient in C4D. Are you still hiring part-time?" As Lin Xiaoxiao descended the stage, she hurried along, her head buzzing with the noise. Just a few steps out of the school gate, her phone chimed. It was a message from Ming in the work group. Ming. "Xiaoxiao, please prepare in advance. The Deep Blue platform game evaluation is about to commence. We need to get some gifts ready." Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the message and silently sent a sticker, Lin Xiaoxiao. Understood, boss. She sighed and looked up at the sky. When she joined Whale Leap, her sole intention was to quietly pursue an internship. Chapter 77. Game Explorer 233. At the beginning of September, the registration channel for the Deep Blue gaming platform officially closed, and the list of participating games was publicly revealed on the platform, allowing players to officially try out various games in the competition zone. The forums and social media buzzed with fervor as debates heated up over which game held the most potential, which was the dark horse, and even which games were mere reskins or derivative works. Meanwhile, Ming sat in his office, sipping an iced coffee while fixated on the Deep Blue platform interface displayed on his computer screen. His objective for the day was straightforward. Even as an ordinary player, he sought to assess the quality of the entries on the Deep Blue platform. After all, as a producer of 2 games, he understood that the true measure of a game's quality could not be gleaned from promotional trailers or vendor hype, but rather through genuine experience. Thus, Ming refrained from using his official account and instead registered a new account under the name Game Explorer 233, selecting an ordinary pixel art icon for his avatar, completely concealing his true identity. Upon entering the Deep Blue platform, he found the homepage dominated by an array of contest entries, complete with popular recommendations, real-time voting charts, and new game trials. Well, there is certainly no shortage of entries. Ming raised an eyebrow. A cursory glance revealed that over 300 games had entered the competition, covering a diverse range of genres, though many more had registered than had actually submitted their works. Watching the rotating selection of games, Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. The gaming platform was finally bustling with activity. As he casually browsed, he could easily discern some games as mere reskins of older titles, along with several that capitalized on current trends, such as Garden Victory in Another World and Pay to Revive Cultivation. There was certainly a fair amount of fluff. Ming shook his head, beginning to form an opinion. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions, for some games, despite appearing unremarkable on the surface, might offer delightful surprises upon actual gameplay. He thus opened the trial leaderboard and began to meticulously select games that piqued his interest. The first game he tried was Forest Traveler, a pixel-style puzzle adventure that ranked within the top 10 on the current voting chart, with a chorus of praise in the comments section. After downloading, Ming entered the game. The opening animation employed a succinct narrative style. He awoke from a dream to find himself in an unfamiliar world. Surrounding him was darkness, with only faint candlelight to guide his way. Who are you? Why have you come here? Where does the path ahead lead? This game resembles the style of Riddler, with Ming controlling the protagonist, a traveler clad in a tattered robe, wandering through dimly lit streets. Although the visuals are pixelated, the atmosphere is masterfully crafted, with light and shadow effects harmoniously blending with ambient sounds, evoking a sense of both solitude and mystery. As Ming explored, he became captivated by the game's ambience and clever puzzles. This game has potential, he nodded, offering a positive assessment. The gameplay was innovative, and the atmosphere was exceptional, though it might not suit the tastes of more mainstream players. Next, Ming tried his hand at a second game, Future Battlegrounds Infinite, a cyberpunk-themed first-person shooter where each battle randomly generates different scenes and enemies. It sounded thrilling, but shortly after entering the game, Ming furrowed his brow. The UI design was excessively intricate, with menus that bewildered the eye. The firearms lacked a satisfying tactile sensation, delivering a shooting experience that felt almost like striking air. Not to mention the optimization issues. With a sigh, Ming quietly exited the game and discreetly marked it for future reference. Worth keeping an eye on. It has immense potential and could qualify for the Time's Bitter Journey project team. Ming then explored other games, and overall, he found that many dedicated developers were at work, even producing several exquisitely crafted large-scale games. It seemed that some creators originally intended to release their titles on Steam, but opted for Deep Blue due to this independent competition. Furthermore, Time's Bitter Journey was not participating in this contest, as it was a competition organized by Whale Leap, which could not simultaneously act as both judge and competitor. As Ming immersed himself in the gameplay, the activity on the Deep Blue platform reached new heights. Players flocked in droves to try out various games. In the forums, discussions erupted, with players recommending a plethora of titles. Wow! The final battle of the Demon King and the hero actually features dynamic storytelling, where each dialogue choice impacts the final outcome. How impressive! Mechanical Uprising. Temporary action offers the first 2 hours for free, The production quality is nearing that of AAA titles. Sky Survivors is incredibly addictive. With exceptional combat mechanics and a robust progression system, it's simply unputdownable. Everyone, go try Nebula Navigation. It's fascinating with its open-world exploration and real-time combat. Such independent games are truly rare. As players eagerly engaged with the games, various discussion threads erupted across forums, live streams, and social media. Some well-crafted games immediately stood out, garnering substantial attention and votes, while others faced harsh criticism from players within just a few weeks. A lamentable game, plagued by severe operational delays. Is it truly compelling me to uninstall? How does this Reskin game dare to participate? Its modeling is on par with a 5-year-old browser game. Who are they attempting to deceive with their votes? The harshness of the market is mercilessly laid bare before all developers. Meanwhile, several members of the Anxiang studio are anxiously fixated on their computer screens, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Their game, Out of Control, The Prelude of Kikyo, ranks a disheartening 266th out of 336 entries. How could this happen? Why are we languishing at the back? Sun Qianli covers his face, incredulously staring at their game statistics. Trial downloads, 186. Average trial duration, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Rating, 2755. Such a low download count left the artist Gong Min dumbfounded. Not to mention the retention time. An average of 3 minutes and 42 seconds indicates that hardly anyone is playing. The planner Wang Hao's face turns pale. What about the comments section? Let's see what players are saying. They quickly open the comments section, only to be met with even greater despair. I've never played a game that made me quit within a minute. The production team is impressive. The graphics are decent. But the impact is abysmal, and the storyline is mediocre, definitely not suitable for those with poor gaming skills. I played for 3 minutes, and my only impression is that the producer has ideas, but you can't cram all your ideas into one game. If the mechanics were simplified, I believe your game has significant optimization potential. A rare rhythm game. I think it's quite good, but unfortunately, the difficulty is too high. The entire studio is enveloped in silence. This is utterly disheartening. Could it be our lack of vote solicitation that caused this? Didn't the platform state that soliciting votes is prohibited, and that actual downloads and experiences are required to cast a vote? This makes it hard for me to persuade my father to play this game. I've mentioned before that we should avoid complicating the game. At this moment, Ming has already tried several games and has formed a clear judgment of the overall level of this competition. Unexpectedly, the competition is rather fierce. He glances at the real-time voting leaderboard and discovers that nearly all the top 10 games are well-crafted works. After all, the rewards this time are relatively generous, thus attracting many quality producers. Yet, Ming finds none of these games appealing. What he seeks are not the games favored by everyone, but rather those that have been harshly criticized. This aligns with his criteria for acquisition and investment. Chapter 78. Listening to the Melody of the World. A slight smile graces Ming's lips as he taps the mouse, scrolling directly to the bottom of the leaderboard. Instantly, a plethora of abysmal games comes into view. In last place, Goblin's Revenge. Description: an open-world RPG where players assume the role of a goblin seeking vengeance in the human world. Rating, 12. Comments: the protagonist can't even traverse the path. What revenge is this? Is the production team intentionally trying to disgust players? Not only is the worldview flawed, but the game itself is also deficient. I can play a game, but at least let me see where the goblin is. Third from the bottom, Dusk Murder 2047 Synopsis, a cyberpunk stealth assassination game featuring a unique AI tactical system. Rating, 18 comments. The AI tactical system appears to be perpetually busy. Can we not prioritize optimization first? My 4060 graphics card is yielding merely a PowerPoint presentation effect. The gaming experience is exceptionally torturous. Does the development team intend to conduct a psychological torment experiment? Ming commenced his trials from the bottom upwards, and his expression grew increasingly grim. High scores on the Deep Blue platform do not necessarily indicate universally enjoyable games, yet low scores are often justified. While a game may indeed be poor, it should at least be playable. Titles scoring merely a few points fail to meet Ming's standards. It is evident that these games lack genuine effort in their creation. The attitude towards game development is crucial. A sound value system is equally important. Take Old Joe. For instance, although his games may not excel, his attitude is commendable, and he possesses a sincere passion for gaming. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. For several consecutive days, Lu Ming found himself ensnared in the abyss of the bottom rankings, testing dozens of games daily from dawn till dusk, scarcely engaging with anything else. Progressing from the last to the 20th from the bottom, his patience and mental fortitude were continually challenged. This was a rigorous selection process. He was not in pursuit of the worst games, but rather those that had been earnestly developed yet received harsh criticism. However, reality repeatedly disappointed him. Many games were either riddled with bugs or poorly optimized, with some lacking basic gameplay mechanics, resembling half-finished products cobbled together by amateur developers. This is unacceptable. Exercising patience, Lu Ming continued his treasure hunt. Days later, his expression darkened further, and he began to question whether he should alter his approach to testing. He sought works with potential that had been overlooked, rather than mere shoddy creations. This proved to be a formidable challenge. On the evening of the fourth day, Lu Ming opened Out of Control Accompaniment, the prelude of Kikyo, a game currently ranked over 250, already considered incredibly obscure. He scrutinized the game's synopsis. When music spirals out of control, when melody reigns supreme, can you reclaim your true self? An immersive, two-dimensional platform game intertwining melody and reality. A music-themed game? Lu Ming paused. This was the first distinct title he had encountered in days. The synopsis was intriguing, yet the comments section was disheartening. The narrative seemed to convey a disjointed message. The art style was acceptable, but the impact felt lackluster, akin to striking cotton. Drawn in by the allure of the two-dimensional realm, I found myself overwhelmed by it instead. What nonsense is this? Forcibly integrating combat into a perfectly good rhythm game. What is wrong with your studio's planning? Casual gamers will find it unplayable and be promptly deterred. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. These reviews piqued his curiosity. In his experience, some games are disparaged due to their uniqueness, leaving ordinary players bewildered, which can lead to harsh criticism. Moreover, this is a rather rare rhythm game. So he did not hesitate and promptly clicked to download it. A few minutes later, Lu Ming initiated the game. The startup interface was remarkably simple, featuring a hand-drawn title screen. A girl clad in a black trench coat stood on stage, clutching an aged violin against a backdrop of a blurred, dilapidated stage illuminated by a faint blue-purple glow. The background music began, a familiar violin solo imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. Lu Ming nodded slightly. The game's atmosphere was quite compelling. At least from the outset, the artistry was commendable, exuding a distinct anime flavor, albeit the music felt somewhat incongruous. Surely, a melancholic tune would have been more fitting. In the next moment, the stage shattered, and the scene transitioned to the protagonist standing amidst a crumbling city. On the streets, electronic screens flickered with peculiar symbols, and fragmented melodies reverberated through the air. In the protagonist's hands was a softly glowing violin. The system prompted, "Your melody perception has been activated. You can now listen to the world's rhythms. Please seek the correct melodies within the environment and resonate with the world." Lu Ming guided the protagonist through exploration and soon encountered the game's first challenge, the combat mechanics of melody resonance. The initial adversary was a peculiar noise creature, composed of shattered notes and twisted staves, floating in midair and emitting a jarring cacophony. A notification appeared at the bottom of the screen. The enemy has entered a state of rhythmic interference. Please use melodic weapons for resonance adjustment. Lu Ming maneuvered the character to raise the violin, and a rhythmic track appeared in the center of the screen, akin to a judgment bar in rhythm games, with jumping notes flowing gently across it. He attempted to press the attack button. The protagonist drew the bow across the strings, sending a pale blue sound wave toward the enemy. However, the damage was a mere 1 point, and the noise creature hardly reacted. Current melody is out of sync. The attack is ineffective. Please adjust the rhythmic timing. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. The combat mechanics of this game were intriguing. He experimented with timing his attacks to align with the background music's rhythm, discovering that when the melody of his attack synchronized with the background BGM, the effectiveness of the attack significantly increased, even triggering additional sound effects. After adjusting, a successful strike transformed the sound wave into a golden hue, resulting in a critical hit. "Oh, this is quite interesting." A spark of excitement flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. The mechanics could be continuously refined, yet ideas and creativity were often more elusive. This game certainly merits attention. After playing for a while, Lu Ming encountered yet another issue. The rhythm of combat was exceedingly unstable. With each shift in the background music, the attack judgment points of the characters seemed to fluctuate continuously. At times, even when he attacked in perfect rhythm, the system would declare a misalignment, resulting in a significant reduction in damage. Furrowing his brow, Ming endeavored to adapt to this mechanism, yet the more he played, the more he sensed something amiss. Moreover, the enemy's attack patterns were equally perplexing. The noise monsters would periodically emit jarring interference sounds, distorting the rhythm track on the screen for a brief moment, leading to chaotic judgment points that severely hampered player control. Even more outrageous was the fact that the background music could suddenly change mid-battle, throwing the original attack rhythm into disarray, compelling players to instantaneously adjust their attack strategies, lest their output be reduced to zero. Is this a music game? Or are we being played by one? Ming lamented in disbelief. Nevertheless, he persevered to complete the novice battle. Upon victory, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on completing the resonance of rhythm. Your melody perception has increased to level 2, unlocking a new weapon, the saxophone. Just as he had finally adapted to the rhythm of the violin, another playable instrument was added to the mix. Chapter 79. The sound of money spent is truly different. Having played this game, learning musical notation should be considerably easier, right? Ming stared at the notification on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. The combination of a rhythm game with a combat system was indeed a novel concept, yet the mechanics of this game were simply absurd. Firstly, the disjointed combat rhythm was enough to drive one mad. Just as he had adjusted to the rhythm of the violin, the saxophone suddenly appeared, akin to playing an FPS game where one had just gotten accustomed to the feel of a sniper rifle, only to be forcibly switched to a shotgun without any transition time. Furthermore, each instrument had entirely different attack judgment methods. The saxophone's attack mode relied on sound waves, requiring players to input a series of musical notes in succession to accumulate energy for a powerful area damage release. But if the rhythm was off, the attack would fail entirely, rendering it less effective than a mere tickle. The difficulty was indeed escalating. Ming pressed his temples and continued to push through the game. However, as he delved deeper, he discovered an increasing number of issues. Shortly after the battle concluded, his character entered a dimly lit street, and the system prompted, "Current area rhythm is chaotic. Melodic weapons cannot be used. Please restore rhythm stability through environmental resonance." In simpler terms, players must locate the correct melodic points within the environment to return the background music to normalcy before they could continue using their weapons. Ming attempted to explore and found that these so-called melodic points were hidden fragments of musical notes scattered throughout the environment, which players needed to approach for automatic synthesis into the correct melody. This was utterly ridiculous. It was akin to playing a game where, while battling monsters, the system suddenly informed you, "Sorry, the current area has depleted spiritual energy. Please find a few spirit stones nearby to replenish it before you can continue fighting." The game is exceedingly challenging, and if it weren't for Ming's strong comprehension skills, he would struggle to grasp the rules. Suddenly, Ming comprehends why the game's ratings are so dismal. It is playable, yet profoundly discouraging. The controls feel rigid, the combat mechanics are disjointed, the rhythm synchronization judgments are perplexing, and the exploration system is utterly frustrating. Were it not for his task, an ordinary player might have long since smashed their keyboard. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Ming detects a glimmer of potential. With some optimization, it could undoubtedly evolve into a game that garners heated discussions. While its combat system is chaotic, the concept is refreshingly innovative. Although the music elements are somewhat forcefully integrated into the combat, the gameplay diverges entirely from conventional rhythm games. The exploration mechanics, though torturous, undeniably enhance immersion. This is intriguing. A relatively niche game with its unique allure, one that invites criticism, is precisely what he desires. Ming stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts on how to elevate this game. Perhaps, with slight adjustments, it could become that game which, upon launch, would attract players but also face substantial backlash. That is his ideal type. Moreover, Ming delved into the backend to examine the game's detailed data. A small development team of 3 at Darkbox Studio. Is this not an unrefined gem? With this in mind, Ming promptly recorded the game in his notebook. At last, he has discovered a game that meets his criteria. Although it took several days of effort, it was worth it. Days later, far away at the war-torn studio in Xiantang, the team was in a frenzy of activity. Since Zhou Yizhou drew immense inspiration from the promotional video, the dozens of staff members have hardly paused. However, this time, there were no complaints. for they understood that the company had not only been acquired for 7 million, but had also secured an investment of 60 million. This time, equipment was upgraded, salaries increased, and the entire company underwent a remarkable transformation. The narrative for Time's bitter journey remained under Zhou Yizhou's purview, and as the plot was being finalized, the studio's historical research was progressing at a rapid pace. Leveraging previous connections, Zhou Yizhou reached out to former classmates and enlisted several students studying World War I history to form a temporary advisory team. This group not only provided a wealth of tactical information, but also meticulously organized some of the most representative battles of World War I for the team as reference. Standing in the center of the conference room, Zhou Yizhou gazed at the densely packed development plans on the whiteboard, a surge of unprecedented excitement coursing through him. This time truly feels different. In the past, war-torn studio operated under extremely rudimentary conditions, with a limited budget and staff members wearing multiple hats, even having to meticulously select the cheapest outsourced artistic resources. But now, with sufficient funding and an expanded team, everyone can finally unleash their creativity to produce the works they genuinely aspire to create. Each department reports on their progress. In the conference room, Zhou Yizhou radiated enthusiasm on that Monday. The art director nodded, subsequently displaying a series of concept images on the screen, a ravaged battlefield under a sky obscured by dark clouds. With shattered trenches where broken rifles lay buried in the earth, the remnants of artillery fire still swirling in the air. Casting a glance at Zhou Yizhou, the art director spoke slowly. "Mr. Zhou, we have intentionally incorporated the concept of a time loop in our environmental design. For instance, when players first arrive at a trench, it appears intact. Upon their second visit, it has been devastated by gunfire, and by the third, it may have transformed into a desolate wasteland." Zhou Yizhou, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The variations in detail must be sufficiently rich to allow players to genuinely perceive the passage of time. After all, the budget for this project is 60 million. This is a lavish endeavor." Zhou Yizhou allocated funds judiciously, emphasizing the paramount importance of sound effects. In a war game, audio is crucial. He directly sought out a team specializing in sound design, gathering a group of professionals to record various firearms sounds at a shooting range. "We refuse to utilize pre-existing sounds from a library. That would be far too artificial. Thus, we sourced authentic vintage rifles, such as the Mauser 98K and the Maxim, capturing their gunfire in diverse environments. On the battlefield, gunfire does not resonate as crisply as in films. Rather, it is imbued with a profound echo and explosive quality. Furthermore, we recorded the sound of bullets slicing through the air, that chilling whoosh as a rifle bullet zips past one's ear, which truly evokes a sense of dread. This is the essence of war's auditory experience. In addition to sound effects, players will not encounter rousing background music. Instead, they will be enveloped by the distant, muffled roar of artillery, the anguished groans of wounded soldiers, the rhythmic drumming of cold raindrops on battered helmets, and even the soft murmurs of soldiers speaking in their native tongues during the dead of night, all contribute to an authentic sense of warfare. With the enhancement of art and sound, the overall immersion of the game is significantly elevated. Zhou Yizhou closed his eyes, listening to the test audio through his headphones, unable to suppress a nod of approval. The investment in sound makes a world of difference. This game will undoubtedly provide an unparalleled immersive experience. On September 16th, after more than a month of relentless refinement, the demo version of Time's Hard Journey was finally completed. Chapter 80 met all expectations. In Shanghai, where the weather was mild in September, Zhou Yizhou sat aboard the high-speed train, watching the scenery swiftly recede outside the window, filled with more excitement than during any prior business trip. What he brought forth was not merely a game, but a brand new war game, meticulously crafted by him and the entire team of War in Flames with a budget of 60 million, tirelessly honed day and night. Of course, the funds had not yet been fully expended, and the game remained only halfway complete, currently existing as a demo version. However, that was sufficient. Mr. Liu insisted that he must play the demo before further development could proceed. Thus, Zhou Yizhou personally embarked on this journey to present the demo of Time's Hard Journey directly to Liu Ming. As for why he could not simply package and send it, but felt compelled to travel. As a seasoned professional, Zhou Yizhou possesses his own insights. Firstly, during these tumultuous times, the company does not lack for travel expenses. Secondly, He is eager to seize the opportunity to meet the boss face to face. Although the company is situated at a considerable distance, the rapport between him and the boss must remain close. Soon, in the office, Ming sat before his computer while Zhou Yizhou gazed at him with palpable anticipation, akin to a bride awaiting her groom's arrival. "What's the matter? You seem rather anxious," Ming remarked with a sidelong glance. "A bit, indeed, Mr. Liu. This game costs several tens of millions to develop. It's no big deal. If you excel this time, I'll double my investment next round." Ming waved his hand dismissively, donning his headphones and initiating the game. As the loading screen appeared, a slow, rhythmic drumbeat began to resonate, deep and prolonged, reminiscent of an impending nightmare. In the dim light, rain cascaded down the decrepit trenches, and the muddy terrain was littered with remnants of artillery shells. Occasionally, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, abruptly immersing one into the battlefield. 1916, the Battle of Verdun, a line of stark white text materialized on the screen, intensifying the atmosphere in tandem with the somber drumbeat. The scene then gradually faded, revealing the protagonist's first-person perspective, flanked by comrades clad in gray-green military uniforms, their faces smeared with mud, eyes reflecting fatigue and tension. Ming adjusted his mouse, causing the view to sway slightly. He blinked in surprise at the remarkable immersion, as if he were truly amidst the horrors of World War I. Just as he intended to test the controls, a message popped up on the screen. "New recruits in training, please listen to the instructor's briefing." "What's this?" He furrowed his brow and inquired. Zhou Yizhou cleared his throat, his gaze drifting. Mr. Liu, the introductory narrative might be a tad lengthy. It will get better shortly." Before he could finish, an officer, stern-faced and donning a military cap, stood before him, beginning to expound on the context of the Great War. "New recruits, pay attention," the officer barked. "You are being deployed to the front lines of Verdun, facing a fierce war of attrition. This is not just a test of survival, but a trial of your willpower." The officer's lips moved, articulating military jargon, with subtitles appearing at the bottom of the screen. Ming considered skipping the segment, but realized that this dialogue was unskippable and must be endured in its entirety. He paused, turning his head to Zhou Yizhou. "Almost there? Just a little longer." Zhou Yizhou chuckled awkwardly. "This narrative is essential, isn't it? Without this segment, how can players fully immerse themselves in the game?" Ming silently nodded, appreciating the familiar formula. Indeed, funds should be allocated to such endeavors. After a minute, the narrative concluded and the visuals transitioned, marking the commencement of the formal training phase. New recruits training, stage 1, learning basic movements. Ming eagerly pressed the key to advance his character. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The character's movement speed resembled that of trudging through a quagmire, each step feeling extraordinarily burdensome. Ming yearned to run once more, only to be met with a notification. "You are marching. Unauthorized running is prohibited." Ming. Immersion. Zhou Yizhou, ever prepared, remarked. "We simulated the experience of a soldier in heavy armor to prevent players from straying in formation." At last, after a painfully slow pace, they successfully arrived at a training ground. On screen, a soldier presented him with a Mauser rifle. "New recruit, pick up your weapon," commanded the officer. "Today, you shall learn how to wield it against the enemy." New recruit training, phase 2. Familiarizing with weapons. Ming maneuvered his character to grasp the rifle, scrutinizing it closely. The barrel was marred with scratches, and the wooden stock bore ancient bloodstains, reminiscent of countless battles endured. He raised his gaze to the front and noticed several wooden targets erected in the shooting range. "Aim and fire," the officer continued to command. Ming immediately right-clicked to aim, aligning the crosshair with the target ahead, and pressed the left mouse button. Bang! The rifle's report was deafening, resonating with a dull echo. The sound effects were indeed well-crafted. However, had he missed the target? Ming furrowed his brow, recalibrating his aim for a second shot. Bang! Still off the mark. What the heck? He widened his eyes, pondering if his mouse was malfunctioning. Boss, Zhou Yizhou awkwardly scratched his head. We implemented a realistic recoil simulation, so novices might experience a slightly lower accuracy with this weapon. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Ming beamed with a smile. Old Zhou truly lived up to his reputation. The funds were wisely invested. Taking a deep breath, Ming prepared for a third shot, meticulously controlling the crosshair. This time, he finally steadied the rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the target at last. However, Before he could exhale in relief, the in-game officer bellowed, "New recruit." With that accuracy, are you wasting ammunition? Lu Ming. He barely had time to retort when the officer coldly commanded, "Continue training." Reluctantly, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and resumed firing. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Finally, the shooting range task was completed and a prompt sounded. Training complete. Proceed to the trenches. Lu Ming promptly guided his character to follow the main troop to the trenches. The soldiers alongside wore solemn expressions, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and gunpowder, while distant artillery continued to roar. Prepare for the assault. With the officer's command, all soldiers raised their rifles and climbed over the trench, poised to charge the enemy lines. Lu Ming followed closely. At that moment, a squad of enemies suddenly surged forth, and he quickly raised his rifle to aim and fired. Bang! Bang! Without question, he missed again, and in the next instant, an enemy bullet struck his head directly. "You have fallen in battle, Lu Ming." Just like that, he was dead. The screen rapidly darkened, and a new prompt appeared. Time reversal in progress. The screen brightened once more, and Lu Ming found himself back at the training ground. The officer's voice continued to lecture in his ears. "You are deployed to the Verdun front, facing Lu Ming." He abruptly turned his head to gaze at Zhou Yizhou, questioning, "Why am I back again?" Zhou Yizhou scratched his head and replied, "Ah, it's a time loop. Each death returns us to the beginning. General Lu, this is our core gameplay, so I must train all over again." General Lu, you perished too early. It seems you'll need to retrace your steps. I didn't expect the sniper to hit you directly in the head. Without a headshot, death wouldn't have come so swiftly." Zhou Yizhou felt a bit awkward. During their internal tests, no one had died so early in this location, and General Lu's demise was rather premature. And the enemies? They will remember you. The sniper who killed you earlier might lock onto you even faster next time. Lu Ming finally realized that this game was even more unforgiving than he had anticipated. P.S. I am grateful for everyone's support and thank Li Ru of the Yuwang Mansion for his generous donation. Please leave a good review. I sincerely appreciate it. Chapter 81. You are already the sharp blade of the Empire. On the screen, the hints about time reversal gradually faded, and the visuals illuminated once more. The officer's voice resonated loudly, akin to a tireless recording machine. Lu Ming took a deep breath and glanced at Zhou Yizhou beside him. The latter's face was filled with embarrassment, his hands awkwardly positioned, unsure of where to place them. "General Lu, actually, this briefing can be skipped," Zhou Yizhou said sheepishly. "Oh?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "How can we skip it?" You must survive until at least the second phase. Is old Zhou subtly suggesting that I am inadequate? So, I can only listen again?" Zhou Yizhou scratched his head. "Theoretically, yes." "Excellent. Old Zhou, well done. A worthy addition to my esteemed circle of advisors." Soon, with the training process completed once more, Lu Ming found himself back in the trenches, ready to launch an assault. At the command of the officer, all soldiers scrambled up the trench, rushing towards the enemy's position. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. This time he was wiser, refraining from hastily raising his weapon. Instead, he first surveyed his surroundings, particularly the possible hiding spots of the sniper who had eliminated him in an instant last time. He scrutinized the area, but found nothing. Indeed, real warfare differed significantly from ordinary shooting games. The enemy would not foolishly stand still waiting for him to take aim. There were no conspicuous red health bars, no name indicators, and they certainly would not be out in the open waiting for target practice. This was the true battlefield. However, the reality of the battlefield also meant genuine peril. He cautiously advanced, striving to remain concealed, even managing to discreetly take out a couple of adversaries. Yet, he still could not last beyond 3 minutes. Bang! You have perished. Time reverting. The screen blacked out for the third time. Lu Ming turned slowly to Zhou Yizhou, who was beside him, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Lu Ming gently removed his headphones and, with a peculiar smile, addressed Zhou Yizhou, "Old Zhou, didn't you previously mention that this game provided an excellent experience during the internally tested sessions amidst the chaos of warfare?" Zhou Yizhou chuckled nervously. Yes. Are they not playing the same version as I am?" "It is indeed the same." Lu Ming gazed at him for a few moments before breaking into a sudden smile. "All right, that is good." The scene before Lu Ming brightened once more, and he found himself back in the training ground. He stared blankly ahead, where a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms were forming ranks, while the instructor, whose incessant voice had long since become tiresome, was fixing him with a gaze as lifeless as a dead fish. New recruit. The instructor approached, his tone already rife with impatience. Which unit are you from? Lu Ming hesitated, but the instructor dismissed the need for an answer with a wave. Casting a disdainful glance, he sighed. Do I need you to serve as a live target for the enemy to practice marksmanship? Lu Ming replied. Is the content of this briefing different this time? We don't need someone like you who wastes ammunition. The instructor retorted coldly, gesturing for him to relinquish his weapon. You don't understand, do you? Your weapon is more valuable than you. Give it to someone who truly needs it. Lu Ming shot back. The instructor, unyielding, stated, from now on, you won't be using a gun. A soldier stepped forward and forcibly seized Lu Ming's rifle. Lu Ming stood dumbfounded, staring at his empty hands. You really can do something useful, can't you? Have you applied the historical data you collected for this purpose? The instructor continued, his tone icy. Since your marksmanship is lacking, you will serve the Empire in another capacity. He drew a rusty bayonet from his waist and tossed it at Lu Ming's feet. You have acquired equipment, old-fashioned bayonet. New recruit, you have been assigned to the assault team. From now on, your task is to follow behind the charging troops. When they fall, you will take their place. You are now the sharp blade of the Empire. In the trench, Lu Ming felt a tumult of emotions. The surrounding soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions solemn, awaiting the sound of the charge. He glanced down at the battered bayonet in his hands, feeling more like a cook wielding a rolling pin than a soldier. Assault team, the Empire's sharp blade? This is nothing more than a cannon fodder suicide squad, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned to the side, where Zhou Yizhou was awkwardly melting away in embarrassment. Am I playing a counterfeit version of this game? Zhou Yizhou forced a chuckle. Mr. Lu, this is precisely the authentic battlefield atmosphere we aim to create. Internally, Zhou Yizhou was also vexed. Mr. Lu had unlocked a hidden storyline that no one else had managed to trigger despite numerous trials. Mr. Lu indeed had something special about him. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, but felt an immense satisfaction within. Very well, very well. If this game were merely an ordinary shooting game, I might have to contemplate the extent of my losses. But now, as he gazed at the bayonet in his hand, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. This game is magnificent. Charge! With the officer's furious roar, shells whistled through the air, earth and flesh erupted in chaos, and the soldiers surged forth from the trench with a roar. Lu Ming pressed on closely, for he no longer possessed a firearm and could not hide behind cover like others. He had no choice but to charge forward with the main force, steeling himself for the fray. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, filled with the anguished cries of soldiers, the thunderous roars of explosions, and the shrill whistling of bullets slicing through the air. A shell detonated nearby, propelling a soldier into the air. Lu Ming inhaled sharply, wondering if this would even pass scrutiny. Do not halt. An officer bellowed from the front. Charge forward. Charge forward. For what? Lu Ming thought, deftly maneuvering his character into a shell hole, striving to nestle himself into the safest corner. In the next moment, a soldier seized him by the collar, yanking him to his feet. The newbie empire does not require cowards. Go forth and pierce the enemy's heart with your bayonet. I do not wish to see you cowering here. The soldier kicked Lu Ming out of the shell hole, and he stumbled to regain his balance, clutching the worn bayonet. Gazing at the dense mass of enemies before him, his heart racing like 1,000 steeds, dust swirling amidst the wails of despair. Is this truly a shooting game, or merely a grass-cutting simulation? How I wish I wielded an automatic rifle. The soldiers roared as they charged toward the enemy's position, and Lu Ming, with a steely resolve, tightened his grip on the bayonet and followed suit. Soon, he spotted an enemy soldier, who had also caught sight of him. Their eyes locked, and the air thickened with tension. What now? The opposing soldier hesitated, then swiftly raised his weapon. Lu Ming, with lightning reflexes, lunged forward, desperately swinging the bayonet. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed as he plunged the blade into the enemy's abdomen. Momentarily stunned by his own audacity, Lu Ming prepared to continue the fight when, in an instant, a bullet struck him. You have perished. Time is being rewound. The screen faded to black once more. Lu Ming slowly removed his headset, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Old Zhou, he addressed Zhou Yizhou, who cleared his throat awkwardly. My time of demise this round was slightly longer than the last. Indeed, Zhou replied, but you still met your end. That is the design of this game. Zhou attempted to elaborate, but Lu Ming nodded, rising gradually and patting Zhou's shoulder. Well done, splendid effort. Chapter 82. The further into it, the more thrilling it becomes. Zhou Yizhou jolted at Lu Ming's touch, fearing he was being teased. Hey, you should calm down. This is just the beginning of the trial. Would you like to delve deeper into the story? The current demo primarily focuses on the battlefield of World War I, but we have much more exciting content ahead. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, do tell. Currently, you are experiencing the World War I segment, centered around trench warfare and gas attacks, Zhou stammered, trying to articulate his thoughts. Essentially, it encompasses trench battles, close combat, and, well, chemical warfare. Oh, Lu Ming acknowledged. Lu Ming gazed at him with profound meaning. What does this gas warfare entail? He inquired. It means that during a charge, you might suddenly see a gas canister hurled from the opposing side. Zhou Yizhou paused. And if you fail to don a gas mask in time, you will, well, experience an entirely different form of demise. And what about the World War II segment? He continued to ask. Zhou Yizhou's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied. The main gameplay of World War II revolves around blitzkrieg and landings, emphasizing large-scale tactical operations. You can experience the rapid advances of the blitzkrieg era or participate in the Normandy landings, charging across the beachhead. Lu Ming urged him to continue. Then there's the Cold War segment, currently developed to the stage of intricate espionage. As he spoke, Zhou Yizhou regained some confidence. This part primarily focuses on espionage warfare, infiltration missions, and psychological games, placing greater emphasis on intelligence gathering and tactical planning rather than mere battlefield slaughter. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Espionage warfare, psychological games. Intelligence gathering, doesn't that resemble a puzzle game? Players are drawn to exhilarating gunfights, yet it seems you are building up to something increasingly thrilling as we progress. Let me summarize. Lu Ming stroked his chin. In the World War I segment, I'm left to eat dirt in the trenches, then served up by gas or bayonet. In the World War II part, I'm a target on the Normandy beachhead, experiencing the baptism of machine gun fire. And in the Cold War segment, I'm a spy, feeling the treachery from all directions. Theoretically, that's accurate, Zhou Yizhou chuckled awkwardly. Excellent, quite the ordeal, you've grasped the essence of soul-like games. These games are distinguished by their high difficulty and significant suffering. However, Mr. Lu, while the game's difficulty is steep, the freedom is equally vast. You can fully exercise your tactical acumen and choose the survival method that suits you best. Lu Ming regarded him thoughtfully, slowly nodding. Zhou Yizhou had already experienced this. Whether wielding a knife or a gun, the outcomes were largely the same. You just mentioned that the gameplay in these segments is fundamentally similar, Lu Ming affirmed. Yes, they share similar settings, merely with a different battlefield backdrop, Zhou Yizhou asserted confidently. Lu Ming nodded. If they are indeed comparable, then I need not engage with the subsequent storyline, especially since I tend to feel dizzy in 3D. If I were to attempt another round, I doubt I could endure beyond 3 minutes. Zhou Yizhou felt a sense of urgency. It appeared that Mr. Lu was not particularly enthusiastic about the upcoming content. Had he known, he would have optimized the demo version further. In truth, they had meticulously designed a ranking system, allowing players to rise from a common soldier to higher ranks based on their performance on the battlefield, ultimately commanding entire campaigns. However, due to it being a demo version, the ranking system could not be fully implemented. Nonetheless, upon reflection, Zhou Yizhou felt that even if it were included, it would likely yield similar results, as Mr. Lu's recent performance did not indicate readiness for promotion. Lu Ming sat on the chair, slightly squinting his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he were pondering or had already arrived at the answer he sought. He lifted his head, a glimmer of profound meaning illuminating his gaze, and slowly spoke. In truth, I find this game to be quite commendable. Zhou Yizhou's pupils constricted slightly, his breath momentarily faltering. The boss had given his approval. Indeed, it is quite commendable. Lu Ming nodded, emphasizing that the difficulty was adequate, the experience profound, and the emotional fluctuations it elicited in players were remarkably intense. Zhou Yizhou's heart raced. Lu Ming was not one to praise games lightly. He was notoriously discerning. Previously, he could always identify a multitude of issues with any project. Yet this time he had expressed genuine approval. What did this signify? It implied that this game possessed unique value, affirming that the development direction was indeed correct. Zhou Yizhou found himself holding his breath, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Ming, fearful of missing any detail. I just experienced the trench warfare. The realism is indeed striking. With diverse methods of demise and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Ming paused, seemingly savoring the experience. He then nodded slowly, Your design direction is quite intriguing. Zhou's eyes brightened. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting that when players charge, they essentially have no avenue for survival? Lu Ming replied coolly. In front lies a machine gun. And behind, the supervising team. Zhou swallowed hard. It is indeed challenging. Didn't you mention the Normandy landing during World War II? Yes, Zhou quickly affirmed. The focus of this level is to replicate the harrowing intensity of that epic battle. Players will engage in fierce firefights on the beachhead. And we have implemented ultra-high precision ballistic simulations. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Ming interrupted. With such mechanics, the beachhead's fire coverage would likely turn players into mere targets, regardless of their actions. That's acceptable, as long as you are considering this level of difficulty. Zhou's heart raced, excitement evident on his face. Mr. Liu had once again expressed his approval. Mr. Liu, do you think there are areas for improvement? Zhou could not help but inquire, eager not to overlook any crucial suggestions. Lu Ming smiled slightly, gazing at him with profound significance, and slowly began, I have a question. Zhou nodded eagerly. Please. Go ahead. How many times can the time reversal mechanism specifically revert? Zhou paused for a moment, then scratched his head, reflecting before answering. Yes. We have set a limited number of reversals to prevent players from respawning infinitely, which would make the game excessively difficult. How many reversals are there? Initially, there were 5, but later we adjusted it to 10, considering the game's difficulty. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. Well, Mr. Liu, the number of chances we provide is already quite generous, Zhou explained. Typically, the penalties for death in soul-based games are severe. We have allowed 10 opportunities to rewind time, which should be ample for players to explore their strategies. But what if they die 10 times? Lu Ming inquired, leaning back in his chair and lightly tapping the table, deep in thought. Then they would have to restart from the narrative nodes, Zhou cautiously replied. This ensures the game maintains its challenge while preventing players from becoming trapped in a meaningless cycle of death. Lu Ming pondered, this setup seems illogical. Zhou heart sank at the implication that Lu Ming might dismantle their core mechanism. What is illogical about it? He asked, anxious. Given that the primary gameplay revolves around time manipulation, each restart alters the battlefield, allowing NPCs to remember the player's actions. Lu Ming spoke slowly. Then why impose a limit on the number of rewinds? Zhou listened intently, contemplating Lu Ming's question. There must be limits. According to this system, each time a player dies, the NPCs accumulate more memories of those events. As they build their experience, 1T players merely become tools for the NPCs to gain proficiency? How then can players proceed when their enemies evolve into formidable bosses? Lu Ming's gaze was penetrating, rather than merely granting a finite number of rewinds. Akin to disposable exam papers issued by schools, the concept should allow for infinite rewinds. Zhou mouth hung slightly open as he absorbed Lu Ming's suggestion. Unlimited rewinds are the only sensible approach, Lu Ming continued calmly. His reasoning was straightforward. After dying once, the enemy sniper could anticipate his position. Should he perish several more times, the sniper would become extraordinarily skilled. Not restricting the number of rewinds would evidently escalate the game's difficulty, Lu Ming asserted. In such a scenario, players with less dexterity would surely be overwhelmed, as they represent the majority. Zhou found himself bewildered by Lu Ming's perspective. Unlimited rewinds would allow NPCs to continuously accumulate experience. It's akin to granting them a cheat for advanced learning. He struggled to articulate a rebuttal. Mr. Liu, wouldn't that be excessively challenging? If players die too often, the NPCs could become invincible, making later stages nearly impossible. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, and Zhou was momentarily taken aback. That's why we must limit the rewinds. Otherwise, players would face nothing but overwhelming bosses in later stages, rendering the game unplayable. Lu Ming chuckled softly, his tone calm, yet laced with an unsettling chill. Who dictates that players must always prevail? Zhou eyes widened, momentarily at a loss. Lu Ming slowly stood up. Do you still not understand the essence of this game? It is not merely about empowering players. It's about allowing them to experience the sensation of warfare. Zhou felt a buzzing in his mind. Lu Ming continued, the current setup you have, allowing for 10 rewinds, essentially grants players 10 chances to restart. What if, after those 10 attempts, they still cannot succeed? Zhou instinctively replied, then they would have to reload their save. Save. Indeed, Lu Ming chuckled. Do you truly believe that players who have failed 10 times would willingly start over? Do you think everyone possesses a masochistic disposition? They certainly would not. They would find the game excessively torturous and simply abandon it for another. Zhou swallowed hard. He had indeed considered this issue. While soul-like games are challenging, they typically aim to strengthen players through skill refinement rather than ensnaring them in a relentless cycle of suffering. Yet, it seemed Ming was entirely unconcerned about whether players might be driven to despair. After pondering for a moment, Zhou's brow gradually unfurled. Indeed, Ming was correct. The essence of soul-like games lies not solely in their difficulty, but in guiding players to discover pathways to survival through continuous trial and error, allowing them to fully immerse themselves in that world. If the game merely imposed a limit on rewinds, forcing players to restart once their chances were exhausted, the essence would devolve into mere repetition and error, thus sacrificing the immersive experience initially intended. This could potentially lead to a significant loss of players, a considerable oversight. Zhou's expression shifted slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. You make a valid point, Liu. I will address this issue immediately. Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. This game is still too lenient. It must be more hardcore. It should be more immersive and provoke explosive reactions. The design direction you have is correct, but it needs to be more ruthless. Furthermore, you must be mindful of the entire development timeline. If you lack manpower, I can have Qi Liang and his team assist you. Zhou nodded vigorously, his mind racing with possibilities for new mechanisms. Ming, satisfied, nodded and stretched lazily. Well, my playtest ends here. Make sure to implement the changes thoroughly when you return. Zhou was flushed with excitement, nodding fervently. Understood, Liu. Rest assured, we will make the necessary adjustments this time. Unable to remain seated, Zhou clenched his fists and dashed out of the office with fervor. Once Zhou had departed, Ming leaned back in his chair and let out a gentle sigh. Very good, indeed. I hope that after your revisions, the player's outcry will be even louder than that of killing for immortality in its early stages. Time swiftly progressed to late September, and the independent game competition hosted by the Deep Blue gaming platform had entered its final phase. As the event leader, Chunhao had begun to organize the final judging panel. This time, we have invited several renowned game producers and a few influential streamers from the industry, Chunhao said while reviewing the list. By the way, Liang, your name is also on the list. Zhao Qiliang raised an eyebrow. I am indeed here to evaluate games. After all, you are one of the producers of Killing for Immortality, and your reputation in the industry is quite commendable. Chunhao chuckled. Moreover, you must be eager to see what games we will unveil this time. Zhao Qiliang offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying the sentiment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was diligently preparing for the final award ceremony and the associated prize distribution. Sister Lin, please review this list of award winners. A melodious voice resonated in the conference room. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up to see the girl standing at her desk. It was her assistant, Zhou Tong, a junior from her university who had recently joined the Deep Blue platform as an intern. Given the current workload and under Ming's suggestion, Lin Xiaoxiao had also taken on an assistant role. Initially, she found it somewhat disconcerting, as she had only recently completed her own internship. And with so many employees in the company, it felt rather peculiar to have an assistant before even Mr. Liu had won. However, after Zhou Tong had been on board for a few days, Lin Xiaoxiao began to appreciate the benefits of having an assistant. Zhou Tong, donning a pair of slender-framed glasses, exhibited bright eyes and held a stack of documents, her expression reflecting a mix of seriousness and nervousness. Let me take a look, Lin Xiaoxiao said as she accepted the list, quickly scanning it. After confirming there were no issues, she nodded. Very good. The list is organized quite clearly, she commended. However, we still need to supplement the invitation section with a few more studios. Which ones? Zhou Tong promptly pulled out her notebook, ready to take notes. Lin Xiaoxiao lightly tapped the desk, her gaze contemplative. Firstly, the independent game teams we discussed previously. Additionally, Mr. Liu specifically instructed me to send an invitation to the Anxiang studio. Zhou Tong paused, blinking in surprise, clearly unfamiliar with the name. It seems that this studio is not ranked highly on Deep Blue's voting list. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her, her tone unassuming. Indeed, they are not among the top-ranking teams and are rather low in the rankings. Moreover, their invitation is set to be sent out a day earlier. Zhou Tong blinked again. Why should we invite them then? I am not entirely sure, Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged, returning to her signing. However, If Mr. Liu has deemed it necessary, we shall proceed accordingly. His reasoning often eludes me, but you will adapt to it in due time. After a moment's pause, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhou Tong and added, You will soon discover that Mr. Liu does not always explain his decisions, yet each choice he makes tends to have a strategic backup. Understanding. Zhou Tong nodded earnestly as she recorded the information. Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Despite her initial grievances about receiving an assistant so soon, this girl proved to be quite reliable, efficient in her work, and possessing a commendable attitude. Even when she displayed a hint of nervousness, she was quick to correct herself with just a few words of guidance. As the end of September approached, the air in the bustling metropolis mingled with a touch of autumn's chill, while the office of Whale Leap Game Company buzzed with fervor. The team at the Deep Blue gaming platform is immersed in preparations for the upcoming awards ceremony, with the conference room overflowing with documents and coffee cups. Employees bustle about, clearly engrossed in the various tasks required for the event. Meanwhile, the judging panel curated by Chun Hao is nearing completion. The hosts have settled on 3 individuals. As he cross-references documents, he mutters to himself, Lao Pai from the gaming sector, Chu Feng from North Mountain, and a female host specializing in narrative games, Wan Lai Feng. Zhao Chiliang, seated beside him and sipping coffee, recognizes Lao Pai and Chu Feng, the latter being a familiar face from previous collaborations with Whale Leap. However, the mention of Wan Lai Feng raises his eyebrows. You truly managed to invite Wan Lai Feng? Doesn't she typically avoid offline events? It's not that she avoids them, Chun Hao replied. President Liu offered a substantial sum this time. Her fee is the highest among this group of hosts. Zhao Chiliang fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. Well, she certainly will attend. With hosts, professional developers, and esteemed figures from the gaming industry on this judging panel, the lineup is undoubtedly exceptional. At that moment, 3 individuals at the Dark Box studio are gathered around a computer screen. Their expressions varied. Am I seeing this correctly? One exclaimed. An official invitation from the Deep Blue gaming platform? They exchanged glances, and after a few seconds of silence, a wave of confusion erupted. Aren't we over 200 participants? I inquired with others in the industry, and it seems only teams in the top 100 receive such invitations, Gong Min remarked, looking perplexed. Moreover, the timing is off. We're supposed to arrive a day early, which seems unreasonable. Sun Qianli, with disheveled hair, appeared as though he had just emerged from a hellish bug-fixing session. Don't look at me. I don't know any judges, he said, suddenly alerting. Is this a banquet of treachery? Arriving a day early, are they planning to give us special guidance and then steal our ideas? Enough, stop overthinking it. You shouldn't be watching domestic creative dramas. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, lightly tapping the invitation. Think about it. If this were a malicious prank, who would go to such lengths to send a formal letter? This invitation even includes a project number and an official seal. Should we go or not? After a few seconds of silence, Wang Hao cleared his throat and said, Regardless of why we were selected, the platform has sent a formal invitation, and they are covering our meals and accommodation. Even if this is a treacherous banquet, the reception will be of a VIP standard. Whale Leap is a reputable company. They wouldn't engage in any underhanded dealings. Most importantly, we have nothing to lose. After hearing Wang Hao's analysis, the 3 exchanged glances, a subtle understanding passing among them, before they almost simultaneously declared, Let us go. At the Battlefire Company, Zhou Yizhou is seated in front of his computer, the screen displaying the interface of the Game Time's Bitter Journey. Stacks of game plots and repair records for certain chapters are piled beside him, and a cup contains the remnants of last night's green tea. The tea bag thoroughly steeped. Zhou Yizhou furrows his brow, studying game issues, when his phone unexpectedly rings. Hello, President Zhou, it's me, Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's voice resonated with excitement as she stated, President Liu has requested your presence in Shanghai over the next few days. We have arranged your flight and accommodation, so please pack your belongings and set off. Zhou Yizhou instinctively paused, pondering, am I heading to Shanghai as a member of the jury? I hardly possess the requisite reputation. Not as a juror, Zhou Tong interjected after a brief pause, smiling, but President Liu mentioned that you have an important task. As for the specifics, I am uncertain. He did not elaborate. Perplexed, Zhou Yizhou contemplated the urgency of the matter, especially given the tight development schedule for Time's hard journey and now this sudden summons to Shanghai. All right then. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back against his chair, his expression reminiscent of a student caught off guard when called upon to answer a question. Seconds trickled by, and the awards ceremony for the Deep Blue gaming platform loomed closer. As the day before the ceremony dawned, the sun shone brightly outside the venue, where staff members busily adjusted the lighting and stage setup. At that moment, a luxurious ride-hailing vehicle glided to a stop in front of the designated hotel. The door swung open, and three young individuals, each shouldering a backpack and pulling a suitcase, cautiously alighted. They gazed at the entrance of the five-star hotel, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. "This is the first time in my life I've stayed in such a place," Gongmin murmured. "Even though I'm in Shanghai, I've never been here before." "Me neither. Can you all tone it down a bit?" Sun Qianli remarked. Although he secretly snapped a photo of the sign indicating the VIP reception area for the Deep Blue gaming platform, convinced that this would complete his grid of images for social media. The trio dragged their luggage into the hotel, and after registering at the front desk, they were indeed met with a series of VIP accommodations. Just as they completed their check-in, a staff member clad in a uniform emblazoned with the company's logo approached them with a welcoming smile. "Hello, are you the representatives from Darkbox Studio? We are thrilled to have you here ahead of schedule. We have prepared rooms and meeting materials for you. Additionally, we have organized a developer exchange meeting for you tonight at 8. The three were momentarily stunned, their minds racing with the implications of such preferential treatment. What does it mean to be arranged for an exclusive meeting? Aren't we merely here to support? They pondered, bewildered by the unexpectedly high level of hospitality. Surely, Whale Leap isn't involved in any underhanded dealings, one mused. I always felt our team's name was somewhat problematic. Even after arriving at the hotel, they remained puzzled. What could Whale Leap possibly want from them? Chapter 85. As long as the flavor is right, it is a success. At 8 in the evening, within a spacious conference room, Ming sat at a long table, observing the three anxious young individuals before him. They appeared somewhat ill at ease, yet their eyes sparkled with unmistakable excitement and anticipation. "Please, take a seat. I know you've all had a long day," Ming gently encouraged, gesturing for them to sit. As Gongmin and Sun Qianli cautiously settled in, they couldn't help but glance around the lavish conference room. The opulence was undeniable, and the courtesy was genuine. The very owner of Whale Leap had come to meet them personally. Could it be that one among them possessed a remarkable identity? A few individuals exchanged perplexed glances, yet after much contemplation, they remained unable to comprehend the reason for their summons by Jinghua. Previously, at the hotel, they had cast a glance at the ranking of their creation, out-of-control accompaniment, the prelude of Kikyo, on the voting charts, where it stood at a modest 212th place. Although it had risen significantly from before, such a position hardly warranted such treatment. The three sat rigidly in their chairs, each adopting a different posture. Wang Hao crossed his arms, resembling an exemplary student awaiting a teacher's reprimand, while Gong Min sat upright, as if poised to answer a question at any moment. As for Sun Qianli, he was lost in thought, absent-mindedly fiddling with a signature pen on the table, silently wishing he could take it home, admiring its quality worth over 100. They simply could not fathom why a minor team like theirs could find themselves seated opposite the owner of Jinghua. It defied logic. "I called you here today to discuss your game," Ming began with a smile, his words striking the trio like a thunderbolt, prompting them to look up in unison. "Us? Discuss the game? Your game. Out-of-control accompaniment. The prelude of Kikyo," Ming continued, shifting his tone to one of earnestness. "I have played it." The expressions of the three fell into disarray. Wang Hao swallowed hard, anxiety flooding his mind with thoughts of impending disaster. Was there a violation of competition rules regarding the anime theme? Had there been issues with music copyright? Was there a legal team lurking behind the door, preparing for confrontation? Gong Min, striving to maintain a composed demeanor, felt his foot begin to tremble beneath the table. Sun Qianli, more straightforward, smirked nervously and murmured, "Mr. Liu, our game really lacks a substantial storyline and the controls are rather unrefined. It hardly merits your attention." Zhou Yizhou sat silently by, equally bewildered. He was well aware of Ming's approach. He never engaged in fruitless endeavors, let alone express sudden interest in an independent game ranked over 200 or even summon him as company. This did not appear to be a matter of appreciation for the game, but rather an observation of the three individuals. Observation? Zhou Yizhou entertained a bold hypothesis. Casting a glance between the trio and Ming, his expression growing increasingly complex. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of that night when Ming visited the war-torn company with a similar gaze. "I am genuinely curious," Ming directed his gentle gaze at the three. his tone shifting to one of seriousness. What inspired you to create such a game? Frankly, after playing it, I found its positioning, tone, and even rhythm somewhat unconventional. Yet, it possesses an indescribable, captivating sense of fragmentation. I am eager to understand how such a game came into existence. Lu Ming's inquiry was sincere, and upon hearing it, the trio exchanged glances. It wasn't as complex as it seemed. Wang Hao swallowed again, steeling himself to respond, knowing all too well how the game had come to be. In their game development, it was not about what they desired to create, but rather what resources were available at the time. Had they initially dismissed the notion of outsourcing to a company focused on card games, the game they would have entered would indeed have been a card game. Conversely, had they possessed resources for a tower defense game, that would have been their submission. However, when confronted with Lu Ming, Wang Hao certainly could not articulate such thoughts. Even among brothers, direct transparency is often elusive, how much more so with a newly met superior. Initially, our ambition was to create an interactive narrative game centered around music, but we soon realized that our budget was insufficient, our team lacked stability, and time was scarce. Wang Hao continued. Thus we eliminated the main storyline, cut portions of the combat system, retaining only the music and a few pivotal moments. Subsequently, due to the exorbitant costs of voice acting and the unattainable prices of music rights, we decided to convert those missing elements into game settings, packaging them as part of the narrative. What began as a cost-saving measure inadvertently evolved into a distinctive style. Zhou Yizhou listened with an increasingly furrowed brow. Was Lu Ming truly not perceiving this as a recounting of a catastrophic incident? Such youthful individuals, amidst the turmoil of war, are plentiful. Zhou Yizhou glanced at Lu Ming, only to find him listening with keen interest, occasionally nodding. It seemed that Lu Ming was genuinely considering acquiring them. His gaze mirrored that which he had when introducing bullet time. Lu Ming remained silent, and after hearing the trio recount their journey, he suddenly chuckled. Do you know? I once developed a game called Killing for Immortality. The three were momentarily taken aback. They had heard of it. They had played it. At one point, a client even suggested reskinning the game. The initial objective was to create a serious cultivation RPG, yet what did I reap? Not negative reviews, but a substantial profit. Lu Ming shrugged, a wry smile gracing his lips, ultimately asserting that some things, regardless of their flaws, can still achieve success if they resonate with the right essence. The conference room fell into a brief silence. The three were somewhat bewildered. What did he mean by flaws and essence? Wang Hao glanced at Gong Min, his mouth agape, uncertain of how to respond. Gong Min, unable to contain herself, inquired, So, Mr. Lu, are you suggesting that you find our game commendable? Lu Ming neither nodded nor shook his head. Wang Hao felt a surge of anxiety. How could this naive girl be so forthright? Even if they were to pursue insider channels, they ought to do so with subtlety. I hold great admiration for your work. Therefore, Lu Ming leaned back, his gaze sweeping across the trio. I intend to acquire you. Do not fear, I am not here to suppress you. I wish for you to join Whale Jump, but not as ordinary employees. You will be part of a new project team under Whale Jump, still called the Dark Box Studio, on par with the esteemed work of Old Zhou's team. How you choose to proceed is up to you, as long as you remain steadfast in your creative vision. However, it is essential that Old Zhou will guide you for half a month, helping to transform your unconventional methods into professional pathways. Upon finishing, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the yet-to-speak Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou replied, I merely came here for a meal. I traveled such a distance just for these three? How did these seemingly unremarkable individuals catch your eye, Mr. Lu? After all, I brought along a team of dozens when I first joined. The more I observe these three, the more they resemble a group of misfits. Zhou Yizhou harbored a myriad of grievances, yet kept them to himself. He glanced at the trio, who wore expressions of disbelief, and nodded. So what are your thoughts? Chapter 86. Like Zhao Yun cradling a doe, the three fell into a collective silence upon hearing his words. They had initially assumed this meeting would merely entail some flattering remarks, a few pats on the back, a meal, and perhaps a toast. Little did they know, it was a premeditated plan for their recruitment. The acquisition of the Jinghua project team and the ongoing tumultuous battles were staggering revelations. Each statement was enough to astonish, and together they felt like a surreal dream. Wang Hao instinctively seized the cup from the table and tilted his head back to take a large gulp, only to discover it was empty. He turned to Lu Ming, his mouth agape. Mr. Lu, are you serious? What just can I possibly make? Lu Ming chuckled, reclining comfortably. The more he learned about these individuals, the more he appreciated them. Initially, he had thought it commendable to create a game, but upon meeting these three, his conviction solidified. They must be brought on board. Great games are the result of a legacy passed down through generations. Once old Zhou properly mentors them, they will understand what Jingyue truly requires in a game. The synergy between these two elements is akin to Zhao Yun embracing a dough and obtaining ibuprofen, heralding a promising future for Jingyue with these two project teams. Lu Ming smiled, taking his time to explain. From the games you've crafted, it is evident that while your methods may be unconventional, there exists a profound design sensibility within you. Upon hearing this, Zhou could not help but glance at him. Intrigued. Is that so? Yet, the trio was deeply moved, realizing that someone genuinely understood their essence. Gong Min's smile nearly reached his ears, feeling as though he were a schoolboy receiving praise for the first time. Wang Hao, a bit bashful, admitted, "We merely cobbled together what we could, hoping to survive without overthinking it." "Don't heed his modesty, Mr. Liu," Sun Qianli interjected. "The music in our game was largely improvised by him on the piano. I heard him humming outside and recorded it to use as rhythm. Eventually, we discovered it complemented our style perfectly, so we incorporated it all." Laughter erupted among the three, feeling no shame in their genuine creative process. However, their laughter eventually waned, and once more they turned to Lu Ming, their expressions shifting from casual amusement to perplexity. "Wait a moment, Mr. Liu," Wang Hao furrowed his brow and asked, "Why exactly do you wish to recruit us?" "To speak frankly, our methods, if one were to be kind, could be termed unorthodox. If not, we are merely fumbling in the dark." Wang Hao still sought clarity, for he felt incapable of convincing himself otherwise. As a proprietor of a prominent enterprise, should one not desire a standardized team capable of yielding substantial output? "Our presence here is merely a serendipitous anomaly." Gong Min and Sun Qianli nodded in agreement, genuinely perplexed by Lu Ming's reasoning. They couldn't even convince themselves of their own potential. They merely dabbled in an outsourcing company. Yet, to their astonishment, they were personally invited by Jingyue, purportedly on par with the likes of Warlord. Could one not question the meaning of life in such a scenario? They deemed their efforts to be in vain. Lu Ming lifted his teacup, exhaled softly, and spoke leisurely. "In the eyes of others, this so-called folly is, in fact, an aesthetic of chaos. You grasp the logic of gaming. Although you have never undertaken a formal project, you have managed to construct a framework in the absence of one. You have grown bones in the wilderness. Though they may be somewhat askew, they are authentic." Pausing for effect, he regarded the three. "What I, Jingyue, desire is precisely this sense of authenticity. If all games were to conform to a certain standard, the world would be exceedingly dull. To speak candidly, you may not align with the mainstream, but I am eager to witness what unfolds when you unleash your distinctiveness." At these words, the three fell into a contemplative silence, taken aback by Lu Ming's profound insight. They had not anticipated that the flaws so often criticized by others would, in his perspective, symbolize a unique style. This is democracy. Having spent years in the outsourcing industry, the trio had never encountered such a dynamic. Meanwhile, Zhou, seated nearby, increasingly felt a sense of unease. This felt less like a professional meeting and more akin to a familial reunion. Did Lu Ming not regard him with such tenderness when they first met? However, he refrained from interjecting, understanding that Lu Ming had made his decision. Even if these three were indeed inexperienced, Lu Ming was determined to elevate them. Thus, Lu Ming took a sip of tea and set down the cup. "Do not persist in believing yourselves incapable. What Jingyue lacks are individuals like you, full of ideas, unrestrained by convention, and brimming with vigor. Do not fear challenges. The true fear lies in the unwillingness to attempt. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany old Zhou. There will be 2 weeks of onboarding training. Should you wish to depart after that, you may do so. If you choose to stay, you will assume the role of project leader. Old Zhou is currently developing the journey of time, and you will have the perfect opportunity to learn from him." At this point, the trio fell into a collective silence, an air of subtle awkwardness enveloping them. Wang Hao, Gong Min, and Sun Qianli exchanged glances, with Wang Hao furrowing his brow and scratching his head. "Director Liu, let me confirm. You mean to say that the three of us can truly join Jingyue and take on the role of project leaders?" His tone was laced with disbelief and shock. "Indeed, as you have observed, we have never engaged in formal projects. What could we possibly contribute? We lack even a semblance of a competent team." Gong Min could no longer contain herself, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Putting others aside, The capabilities of the three of us alone are insufficient to shoulder such a significant responsibility. Indeed, the games we are developing are merely a casual endeavor, lacking any substantial scale or standardization. Sun Qianli interjected, furrowing his brow. After all, the three of them were young and encountering such a situation for the first time, inevitably feeling a twinge of anxiety. I comprehend your concerns, Lu Ming remarked with a gentle smile, his gaze soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. It is perfectly acceptable if you lack faith in yourselves, but I hold unwavering belief in you. Whale Leap does not seek a standardized team, Gongmin said, knitting her brows. However, we are bound by our contracts with the company, which have yet to expire. How can we simply walk away? As those words slipped from her lips, the three exchanged glances, a myriad of questions surfacing in their minds. With so many outsourcing projects at stake, how could they possibly continue without them? Indeed, General Manager Lu, Sun Qianli coughed softly. We still have contracts and unfinished outsourced projects. We came here on leave. Lu Ming smiled slightly, assuring them, I can resolve your concerns regarding the penalty fees for breach of contract. You need not worry. The decision rests with you. I will handle the rest. Before he finished speaking, the trio was momentarily taken aback. Salary, benefits, project shares, everything you desire is available, Lu Ming continued calmly. You will have an independent office, no probation period, and absolutely no worries. You may take your time to discuss. I will return shortly. With that, Lu Ming and Zhou Yizhou exited, granting the three some time to contemplate. They exchanged glances, a newfound sense of ease quietly enveloping them. No more hesitation. Wang Hao finally exclaimed, feeling enlightened. What General Manager Lu proposed seems quite appealing. I find myself intrigued. So do I. Another chimed in. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sun Qianli rose, striking the table emphatically, declaring, yes. We have been working for others for so long. Today, we must strive for ourselves. Just as their confidence surged, preparing to celebrate their liberation from the quagmire, the sudden ring of a phone interrupted them. It was a call from Lu Peng. Lu Peng. Sun Qianli glanced at the screen, feeling a flutter of nerves. Is this Manager Lu calling? Why is he reaching out at this hour? How should I address him now? Manager Lu or just Lu? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he answered the call. Hello, Manager Lu, what can I do for you? Sun Qianli's voice bore a hint of tension. On the other end, Lu Peng's tone was urgent. Qianli, are you out of your mind? The client has an issue that needs immediate modification. They require you to return at once. You have been tagged in the group chat countless times. Have you been ignoring it? Another change? Sun Qianli surprisingly remained composed. What is the new requirement from the client? It pertains to the core gameplay mechanics, Lu Peng explained hastily. The client believes the current combat system lacks depth and insists on the incorporation of additional skill trees. Sun Qianli fell silent, and Lu Peng, sensing his lack of response, grew puzzled. What is your situation? The client is already growing anxious. If we do not comply, it may jeopardize the entire project's progress. Let it be. It doesn't concern me, Sun Qianli remarked, glancing at the two individuals beside him. Manager Lu, just to inform you, I have decided to resign. The outsourced project will be left for you to handle. What? You're resigning? Lu Peng was taken aback by this revelation. Are you three participating in some deep blue gaming competition? You don't actually believe you'll win, do you? The serious matter is showing up for work. Sun Qianli was momentarily stunned, surprised by Lu Peng's accurate guess. However, although they didn't win any accolades, the experience was far more enjoyable than the prospect of receiving a prize. He shifted his tone. Never mind, Manager Lu. I prefer not to discuss this further. Please refrain from contacting me too often to avoid any misunderstandings with Jingyue. Our intentions are aligned. You three are out of your minds. Lu Peng could no longer contain his anger. A bunch of youngsters think there's something special just because they entered a trivial competition. You can forfeit your salary. It saves me some money. In this day and age, any company can survive without anyone. On the other end of the line, Lu Peng's voice fell into silence. Then, with a sharp click, the call ended. Sun Qianli took a deep breath, and after hanging up, he turned to Wang Hao and Gong Min, displaying a radiant smile. All right, it's completely settled now. This is a decisive move. Gong Min chuckled. I thought you would hesitate, but you went straight for it. Why drag it out? Once I've made a decision, I prefer to act decisively. Sun Qianli tossed his phone aside with a carefree grin. The path ahead must be traversed with clarity. The three exchanged glances, the tension within them dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. akin to casting off a heavy burden from their hearts, their bodies now feeling light. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. It swung open, revealing Zhou Yizhou and Lu Ming at the threshold. "So, have you made your decision?" they asked earnestly regarding the trio. The three looked at each other, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. "We agree." Sun Qianli suddenly slapped the table and laughed. "Joining Jingyue will surely exceed your expectations." "Wonderful." Lu Ming beamed, rising to pat the shoulders of the three. "From now on, you will be part of Jingyue." Lu Ming gestured towards Zhou Yizhou beside him. "Old Zhou, your students have arrived." Zhou Yizhou blinked, then smiled helplessly. "Goodness, I come to Magic City and return with 3 apprentices." He felt a wave of exasperation. His inner thoughts were far more tumultuous than his outward demeanor suggested. Lu Ming stood beside him, smiling slightly as he looked at Zhou Yizhou. "Old Zhou, don't just smile. It's time to get to work. Your task this time is no small feat." Zhou Yizhou sighed and rubbed his forehead. "I understand, Director Lu. Rest assured, I will guide them well." The crux of the matter is that the team at Time's Bitter Journey is currently racing against deadlines. And I feel as though I could be split into 3 to manage it all. Lu Ming seemingly disregarded Zhou Yizhou's predicament and continued, "Old Zhou, I am well aware of your capabilities. If you could spare some time to guide them in revising out of control accompaniment, it would be splendid. Much like your previous work on Bullet Time, which you transformed so successfully." Zhou Yizhou gazed at the 3 youthful individuals before him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, and then turned to Lu Ming, whose intentions were evidently benevolent. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "All right, Mr. Lu, I shall do my utmost." Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction, remarking that their game is a rhythm-based title with great potential. "Do not feel pressured. Let me tell you, the 5 essential elements of a game, visuals, sound effects, story, gameplay, and experience, are not sufficiently represented in their project. Perhaps you could consider eliminating one aspect altogether. For instance, if their sound effects are lacking, could we not simply forego music entirely?" Zhou Yizhou's lips twitched involuntarily, as if he had heard an absurdity. To remedy a deficiency by discarding it is akin to a restaurant serving only water or a cinema screening silent films. Lu Ming's train of thought was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary minds. Attempting to express his dissent delicately, Zhou Yizhou said, "Mr. Lu, out-of-control accompaniment is fundamentally a music game, with music and rhythm at its core. If we were to eliminate the sound effects..." Lu Ming interrupted him with a sweeping gesture, his tone resolute. "Old Zhou, your thinking is too rigid. Who says a rhythm game must adhere to traditional sound effects? We must shatter conventions and overturn perceptions." He paused, an unusual glimmer illuminating his eyes as he continued, "Consider this. What is chaos? The essence of chaos is disorder. If our rhythm game is filled with melodious tunes, can it truly be called out of control? It would merely be an ordinary rhythm game with a slightly accelerated tempo." Sun Qianli and the others stood astonished, feeling as though they had unlocked the doors to a new realm. They had not contemplated such depth when naming their project. Indeed, the readers often perceive more than the authors themselves. Mr. Lu must have been a top scorer in reading comprehension. Zhou Yizhou's mouth twitched even more vigorously. "But Mr. Lu, what would players of a soundless rhythm game engage with?" Silence. Lu Ming smiled enigmatically. "Ah, Old Zhou, therein lies your challenge. I have faith in your abilities. You will undoubtedly devise a perfect solution. This is precisely why I have tasked Qianli and the others to learn from you." Zhou Yizhou regarded Lu Ming's trusting countenance, feeling the weight of responsibility increase upon his shoulders. Where is the perfect solution? His mind was a blank canvas. "Mr. Lu, you overestimate a game developer with a degree in Chinese literature. Old Zhou, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Innovation often arises from the audacity to defy convention." As Wang Hao and his companions listened, their blood surged with excitement, as if they could already envision their game setting the trend, with President Lu personally guiding them in the future direction of their project. Although Sun Qian still harbored a hint of confusion in his eyes, questioning whether there would indeed be sound effects in their game, he deemed this uncertainty inconsequential. They placed their unwavering faith in Teacher Zhou. Chapter 88. You need not learn those superfluous skills. Zhou Yizhou rubbed his forehead, feeling as if the pressures weighing down upon him were about to crush him. "So, a rhythm game without music?" He hesitantly reiterated his question, as everything before him seemed to defy logic. Nevertheless, he could only nod silently. "Very well, President Lu. Since you say so, I shall give it a try." Sun Qian, Wang Hao, and Gong Min exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with anticipation as they absorbed the weight of Lu's words. Indeed, President Lu's vision was extraordinary. This was the opportunity they had long dreamed of, a chance to break the conventions of rhythm games and become a new trendsetter. In the future, they could even challenge the entire rhythm game market, establishing a new benchmark. Moreover, Lu Ming's declaration of belief in their capabilities sent thrill coursing through them, igniting their spirits with an exhilarating fervor. They quickly turned to Zhou Yizhou, their faces alight with hope, their eyes practically inscribed with words imploring their teacher to lead them to success. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Yizhou conceded, "Lu Ming has entrusted this to you. I believe in your collaborative skills, which leaves me utterly defenseless. You trust us? I can hardly trust myself," Zhou Yizhou thought, feeling as though he had been elevated to the status of a success guru by Lu Ming himself. "All right, let us take our leave for now and discuss this further back home." As the four exited the hotel conference room, a profound silence enveloped them. The bad news was that they would not be attending tomorrow's award ceremony, having failed to make the shortlist. The good news was that they had become internal employees, rendering their attendance at the ceremony unnecessary. The corridor was softly illuminated, adorned with thick carpets that made each step feel like walking on clouds, enveloped in a serene stillness. No one spoke. Unable to contain herself, Gongmin finally whispered, "So, Teacher Zhou, does this mean we are officially employed now?" At her words, Zhou Yizhou's facial muscles twitched once more. "If you're calling me teacher, how could it not count? Let us consider it official," he affirmed. Although they had yet to sign a formal contract, President Lu's words had transformed their status into a fait accompli. "However, do not worry too much. Whale Leap will not shortchange you. You will receive the necessary training, benefits, and be part of a project team. And when do we depart, Teacher Zhou? Shouldn't we attend the award evaluation tomorrow?" "No need for that. We are leaving tonight. President Lu has already purchased our tickets. He emphasized that with your potential, there is no need to learn those unnecessary skills." On October 10th, at 4 in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly over the bustling metropolis, the breeze gentle. Yet there was an inexplicable restlessness in the air. The long-anticipated Independent Game Awards ceremony organized by the Deep Blue gaming platform has officially commenced today. Outside the venue, throngs of people gather, banners fluttering, while the logos of the competing works play in succession under the dazzling lights. To my astonishment, the entire event is being live-streamed. The waiting list in the live room boasts tens of thousands of eager viewers. Before arriving, I took a glance at the trending rankings, and to my surprise, the top spot is held by Skyward Steps. It seems that the veteran team has made a triumphant return. Deep Blue has truly orchestrated an impressive event. The scale is indeed grand. Look, there's a negative review t-shirt. I wonder where I can get one just like it. At the entrance of the venue, individuals sporting developer passes queue to enter, some in groups, while others venture alone. Some wave at the cameras, while others display signs of social anxiety. Meanwhile, at the VIP entrance, staff dressed in negative review uniforms are guiding judges, sponsors, and media personnel into the venue. The atmosphere is vibrant and bustling. In the backstage VIP lounge, Lu Ming sips water while expressing his thoughts to Lin Xiaoxiao. Since morning, players have been waiting outside for autographs and photographs. Lin Xiaoxiao, glancing at the updates from the conference group chat on her phone, mentions, "We have also contacted the medical team, just in case anything unexpected occurs." Lu Ming nods in agreement, choosing not to speak further. He trusts Xiaoxiao to handle matters efficiently. At precisely 6 o'clock, the host takes the stage. "Good evening, dear players and fellow developers. Welcome to the Deep Blue Gaming Platform's Independent Game Gala. Whether you are a developer, a player, or a supporter, we are grateful for your presence, for it is you who makes this industry more engaging, authentic, and beautiful." A thunderous applause erupts, accompanied by the incessant flash of cameras. In the judges' area on stage, Chu Feng, Lao Pai, and Wan Lai Feng engage in discussions regarding their voting preferences. "I cast my vote for Bunny on the Run. Although the concept is simple, its execution is remarkably restrained," says Lao Pai, nodding as he scrolls through his tablet. I lean towards Breakpoint Restart. "Its narrative and interactive structure genuinely moved me," Wan Lai Feng responds, his brow furrowed, though he notes that the pacing of the final chapter felt somewhat dragged. "Don't you find Forest Traveler quite innovative?" Chu Feng interjects. "The game incorporates riddles as mechanics. Despite some forced elevation in the latter part, the concept is commendable. Each judge presents their reasoning for their votes and selected works, while staff members diligently record and tally the votes. As the host introduces the next segment, the awards ceremony officially begins. The awards are presented in accordance with the final cumulative votes. With each announcement of an award, the audience erupts into cheers. The applause reverberates through the hall as the awards are revealed one by one. The game with the highest overall score is Skyward Steps, followed by Bunny on the Run and Breakpoint Restart. The third place is awarded to Dreaming Syndrome and Project Decibel. Trophies are raised one after another as the development teams excitedly rush to the stage, and the audience applauds fervently, while the live chat floods with messages. Indeed, the artistry of Skyward Steps is remarkably impressive. As Ming observed the awards ceremony on stage, he remained unmoved, even stifling a yawn. Lin Xiaoxiao stole a glance at him and quietly inquired, "Mr. Liu, you seem rather disinterested." With a slight nod, Ming placed the bottle of mineral water on the table, his gaze drifting into the distance. "The games are indeed well crafted," he remarked, "but I have already found what I seek." Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback and refrained from probing further. In the chanting office, Zhou Yizhou took a moment to glance at the live broadcast. Leaning against the water cooler with his arms crossed, he wore an expression of profound perplexity. The award was bestowed upon the Skyward Steps team, and the applause was thunderous as the developers wept tears of joy. They also received a prize of 2 million yuan from Deep Blue. Observing the winners, he noted they appeared quite youthful, similar in age to the 3 individuals he had brought back. Sighing deeply, Zhou Yizhou reflected not out of disdain for these individuals, but from genuine admiration. They were capable of crafting games proficiently, achieving excellence, and even winning awards. Clearly, their futures were bright. Meanwhile, he gazed at the jubilant developers on the screen and gently shook his head. Looking down at the paper cup clenched in his hand, he realized the coffee had long since gone cold. It was not that he lacked dreams, it was simply that, at this moment, all his aspirations were invested in chronicles of time.